Chapter 1. The Borderlands of the Land of Fire. As a flash of white light illuminated the surroundings, an ancient edifice unexpectedly materialized. Before the structure stood two grand stone pillars, each inscribed with words. The left pillar bore the inscription, Omniscient and Omnipotent. The right pillar proclaimed, Everything you could desire. Above the pillars hung a plaque, which read, Money is all you need. Inside the establishment, Yun Xiao gazed in bewilderment at the items displayed on the glass shelves. What on earth was the system trying to accomplish? He hurriedly exited the building, taking in the dense forest surrounding him, his expression darkening. With no village in sight and no shops nearby, who on earth would come here to make purchases? Yin Xiao lamented. Please remain calm, host. Although there was an error in my positioning, a fine wine does not fear a deep alley. Young Xiao's lips twitched. It seemed the system's miscalculation had led to this shop being established in the wilderness. Wishing you a swift opening. In a place like this, how on earth can I manage an opening? Yin Xiao exclaimed in exasperation. Yin Xiao was a transmigrator after his death in his previous life. He found himself in a dark void. He had lost track of time, and in this desolate environment, his sanity was on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear, Would you be willing to become the proprietor of a shop across the myriad realms, selling goods in other worlds? This revelation sent a surge of excitement through Yun Xiao finally. He could escape this wretched place. He immediately agreed. Please familiarize yourself with the arrangement of items within the store as soon as possible, the system instructed. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao approached the nearest glass counter. Curiosity piqued as he peered at the wares within. To his astonishment, a silver-colored handgun lay inside the display. Oh, it's a Desert Eagle. He glanced at the label beneath the counter. Only 100,000 taels? His gaze shifted to a nearby assault rifle, priced slightly higher at 1 million taels. This row was filled with firearms, and Yin Xiao noted that the least expensive item was a grenade, costing just 100,000 taels each. He then turned his attention to another row of display cases, where the limited selection left him utterly dumbfounded. System, what on earth is this? Yin Xiao incredulously pointed at an item on the counter. There lay a divine light rod, about the length of a hand, adorned with golden and transparent marble patterns. Indeed, it was a divine light rod. How could there be a divine light rod here? Yin Xiao gasped. He had often wondered why the divine light rod disappeared after Daiga defeated Gatenjia. It turned out it had arrived here. Instinctively, he checked the price. Quite reasonable. The cost was a mere 30 million taels. This divine light rod can transform 3 times before turning to stone, requiring a rain fusion of light. Each infusion allows for 3 transformations, priced at 30 million taels. Young Xiao's mouth fell agape in shock. Was this a consumable? Goodness, that meant transforming once would cost 10 million taels and could only last 3 minutes. Actually, that price doesn't seem so reasonable after all, Yin Xiao muttered sheepishly. He shifted his gaze toward the items behind him, only to discover a plethora of silver briefcases lined up on the shelves. Curiously, he approached one of the cases and opened it. As the lid slowly lifted, he found a red metallic wristwatch nestled inside. Whoa, it's the Flame Dragon! Yin Xiao exclaimed, promptly opening several more cases, confirming they indeed contained armored warriors. He surveyed the densely packed row of briefcases and wondered, how many suits of armor are there? He glanced at the price tag, also 30 million taels. Yin Xiao couldn't help but ask, System, is this summoning device also a consumable? It is not a consumable. Yin Xiao was taken aback. Could it be that the system had undergone a change of heart? Would they not be losing substantial profits? However, the system's next statement revealed that it remained unchanged. Host, this is merely the price of the summoning device itself, but the elemental crystals and skill cards required for transformation come at an additional cost, and the summoning device requires regular maintenance. Yin Xiao raised an approving thumb. What a clever scheme. You could easily rob people blind, yet you still provide them with items. Each time you sell a product, you will receive a commission. Oh ho ho. In truth, the money isn't my main concern. I simply enjoy selling things. Yin Xiao chuckled mischievously. I understand. In the borderlands of the Land of Fire, several individuals donned in animal masks navigated through the woods. The third Hokage has issued an order to capture the rogue, ninja Orochimaru, and return him to the village immediately. Orochimaru has sunk so low as to conduct human experiments on his fellow villagers. This is utterly unforgivable. We are already at the border of the land of fire. That scoundrel may have already left the country. Continue searching the surrounding area. If we cannot locate him, we shall return to report. Understood, Captain. The members of the Umbu scattered accordingly. Minutes later, they returned. Did you find anything? The east showed no sign of Orochimaru. The south revealed no anomalies. The north yielded no discoveries. Damn it. No wonder he is one of the legendary Sannin, even injured. He can flee so swiftly. The leading Umbu muttered quietly. In that case, we must return to report. Received. With that, the Umbu swiftly departed. Not long after their departure, a pale-skinned man with long hair staggered out from behind a tree. That was close. I nearly got discovered, Orochimaru remarked nonchalantly. Fortunately, he had escaped detection. Otherwise, it would have cost him more lives. After being discovered conducting human experiments in the village, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tobi, personally led a team to apprehend him. However, faced with his former pupil, the third Hokage could not bring himself to deliver a fatal blow, allowing Orochimaru to successfully flee the village. Once out of the village, barring any unforeseen circumstances, no one would be able to stop him. Yet an unexpected turn of events occurred. The third Hokage had raised a snake near Orochimaru that contained explosive tags. The snake detonated unexpectedly, catching Orochimaru off guard. Remarkably, the snake nearly trapped Orochimaru, but he ultimately managed to evade all pursuers unscathed. No one can impede my pursuit of immortality. Not even my mentor, Orochimaru declared, glancing back toward the direction of Konoha before turning away. Due to his severe injuries and the absence of pursuers, he slowed his pace, contemplating how to achieve eternal life. As he walked, a structure unexpectedly came into view before him. Before the building stood a stone door, and he curiously approached it, noticing inscriptions on either side. Omniscient and omnipotent, everything you could desire. How intriguing, Orochimaru murmured. With that, he limped toward the edifice. Goodness, there's even cultivation techniques. Yinxiao exclaimed, the system is truly impressive. Keep a low profile as long as you have the funds. I can procure anything, even Pangus essence. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Yinxiao instinctively turned to look, discovering a pale-faced man entering the store. Can't believe someone would actually come to a place like this, Yinxiao muttered. With that, he approached the entrance with a smile and asked, Good sir, what would you like to purchase? Orochimaru scrutinized the young man before him, appearing to be merely 17 or 18 years old, yet the bravado of the shop's slogan was rather audacious. Is it true that you possess everything, omniscient and omnipotent? Orochimaru inquired hoarsely, his slit-like eyes fixed intently on Yinxiao. Should the young man dare to engage in false advertising, Orochimaru would not hesitate to make him aware of the consequences of deceiving him. Yinxiao was momentarily taken aback before recalling the inscription on the stone door. As he contemplated an explanation, the system interjected, Host, as long as the payment is sufficient, this system can accomplish anything. Yinxiao swallowed his words and smiled. Of course, as long as the money is right, anything is possible. A sense of familiarity washed over Yinxiao as he gazed at the figure before him, though he could not quite place where he had seen him before. It was only when he noticed the forehead protector worn by Orochimaru that realization struck. Goodness, this is Orochimaru? It dawned on him that he had traversed into the world of Naruto. He examined the items within the store, pondering how these goods could potentially revolutionize the ninja world. After all, any single item here could incite an uproar in the ninja realm. With firearms in hand, even civilians could stand against ninjas, let alone the other items available. After all, bullets travel much farther and faster than shurikens. If Uchiha Madara were to return and witness such a ninja world, he would undoubtedly be left speechless. With this thought, Yinxiao could not help but burst into laughter. Orochimaru, observing Yunxio's demeanor, was taken aback. Why was this young man laughing so inexplicably? Had he fallen into a trap of his own making? Indeed, it was absolutely the case. He had remarked on the desolation of this wilderness and questioned how anyone could possibly open a shop here. This was undoubtedly a trap set by Konoha, and he never anticipated that he would become ensnared. He cast a vigilant glance around, yet discerned no shadow of the Umbu. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Had he perhaps been overly cautious? Detection indicates the opponent is gravely injured. The host may recommend healing remedies. Yin Xiao snapped back to attention, surveying Orochimaru and confirming that the latter's injuries were indeed quite severe. You are injured. Do you require any healing remedies? As he spoke, he approached the counter. Orochimaru, having assessed the surroundings for danger, followed Yin Xiao to the counter. Before him, Yin Xiao retrieved a beautifully crafted small box. Orochimaru's anticipation grew. Could it possibly contain a miraculous healing elixir? As the box slowly opened, within lay a singular green bean. Orochimaru stood momentarily dumbfounded. Boss, if I'm not mistaken, that is merely a bean. Yin Xiao replied with a smile. This is no ordinary bean, it is a Senzu bean. This was the legendary Senzu bean from the Dragon Ball universe, capable of healing any wound and restoring stamina instantly upon consumption. To his astonishment, the system had priced it at a mere 500,000 Ryoa, truly generous offer. Orochimaru scrutinized the bean for a prolonged moment. His lips twitching, he felt he had been duped, for this was an utterly commonplace bean. Seeing Orochimaru's skepticism, Yin Xiao chuckled. You shall know its efficacy once you consume it. If it proves ineffective, you own nothing. But do remember, a single Senzu bean costs 500,000 Ryo. Orochimaru was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a steep price for a mere bean. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate to place the Senzu bean in his mouth. As one of the legendary Sannin, he could certainly afford this expense. Crunch! Orochimaru's lips twitched. The flavor was distinctly that of an ordinary bean. He resolved to give this trickster a taste of his own medicine. However, the moment he swallowed the Senzu bean, he was left astonished. His wounds healed within mere breaths, and his depleted chakra surged back to its peak. Orochimaru's breath quickened. He had not expected such a miraculous effect from the Senzu bean. This was far superior to Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. He could scarcely fathom the implications of one side consuming a Senzu bean while both were heavily injured. It could decisively turn the tide of battle. With fervent eyes, Orochimaru gazed at Yin Xiao, exclaiming, Boss, do you have more of these Senzu beans? Yin Xiao anticipated that upon learning of the Senzu bean's extraordinary properties, Orochimaru would be unable to contain his enthusiasm. As long as the payment is sufficient, I have an ample supply, Yin Xiao assured, patting his chest. Orochimaru promptly unfurled the scroll, and as the smoke dissipated, a significant sum of money appeared on the ground. Boss, this amounts to 10 million Ryo. I would like to purchase 14 more Senzu beans. Orochimaru urged eagerly. Do not be so hasty. Let me show you other products. Perhaps you may find something else to your liking, Yin Xiao suggested. Only then did Orochimaru regain his composure. If even a single remedy he had casually produced was of the highest caliber, what might the other items be? His gaze swept over the densely packed glass display cases, his eyes ablaze with desire. To him, every item within those cabinets was a treasure. Please, I implore you to guide me through your offerings, Orochimaru earnestly requested. Certainly, certainly, Yin Xiao replied as he led Orochimaru to the area featuring firearms. Yin Xiao believed that, as one of the few scientific-minded ninjas among Hokage, Orochimaru would undoubtedly be intrigued by firearms. With a smile, Yin Xiao queried, how far can a shuriken you throw travel in 1 second? Orochimaru was taken aback by this unexpected question. The speed of a shuriken depends on the ninja's own strength. I estimate mine can travel about 150 meters in a second. Yin Xiao was pleasantly surprised by Orochimaru's knowledge. He truly was a scientist of the ninja world. Yin Xiao then retrieved a Desert Eagle from the counter, loading a magazine and chambering around. Orochimaru curiously observed the handgun in Yunxio's hands, uncertain of its nature. Do you know the firing rate of this weapon? Yin Xiao inquired. Orochimaru instinctively shook his head, having never seen such an apparatus before. and thus could not know its firing rate. "Follow me," Yunxiao said, stepping outside. Orochimaru quickly trailed behind him. "Perfect timing," Yunxiao exclaimed, spotting a rabbit hopping nearby an ideal distance for the Desert Eagle's range. "The firing rate of this gun is 400 meters per second. Orochimaru gazed in astonishment at the handgun in Yunxiao's grip. He had not anticipated such speed from this hunk of metal. But how was it used? Surely, one did not throw this iron object like a shuriken? Bang! Yunxiao suddenly pulled the trigger, and before Orochimaru could react, the rabbit erupted into a gory spectacle. Orochimaru's eyes widened in horror at the sight of the rabbit's demise. He had merely seen the muzzle flash, and then the rabbit had exploded like a watermelon. Yunxiao secured the gun's safety and turned to Orochimaru with a grin. "So what do you think? The power of this firearm is quite impressive, is it not?" Orochimaru stared at the gun in Yunxiao's hands, instinctively swallowing hard. Impressive was an understatement. It was a top-tier weapon. He had not even comprehended what had flown from the handgun before the rabbit had been obliterated. Indeed, it had been obliterated, shattered into countless pieces in an instant. The more he pondered, the more terrified he became had Yunxiao aimed that gun at his head. His own skull would undoubtedly have met a similar explosive fate. Despite ninjas being able to channel chakra and possessing enhanced physical abilities, they were not invulnerable to bullets. Moreover, this firearm was not only swift but also possessed tremendous power. The shuriken he threw could swiftly kill a rabbit, but could never cause such an explosive demise. Orochimaru stared in shock at the gun in Yunxiao's grasp. What terrifying destructive capability it possessed. He contemplated that even the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, would face certain death if struck in the head. This gun was nothing short of a divine artifact, fast, powerful, and undoubtedly the weapon of choice for killing and plundering. "May I inquire, how much does this gun cost?" Orochimaru asked cautiously. He instinctively reached for his ninja tool pouch, uncertain if his modest savings would suffice. Yunxiao smiled and replied, "This firearm is known as the Desert Eagle, and it is priced at a mere 100,000 ryo." "What? 100,000 taels?" Orochimaru exclaimed loudly. It was not that he deemed it excessively expensive, but rather that he found it astonishingly cheap. He had initially assumed that such a weapon would cost several million taels, only to discover it was merely 100,000 a boss. "I'll take this gun," Orochimaru said eagerly. "And no problem. Let me show you some other weapons," Yunxiao replied, leading Orochimaru into the interior. Yunxiao retrieved an assault rifle from the adjacent room. Explaining, "This is an assault rifle capable of firing at a rate of 700 meters per second, with an effective range of 400 meters, meaning it can hit precisely within that distance." Orochimaru gazed at the assault rifle in Yunxiao's hands with fervent eyes. He now understood that everything in the shop was a rare, top-tier product. As long as one's wallet was sufficiently deep, one could acquire anything desired. "Boss, how much for this assault rifle?" Orochimaru inquired. "Fair and square. 1,000,000 taels," Yunxiao replied. "I'll buy it," Orochimaru exclaimed excitedly. Yunxiao handed the assault rifle and a Desert Eagle to Orochimaru, enthusiastically instructing him on their usage. After all, Orochimaru was a significant customer and deserved exceptional service. Once Orochimaru mastered the proper use of the firearms, he eagerly stepped outside. Soon, gunshots echoed from outside. Yunxiao curiously peered out the door, surprised to see Orochimaru quickly adapting. After firing dozens of rounds, Orochimaru found his shooting rhythm. With each pull of the trigger, a bird would fall from the sky. Truly, as a scientist of the ninja world, his learning ability was remarkable. Yunxiao marveled. One might wonder why Yunxiao dared to stand at the door, fearing that Orochimaru might accidentally shoot him. Indeed, Yunxiao was apprehensive. Hence, he merely stood at the threshold without stepping outside. His conscience system feared the potential for someone to commit murder or smuggle goods. Prioritizing his safety, as long as he remained inside the shop, he was invulnerable, immune to all harm, and could trigger this immunity when attacked. Therefore, upon recognizing Orochimaru, he felt no fear, but rather eagerly introduced his merchandise. Outside, Orochimaru gazed at the assault rifle in his hands, his excitement causing his hands to tremble. His astonishment. What the boss said was true. It truly was pinpoint accurate. Orochimaru murmured, "This gun is unlike shuriken, which requires years of practice. With just a little practice, I can nearly hit my target within 200 meters. After exhausting the bullets in the gun, he returned to the shop. Boss, I want to purchase 10,000 rounds. With that, Orochimaru opened a scroll containing 1,000,000 taels. 1 bullet is 100 taels, so this is just enough to buy 10,000 rounds. Yin Xiao approached the pile of money, and to Orochimaru's astonishment, with just a wave of his hand, the money abruptly vanished. This was, of course, the work of the system. When Yun Xiao saw his commission, he couldn't help but grimace. The system was rather greedy, granting him only one of the commission, leaving him with merely 10,000 taels from that 1,000,000. However, Yun Xiao's earlier actions appeared almost divine in Orochimaru's eyes. Yun Xiao retrieved 10,000 rounds, casually placing them in a storage box and handing it to Orochimaru. Is there anything else you desire? Yun Xiao inquired eagerly. As a scientist, Orochimaru often dealt with tens of millions or even billions as research. Thus, Yun Xiao was certain that Orochimaru had more money. Upon hearing Yun Xiao's question, Orochimaru suddenly fell silent, lowering his head. Yun Xiao, curious, wondered what had happened to Orochimaru, who had seemed fine just moments before. After a long pause, Orochimaru finally raised his head, a complex glimmer in his eyes, a blend of hope and despair. Boss, may I ask a question? If it offends you, please forgive my rudeness, Orochimaru said quietly, his voice tinged with tension. Please, go ahead, Yun Xiao replied with a smile. Orochimaru took a deep breath and slowly asked, Boss, do you possess anything that grants eternal life? Yun Xiao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question from Orochimaru. However, he quickly recalled that in the original story, Orochimaru had always pursued immortality, ultimately inventing the technique of reincarnation, changing his title from Uncle Snake to Aunt Snake. Yun Xiao's daydreaming appeared as silence to Orochimaru. A flicker of disappointment crossed Orochimaru's eyes. Could it be that you do not possess anything that grants eternal life? This thought led Orochimaru to question his very existence. Could immortality truly not exist? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Yin Xiao came back to his senses. He smiled and said, I previously mentioned that I have everything you could desire, and immortality is certainly among them. Orochimaru, incredulous, widened his eyes, astonished that Yin Xiao truly had a product that could grant immortality. Boss, I implore you to sell it to me. I am willing to pay any price. Yin Xiao chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. No need for that. Just having the money will suffice. But let me make it clear, immortality is an exceedingly costly endeavor. As he spoke, Yin Xiao walked toward a distant glass display case. The latter part of Yin Xiao's statement went unheard by Orochimaru, whose mind was consumed with thoughts of immortality. He was astonished that the boss indeed had a method for achieving eternal life. Yin Xiao pulled out a yellow book from the display case and handed it to Orochimaru. What do you think of this book? If you dislike it, I can help you find another. Orochimaru cautiously accepted the book, examining the yellow cover inscribed with 3 ancient characters, Longevity Technique, as he gazed at the title. His heart raced uncontrollably, and his breathing became rapid. Longevity Technique, Orochimaru whispered, as if envisioning the path to the immortality he so fervently desired. His hands trembled with excitement as he gently caressed the book, treating it as the most precious treasure in the world. Boss, how much for this book? Orochimaru's voice quivered with barely contained exhilaration. Yin Xiao glanced at the price and stated, this is merely an entry-level technique, costing 15,000,000 taels. Orochimaru sighed in relief, secretly grateful that he could afford it. However, he couldn't help but ask, are there higher-level techniques? He found it hard to believe that this longevity technique was already so impressive. Yet there could be something even more extraordinary. Of course, this is just an entry-level technique, and it doesn't even have a rank. Techniques are classified according to the elements of heaven and earth, with the highest being heavenly-grade techniques. Yin Xiao explained. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with longing. He resolved that even if he had to sell everything he owned, he would acquire these techniques. Sensing Orochimaru's determination, Yin Xiao earnestly cautioned, in the pursuit of cultivation, one must not be overly ambitious. Remember, haste makes waste. Only by being grounded and taking one step at a time can you ascend the path to immortality. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru was taken aback, quickly reining in his thoughts, and humbly inquired, Thank you for your guidance, boss. I will keep it in mind. What are the differences between the various levels of techniques? Yuan Shao smiled gently, patiently explaining. Different levels of techniques possess varying degrees of power and effectiveness. Heavenly grade techniques are the most formidable, allowing the practitioner to grasp profound truths of the immortal path that earth grade techniques follow, also containing immense potential. Mystical grade techniques come next, while yellow grade techniques are the most basic. However, regardless of the level, with proper cultivation, one can achieve greatness. The key lies in the practitioner's dedication and understanding. Orochimaru listened, enraptured, his eyes shining with resolute determination. He understood that his goal was to achieve immortality. He had made up his mind to cultivate diligently upon his return, striving to realize his dream of eternal life. Thank you, boss, for your enlightenment. Orochimaru expressed his gratitude. Yuan Shao retrieved another book from the cabinet, stating, merely cultivating oneself is insufficient. One also requires the assistance of elixirs. He handed the book to Orochimaru. Curiously, Orochimaru accepted the book and examined it closely. Noticing the bold inscription on the cover, Compendium of Elixirs. Boss, what is this? Orochimaru asked, his face filled with curiosity. This is a manual teaching you how to concoct elixirs, detailing various recipes and preparation methods. Different elixirs have different effects, such as the longevity pill that extends life, or the strength pill that enhances physical power, among others. These elixirs offer immense assistance in enhancing one's strength and accelerating the cultivation process. Yuan Shao patiently elaborated. He was well aware that Orochimaru would undoubtedly be intrigued. Sure enough, Orochimaru inquired excitedly, Boss, how much? I'll take it. This compendium of elixirs was remarkably comprehensive, almost cataloging every method of concocting potions within the realm of cultivation. Yuan Shao raised 4 fingers, indicating a substantial cost, 40 million taels. Orochimaru did not hesitate, exclaiming, I'll buy it. As he spoke, he produced several scrolls and handed them to Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao was taken aback. He knew Orochimaru was wealthy, but he hadn't anticipated such affluence. In total, he had spent over 60 million taels. After confirming the scrolls posed no issues in the system, Yuan Shao accepted them. What a straightforward transaction, he remarked with a grin. Orochimaru observed Yuan Shao's actions intently, but still could not discern how the scrolls vanished. He licked his lips, curiosity piqued. Boss, how did you make the scrolls disappear in an instant? Yuan Shao was at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly attribute it to the system. Just then, an idea struck him, and his eyes lit up. This is a storage ring. Would you like to purchase it? He walked over to a distant counter and retrieved an ancient-looking ring. Orochimaru gazed curiously at the ring in Yuan Shao's hand. This is a storage ring, possessing a space of 20 cubic meters. It can store everything except living beings, far superior to storage scrolls. Yuan Shao explained. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Boss, how much? Upon glancing at the price, Yuan Shao was astonished. Wow, that's quite expensive. He stared at the long string of zeros on the label, rubbed his eyes, and counted several times. Well, it is a bit pricey. 300 million taels, Yuan Shao stated sheepishly. Upon hearing the price, Orochimaru's jaw dropped in shock. Actually, storage scrolls are quite handy as well. Let's not dwell on that. Without a furnace and materials for refining, purchasing the formulas would be futile, Yuan Shao remarked. Orochimaru was taken aback, realizing that without the means to refine, he could not concoct the elixirs. Yuan Shao produced a furnace and placed it on the counter. This is a basic refining furnace. As a beginner, you won't be able to produce advanced elixirs in a short time. This model will suffice, priced at 8 million taels. This time, Orochimaru was not as swift to pay. Previously, a single scroll cost 10 million taels, and now he had to rummage through several scrolls to muster 8 million taels. What elixirs do you wish to concoct? Tell me, and I will fetch the materials for you, Yuan Shao offered. Orochimaru nodded, flipping through the compendium of elixirs. Initially, he intended to purchase every basic material, but due to financial constraints, he ultimately chose the longevity pill and the strength pill. Here are the materials for the longevity pill. 2 million taels, and these are the material for the strength pill, 1 million taels. Yuan Shao handed the 2 sets of materials to Orochimaru. Orochimaru was surprised at how affordable the elixirs were and produced several scrolls to give to Yunxiao. "Boss, I'll also take 3 immortal beings." After a lengthy search through the scrolls, he finally retrieved 150 million taels. Yunxiao turned around and placed 2 immortal beings into a cloth bag. Handing to Orochimaru, "My friend, since you didn't pay for the immortal beings you consumed earlier, I can only give you 2 now. Given your substantial spending in this establishment, I genuinely wanted to waive the cost of that being. But alas, this is a small business, and I cannot afford discounts." Yunxiao lamented. Orochimaru's mouth twitched. He had just spent over 70 million taels, and yet Yunxiao claimed it was a small business. Receiving the cloth bag from Yunxiao, Orochimaru carefully secured it to his waist. Ignoring Orochimaru's incredulous expression, Yunxiao cheerfully asked, "My friend, how should I address you?" "Boss, I am called Orochimaru. I am Yunxiao." Yunxiao extended his hand. Orochimaru, surprised that such a mysterious proprietor would willingly shake hands, felt a surge of joy and quickly clasped Yunxiao's hand tightly, exclaiming, "Yun boss, a pleasure to meet you." Orochimaru was elated. He had not anticipated forming an acquaintance with such a figure, feeling truly fortunate. After they released their hands, Yunxiao rubbed his palms together, warmly inquiring, "Orochimaru, do you require anything else?" Upon hearing Yunxiao's question, Orochimaru wore an awkward smile, shaking his head to indicate he did not need any additional items. In truth, it was not that he did not wish to purchase more, but rather his wallet was utterly depleted. The 70 million taels represented his entire fortune, and he was now left with nothing. Although he longed for the items in Yunxiao's shop, reality prevented him from continuing his purchases. Noticing Orochimaru's predicament, Yunxiao chuckled and patted Orochimaru's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Orochimaru, perhaps in your previous worldview, strength was paramount. However, in my realm, money is omnipotent. As long as you possess sufficient funds, I can procure anything you desire." Hearing this, a powerful desire for wealth surged within Orochimaru. His eyes sparkled as if he glimpsed boundless possibilities. Until now, he had never craved wealth so desperately. When he defected from Konoha, he had taken only research materials, neglecting the most valuable asset, money. Had he realized this earlier, he might have infiltrated the Hokage building to acquire some wealth. After all, the Fire Country's daimyo allocated billions to Konoha annually, resources he could have exploited. Had he infiltrated, he could have undoubtedly walked away with hundreds of millions. That Orochimaru's eyes brightened. It was not too late to return. He had already devised a plan to stealthily return to the village and acquire some funds. He could even borrow some from Jiraiya. The guy must have amassed a considerable sum from completing numerous high-ranking missions. Reflecting on this, Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Money was indeed crucial. Yunxiao grinned. Life boils down to 2 words. Make money. Orochimaru shook his head. No, it's 4 words. Immortality and making money. Exactly. Immortality and making money. Yunxiao concurred. As Orochimaru was a valuable customer, and his words were undoubtedly correct. Thus, you must strive to earn money to spend here, enabling you to attain immortality sooner. Yunxiao enthusiastically encouraged. In his heart, Yunxiao reveled at the thought that as long as Orochimaru continued to earn money and frequently spend in his shop, he would soon live a life of leisure, waking up naturally and counting money until his hands cramped. "I understand. Yun boss, I will definitely work hard to make money," Orochimaru declared resolutely before taking his leave. After all, he had now found himself utterly broke. Staying here held no purpose, and it would be more beneficial to return and contemplate the longevity technique and refine elixirs. Thus, Orochimaru clutched the refining furnace tightly, slung a submachine gun over his shoulder, strapped a Desert Eagle to his calf, tucked 2 martial arts manuals under his arm, and secured a small cloth bag to his waist, swaggering out of the shop. Yunxiao stood at the entrance, watching Orochimaru's departing figure, murmuring to himself, "Is this the right atmosphere in the Naruto world? In the land of rain, a place perpetually shrouded in rain. Somewhere, a flurry of papers danced through the air as if alive, gradually converging in a singular direction. Moments later, they formed a humanoid figure, ultimately transforming into a blue-haired girl. She stood silently, her gaze fixed upon the man before her. "Pain, I just received word from White Zetsu. Orochimaru has defected from Konoha. the blue-haired girl stated calmly. The man, who had been gazing at the rain village, slowly turned upon hearing this news. Clad in a black robe adorned with red cloud patterns, he stood out strikingly. Yet, what drew the most attention were his peculiar eyes. Shaped like an onion, if Yin Xiao were present, he would undoubtedly recognize them as the Rinnegan. Conan, the organization is in urgent need of personnel. Go recruit Orochimaru, he commanded. Pain spoke with an icy tone. Understood. Conan responded softly, her form instantly transforming into countless sheets of white paper, swiftly taking flight from the land of rain. Shortly after her departure, a powerful vortex materialized in the space, from which emerged a mysterious man donning a yellow single-eyed mask. This figure stood shrouded in darkness, enveloped in an eerie aura that sent chills down one's spine. Near the borders of the Land of Fire, there existed a bounty hunter named Kakuzu, who had once attempted to assassinate Hashirama Senju. Despite his average prowess, it might be worth considering his recruitment into the Akatsuki organization. The masked man declared in a frigid tone. Pain fixed his gaze intently upon the suddenly appeared masked figure, and after a moment of silence, finally spoke. I understand. That's good to hear, the masked man replied, as a vortex began to swirl in his right eye, causing his form to gradually blur until he vanished into thin air. After the masked man disappeared, Pain remained motionless, his eyes trained on the direction of his departure, as if lost in contemplation. After quite some time, he murmured to himself, could he truly be Uchiha Madara? In my moment of despair, this self-proclaimed Madara appeared, claiming he could forge a peaceful ninja world. I hope he's not deceiving me. Pain scoffed. The border of the Land of Fire, a man with stitched limbs, a masked face, and a rogue ninja forehead protector led ahead, which he held high, merrily striding towards a destination. This man was none other than Kakuzu, as mentioned by Madara. Kakuzu lifted the head in his grasp, scrutinizing it closely, nodding with satisfaction. This is the one, no doubt about it. Who would have thought such a frail individual would have a bounty of 1 million, earning 1 million today, and returning for more tomorrow? He muttered to himself, cheerfully making his way to the exchange office. Suddenly, Kakuzu halted, puzzled. When did a shop appear here? I don't recall this being here before. He stood still, staring at the unfamiliar establishment before him, curiosity bubbling within. The shop exuded an air of mystery, and he quickly noticed the sign that read, Money talks. Oh, brazen. They must be quite wealthy, Kakuzu remarked, striding into the store. As he entered, holding the head, he curiously surveyed the glass counters around him. The sheer variety of goods dazzled his senses, with items he had never encountered before. Although unfamiliar, the presence of such an eclectic assortment implied that the shop owner was undoubtedly affluent. Kakuzu resolved to observe the owner's capabilities. If they were lesser than his own, he would certainly consider murder and theft. Yin Xiao, reclining on a chair, awoke to the sound of footsteps and opened his eyes. I just dozed off for a moment, and already someone has arrived. He yawned. Welcome. How may I assist you? Yin Xiao stood up, startled by the sight before him. Why is this fellow carrying a head? Quite gruesome and alarming. Upon glimpsing Kakuzu's visage, he froze, thinking, did I inadvertently disturb the Akatsuki's hornet's nest? Why is everyone from the Akatsuki showing up here? Realizing that Kakuzu was not clad in the Akatsuki uniform, he soon understood that Kakuzu had yet to join their ranks. Kakuzu surveyed Yin Xiao coldly. Are you the owner of this establishment? In Kakuzu's perception, this youth exhibited no chakra fluctuations, appearing to be an ordinary civilian. Yet, he refrained from acting hastily. Anyone bold enough to operate a shop in such a remote area could not be a mere commoner. His wariness remained intact, for as a relic from the Warring States period, he understood the necessity of caution. What if he struck first, only to have a horde of elite shinobi emerge from the shadows? Yin Xiao smiled. I am indeed the proprietor. What can I do for you? We have everything here. Intrigued by Yin Xiao's confidence, Kakuzu inquired, do you truly have everything? Absolutely, Yin Xiao assured, patting his chest that I need 100 million ryo. Kakuzu stated. What? Yin Xiao was taken aback, realizing Kakuzu appeared to mistake him for a bank. Sir, please refrain from jesting. This is a store where goods are sold, he explained. Kakuzu tossed the severed head at Yin Xiao's feet, twisting his neck as he said, but I never pay for my purchases. Yin Xiao's forehead throbbed with tension, his gaze fixed on Kakuzu. Gritting his teeth, "Are you here to cause trouble?" After observing for some time, Kakuzu confirmed that there were no hidden ninjas lurking and that the youth before him was merely an ordinary person. That he smirked. "Hand over all your wealth, and I may consider sparing your life." Kakuzu felt fortunate to have stumbled upon such an easy target in this desolate area, believing the shop's items to be of high value, capable of fetching a good price, since the impertinent youth remained silent. Kakuzu resolved to end his life and search for treasures thereafter. With that thought, his expression remained impassive as he produced a sharp kunai, unhesitatingly slashing at Yunxiao's throat. The system detected the host in danger and immediately enhanced all attributes by 10. 000,000. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Upon receiving this augmentation, Yunxiao felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Kakuzu's movements appeared to slow to a crawl in his eyes as he leisurely approached. Delivering a resounding slap to Kakuzu's astonishment, the seemingly ordinary youth vanished before his eyes. Before he could comprehend, he felt a tremendous force strike his head. His skull spun rapidly, and he was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into a wall before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Remarkably, the wall sustained no damage from the impact, a testament to the system's exceptional quality and durability. Yunxiao observed Kakuzu lying motionless for an extended period and grew anxious. He recalled that Kakuzu possessed 5 hearts, which should equate to 5 lives. How could he have died so easily? Suddenly, realization struck him, and his eyes widened in terror. Could it be that Kakuzu had only 1 heart at that moment and had not yet replenished the others? Kakuzu couldn't perish. He was a wealthy client, and his demise was unacceptable. Of course, the sins of beans, Yunxiao exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he rushed to retrieve them. After Yunxiao left, Kakuzu cautiously opened his eyes, filled with dread as he gazed at Yunxiao's retreating figure. He had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary youth could dispatch him with a single blow. Were it not for his 5 hearts, he would have perished here today. This individual was indeed more terrifying than Hashirama Senju. Reflecting on the past, he recalled receiving orders from the higher-ups of Takigakure. "Kakuzu, you are to eliminate Hashirama Senju." The young Kakuzu had pointed at himself in disbelief. "Indeed, should you succeed, you will be hailed as a hero of Takigakure." Thus, the young Kakuzu accepted this daunting mission. In the land of fire, Kakuzu perched atop a tree, observing 2 figures in the distance. That the god of ninja in white attire. The young Kakuzu trembled as he spoke. He retrieved 3 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, trembling as he hurled them toward Hashirama Senju. These shuriken must hit their mark. He prayed fervently. Hashirama sensed something approaching and curiously inquired, "What is that?" Madara Uchiha glanced over. "Shuriken Dado. So it's shuriken." Why are there shuriken here?" Hashirama was momentarily stunned. As realization dawned, he excitedly exclaimed, "Madara, watch me catch the shuriken barehanded." Madara, having activated a Sharingan, recognized that the trio of shuriken could not reach them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hashirama prepared himself to catch the shuriken with his bare hands. Thud, thud, thud. Hashirama stood dumbfounded, for the 3 shuriken, as Madara had predicted, landed harmlessly before them. Meanwhile, Kaku, hidden in the tree, wore a look of horror. Mission failed. No wonder he is the god of ninja. As he spoke, Jiaodu hesitated not a moment before turning and fleeing. In the meantime, the little mouse scurried away. Uchiha murmured softly. Senju Hashirama, upon hearing this, clapped his hands, and a wooden clone suddenly materialized. Let the wooden clone entertain him for a while. Ha! Senju Hashirama laughed heartily. Uchiha Madara could only sigh and rub his forehead, bemused by the eccentricity of his friend. Meanwhile, the young Jiaodu, weaving through the trees, was startled by a noise behind him, causing him to turn around, his soul nearly escaping him, though his horror. Senju Hashirama was indeed in pursuit. It was not long before he was caught and thoroughly beaten by the wooden clone. Fortunately, Senju Hashirama's kind heart spared him from death. Returning to the present, Jiaodu gazed fearfully at the distant clouds. This individual was far more terrifying than Senju Hashirama. Yunxiao quickly retrieved it from the cabinet and rushed to Jiaodu's side. Upon seeing Yin Xiao abruptly turn, Jiaodu instinctively shut his eyes, not daring to breathe. It was no jest. If this fellow discovered him feigning death, he shuddered to think of the torment that would ensue. Yin Xiao crouched down, placing his hand before Jiaodu's nose. Goodness, no breath. Is he truly deceased? He wondered. In this situation, he deemed it unnecessary to administer the it was certainly not due to the fact that he saw Jiaodu had kicked the bucket and wished to avoid wasting a. He was not that kind of person. Absolutely not. Suddenly, the system's voice startled Yin Xiao, who had not anticipated being caught in his misdeeds. How could I possibly stand by and watch as someone dies? Am I that kind of person? He chuckled nervously. With that, he forcefully pried open Jiaodu's mouth and stuffed the inside. Jiaodu felt as though his mouth was about to be torn apart by Yin Xiao, and panic engulfed him. Damn it, I never imagined this guy had a penchant for violating corpses. Could he be a pervert? Though the corners of his mouth throbbed in pain, he dared not show it. If he were discovered, he would surely face dire consequences. Suddenly, he felt something being shoved into his mouth by Yin Xiao. Jiaodu was filled with dread. What on earth had this man given him? Noticing the lingered in Jiaodu's mouth without being swallowed, Yin Xiao felt a twinge of annoyance. After hesitating briefly, he seized Jiaodu's head and chin, forcing his mouth open and commanding, "Swallow it!" Crack, crack. Jiaodu nearly wept. His tongue was on the verge of being bitten in half. Why was this fellow so twisted? He regretted entering this place. Anyone who could establish a shop in such a desolate area was undoubtedly no ordinary person. Now he found himself in the clutches of this madman. In the course of this ordeal, Jiaodu finally managed to swallow the. Yin Xiao casually tossed Jiaodu aside, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. Relieved that it was finally ingested, Jiaodu's head struck the ground. Though painful, he felt a surge of joy at long last. This guy seemed to tire of his corpse and would likely discard him. Just then, Jiaodu was astonished to discover that the wounds inflicted by Yin Xiao had miraculously healed. This sudden turn of events filled him not with joy but with terror. This guy truly was a pervert. He had played with his corpse until it was ruined, only to heal it afterward. Was he planning to keep his corpse as a trophy and torment him day and night? The thought sent shivers down Jiaodu's spine. Yet, Yin Xiao remained oblivious to Jiaodu's subtle movements. He was preoccupied with the realization that he had just lost 500,000 for nothing. Had he known, he would have refrained from feeding him. A sudden thought struck Yin Xiao. Although Jiaodu had passed on, his money remained. Given Jiaodu's avaricious nature, he must have amassed a considerable fortune. Losing merely in exchange for all of Jiaodu's wealth seemed an incredible bargain. Jiaodu's riches would undoubtedly surpass those of Orochimaru, and perhaps he could even uncover a few smaller treasures. With this in mind, Yin Xiao's breath quickened as he crouched before Jiaodu, meticulously searching his corpse for any overlooked detail. Upon feeling Yin Xiao's hands exploring his thigh, Jiaodu instinctively tensed up. Yin Xiao, puzzled, mused as the corpse stiffening this quickly. Regardless, he pressed on. Jiaodu was on the verge of tears. This guy was not merely a pervert. He was something else entirely. Throughout his life, Jiaodu had encountered many deviants, but none compared to Yin Xiao. This rascal was attempting to violate a corpse. Yet, despite his internal turmoil, Jiaodu remained utterly still, for he was merely feigning death. Should he be discovered, he would truly become a lifeless body. Yin Xiao inspected the front, but found nothing of interest. Perplexed, he wondered, could it be on the back? With that thought, he flipped Jiaodu over. Jiaodu's face pressed against the ground, eyes shut tight, teeth clenched. Damn it. Is it coming again? I wonder if it will hurt. Yin Xiao placed his hand on Jiaodu's waist, and for a moment, he thought he felt a slight movement. After scrutinizing for a moment, he released a sigh of relief. It was only his first time doing something like this, and it was natural to be nervous. There was no need to frighten himself. Tears of despair streamed from Jiaodu's eyes as he internally roared. Not everything needs to be experienced. Yin Xiao noticed a bulge in Jiaodu's clothing, and his eyes lit up. He hastily pushed aside Jiaodu's garments. Damn it! Is it coming again? I hope he's gentle. Eureka! Yin Xiao exclaimed in delight, retrieving a storage scroll that had been concealed at Jiaodu's lower back. Terrified, Jiaodu failed to notice the theft of his storage scroll. Observing Yin Xiao's sudden stillness, Jiaodu felt a flicker of curiosity but dared not open his eyes. Why did everything come to a halt at such a critical moment? He pondered. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he felt a surge of excitement. This little punk was inept in more ways than one. No wonder he would engage in such acts with a corpse. Jiaodu breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful that at least his dignity was preserved, over 70 years old. Should he lose that dignity, he would rather meet his end than live with the shame. 1,000. 10,000. My word, so much money. Yin Xiao exclaimed. Hearing the mention of money, Jiaodu instinctively reached for his waist, only to find it empty. The wealth he had accumulated over the years was now gone. This was all his hard-earned money. To think, at his age, he had been robbed. In Jiaodu's worldview, one could insult him, but robbing him of his money was wholly unacceptable. He immediately cast aside any thoughts of their disparity in strength. Bellowing in anger, "Return my money at once, you scoundrel!" Yin Xiao, seated amid a pile of riches, nearly lost his wits at Jiaodu's furious shout. He turned to see Jiaodu glaring at him, and in that moment, Yin Xiao, surrounded by a heap of cash and clutching a thick stack of bills, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Wasn't he dead? How is he alive again? Yin Xiao contemplated whether he should deliver a couple of punches to send him on his way. However, he quickly shook his head. He was a well-mannered youth of the 21st century, and he could not resort to bullying the weak. Nonetheless, he held confidence that Jiaodu would soon comply and willingly hand over his wealth. Ahem, you're not dead after all. Yin Xiao said awkwardly that I was dead, but when I heard you mention my money, I miraculously returned to life. Jiaodu retorted angrily. Yin Xiao's mouth twitched as he hurriedly stepped out from the pile of cash. Noticing Jiaodu's unwavering glare, he found himself puzzled. He had already moved away, yet why was Jiaodu still staring at him? Yin Xiao followed Jiaodu's gaze and discovered that he still held a thick stack of banknotes in his hand. Haha, he awkwardly tossed the money into the pile. After rising to his feet, Jiaodu immediately dove into the mound of cash behind him, where a multitude of black tentacles suddenly emerged, frantically counting the bills. Fearful of missing a few, clatter, clatter, Jiaodu's speed in counting the money left Yin Xiao in awe. It was no wonder he would eventually become the treasurer of the Akatsuki organization. Before long, a neatly stacked pile of money lay before Jiaodu. Yin Xiao gazed at the large sum of cash with palpable envy. These were crisp, white banknotes. Oh my, I want them all. Yin Xiao's heart screamed with fervor. He was determined to persuade Jiaodu to spend this fortune in the shop. Yin Xiao had resolved that he would not let Jiaodu buy the best, only the most expensive. As Jiaodu's tentacles gradually retreated into his body, he turned to face Yin Xiao with a wary expression. Noticing Jiaodu's tension, Yin Xiao quickly softened his tone. Hey, don't be afraid. With that, he hurried to the entrance and locked the door, anxious that Jiaodu might suddenly flee with the money. Clicked as Jiaodu watched the door lock. Despair washed over his face. Unable to fight back or escape, it seemed he was destined to meet his end here today. Staring at the heap of money on the ground, his heart was filled with reluctance. The greatest tragedy in life is that when a person dies, their wealth remains. Yet the deepest agony is when a person lives, but their money is gone. However, having just witnessed Yin Xiao's avaricious demeanor, Jiaodu realized that not only would he lose his life, but he would also lose all his money. Now that was true despair. What do you want to buy, my friend? Yin Xiao eagerly rubbed his hands together. Instinctively glancing at the banknotes on the floor, swallowing hard, Jiaodu, filled with indignation, thought to himself that he could have simply robbed Yin Xiao, yet here he was, expected to buy something. Seeing Jiaodu's silence, Yin Xiao assumed he was unsure of what to purchase and quickly introduced. I have weapons to enhance your strength, defensive gear, healing potions, and more. Whatever you can think of, I have it. Even things you cannot imagine, I possess. Upon hearing Yin Xiao's explanation, Jiaodu looked at him in surprise. Was it possible that this person genuinely just wanted to sell something? You're not going to kill me? Jiaodu asked nervously. Yin Xiao was taken aback. I'm just a merchant. What would I gain from killing you? I merely intended to teach you a lesson. Who knew you were so fragile? Jiaodu's mouth twitched. That was merely a lesson? He had nearly lost his life, but then Jiaodu felt a surge of excitement. Yin Xiao only wanted to take his money and not his life. This was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Though this money represented a lifetime of savings as long as he was alive, he could always earn back such wealth. "Boss, do you have any hearts?" Jiaodu inquired curiously. Yuan Shao smiled and nodded. "Of course, follow me." He led Jiaodu to a counter. Jiaodu, curious, followed closely. He had lost 2 hearts in the previous battle and had just lost another to Yuan Shao's strike. With only 2 hearts left, Jiaodu felt incredibly insecure and was eager to replenish his supply. He had mentioned it casually, yet to his surprise, Yuan Shao indeed had them that he promptly approached Yuan Shao's side. "How about this?" Yuan Shao presented a slowly pulsating black metallic heart. "This heart is crafted from the hardest metal in the universe. I doubt anyone could damage it." As he spoke, Yuan Shao extended the metallic heart towards Jiaodu. Jiaodu, upon hearing Yuan Shao's description, was rendered speechless in astonishment. The hardest metal in the universe. Indestructible. Furthermore, a heart could be made of metal. Jiaodu's breath quickened as he trembled, accepting the heart in his hands, feeling the powerful rhythm of its pulsation. He was overwhelmed with excitement. "Try its durability. If it's not sturdy, you won't owe me anything." Yuan Shao assured him, thumping his chest. It dawned on Jiaodu that he couldn't rely solely on Yuan Shao's word. Seeing was believing. He swiftly drew a kunai and struck the pulsating heart with force. The clear, ringing sound echoed, leaving a notch on the kunai. While the metallic heart remained unscathed, Jiaodu's eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle before him. He lifted another kunai and struck the heart once more. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. The notches on the kunai multiplied, while the metallic heart stood intact. Jiaodu's breath became increasingly rapid as he finally comprehended that he held an invaluable treasure. Such a gem was worth any price to possess. With this thought, a flicker of greed glinted in Jiaodu's eyes. He clutched the metallic heart tightly, as if fearing it might be snatched away. Breathing heavily, he exclaimed, "Boss, I want 5 hearts." An indestructible heart, coupled with his earth grudge fear, would grant him true immortality, 1.5 million taels each, for a total of 7.5 million taels. Yuan Shao replied with a smile. Upon hearing the price, Jiaodu's eyes bulged like saucers. "Boss, is this heart made of gold?" Yuan Shao retorted impatiently. "This is crafted from the hardest metal in the universe, far more expensive than gold." Jiaodu finally realized that his previous frugality had influenced his perception. This metallic heart was tailor-made for him. No matter the cost, he would sell everything to acquire it. "Boss, I'll buy it," Jiaodu declared loudly. "Haha, splendid." Yuan Shao nearly grinned from ear to ear, quickly producing 4 additional hearts and placing them on the counter. Jiaodu was indeed a true big spender. With a single move, he was about to part with 7.5 million taels. Yuan Shao had feared that Jiaodu would be as tight-fisted as ever, leaving him at a loss. Yet as long as Jiaodu was willing to spend, Yuan Shao was confident he could persuade him to willingly part with all his funds. Jiaodu promptly shed his clothing. Revealing a body adorned with numerous stitches, he carefully inserted one of the hearts into his chest cavity. Watching this, Yuan Shao was horrified. It was utterly repulsive. After inserting a metallic heart, Jiaodu made a surprising discovery. He seemed capable of controlling metal. With a mere thought, the kunai in his tool pouch began to levitate in the air. Yuan Shao, witnessing the floating kunai, was left utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that inserting metallic heart allowed one to control metal? This earth grudge fear was terrifyingly powerful. Control metal. Yuan Shao's eyes lit up. He knew exactly what to offer Jiaodu next. Jiaodu, filled with excitement, quickly inserted the remaining hearts into his chest cavity. To his astonishment, he realized he not only gained the ability to control all metal within a 10-mile radius, but also retained his previous chakra attributes. He had initially feared that replacing his heart with a metallic one would cost him the 5 chakra attributes he already possessed. However, not only did the chakra attributes remain intact, but he also awakened the ability to manipulate metal. Just imagine, in battle, as an opponent hurled a shuriken, Jiaodu could levitate it mid-air, turning it back against them in a moment of utter shock. The mere thought of such an ability was immensely impressive. Living a life meant showcasing one's prowess. He had always relished witnessing the terror on his opponent's face when they realized they could not kill him. With this thought, Jiaodu's gaze burned with fervor as he fixated on Yuan Shao. This enigmatic boss before him, possessing immense power, also offered such formidable merchandise. Subconsciously glancing around, Jiaodu was astounded. Could it be that all the items within these densely packed glass displays were treasures? His eyes sparkled with greed. Had he not known of Yunxiao's formidable strength, he might have already resorted to robbery. Observing Jiaodu's fervent enthusiasm, Yunxiao cheerfully suggested, "Since you can control metal now, I recommend you purchase something." With that, Yunxiao approached another counter and retrieved a black square box. Jiaodu stepped forward, curiously staring at the box. As his inquisitive gaze lingered, the box slowly opened to reveal half a container filled with silvery liquid. "Boss, what is this liquid?" Jiaodu asked with intrigue. "This is not liquid. Take a closer look," Yunxiao smiled. Upon hearing this, Jiaodu leaned closer to examine. To his surprise, he discovered that it was not liquid at all, but rather a multitude of tiny circular metal pieces stacked together. Due to their minuscule size, they indeed appeared liquid-like at first glance. "These are nanobots. Since you can control metal, let us see if you can control them," Yunxiao remarked. Jiaodu nodded in response, placing his hand into the box. With a mere thought, the nanobots gradually crawled up his arm. To Jiaodu's astonishment, the nanobots completely adhered to his hand. He felt his arm suddenly become incredibly rigid, and he forcefully raised it, smashing it down onto the glass counter. A crisp clang echoed through the air. The glass counter shattered under Jiaodu's strike, countless shards of glass scattering and falling to the ground, creating a symphony of tinkling sounds. Jiaodu's eyes widened in excitement, but he discovered that these nanobots could transform in accordance with his thoughts, morphing into various shapes. This extraordinary capability filled him with elation, as if he had stumbled upon a vast treasure. Unfortunately, the nanobots in the box could only cover one arm. "Boss, how much is this? I want more." Jiaodu eagerly looked at Yunxiao. However, upon glancing at Yunxiao, he found him smiling with an expression that hinted at a peculiar surprise. Confused, Jiaodu asked, "Boss, what's the matter?" Yunxiao's smile grew even brighter. "Dear, you just shattered the glass display of my shop. Would you mind compensating me with 10 million taels?" Hearing Yunxiao's words, Jiaodu's previous excitement vanished in an instant, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Why is it so expensive, boss?" Jiaodu nearly broke down. Unable to contain his frustration, he longed to slap himself, wondering why his hand had to be so reckless. "Well, you did cause the damage," Yunxiao smirked, unable to hide his amusement. Jiaodu, feeling the weight of the situation, nodded sadly. "I'll pay it out, we'll settle it later," Yunxiao replied with a smile. Then, with a grand gesture, the shattered counter miraculously returned to its original state. Jiaodu instinctively rubbed his eyes, horrified to see the counter restored just like that. He gazed at Yunxiao, who had the audacity to demand 10 million for the restoration. Anger surged within him as he clutched his heart. Had he not possessed 5 hearts to sustain his blood flow, he might have fainted from shock. Perhaps this incident would forever be etched in Jiaodu's long life. Yunxiao, completely ignoring Jiaodu's expression, cheerfully said, "Did you just ask for more nanobots?" Wait a moment. He retrieved 4 more boxes of nanobots from beneath the counter. Although Jiaodu felt disheartened, the sight of the nanobots swiftly dispelled his earlier gloom. If the nanobots could cover his entire body, combined with his metallic heart, he would become the most formidable bounty hunter in the ninja world. To Jiaodu, ninjas were no longer mere representations of physical techniques, ninjutsu, or illusions, but rather a currency measurement unit. For instance, 1 maru equated to 30 million. Their value depended solely on their bounty amount. Life, to him, was merely a sequence of attractive numbers, and he began to envision a future where he reveled in the joy of exchanging lives for wealth daily. After all, in this vast world, making money reigned supreme. Indulgence and excitement were the ultimate pleasures. He was certain he would live a life where he remained blissfully ignorant of the outside world, counting his riches until his hands ached, and then he would return to the shop to purchase more goods. If Yunxiao could fathom Jiaodu's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly praise him. "Young man, you have a bright future. 1 box is 20 million taels, totaling 100 million." Yunxiao's words snapped Jiaodu back to reality, leaving him momentarily speechless, astonished by the exorbitant price of the nanobots. Fortunately, he had saved his earnings over the years and could still afford them. Yunxiao was overjoyed. Jiaodu was indeed a big spender. In a short span, he had already spent 85 million taels. Jiaodu accepted the boxes and, without hesitation, controlled the nanobots to cover his body. However, to his surprise, even after purchasing 5 boxes, the nanobots only covered half of his body. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Boss, give me another box." Jiaodu was rapidly depleting his savings. Yunxiao smiled, "Buddy, let's settle the previous bill first." The total comes to 85,500,000 taels, including the 500,000 for the divine beans you consumed. Jiaodu nodded, understanding that the boss was concerned he might not be able to pay. After handing over the money to Yunxiao, he realized that the once towering pile of wealth had dwindled significantly. Yunxiao estimated that there was still around 30 to 40 million taels left on the ground. After Jiaodu handed over the money, he abruptly recognized that his hard-earned fortune had nearly vanished in such a short time. Yunxiao, taking the substantial stack of money from Jiaodu and storing it in his system space, cheerfully said, "So you want another box of nanobots?" "Yes, boss." Jiaodu affirmed. He began to count how much money he had left. Soon, he found himself deep in thought, gazing at the 35 million taels on the ground. He had initially believed that he could purchase 2 more boxes of nanobots, but it turned out he could only afford one, that the wealth he had accumulated over the years through bounties was disappearing faster than he had anticipated. Jiaodu stored the remaining 15 million taels in his storage scroll, planning to save more money to fully equip himself with the nanobots, though he realized that the nanobots not only boasted high attack power, but also excellent defense. With significant attack power and a substantial health bar, who could possibly contend with him? Jiaodu handed 20 million taels to Yunxiao, saying, "Boss, here is the payment." Yunxiao grinned as he accepted the money into his system space. He then retrieved a box of nanobots and handed it to Jiaodu without hesitation. Jiaodu accepted the box and quickly donned the nanobots. Yunxiao was ecstatic. Jiaodu had reached 2 of his small spending goals, proving that a relic from the Warring States period was indeed wealthy. "Buddy, do you need anything else?" Yunxiao inquired. Jiaodu sighed, "Boss, I'm out of money." Yunxiao patted Jiaodu's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "In this world, familial ties, love, and friendship may betray you. However, only your own strength and the wealth in your hands will never let you down." Jiaodu nodded in deep agreement. Yunxiao was right. Having lived for so long, he had witnessed various situations: brothers turning against each other over trivial interests, sons wishing for their ailing fathers to pass away swiftly, and so on. Throughout the long years, Jiaodu had outlived former friends and enemies, witnessed the glory of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and experienced the brutality of war and the coldness of humanity. Just as Yunxiao had said, Jiaodu had come to this realization. He thus poured his fervent passion into the relentless pursuit of wealth. That was why he could spend so much money to purchase goods. However, in my establishment, wealth and strength complement each other. As long as you possess sufficient wealth, you can exchange it for power here. Therefore, by continuously amassing wealth and then spending it here, you can become stronger. Yunxiao encouraged Jiaodu, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. Jiaodu nodded solemnly. "I understand, boss." He had resolved to earn 85 million taels in the shortest time possible to acquire the remaining nanobots. Observing Jiaodu's reaction, Yunxiao nodded in satisfaction, pleased that his words had not fallen on deaf ears. "Boss, I'll head back to make some money now," Jiaodu announced. "Wishing you great success in earning big." Yunxiao encouraged him, genuinely hoping Jiaodu would earn money quickly and return to spend it at his shop. "That I definitely will," Jiaodu replied, picking up the remaining money and heading to the door, only to find it locked. Seeing this, Yunxiao felt a bit awkward and quickly unlocked the door, having previously feared that this big client might suddenly flee. "Do come by often?" Yunxiao waved goodbye. Jiaodu nodded, gathering the nanobots around his legs, and swiftly departed. Yunxiao watched Jiaodu's retreating figure, reflecting, "I hope he earns big money soon." With that, Yunxiao yawned and returned indoors at the border of the Land of Fire. "Xiaonan, wait a moment." The voice interrupted Xiaonan, who had been searching for Orochimaru. She paused, looking curiously at Pain, who was leaning against a tree. "Pain, what are you doing here?" Xiaonan asked, puzzled. "Plans have changed. You need to search for a ninja named Jiaodu at the currency exchange on the border of the Land of Fire. I will personally seek out Orochimaru." Pain spoke softly, understood that in an instant. Conan's body transformed into a flurry of paper, soaring towards an unknown destination. Leader, White Zetsu has reported that Orochimaru is heading towards the land of rice. The speaker was a diminutive figure. If Yin Xiao were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this as the scorpion of the red sand, Sasori. Heading to the land of rice? Pain murmured. Yes. Then let us depart. The two figures, one tall and one small, swiftly made their way towards the land of rice. In the land of rice, ever since Lord Orochimaru's return, he had remained ensconced in his experiments, not emerging even once. Keep your voice down. Lord Orochimaru must be deep in his work. Haven't you heard the explosions coming from inside? The ninjas loyal to Orochimaru exchanged curious glances towards the laboratory. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from within, causing the faces of the ninjas outside to blanch in fear. What on earth is Lord Orochimaru researching? That sound is truly terrifying. Inside the laboratory, Orochimaru donned a blue robe, his hair tied back, resembling a true Taoist priest. This attire had been custom-made according to illustrations from an alchemical compendium, as he believed it to be the garb befitting a cultivator. At that moment, Orochimaru appeared disheveled. Coughing incessantly, he gazed quizzically at the alchemical compendium in his hands, muttering to himself, "Could it be another failure? I simply cannot fathom where I went wrong." Recalling the words of his master, he murmured, "My master was right. This alchemical process is indeed not as simple as it appears." He opened the alchemical furnace to find 7 pills inside, 6 of which were dark and murky, while one radiated a brilliant golden light. The legendary gold pill. Orochimaru exclaimed, joyfully examining the golden pill. Could this truly be the famed strength pill? He referenced the description in the book, noting that the strength pill was golden in appearance and could temporarily enhance physical capabilities, but would result in a period of weakness once the effects wore off. It gleams with golden light. It seems I have succeeded. Orochimaru licked his lips in excitement. However, he was hesitant to test the pill on himself. What if something went awry? He resolved to find an unfortunate soul to serve as his test subject. Who are you? Just then, several screams erupted from outside the laboratory, quickly followed by silence. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth. Anticipating guests before he could finish his thought, the laboratory door was suddenly flung open by an unseen force, a gust of wind rustling his robe. Tap, tap, tap. 2 figures clad in black cloaks entered the laboratory. Akatsuki, Orochimaru murmured to himself. He had heard whispers of the Akatsuki organization during his defection from Konoha, a group entirely composed of rogue ninjas. He was taken aback that they had found him so swiftly after his escape. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Pain inquired with interest, "Oh, are you familiar with us?" "I know a thing or two," Orochimaru replied. "Then you must understand the purpose of our visit. I am Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, and I invite you to join our ranks," Pain stated coldly. Orochimaru fixed his gaze on Pain's eyes, licking his lips. "Those are the fabled Rinnegan, aren't they? If you seek my eyes, you must prove your worth." Pain furrowed his brow. Orochimaru chuckled and shook his head. "I have no interest in the Rinnegan." Previously, he might have been intrigued by it, but now, as he pursued cultivation, the Rinnegan held no allure for him. "I would be willing to join the Akatsuki, but I require substantial funding for my experiments," Orochimaru declared. He had been troubled by where to procure money, and the Akatsuki's offer appeared fortuitous. Pain, taken aback by Orochimaru's conditions, pondered briefly before conceding, "Very well, I agree. Welcome to the Akatsuki." Sasori produced a ring and a cloak, presenting them to Orochimaru. The ring bore the character for empty, which Orochimaru accepted and donned. Sasori eyed Orochimaru's robe with curiosity and remarked, "What is this attire? It feels rather odd." "It's a Taoist robe," Orochimaru replied, draping the Akatsuki cloak over it. "Our Akatsuki's goal is to create a world devoid of war and suffering, and we strive relentlessly towards this objective," Pain stated. Orochimaru, however, was indifferent to the Akatsuki's aspirations. His sole motivation for joining was the promise of financial resources. As the trio prepared to exit the laboratory, Orochimaru suddenly recalled that he had yet to retrieve his alchemical furnace. He grabbed the storage scroll from the table and secured it at his waist. The scroll contained essential materials for his alchemical work and weaponry, which were of utmost importance. The furnace was too large to fit within the scroll, So he cradled it in his arms. Sasori regarded the furnace with intrigue. What is this? An alchemical furnace? Oh, and what purpose does it serve? For alchemy. What is alchemy? Orochimaru found himself at a loss for words, wondering if joining the Akatsuki had been a grave mistake. Outside the exchange, clang clang, 1 million in hand, just need another 84 million. Kakuzu exclaimed excitedly. As long as he continued to accept bounties, he would soon be able to purchase a full set of nanomachines. With the combination of his metallic heart and the nanomachines, Kakuzu believed he could contend with Hashirama Senju. Ever since Kakuzu had been defeated by Hashirama's wooden clones, he had felt an irrational fear of trees. He envisioned a day when he would dig up Hashirama's remains to desecrate them. Who? Kakuzu suddenly glanced skyward at a flurry of paper gradually coalesced, ultimately forming a winged woman. Kaku, I invite you to join the Akatsuki, Conan declared from above. Kaku narrowed his eyes. That I'm busy making money. I don't have time to join any organization. Kakuzu was resolute in his belief that accumulating wealth was paramount, and no one could deter him from that pursuit. Anticipating his rejection, Conan coldly responded, Then I shall resort to force to make you comply. As Conan descended, her wings transformed into a multitude of paper sheets, swirling around Kaku. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Allow me to demonstrate my newfound powers. With that, Kakuzu's body was suddenly enveloped in silver metal, and the black tendrils behind him were similarly coated. Conan was taken aback. This was not what the intelligence report had indicated. Slash, in an instant. Kakuzu's tendrils cleaved Conan's form in two, her body then disintegrated into a flurry of paper, which scattered behind Kaku, ultimately reassembling her. Not bad, Kakuzu mused. Conan, equally astonished, had not anticipated Kakuzu's strength. His previous attack had been executed with such speed that she had nearly failed to react. She scrutinized the metallic surface enveloping Kaku, realizing it must be the source of his newfound power. Uncertain of its origins, she intended to have Zetsu investigate. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you off the hook. With that, Kakuzu turned to leave point 100 million. Kaku halted mid-step, incredulity washing over him as he turned to Conan. What did you just say? I will give you 100 million if you join the Akatsuki. Conan reiterated. Kakuzu's eyes lit up with excitement as he grinned. The money is secondary. I was primarily moved by the organization's ideals. By the way, what is the organization's mission? To create a peaceful world. Yes. I joined the Akatsuki precisely because I wish to create a peaceful world. Jiaodu's hypocrisy is evident. This approach he adopted was learned from Yun Shao. He believed that such word would convey his sincere intentions to others. Xiaonan was somewhat taken aback, as the intelligence reports had not mentioned this. Jiaodu, with his character of valuing wealth above all, could be lured into the organization with money when necessary. Xiaonan tossed Jiaodu the organization's attire along with a ring inscribed with the character Bei. Eagerly donning the garments, Jiaodu exclaimed, What are we waiting for? I can hardly contain my excitement to meet the other members of the organization. Xiaonan nodded in agreement and took off in a particular direction, with Jiaodu hastily following suit. Before departing, Jiaodu cast a longing glance back at the shop, reassuredly murmuring, Fear not, nanorobots. I shall return for you post-haste. After Jiaodu's exit, a peculiar plant known as a pitcher plant suddenly sprouted from the ground. Curiosity piqued, it turned towards the direction Jiaodu had been observing, murmuring, Indeed, something is amiss. Let me investigate further. With that, it stealthily made its way in that direction in the land of rain. At the Akatsuki's base, a man wielding a beheading sword scrutinized the alchemical furnace brought by Orochimaru. This individual was none other than Pai-Pa Shirzong. Orochimaru-kun, what purpose does this serve? Pai-Pa Shirzong inquired with curiosity. Orochimaru offered no explanation, instead cheerfully handing him a golden elixir. Instinctively accepting it, Pai-Pa Shirzong asked, Orochimaru-kun, what is this? A gift to enhance your strength for unforeseen circumstances. Orochimaru replied, I see. Thank you, Orochimaru-kun. Pai-Pa Shirzong expressed his gratitude. Tap, tap, tap. Jiaodu muttered, Is this all there is? Noticing the silvery liquid flowing over Jiaodu's body, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow in surprise. This substance was clearly not of this world. He instinctively licked his lips and asked, Have you visited that shop? Startled, Jiaodu turned sharply to Orochimaru, realizing he was not the only one in the organization who had ventured there. Orochimaru, understanding Jiaodu's reaction, remained silent. Since when has there been a building here? Heiju queried, glancing at the stone pillars, all-knowing and omnipotent. Is it? Instantly intrigued, he, who had lived for over 1,000 years, couldn't he fathom how such a humble establishment could claim omniscience? Curiosity sparked within him, and he resolved to sneak in from below to uncover the truth. Thus he made his way underground, intending to infiltrate as he usually did. Clang. Heiju winced, clutching his head. That hurts. Had it not been for the pitcher plant on his head absorbing most of the impact, the pain would have been far worse. Bewildered, he could not comprehend why his phasing technique had failed him. Logically, no building in this world should be beyond his reach. Undeterred, he attempted to collide with the floor once more. Bang! Predictably, Heiju's head struck the ground again, and he pondered, why is this happening? As he felt the searing pain radiating from his head. Confusion engulfed him. Approaching the entrance, he scrutinized the structure, muttering, this shouldn't be the case. Having observed nothing particularly unusual about the building, he questioned why he was unable to pass through. Could it possess some unique sealing technique? I must inform Obito, he resolved. Being the cautious individual he was, he dared not recklessly intrude, especially since his prized phasing technique had proven ineffective. What if he foolishly walked into a trap? With that thought, Heiju stealthily retreated underground. In the Rain Village. One concealed in shadows mused. You say you cannot enter that building? Indeed, I suspect something amiss, which is why I came to inform you. Heiju replied. Interesting. I shall investigate, came the retort, as a swirling vortex appeared in his right eye, ultimately vanishing from sight. As one who prided himself on orchestrating events from the shadows, Obito would not permit any occurrence to elude his control, even if it lay outside his plans. Wait for me. Heiju exclaimed, hastily following. Outside the building, Obito scrutinized the ancient structure, examining everything around it, but finding no anomalies. Yes, I cannot penetrate it, Heiju responded with a hint of frustration. Interesting, allow me to try, Obito said, a smirk gracing his features beneath the mask. With that, the three tomo in his right eye began to whirl vigorously, eventually forming a pinwheel shape. As this transformation occurred, a swirling energy enveloped his right eye, and Obito's form began to fade away. However, just as he attempted to enter the room, an unexpected incident transpired. To Heiju's astonishment, Obito's head collided directly with the wall, producing a dull thud. What just happened? Obito groaned, cradling his throbbing head, bewilderment etched across his face. Why can't I enter? Is there some kind of spatial seal here? Yet, he could not detect any signs of sealing techniques around, leaving him utterly perplexed. What now, Obito? Heiju inquired anxiously. Obito glanced at the open door nearby, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. With a cold huff, he declared, we shall find out by entering. Won't we? You've lost your mind. What if there's danger? Heiju exclaimed in alarm that he genuinely feared entering. His plans were not yet complete, and he could not afford any missteps, casting a disdainful glance at Heiju. Obito scoffed, no one in this world can harm me. He held immense confidence in his current abilities. With that, he strode resolutely towards the entrance. Hearing Obito's bravado, Heiju felt exasperated. This fool is posturing again. Heiju had envisioned sharing heartfelt words with Obito once his scheme succeeded. He certainly could not risk entering. However, as Obito ventured further away, Heiju began to waver, in an almost instinctive manner. He sensed that whatever lay within was of great significance to him. After a fierce internal struggle, he ultimately resolved to take the risk. Thus, he cautiously followed Obito, maintaining a safe distance. He prepared for the worst. Should the situation turn dire, he would abandon Obito without hesitation. After all, should Obito perish, there remained Nagato, but if Heiju were to fall, he would truly be lost. Unlike Obito and Nagato, who were solitary figures, his mother awaited his rescue on the moon. With the impending invasion of the Otsutsuki clan, he had to combat them alongside her. He could not afford any failures. Inside the building, Yun Shao could no longer endure the disturbances. Initially, it was merely noise from the floor, but now the walls were joining in. System, What sort of wretched place is this? Is there no peace for sleep? Yun Xiao complained. Just then, Obito entered the room. Upon hearing footsteps, Yun Xiao instinctively glanced towards the entrance. Upon recognizing the visitor, he was momentarily stunned. The yellow swirling single-eyed mask, the Akatsuki attire. Was this not Uchiha Obito? And the pitcher plant behind him. Was it not Zetsu? Today it seemed he had inadvertently stumbled into the Akatsuki's lair. What brings all these Akatsuki members here? Uchiha Obito locked eyes with Yun Xiao, a commoner. Heiju observed the surroundings for a moment and, finding no immediate threats, stepped into the shop. He curiously gazed at the glass display, cases filled with peculiar items he had never encountered in his millennia of existence. This fellow bears no chakra fluctuations. He should merely be an ordinary person. Yet, this place feels unusual, teeming with things I've yet to see. Heiju remarked to Obito. Obito nodded before continuing to scrutinize Yun Xiao. Are you the proprietor of this establishment? Realizing he had been addressed, Yun Xiao quickly regained his composure and warmly responded. Indeed, what may I assist you with today, esteemed guests? What do you have on offer? Heiju inquired with curiosity. Whatever you desire is available here. As long as the payment is adequate, I could even arrange to have the moon blown to smithereens. Yun Xiao confidently patted his chest, assuring his words he deliberately expressed this notion, fully aware that obliterating the moon would require hundreds of billions. He was subtly hinting to Heiju that with sufficient funds, he could indeed achieve the destruction of the moon, as expected. Heiju's eyes brightened momentarily before quickly settling into calmness. This prompted Yun Xiao to inwardly marvel at the fact that he was, after all, an ancient being who had lived for a millennium. Heiju chuckled, Boss, please do not jest. How could such a thing be possible? Yun Xiao recognized that Heiju had taken the bait and disdainfully remarked, Isn't the moon merely the result of the 6 paths? Earth explosion stars sealing technique? Provide me with a few hundred billion, and I shall resolve it in an instant. Upon hearing Yun Xiao's words, Heiju stood frozen in place. How could this youth possibly know of the 6 paths? Earth explosion stars technique. Heiju could not fathom why this young man was aware of such forbidden knowledge, for it was presumed that no one else in this world should know of it. When Heiju was cast out by his mother, he distinctly recalled Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Yui shouting, 6 paths, Earth explosion stars, before they unleashed a powerful strike upon their mother. He witnessed firsthand as the earth began to shatter and countless soil fragments converged toward her, swiftly forming a colossal meteorite centered around her. This meteorite then ascended into the heavens, ultimately becoming the moon we know today. Lacking power, Heiju had spent years lurking in the shadows, incessantly plotting to revive his mother. The 6 paths, Earth explosion stars technique, should only be known to those present at that fateful moment. Why, then, did this youth possess such knowledge? Heiju recalled the words inscribed on the stone pillar at the entrance, omniscient and omnipotent. His gaze turned fearful as he looked towards Yun Xiao, wondering if he truly knew everything that Heiju's breath quickened. Even after millennia of lurking, he could hardly suppress his excitement. This young man might genuinely have the capability to resurrect his mother. Can you truly destroy the moon? Heiju asked anxiously. Meanwhile, Obito instinctively turned to Heiju, perplexed by his sudden fervor for lunar destruction. He cast a bewildered glance at Heiju, incredulous that he seemed to believe this boss's words. Of course, Yun Xiao replied, gesturing through the air. Before them appeared a blue screen, startling both Obito and Heiju, who could not comprehend the sudden manifestation of this displayed. It was a simulation of a 700 caliber planet-destroying cannon. Yun Xiao pressed the play button on the screen. A massive black cannon slowly rotated, targeting the distant moon. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The cannon charged and its barrel began to gather a brilliant blue light. Whoosh! The colossal beam of blue light shot forth with astonishing speed, piercing into the moon. Moments later, the once serene moon shattered into dust, vanishing from the cosmos. As the footage concluded, Heiju and Obito stood agape, astonished. What sort of weapon possessed such might? The vast moon had been reduced to nothing in mere moments. Observing their shocked reactions, Yun Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction and smiled. This is the planet-destroying cannon. With money, I can procure it in an instant. At this, both men looked at Yin Xiao with fear, their earlier dismissiveness evaporating. Surely, a boss capable of casually acquiring such apocalyptic weaponry could not be an ordinary individual. "Boss, how much does this planet-destroying cannon cost?" Heijue inquired eagerly. Yin Xiao extended a hand, grinning, 1,000 billion for a single shot. Heijue was ecstatic, never expecting such a world-ending weapon to cost merely 1,000 billion. Though steep, he believed earning that amount would be far simpler than concocting convoluted schemes to revive his mother. With his intellect, he believed he could amass 1,000 billion in just a few decades, while resurrecting his mother had taken him over a millennium without success. Upon realizing that he could revive his mother simply with money, Heijue was practically beside himself with excitement, itching to leave and earn the funds to "Oh hell with you, Uchiha-Madara. To hell with you, infinite Tsukuyami." Elated by the power of the planet-destroying cannon, Heijue quickly realized, however, that if the moon was obliterated, his mother within would surely perish. "Boss, will anyone inside survive after a shot?" Heijue asked cautiously. Yin Xiao confidently reassured him, "Rest assured, the power of the planet-destroying cannon is beyond imagination. One shot leaves nothing behind." Heijue was nearly in tears, having finally discovered another method to resurrect his mother. The cannon's terrifying power could mean her demise. Noticing Heijue's expression, Yin Xiao smacked his forehead, suddenly remembering Kaguya was still inside. With a smile, he remarked, "I have various methods to annihilate the moon." He then clicked on another video. In the footage, a frail, blue-haired old man suddenly exhibited an exaggerated display of muscle, veins bulging as he bellowed. Kamehameha! A white wave of energy burst forth from his hands, hurtling towards the moon above. Subsequently, the moon began to fracture into pieces. Heijue and Obito stared in astonishment, struggling to comprehend how such a seemingly frail old man could unleash such devastating power. "Isn't this a gentler way to destroy the moon?" Yin Xiao smiled at Heijue. Heijue nodded enthusiastically. This way, the moon would only shatter, allowing his mother to safely emerge. You could even request a lighter touch and attack multiple times to obliterate the moon. Yin Xiao added kindly. Heijue was overjoyed to hear this. It would greatly enhance his mother's safety. He hurriedly asked, "Boss, how much would it cost to hire this old man? To obliterate the moon with one Kamehameha would cost 200 billion. 2 shots would total 400 billion. Yin Xiao replied, that Heijue's breath quickened. 400 billion was all it took to resurrect his mother. "Boss, wait for me to earn the money," Heijue exclaimed, rushing out in excitement. "Heijue, where are you going?" Obito asked. Utterly bewildered, he could not comprehend why Heijue was so exhilarated after learning he could destroy the moon. He resolved to find time to discuss this with Heijue. Heijue, of course, heard Obito's inquiry but was too focused on earning the 400 billion to pay him any attention. He was filled with excitement, dismissing thoughts of Madara, Obito, and the Akatsuki. Now that he had a new objective, he was disinterested in their affairs. After all, to Heijue, both Madara and Obito were merely pawns in his quest to revive his mother. Over the years, he had grown tired of these self-important individuals. Had he not needed them to implement his plans, he would have long departed. Heijue gazed skyward. Though it was daytime and the moon was hidden, he exclaimed, "Mother, can you hear me? I will soon revive you." With that, Heijue disappeared underground, determined to set his money-making plan in motion. "Ah, Mother, I am coming to save you." Heijue's voice faded into the distance. Inside the establishment, Yin Xiao reflected on Heijue's words with a sense of melancholy. Who would have thought that Kaguya's 2 biological sons would believe a mere frog's words, turning against their own mother and ultimately choosing to seal her away? Conversely, Heijue, a descendant of Kaguya's aunt's blood, exhibited unparalleled filial piety, having plotted for over 1,000 years to resurrect her. During this time, he had instigated the rift between Indra and Ashura, manipulating several generations of their chakra reincarnations. Ultimately, he fixated on Uchiha Madara, successfully deceiving him into believing Heijue was the embodiment of his will. Before his demise, Madara entrusted Obito, this foolish boy, to Heijue's care. Little did he know, Heijue had long grown weary of this foolishness. And now that he had discovered alternative methods to revive his mother, he had no intention of concerning himself with them any longer. Let these foolish boys continue to revel in the sweet dreams of infinite Tsukuyomi. Meanwhile, Obito was left in confusion, pondering Heijue's recent statements. What had Heijue just said? Obito was left in disarray. Wasn't Heijue supposed to be Madara's will? How could there be a mention of a mother? Did Madara leave behind some unknown contingency? Tobi fell into deep contemplation. Yunxiao observed Heijue's departure, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, knowing well that this fellow would soon be unable to contain himself and would return with hundreds of billions. The mere thought of it sent a thrill through Yunxiao. After all, this was a colossal deal worth hundreds of billions, translating to a commission of 40 million for him. One could hardly blame Yunxiao for his excitement. For now, once he stepped out of the store, he was merely an ordinary individual, and the system offered him no discounts, forcing him to purchase at full price. Who would have imagined that as the store manager, he would still need to spend his own money to buy items? Lost in thought, Tobi was suddenly roused by Yunxiao's inquiry. "Esteemed customer, is there anything you require?" Only then did Tobi realize that he should not dwell on Heijue. The store manager before him was a remarkable individual. Even world-ending weapons were within his possession, making it hard to fathom that such a person would choose to be an ordinary merchant. Noticing Tobi's silence, Yunxiao hinted, "Dear guest, with sufficient funds, I can fulfill any request, gain immense power, achieve eternal youth, or even resurrect departed relatives and friends." He deliberately emphasized the notion of resurrecting loved ones, as expected. Tobi's right eye widened in astonishment at these words. His breathing grew heavy, and after a moment, he lifted his gaze to Yunxiao, asking, "Is what you say truly real?" In his excitement, Tobi momentarily lost the tone of Madara. "Indeed, it is real, though resurrecting the deceased is a perilous endeavor that comes at a great cost," Yunxiao replied. Tobi was well aware of this, for the Rinnegan's rebirth technique could indeed bring the dead back to life. Albeit at the cost of the user's life, disappointment washed over him as he lowered his head, beginning to lose hope in Yunxiao. Perhaps it was best to focus on the Moon Eye plan instead. However, Yunxiao interjected, "Additional funds are required." Disappointment rekindled Tobi's hope as he inquired, "How much?" "A bit steep, 200 billion. Yunxiao mused. He had assumed Tobi would be as eager as Heijue to make money. But the reality was different. Tobi stood still, motionless. With his mask obscuring his expression, Yunxiao could not discern his thoughts. Beneath the mask, Tobi's face contorted with conflict, for he knew that to amass 800 billion would require decades of effort. Even for him. Yet with the Moon Eye plan underway, Tobi believed it would come to fruition in a matter of years. Once achieved, he could activate the infinite Tsukuyomi and create a world devoid of suffering. A goal he and Madara had long pursued. Tobi found himself in a fierce internal struggle, weighing the choice between pursuing Rin in reality or immersing himself in the beautiful fantasy promised by the infinite Tsukuyomi. Meanwhile, Yunxiao remained perplexed, utterly unaware of Tobi's thoughts. He wondered why Tobi stood there, motionless. Was he so stunned by the prospect of resurrecting Rin that he was rendered speechless? After a long pause, Tobi suddenly lifted his head and coldly declared, "I no longer need it. Compared to this cruel ninja world, I would rather she live in a beautiful one." Yunxiao was taken aback by Tobi's unexpected outburst, questioning whether this fool had truly been rendered senseless by the boulder that had struck his head. He suspected the boy was indeed affected, else how could he be so easily swayed by Uchiha Madara? However, Madara himself had been careless, choosing to sever the life support of the Ten Tails and leave everything in the hands of Ju and Tobi. Perhaps Madara believed that Heijue was his will and Tobi merely a pawn, emboldening him to make such a reckless decision. Little did he know that Heijue was the true mastermind, and Tobi merely a misguided accomplice. Had it not been for the Shinobi War, Orochimaru would not have procured Madara's body, and Tobi might never have had the opportunity to emerge. The narrative could have unfolded with Tobi succumbing to verbal persuasion and, at the moment of betrayal, Heijue suddenly revealing his true intentions by resurrecting Kaguya. Yunxiao mused that Heijue was indeed an astute planner, having anticipated multiple contingencies. Naruto could have been retitled The Chronicles of Heijue's Maternal Rescue. Noticing Yunxiao's distraction, Tobi grew irate. "Boss, do you not believe my words?" Yunxiao remained lost in thought that Tobi's anger peaked as he shouted, "I will create a perfect world without war." His voice was hoarse with fervor. Yin Xiao instinctively cupped his ears, bewildered by this fool's antics. Tobi, seeing Yin Xiao's nonchalant demeanor, felt his temper flare as a Sharingan began to whirl, soon transforming into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Yin Xiao was momentarily stunned upon witnessing the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Tobi, misinterpreting Yin Xiao's expression as shock at his eye's power, proclaimed, "This is my capital for launching the Moon Eye plan." Yin Xiao was taken aback, not from fear, but rather from the system's announcement. Detection of B-Class Kaleidoscope Sharingan, singlet. This system is willing to offer 100 million for purchase. Please negotiate with the host. Only then did Yin Xiao realize that the system did not possess items from the Naruto world. All needed to be acquired by him. And a wonder the system had so many otherworldly goods. There must be others like him scavenging for items in different worlds. While Tobi continued to fervently discuss his Moon Eye plan, attempting to persuade Yin Xiao, who possessed world-ending weapons, to join forces, Yin Xiao came back to his senses just in time to hear Tobi's unending chatter. Upon seeing Yin Xiao open his mouth, Tobi's heart raced with excitement. Did he sense that Yin Xiao was succumbing to his charismatic appeal and preparing to join him? "Are you selling your kaleidoscope Sharingan? Are you selling your kaleidoscope Sharingan?" Uchiha Tobi exclaimed. After speaking at length about his grand ambitions, he was taken aback that Yin Xiao would suddenly inquire about his eyes, that "I sell the bull demon." If he hadn't thought Yin Xiao's power was unfathomable, Tobi would have pointed an accusatory finger at him. "What did you just say?" Tobi asked incredulously. Yin Xiao assumed Tobi had misheard him and clarified. "I said, are you selling your kaleidoscope Sharingan?" Tobi's expression darkened as he glared intensely at Yin Xiao. He felt that Yin Xiao was mocking him, belittling his Moon Eye plan. Unfazed, Yin Xiao smiled. "I'm willing to offer a high price of 100 million for your kaleidoscope Sharingan." Tobi scrutinized Yin Xiao for a long moment, realizing that he seemed sincere in his intent to purchase his eye. The corner of Tobi's mouth twitched beneath his mask. The youth before him was indeed a pure traitor. Seeing Tobi unmoved, Yin Xiao hastily added, 100 million is truly a generous offer." Tobi was at a loss for words. Was his kaleidoscope Sharingan truly only worth 100 million? Not for sale. Yin Xiao understood Tobi would refuse, but was surprised that he didn't inquire further about the resurrection. "That my friend, do you not have any deceased relatives or friends you wish to revive?" Yin Xiao tempted, "Do not trouble yourself. I have my own methods. Farewell," Tobi declared, turning to leave. Yin Xiao was left dumbfounded. What methods did Tobi possess? Could he possibly have Nagato use the Rinnegan to revive Rin? That seemed implausible. After all, Nagato had not even resurrected Yahiko, so how could he revive Rin? Suddenly, a thought struck Yin Xiao. Could it be the infinite Tsukuyomi? This fool had been thoroughly deceived by Madara, who in turn had been misled by Heiju. The infinite Tsukuyomi was nothing but a ruse. Yin Xiao finally understood why Tobi had been so adamant about his supposed methods. As Tobi reached the door, Yin Xiao casually remarked, "Uchiha Tobi, the infinite Tsukuyomi is merely a deception concocted by Heiju." Stopping dead in his tracks, Tobi's body stiffened at the words, disbelief flooding his features as he turned to face Yin Xiao, his eyes wide with shock. How did this shopkeeper know of his identity and the infinite Tsukuyomi? After a moment, Uchiha Tobi regained his composure and glared fiercely at Yin Xiao, clearly harboring murderous intent. That he approached Yin Xiao, staring down at the boy with a smile, and coldly asked, "How do you know my identity?" Tobi was certain he had never revealed his identity. How could this youth possibly know? Moreover, why would he claim that the infinite Tsukuyomi was a trick played on him by Heiju? Yin Xiao smiled and said, as inscribed on the stone pillar, "I am omniscient and omnipotent." This was no mere boast from Yin Xiao. With his wealth, he could exchange for all the information in the world. However, having watched Naruto, he was already privy to such matters without spending a dime. Dato narrowed his eyes and inquired, "What do you mean by saying that the infinite Tsukuyomi is false?" Yin Xiao extended 5 fingers, declaring, "This information costs 500,000 taels." In a swirling motion, 500,000 taels materialized on the counter. With a flick of his hand, the money vanished in a thin air that Dato's eyes widened in disbelief. Astonished that the proprietor before him possessed space-time ninjutsu, T.O. traced back a millennium. It all began with the legendary Kagaya Otsutsuki. Here, 800 words are omitted. After hearing Yunxiao's explanation, Uchiha Dato's eyes grew wide. His face reflecting sheer incredulity, he suddenly collapsed onto the ground, his body trembling slightly as he hoarsely uttered, "So all along I've merely been a pawn. Ha!" Upon discovering the truth, Dato felt as if the heavens had collapsed upon him. The hunch he had borne for years finally snapped in that moment. Ha! The infinite Tsukuyami is a lie. Uchiha Dato abruptly removed his mask, revealing the disfigured half of his face. Beneath the mask, he appeared utterly disheveled, his eyes brimming with despair and anguish. He could hardly fathom that he had been deceived for so many years. He had believed he had discovered a method to save the world, only to realize that everything was an elaborate deception. For this lie, he had plotted for years, even going so far as to murder his teacher and his teacheress wife, along with countless innocents. All of this had been for the sake of an illusory goal. The infinite tongue, as these thoughts consumed him, Uchiha Dato found himself weeping uncontrollably. He faintly recalled his youthful self, that bright and optimistic boy who once aspired to become Hokage, to protect the village and its people whom he cherished. Yet now, he had transformed into a blood-soaked executioner, an enemy of the entire shinobi world. He was at a loss as to how to confront such a self or how to atone for the wrongs he had committed in the past. In that moment, Uchiha Dato finally comprehended that the infinite Tsukuyami he had so fervently pursued was not true salvation, but rather an utter sham. Yunxiao silently observed, reflecting that Dato, that foolish boy, had indeed suffered greatly. Deceived by Uchiha Obito's few words, the once sunny young man had become a fool at odds with the world. Time passed, and Uchiha Dato slowly rose from the ground, his hands trembling as he gently wiped away his tears. He then bowed to Yunxiao, saying, "Thank you, boss, for revealing the truth." Dato's voice was filled with gratitude. This time he spoke not in the low, imitative tone of Obito, but in his own genuine voice. Yunxiao smiled and asked, "What are your plans now?" Dato lifted his head, looking earnestly at Yunxiao. "Boss, I wish to atone for my previous misdeeds. I want to resurrect my teacher and his wife." Upon hearing this, Yunxiao was instantly thrilled. Resurrecting one person would cost 2 billion, and two would amount to 4 billion. Adding Rin would total 600 million taels. Good heavens, how much commission would he earn from this? Yunxiao laughed heartily, clapping Dato on the shoulder, praising, "What a good lad! To recognize your errors and seek to amend them is truly commendable." Dato hurriedly replied with respect, "Thank you for your guidance, boss." At that moment, Dato was filled with reverence for Yunxiao. In his eyes, Yunxiao appeared 100 times more powerful than the legendary sage of 6 paths. Dato was destined to become a major client of Yunxiao. With his Mangeki Sharingan, stealing would be as effortless as drinking water. Yunxiao suddenly recalled that Kurizetsu's penetration technique was somewhat similar. Who would notice if he used it to rob a bank? In fact, at that very moment, Kurizetsu was en route to the bank, just as Yunxiao had imagined. Yunxiao, grinning widely, draped an arm around Dato's shoulders and earnestly remarked, "Young man, fortunately, there is still a chance to redeem everything. Although earning money alone is slow, once you resurrect your teacher, with the speed of a yellow flash, it won't be long before you can bring back your teacher's wife as well." That Dato's eyes lit up at these words. This boss truly possessed great insight. To be frank, the boss's idea was indeed feasible. His teacher was universally recognized as the yellow flash of the shinobi world. Leveraging his flying thunder god technique to deliver takeout would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Dato exclaimed, "Thank you for the suggestion, boss. I shall take my leave now." With that, he bowed once more to Yunxiao and exited the shop. A.S. Dato was a significant client. Yunxiao sent him off, standing at the door. Yunxiao called out, "Young man, earn well, and do not fall prey to deceit again." Dato nodded gratefully. After leaving the shop, he did not rush to make money but instead headed toward Amage Cure. He needed to inform Nagato of this matter. They could not afford to continue making such mistakes in Amage Cure. At the Akatsuki base, Orochimaru sat cross-legged on a mat, deep in meditation, while Hoshigaki Kisame watched in astonishment that a faint glow emanated from Orochimaru's abdomen. Although the light was dim, it stood out starkly in the shadowy Akatsuki base. After a long while, Orochimaru concluded his meditation and slowly opened his eyes. Kisame curiously inquired, "Orochimaru, What was that light from your abdomen just now? Upon hearing Kisame's words, Orochimaru exclaimed with delight, "Did my abdomen emit light just now?" Indeed, there was a faint glow. Kisame nodded affirmatively, that a look of wild joy spread across Orochimaru's face as he chuckled. "Ah, who would have thought I possessed such extraordinary talent?" Saying this, he retrieved the longevity technique from his robe and began to peruse it. The book stated that this was a manifestation of spiritual energy entering the body. Orochimaru, thrilled, licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Kisame, intrigued, peered at the book in Orochimaru's hands and asked, "Longevity technique?" Meanwhile, in the corner, Sasori of the Red Sand had emerged from the Flying Leech Lake and was now seated. Tinkering with his puppets, he was quite satisfied with his creations, nodding in approval. Only puppets are the eternal art. Opposite him, Haydn was counting a stack of 16 million taels, muttering, "When will the leader fulfill his promise of 100 million taels?" As he counted the money, he continued to grumble. "This is the money earned for the land of fire, and this is from the land of wind." What was even more astonishing was that Haydn could remember precisely where each pile of money had come from. Clink, clink, Haydn counted the money again, as if redoing it would somehow cause it to multiply. Hearing the commotion, Sasori cast a disinterested glance at Haydn, having lost count of how many times Haydn had recounted the money. His ears were almost developing calluses from the repetition. Just then, footsteps approached, and the group exchanged glances, wondering who could be visiting them. Curious, they turned to the door, only to see a man with half a disfigured face and a hedgehog-like hairstyle enter. The group regarded the newcomer warily. They never expected someone would dare enter their Akatsuki base. This must be a formidable opponent. Orochimaru, however, was intrigued, wondering how a member of the Uchiha clan had arrived here. Pain fixed his gaze on the newcomer. Although Dato was currently unmasked, he recognized him immediately. "Ah, Fei?" Pain inquired. A Fei is the name for a Beto within the Akatsuki organization. However, he has never revealed himself before the others. Pain is curious why this person, who claims to be Uchiha Madara, has chosen to show himself today. Beto's gaze is complex as he looks at Pain, acknowledging that Nagato is far superior to him. Although he has been manipulated, Nagato's goal is to gather all the tailed beasts, ultimately achieving a deterrent force that prevents the major ninja villages from engaging in reckless warfare. Beto once mocked Nagato's ideals as overly naive, not realizing that he himself was the true fool. "Pain, the Moon Eye plan is a deception. I have been used," Beto bitterly stated. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their curious gazes toward him. Pain remained silent, simply observing Beto until he finally spoke. "I understand. Nagato had never truly endorsed Madara's Moon Eye plan. Their relationship was merely one of mutual exploitation. Nagato even contemplated that after gathering all the tailed beasts, he would sever ties with Madara." Beto was somewhat surprised by Pain and the others' reactions. Why were they not shocked upon learning this news? When he discovered it, he felt as though the sky had fallen. Why were they so calm? It seemed Pain perceived Beto's thoughts and replied coolly, "My lifelong objective has always been to achieve peace in the ninja world. It has never been about the Moon Eye plan." Beto understood. Indeed, he and Nagato were in a relationship of mutual use, each wary of the other. "By the way, why did you all join the organization?" Kisame suddenly asked. "I lacked a sense of belonging," he replied. Orochimaru tucked a book into his bosom, stating that the leader had promised him experimental funding. Kakuzu grinned widely, saying, "The leader previously promised me 100 million upon joining." Deidara raised his head and nonchalantly remarked, "I came out of boredom. Just wanted to see." Beto was momentarily speechless, having worried that these individuals would become ensnared in the false infinite Tsukuyomi. Little did he know, he was the only one in the entire Akatsuki who believed in the Moon Eye plan. Looking at this group, his mouth twitched in exasperation. So, they were all aimless drifters. Beto turned to Pain earnestly. "Although the Moon Eye plan is false, there's a shop on the border of the Land of Fire that you should visit. It could greatly assist you in realizing your ideals." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru and Kakuzu instinctively glanced at Beto, surprised that he had also met the shop's owner. Kisame and Deidara, noticing Orochimaru and Kakuzu's reactions, suddenly became intrigued. Perhaps the secrets they carried all originated from that shop. The two silently took note and planned to visit at a later time. I understand about the border of the Land of Fire, Pain stated coolly. What do you plan to do now? Conan asked curiously. After a moment's hesitation, Obito replied, I must atone for the mistakes I have made. Pain and Conan were taken aback by Obito's words. Was this truly the same Madara who once seemed so invincible? It appeared that his visit to that shop had transformed him entirely. Pain suddenly became interested. What had the shop's owner said to Madara to provoke such a profound change? I will go seek redemption now. Farewell, Obito said as his form began to fade. The others were somewhat astonished, not expecting him to possess space-time ninjutsu. After Obito's departure, Conan turned to Pain and asked, What shall we do now? Since he mentioned that shop could aid us in realizing our ideals, we should go and take a look, Pain replied. Stepping out of the base, Conan nodded and followed closely behind him. After their departure, Deidara suddenly stowed his puppet into a scroll, stretching and yawning as he declared, It's time to stretch my legs a bit. With that, Deidara left the organization. Kisame glanced at Orochimaru, who was meditating, and then at Kakuzu, who was counting money in the distance. Suddenly, he clutched his stomach and exclaimed, Ugh, I feel a bit unwell. I'll be back shortly, as he hurried out. At this moment, only Kakuzu and Orochimaru remained in the organization. Kakuzu paused his counting and looked up at Orochimaru, asking, Orochimaru, why aren't you going? Orochimaru slowly opened his eyes, stating, I have no money. Kakuzu's mouth twitched. Orochimaru had articulated his own thoughts perfectly. Despite having over 18 million in hand, it was still far from enough. He somewhat regretted joining the Akatsuki, feeling he had been deceived by the leader. After 2 days in the organization, he had yet to see a single penny. How about we go out and earn some money? Kakuzu suggested tentatively. Orochimaru nodded. That sounds like a plan. He too felt that Pain was merely painting a grand picture. It would be more practical to earn some money with Kakuzu. After all, while the items in the sky were excellent, they were exorbitantly priced. Thus, the two decided to venture out to earn some extra cash. In the Land of Fire Konoha village, the third Hokage, Tobi Hiruzen, walked into the Hokage building with a smile, a pipe in his mouth. What a splendid day it is. Today was the day to distribute salaries to the Umbu. As Hokage, each time he retrieved money from the treasury, he would surreptitiously pocket a little extra. After all, apart from a meager salary, the Hokage had no other sources of income. It was unthinkable to have the Hokage undertake missions like ordinary ninjas at the mission hall. Right? Therefore, Hiruzen's income, aside from that paltry salary, came from his occasional pilfering from the treasury and the various gifts from the clans. However, what irked Tobi was that among the numerous clans in Konoha, only the Uchiha clan never gifted him anything. Conversely, the Hyuga clan, another clan with ocular prowess, frequently provided him with benefits. Despite his long tenure, neither of the two previous clan leaders of the Uchiha had ever presented him with a gift. The most infuriating part was that not only did they fail to give him gifts, but they also acted as if they were superior. Especially during the Ninetales incident, the pair of Sharingan on the Ninetales' eyes were undoubtedly the work of the Uchiha clan. Yet they stubbornly refused to admit it, which greatly angered Tobi. But for the sake of village peace, he could only swallow his grievances. Thus, at the suggestion of his friend Danzo, he relocated the Uchiha clan's territory to the village's outskirts. Here comes my little money. Tobi Hiruzen cheerfully opened the treasury door. As the heavy iron door creaked open, Tobi's previously squinted eyes widened in shock. When he checked yesterday, the money was still there. How could it have vanished overnight? Tobi Hiruzen let out a sharp scream. His voice echoed throughout the Hokage building, prompting the nearby Umbu to rush over. Upon entering, they found Tobi sprawled on the ground. Lamenting, "Where's my money? Where did my massive pile of money go? Umbu, who on earth stole my money?" Tobi Hiruzen cried despairingly. The treasury's defenses were at the highest level, and logically, no one should be able to open it other than him. Even if someone forced it open, it would not be done silently. Aside from space-time ninjutsu, no one could accomplish such a feat, however. Those capable of space-time ninjutsu should have all perished by now. "Whoever you are, do not let me catch you," Tobi Hiruzen shouted in fury. Soon, the news of the theft in the Hokage office reached Shimura Danzo's ears. Within the organization, Danzo chuckled maliciously. Hiruzen is truly foolish. How could the treasury be robbed? Let us see how he explains it to the daimyo. Danzo had already envisioned that even if Hiruzen came begging on his knees, he would never lend him a single coin. If the daimyo found out, he would undoubtedly blame Hiruzen for poor oversight, potentially leading to the revocation of Hiruzen's Hokage position, at which point it would be Danzo's turn to ascend as the Hokage of the darkness of Konoha. Zamura Toanzo felt a surge of excitement as he approached the safe belonging to the Root organization. Over the years, he had accumulated a considerable fortune through this organization. With at least 2 modest targets reached, though he had yet to tally the exact amount, he resolved to open the safe now and ascertain the total, in preparation for future networking and his ambition of becoming Hokage. With a creak, the safe door swung open, and Zamura Toanzo's smile froze upon his face. What should have been a vault brimming with cash was now utterly barren. Devoid of even a single coin, his blood pressure skyrocketed in an instant, consumed by rage. Who did this? Who is the scoundrel responsible? Zamura Toanzo shouted furiously. You all, investigate immediately. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must. But recover my money. Yes, the members of the Root organization promptly departed to commence their search. Zamura Toanzo was nearly overcome with fury, finally understanding the feelings of Hiruzen during his time of distress. He could not fathom which audacious thief dared to infiltrate Konoha and steal his wealth. Whoever you are, just pray I do not catch you. Zamura Toanzo seethed. If the messenger from the Root organization had been present, they would have been astonished, for Toanzo's words echoed Hiruzen's sentiments precisely. Outside Konoha village, within a dimly lit cave, a shadowy figure gleefully counted stacks of money. To his astonishment, he had earned a staggering 1 billion ryo in just a single night. Truly, Konoha was a wealthy village. Even Black Zetsu had made off with his fortune after merely 2 heists. If only he had carried out the theft in a more systematic manner, he could have amassed even more. It seemed he must persuade Obito, that foolish boy, to join him in his endeavors. Black Zetsu mused, the border of the land of fire. Pain murmured, is this the place? His attention was captured by the bold inscription on the stone pillar. Omniscient and almighty. Everything you desired. I wonder if there's a means to achieve peace in the ninja world. He mused as he made his way toward the shop, with Conan hastily following in his footsteps. Inside the shop, Yunxiao pondered, how long will it take Obito and Black Zetsu to acquire such wealth? Nevertheless, he believed that given their abilities, amassing such a fortune would be a breeze. One wielded a godlike Sharingan, while the other could effortlessly traverse any material. For them, earning money was as simple as drinking water. It was merely a matter of time. As footsteps echoed in the shop, Yunxiao turned to see who had entered, his eyes widening in surprise. What a surprise! Pain and Conan are here, he exclaimed, swiftly approaching them with a cheerful demeanor. How may I assist you, esteemed guests? Pain scrutinized Yunxiao, noting that he appeared to be an ordinary youth, lacking any remarkable traits. Suddenly, the system's voice chimed in, detected B-grade Rinnegan. Please inquire if the host is willing to sell. The acquisition price is 150 million ryo. Yunxiao's lips twitched. Did it even need to be asked? There was no way Nagato would sell. Yet he steeled himself and asked, would you be willing to sell your Rinnegan? Pain was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Yunxiao to pose such a question. Conan cast an incredulous glance at him. Feeling the weight of her gaze, Yunxiao sheepishly scratched his head, saying, please don't look at me like that. I'm offering 150 million ryo for it. Conan's lips twitched. She was astounded that the Rinnegan had depreciated to such a degree. No, it is not for sale, Pain replied, shaking his head. Yunxiao nodded, fully expecting this response. If it were available for purchase, it would be a miracle. He smiled and asked, what else do you require? I have everything you might need. Everything, Conan exclaimed, her skepticism evident. She fundamentally doubted his claim. How could he possibly have everything? Pain instinctively glanced at Yunxiao, also unconvinced of his assertion. Sensing their disbelief, Yunxiao patted his chest and assured them, feel free to make any requests. As long as the payment is made, I can provide anything you desire. Pain and Conan exchanged glances, both taken aback by the other's astonishment. After a moment, Pain tentatively inquired, "Do you have equipment capable of capturing tailed beasts?" "Of course." Yun Xiao replied cheerfully. He walked over to a counter and retrieved a black square box. Pain had merely asked out of curiosity, but he was surprised to see that Yun Xiao actually possessed it. He leaned closer, intrigued. Yun Xiao opened the box to reveal a red and white spherical object. "This is a Pokeball. It can encapsulate tailed beasts," he explained, holding it up. Both Pain and Conan gazed curiously at the Pokeball, astonished that such a small item could seal a tailed beast. "Are you interested in purchasing it?" Yun Xiao inquired. "How much?" Pain asked. "Not expensive. 5 million Rio each." Pain nodded. For an item that could seal a tailed beast, 5 million Rio was indeed reasonable. "I want 9. Yun Xiao was overjoyed. Finally, a significant client had arrived. He quickly produced 8 more Pokeballs and placed them on the counter. Conan handed Yun Xiao a scroll, which he confirmed before storing it in his system space. Both were astounded by Yun Xiao's capabilities. It seemed this shopkeeper was no ordinary person. After all, an ordinary individual would not dare to declare their intent to buy a Rinnegan in his presence. Yun Xiao rubbed his hands together with excitement, cheerfully asking, "What else do you need?" After a moment of hesitation, Pain finally spoke. "Do you possess any weapons that could bring about world peace?" "What do you mean?" Yun Xiao mused, pondering the system in his mind. After receiving a positive affirmation, he replied, "Of course." With that, Yun Xiao waved his hand through the air, conjuring a blue screen. He pressed play, revealing an immense missile plummeting from the sky. Heralding the arrival of apocalyptic judgment, as a blinding flash of white light erupted, a once thriving city was instantly engulfed by a colossal mushroom cloud, akin to the gates of hell, being flung open. The cataclysmic shockwave expanded outward at an astonishing speed, affecting an area spanning thousands of kilometers. As the billowing smoke gradually dissipated, the once bustling city had transformed into a desolate wasteland. Pain's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the city on the screen, filled with shock and terror. This massive city, comparable to the entirety of the Land of Fire, had been reduced to lifeless ruins in mere moments. That moment, their worldview suffered a monumental upheaval. They could not comprehend how such terrifying power could exist in this world. The sheer might of this weapon surpassed their wildest imaginations. When the video concluded, both remained ensnared in profound shock. Unable to collect themselves for what felt like an eternity, Yun Xiao softly explained, "This is a Trident missile. Not only does it possess immense explosive power, but the aftermath of the explosion also results in radiation contamination. This radiation poses significant dangers to human health. Once infected, life enters a countdown, with only a few days remaining." Yun Xiao believed that this Trident missile could indeed satisfy Nagato's desire for nuclear peace, as a single missile could obliterate half the ninja world. Upon hearing Yun Xiao's explanation, both Pain and Conan gazed at him in terror, aghast at how casually he spoke of such horrifying matters. Seeing their silence, Yun Xiao presumed they were dissatisfied with the missile's power. "Do you think it lacks strength?" "Fear not. I have even more powerful weapons." He prepared to play another video, but Pain and Conan were utterly dumbfounded. There were even more powerful weapons? Just how powerful could they possibly be? Realizing this, they hastily interrupted Yun Xiao. "Wait, boss." Yun Xiao paused, curiosity piqued. "Do you have any questions?" He wondered if they were averse to weapons with radiation. The two were momentarily at a loss for words. What could possibly be more significant? Setting aside whether they could afford it, would they even dare to use such weapons if they could? Yun Xiao said, "I have other types of weapons available." Pain's head was shaking as if it were a rattle. "And the boss, I believe the power is overwhelmingly great." Yun Xiao finally realized that he had always assumed the other party thought the power was insufficient, but unexpectedly, it was more than adequate. He chuckled and said, "I also have options with lesser powered." Yes, he spoke. Yun Xiao played another video, in which a warhead, significantly smaller than the three-phase bomb, descended from the sky. Upon impact, it emitted a blinding white light, followed by a black mushroom cloud rising, turning the area within a 20-kilometer radius of the explosion into ruins, with the shockwave ceasing after extending over 100 kilometers. "This is a nuclear bomb. What do you think? Is the power significantly reduced?" Yun Xiao inquired with a smile. Pain responded, "What is the difference from the previous three-phase bomb?" Oh, the difference is indeed substantial, as the explosive power has diminished by more than tenfold. With this nuclear bomb, the inhabitants of a ninja village would instantly turn to ashes. To be honest, Pain felt a twinge of temptation. After all, if one village could be wiped out casually, the others would naturally be deterred by the nuclear bomb's might and would refrain from waging war. Although sacrificing one village was harsh, it would bring peace to the entire ninja world. After all, peace and nuclear sound alike. As long as the world achieves tranquility, does it matter whether it is peace or nuclear? Pain believed this was far more convenient than collecting all the tailed beasts, and its power surpassed that of the tailed beasts. After all, capturing tailed beasts meant facing all ninja villages, a laborious and thankless task. And even if successful, the outcome would be less impactful than nuclear weaponry. Xiaonan, noticing Pain's wavering resolve, wanted to dissuade him, Pain, but the words caught at her throat as she swallowed them down. This was a method to achieve peace in the ninja world. Although it might seem somewhat cruel, requiring the sacrifice of one ninja village, the results would undoubtedly be significant. With a smile, Yunxiao addressed the two. What do you think of this nuclear bomb? Pain nodded silently in agreement, and then directly inquired about the price. Boss, how much does this nuclear bomb cost? Their prompt inquiry about the price indicated their growing interest. Yunxiao suppressed his excitement and replied. One nuclear bomb costs 10 billion. Upon hearing this price, the two fell into silence. They were aware that nuclear bombs would be expensive, but they had not anticipated such an exorbitant cost. Yet, considering it was a weapon capable of bringing world peace, such a price, however unreasonable, was understandable. However, confronted with such a steep price, they still felt troubled. After all, the wealth accumulated by the Akatsuki over the years was less than 1 billion, merely 1/10 of the cost of a nuclear bomb. Furthermore, the expenses owed to Orochimaru for experimental fees and to Kakuzu for joining were substantial. Otherwise, Pain would have already provided the funds, and it would not have taken so long. This led the two to often mutter behind his back that he was merely painting a grand picture. Now, he finally understood why Kakuzu and Orochimaru frequently asked him for money. It turned out that the items at Yunxiao's were so expensive. Yunxiao noticed that the two were troubled by the price and, fearing they might abandon the idea, quickly encouraged them. A mere 1 or 200 billion, with your capabilities, I believe you can earn it in a few years. Seeing the two look at him, he continued, the future peace of a ninja world relies on you. Isn't this your long-held dream? Now, all it takes is money to realize that dream. What are you hesitating for? Hurry and earn some money. The world's wealth is finite. If you don't earn now, what will you do when all the money is claimed by others? Upon hearing Yunxiao's words, the two finally reacted, and Pain promptly said, the boss is right. Xiaonan, let us go. It was evident that the two had been thoroughly persuaded by Yunxiao. Wait, Yunxiao called out hastily. The two, just at the door, paused and looked back at him curiously. Yunxiao smiled and said, dragging a disabled body to earn money will significantly affect efficiency. Nagato in the Rain Ninja Village, at the Akatsuki base, Nagato, who was controlling Pain, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. He had not expected that the boss would be aware of his true identity. Very few knew of his identity, and he did not believe that Madara would divulge this to the boss, but he murmured, this boss is simply unfathomable. In the store, Xiaonan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she trembled and asked, boss, can you heal Nagato's body? Upon realizing the might of this mysterious boss, Xiaonan instinctively used honorifics to express her respect. Yunxiao smiled slightly, of course, that he then walked to the counter, lightly touched it, and pulled out a device resembling a stasis pod. This apparatus appeared highly advanced, its surface shimmering with a metallic sheen, and the interior seemed filled with various complex instruments and equipment. Upon seeing this suddenly manifested massive object, the two were left agape in astonishment. They simply could not fathom how such a large device could be concealed within that small counter. Observing their naive expressions, Yunxiao smiled and explained, this is a healing pod. Simply lying inside will automatically repair bodily injuries. Hearing this, Xiaonan quickly turned to Pain, eagerly saying, Nagato, let us go retrieve your original body. Upon learning that Nagato's body could be healed, Xiaonan was overwhelmed with excitement. Years ago, in an attempt to save her, Yahiko had lost his life, resulting in Nagato's disability. This incident had always burdened Xiaonan with guilt, as she felt responsible for it all. Consequently, after Yahiko's death, Nagato chose to walk down a dark path. His ideals now starkly opposed to those of Yahiko. However, Xiaonan had not stepped forward to stop him, but had quietly supported Nagato's decisions. Since Nagato's legs were incapacitated, the chakra within him was not only required for the outer path golem, but also for Pain's 6 paths, leading to a continual depletion of his chakra, causing his body to become emaciated over time, which pained Xiaonan to witness. But now, the possibility of healing Nagato's body was on the horizon. How could this not excite Xiaonan? She was desperate to restore Nagato's health. Seeing Xiaonan's enthusiasm, Pain nodded. All right. With that, the two hastily departed the store, racing towards the Rain Ninja Village. Yunxiao watched their departing figures, feeling somewhat sentimental, thinking, I suppose I could be considered the dream weaver of the Hokage world? Suddenly, he noticed movement in the grass on either side as 2 stealthy figures approached his shop. From the bushes, 2 figures suddenly leaped out, staring at each other in shock. Did you run that far to use the restroom? Deidara chuckled. Haha, I thought the restrooms in the Land of Fire were cleaner. Haydn awkwardly laughed. Yunxiao? He was utterly bewildered, unsure of what Haydn was implying about the cleanliness of the Land of Fire's restrooms. Deidara simply chuckled softly. All right, let us go inside and take a look. With that, he headed into the store. Haydn scratched his head awkwardly and quickly followed suit. To the entrance, Yunxiao greeted the two with a professional smile. Welcome, gentlemen. He then stepped aside to allow them entry. The two gazed in astonishment at the myriad of goods on display, marveling at the items they had never encountered before. Gentlemen, if you have any requests, please feel free to voice them. Our establishment has everything you seek, Yunxiao stated with a smile. Hearing this, Haydn curiously asked, Boss, do you have any formidable weapons here? Detecting C-grade beheading sword. Please inquire if the host is interested in selling. This system is willing to purchase for 3 million Rio. After being rejected twice previously, Yunxiao now understood that the key to increasing the likelihood of a successful acquisition was to present something better. Of course, Yunxiao replied with a mysterious smile and turned to rummage behind the counter. Moments later, he produced a large, blood-red sword, its handle embedded with a blood-colored gem, and the blade gleamed ominously, as if it could consume all life. This weapon is known as the Blood Demon Blade. Its material is derived from a rare or called blood iron ore, which exists only deep underground and is extremely scarce, crafted meticulously at our forge. This Blood Demon Blade possesses a unique ability. Once it breaks the skin, the wound becomes unable to heal, rendering any healing method ineffective. The voice of Yunxiao was deep and alluring, as if he were presenting an unparalleled treasure to Pipa Shirzong. However, Pipa Shirzong did not exhibit the excitement that Yunxiao imagined. Instead, he shook his head repeatedly, fear etched across his face. This knife is too cruel. I cannot wield such a weapon. Observing this, Yunxiao's lips twitched. But he quickly regained his composure. He sighed in resignation, placing the Blood Demon Blade back into the cabinet, and retrieved a dozen assorted weapons to display on the counter. Each weapon possessed a unique design and function. Some could unleash tremendous power, while others could transform shape, dazzling the onlooker. Yunxiao introduced the characteristics and effects of these weapons one by one, leaving Pipa Shirzong in a state of stunned disbelief. Instinctively swallowing hard, he had never encountered such marvelous weapons. They transcended his understanding. Noticing Pipa Shirzong's lack of reaction, Yunxiao inquired, Do you not fancy any of these? Don't worry, I have others. As he spoke, he prepared to fetch more weapons. Alarmed, Pipa Shirzong quickly interjected, Wait, boss, I was just casually asking. Pipa Shirzong found Yunxiao's weapons too terrifying. The items laid out on the counter resembled demonic artifacts, their aura sending shivers down his spine. Although he was a renegade ninja, he was not a man devoid of morality. He felt these weapons were ill-suited for him. Yunxiao nodded, choosing not to press the matter further. After all, one cannot coerce someone into a purchase against their will. Instinctively, Pipa Shirzong touched the great sword resting at his back, believing it to be the most fitting weapon for him. Seeing Pipa Shirzong's disinterest in buying, Yunxiao shifted his gaze towards Chisha Jixia, asking, Dear customer, is there anything you require? Do you possess eternal artistry? Qishaji Xie suddenly inquired. Yunxiao scrutinized Xie closely, realizing that Qisha had transformed himself into a puppet. This revelation surprised him, yet he understood Qisha's pursuit of eternal art. "You have fashioned yourself into a puppet in search of eternity?" Yunxiao asked. Qishaji Xie's pupils constricted in shock. He had not anticipated this young man would discern such a truth. After a moment of silence, he nodded in tacit agreement. Yunxiao smiled and remarked, "I believe I have something that suits you perfectly." With that, he retrieved a robot from behind the counter. Qishaji Xie regarded the robot with curiosity. Uncertain of its nature, was it a new type of puppet? Flesh is frail, machinery ascends, Yunxiao stated with a smile, dismantling the robot to reveal its metallic structure. He explained to Qishaji Xie, "Given that your body has already become a puppet, I suggest you directly install a mechanical body upon this foundation. This material ensures it will never rust for millennia. Furthermore, as it is not flesh, as long as the core remains intact, you shall never face death. In this way, you not only achieve eternity, but also gain greater strength and capabilities." Upon hearing Yunxiao's words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Qishaji Xie's eyes. He had not expected such a marvel to exist in the shop. Yet a hint of doubt crept in as he questioned, "Boss, is this technology reliable? Are there any side effects?" Yunxiao confidently patted his chest and assured him, "Rest assured, this technology is highly developed, and there are absolutely no issues." Qishaji Xie fell into contemplation. Weighing the pros and cons ultimately, he resolved to accept Yunxiao's suggestion. After all, he had sacrificed too much in his pursuit of eternity and did not wish to miss any opportunity. He nodded and said to Yunxiao, "All right, I'm willing to give it a try." Yunxiao responded with a smile, "No problem, but the price is 30 million taels." Qishaji Xie nodded, promptly producing a scroll to hand to Yunxiao. After the system confirmed all was in order, Yunxiao cheerfully declared, "Then let us begin. However, I must first conduct some checks and assessments on your body to determine the most suitable mechanical body plan for you." With a gentle wave of his hand, the surrounding counter began to sink, as if being swallowed by the earth, disappearing without a trace. Shortly thereafter, a white workbench slowly emerged from the ground, presenting itself before the group. "Lie down. This is a fully automated transformation device." Qishaji Xie nodded slightly, showing no hesitation as he reclined upon it. As he lay down, the transformation device activated, emitting a soft humming sound. It commenced a rapid scan of Xie's entire body, collecting various physiological data. Simultaneously, a black glass dome descended, enclosing Qishaji Xie completely and forming a sealed space, obscuring the view of what transpired within. Then, the device vanished into the ground before Pipa Shirzong's horrified gaze. "It's over. It's completely over." Pipa Shirzong thought that Qishaji Xie might have been deceived by the boss and feared he had already met a grim fate. In a panic, he glanced at Yunxiao. Instinctively stepping back, Pipa Shirzong swallowed hard. He had clearly seen that the instant the lid descended, Qishaji Xie fell into unconsciousness. He felt that Xie had been hoodwinked by the boss, spending 30 million taels and possibly losing his life in the process. Watching Yunxiao's back, Pipa Shirzong clenched the hilt of his great sword, contemplating a sudden strike against Yunxiao. However, upon observing the apparent vulnerabilities surrounding Yunxiao, he hesitated. "Damn it! This man exudes weaknesses, yet he instills a sense of dread. As if I would be vanquished in an instant should I act." Ultimately, Pipa Shirzong dismissed the notion of attacking, realizing that Yunxiao was fearfully strong. "The transformation will take time. Please wait a moment." Yunxiao turned to say. His abrupt turn startled Pipa Shirzong, who feared that Yunxiao might turn his attention towards him. Hearing Yunxiao's words, Pipa Shirzong inwardly grumbled that Qishaji Xie was likely being hollowed out at this very moment. Had Yunxiao known his inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly have given a thumbs up in praise. Very astute. In truth, Qishaji Xie had previously removed his internal organs, leaving only a heart. The current transformation aimed to replace all his flesh and bones with mechanical components. "Aside from cold weapons, do you require anything else?" Yunxiao inquired with a smile. Little did he know, that smile appeared to Pipa Shirzong like that of a demon. He believed Yunxiao intended to deceive him as well. Placing him into that metallic device, whereupon he would meet a similar fate. Thinking this, Pipa Shirzong hastily shook his head. No, I don't need anything. Yun Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment, assuming that Pipa Shirzong lacked funds. He patted Pipa Shirzong on the shoulder, sighing, alas, you are no longer a child. It's high time you start saving some money to marry a wife and live a good life to this remark. Pipa Shirzong's eyes widened in terror. He had not expected the boss to know not only that he was broke, but also that he had no wife. His legs began to tremble from fear. Feeling utterly exposed before Yun Xiao, in his mind, Pipa Shirzong cursed the Uchiha family repeatedly. Damn it, it's all that wretched Uchiha's fault. Were it not for his parting words that piqued my curiosity about this place, I would never have come here. Now, it seemed Chisha Jixie's fate was uncertain. While he himself was under the boss's scrutinizing gaze, with no chance of escape, he finally understood why the leader and Conan had fled so hastily at the entrance. He had been curious about their urgency, but now it was clear they had sensed danger. And here he was, foolishly following Chisha Jixie into the shop, akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, seeking death. As this realization struck him, Pipa Shirzong felt an urge to slap himself. This was the folly of curiosity. He had resolved that if he survived this ordeal, he would never again allow curiosity to lead him astray. Yun Xiao observed Pipa Shirzong's complexion shift from pale to flushed, beads of cold sweat incessantly trickling down. Are you all right? Yun Xiao expressed concern. He recalled that the original text did not mention any issues with Paijia Shirzong's body. As he gazed at Paijia Shirzong's pale complexion, he fell into contemplation. Paijia Shirzong noticed Yun Xiao staring intently at him, nearly terrified to the point of wetting himself. Was this boss not planning to act anymore? Did he intend to confront him directly? Was his life about to come to an end here? Paijia Shirzong should have realized that someone capable of forging such a blood demon blade could hardly be a good person. He closed his eyes, bracing himself for the arrival of death, that he hoped Yun Xiao would act swiftly, thus sparing him from excessive pain. Just as Yun Xiao was about to speak, the modification device suddenly elevated. Yun Xiao was taken aback. He had not expected it to happen so quickly. He opened the device's lid. Upon hearing the commotion, Paijia Shirzong instinctively opened his eyes, and when he saw what was on the device, he was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. A demon! This is simply a demon! Paijia Shirzong exclaimed in terror. There on the device, the body of the red sand scorpion was severed into several pieces. Paijia Shirzong had not anticipated that this boss would actually dismember the red sand scorpion. Yun Xiao's lips twitched. It appeared the automatic device was not as omnipotent as he had thought. After the modifications, it had failed to reassemble the scorpion, and he would have to do it himself. Yun Xiao then picked up the tools, preparing to piece together the body of the red sand scorpion. At this moment, the scorpion's body had been entirely transformed into a mechanical form, filled with intricate components, devoid of any flesh or blood. Seeing Yun Xiao's actions, Paijia Shirzong was so frightened that his vision faded to black. He never expected Yun Xiao to be so twisted as to not spare even the corpse of the red sand scorpion. Yun Xiao was oblivious to Paijia Shirzong's reaction. He turned to the red sand scorpion lying on the device and asked, "How does it feel?" The red sand scorpion carefully sensed the changes in its body and replied with a smile, "It feels quite peculiar." The scorpion felt more invigorated than ever. Yun Xiao placed the scorpion's head onto its body, saying, "That will do." Once the scorpion's head was attached to its body, it turned its head and felt no difference from usual. Yun Xiao picked up one of the scorpion's legs, gesturing, "This leg is a bit tricky to attach. So please wait a moment." That moment, Paijia Shirzong, who had fallen into a stupor, began to awaken. He struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, and his blurry vision gradually became clearer. However, upon seeing the scene before him, he nearly screamed in fright. Yun Xiao was wielding a severed leg of the scorpion in the air, as if playing with a curious toy. Paijia Shirzong's heart raced, almost leaping out of his throat. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand, fearing even the slightest sound would attract Yun Xiao's attention. He noticed that Yun Xiao's focus was entirely on the scorpion's leg and had not noticed his awakening, which gave him a slight sense of relief. Cautiously, he began to crawl toward the door, trying to avoid making any noise. Having fallen earlier, his beheading blade had also slid away, and now Paija Shirtsong was solely focused on escaping this perilous place. With no time to worry about his beloved sword, he was acutely aware that if he did not seize this rare opportunity to slip away quietly, once Yin Xiao detected him, his life would be forfeit. After years of being a ninja, he had never felt as desperate as he did today. Paija Shirtsong crawled forward with utmost caution, glancing back at Yin Xiao occasionally, terrified that he would discover his movements. As he neared the door, an indescribable joy filled his heart. Finally, he was about to escape this dreadful place. He silently cheered within himself. Suddenly, a figure entered through the door. Paija Shirtsong. What are you doing? The speaker was Pain, who had returned with Nagato on his back. Upon seeing Pain, Paija Shirtsong's eyes immediately welled with tears. He trembled as he asked, "Leader, are you here to save me?" In that moment, Pain appeared to Paija Shirtsong as a celestial being. Pain was bewildered. What was wrong with this guy? Paija Shirtsong rolled and crawled to Pain's feet, clutching his leg, crying, "Leader, you finally came to rescue me." The scorpion was killed by that boss. The red sand scorpion on the device sat up, bewildered. When was I killed? Yin Xiao also wore a confused expression. When did I become a murderer? Nagato, on Pain's back, instinctively looked toward Yin Xiao, seeing the two of them staring blankly at each other. Nagato silently observed the weeping Paija Shirtsong at his feet and frowned. What kind of trauma had this guy experienced? Nagato, why don't you go inside? At that moment, Conan approached. Nagato remained silent, merely fixating on the sobbing Paija Shirtsong. Conan followed Nagato's gaze, spotting the pitifully crying Paija Shirtsong. What happened to him? She asked, puzzled, wondering how the usually composed Paija Shirtsong had become this way. Hearing Conan's voice, Paija Shirtsong quickly raised his head, exclaiming in terror, "We must leave quickly. The owner of this shop is not only terrifyingly powerful, but also a super pervert." Nagato and Conan exchanged glances, both puzzled by Paija Shirtsong's words, unable to comprehend what he had gone through. They then curiously turned their attention to Yin Xiao and the red sand scorpion. Yin Xiao thought, what is going on? He felt 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. It was clear that Paija Shirtsong had discerning eyes to recognize his strength, but why on earth did he call him a pervert? A super pervert, no less. Did I really resemble a pervert? Yin Xiao mused, pulling out a mirror from somewhere. Sharp eyebrows, strikingly handsome. I must possess at least 1/10 the charm of a reader. He remarked he simply could not fathom why someone as dashing as himself would be labeled as a pervert. What are you doing, Shirtsong? The red sand scorpion inquired with curiosity. Due to his interruption, the red sand scorpion still had one leg unattached and could only sit up to ask. Upon hearing the red sand scorpion's voice, Paija Shirtsong rushed to its side, visibly delighted. You're not dead. I already mentioned this earlier, didn't I? I'm just helping to modify his body. Yin Xiao sighed, finally understanding that this fellow had misunderstood. How could someone so good-looking possibly be a pervert? Paija Shirtsong felt embarrassed, scratching his head. It was understandable that he had misjudged the situation, especially after witnessing Yin Xiao holding the scorpion's leg earlier, which was indeed a frightening sight for anyone. Boss, when will you be able to treat Nagato's body? Conan asked eagerly. Soon, just give me 2 minutes, Yin Xiao replied, picking up the scorpion's other leg to attach it. This is a specialized disassembly tool. Without it, your body cannot be modified. Yin Xiao hurried to explain, fearing the scorpion might think it was a shoddy job. Upon hearing this, the red sand scorpion, who had been somewhat worried, immediately relaxed, relieved that it wouldn't suddenly lose its limbs during a battle in the future. Paija Shirtsong curiously asked, Scorpion, how do you feel now? I feel nothing. Paija Shirtsong poked the scorpion's body, confirming that it was indeed mechanical. Soon, the mechanical red sand scorpion was fully assembled. It clenched its fists tightly, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through its body, filled with exhilaration. Suddenly, with a thought, blue flames erupted from the soles of its feet, propelling it into the air like a rocket. This spectacle left Paija Shirtsong below dumbfounded. He could hardly believe his eyes that it turned out that this mysterious shop owner had not deceived him. He had truly granted the scorpion a brand new, more powerful body. The red sand scorpion adapted to its new form in the air, a satisfied smile spreading across its face as it nodded in praise. This is indeed far superior to my previous puppet body. Of course, even with a new body, you can still wield chakra with ease. With a smile, Yun Xiao explained. Upon hearing these words, Scorpion immediately attempted it, and within moments, several transparent chakra threads appeared in his hand, as delicate and resilient as spider silk. Pipa Shirzong's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the chakra threads in Scorpion's hand, exclaiming, "This is truly remarkable. Boss, can we now heal Nagato's body?" Xiaonan, seeing that they were nearly ready, then inquired. "That of course," replied Yin Xiao as he opened the door to the treatment chamber, gesturing for Nagato to lie down inside. Nagato controlled pain to carry him to the front of the treatment chamber. "Goodness, where did you steal this skeleton from, leader?" Pipa Shirzong exclaimed. At that moment, Nagato appeared not only emaciated but also impaled with numerous black rods, giving him a particularly eerie appearance. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a mere skeleton. Hearing this, the corner of Nagato's mouth twitched, but he chose to ignore Pipa Shirzong and instead turned to Scorpion, saying, "Scorpion, please help me remove these black rods." Scorpion nodded in understanding. "Got it, leader." As the black rods were pulled out one by one from Nagato's body, the Deva Path pain he controlled collapsed to the ground. Having lost its connection, Scorpion assisted Nagato into the treatment chamber, and upon seeing this, Yin Xiao promptly closed the chamber door. As the door sealed shut, a green liquid began to flow from within the treatment chamber, filling the entire space. Lying inside, Nagato felt the warm liquid enveloping his body, a wave of unprecedented comfort washing over him. For years, he had borne the immense burden brought by the outer path and the 6 paths of pain, leaving his body utterly drained. Fortunately, being of the Uzumaki clan endowed him with abundant chakra and extraordinary vitality, allowing him to endure for so long. Had he been anyone else, he would have surely perished from chakra depletion long ago. "Leader, what happened to you?" Pipa Shirzong gasped, staring at the motionless pain on the ground, his face betraying a look of urgency, completely unaware of the situation. Beside him, Scorpion snorted dismissively, finding Pipa Shirzong's reaction absurd. "Fool," Scorpion thought to himself, realizing from the first glance that Nagato was the true leader of Akatsuki, while the previous pain was merely a puppet under Nagato's control, with Pipa Shirzong's level of intelligence. It finally dawned on him why he had misunderstood the boss earlier. Could it be that the one inside is the real leader? Pipa Shirzong looked back and forth between pain on the ground and Nagato in the chamber, gradually coming to this realization. The others paid no heed to Pipa Shirzong, but were instead curiously observing Nagato's condition. To their astonishment, Nagato's emaciated body began to slowly recover, even his severed legs gradually regaining form. "Boss, what is this?" Pipa Shirzong asked, pointing at the rapidly changing numbers beside the treatment chamber. His curiosity piqued. Hearing this, the others followed his gaze and indeed noticed the numbers racing upwards, now exceeding 500. "This is the price you need to pay. You are required to pay 5 million Ryo," Yun Xiao said with a smile. The group stared wide-eyed in shock, astonished that the treatment chamber would cost so much. It had only been a short while, and they were already being asked for 5 million. The numbers have now reached 700. Xiaonan remained unfazed. Although the price was steep, it was still within her means. However, Pipa Shirzong turned to Yun Xiao in disbelief. "So expensive? Boss, why don't you just rob someone?" Yun Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. "What do you think I'm doing right now?" In truth, Yun Xiao was indeed scheming. He had initially intended to trade for some, Siendo, for Nagato. Yet, he found the two overpowered, not only boasting remarkable healing properties, but also being incredibly affordable. After much contemplation, he concluded that the treatment chamber was the more prudent choice, as it charged by the second. This way, Nagato would receive the healing he desperately needed, and he would profit handsomely. A true win-win. If only the price could be raised a bit, Yin Xiao mused. Host, due to a certain fat individual named Yakalo consuming nearly all they're now in scarce supply. The sage has declared that are nearly out of stock and cannot be produced in the near future. This system has temporarily decided to raise the price from 500,000 Ryo each to 10 million Ryo each. Yin Xiao? He had merely contemplated this in his mind, not expecting the price to actually increase. What a calamity, Yin Xiao murmured. Henceforth, the native inhabitants of the ninja world would no longer be able to afford cheap. All of this could be blamed on a certain fat individual named Jiaodu in the Dragon Ball universe. The sage buried his head in a jar, having lost every last, tears brimming in his eyes. The sage glared angrily at the fat individual sleeping on the ground. "You scoundrel! You've devoured all my—" Hearing the sage's furious shout, the fat man merely scratched his rear and rolled over, continuing his deep slumber. Witnessing this, the sage lay down on the ground, gazing up at the cerulean sky, his eyes misty with tears. "Meow, without, what will happen to my little fish treats? Goodness, this is exorbitant." The figures on the treatment chamber sent Pipa Shirzong's heart racing, compelling him to utter an expletive. The numbers had now reached an astonishing figure. A ninja. Pipa Shirzong had never cultivated a habit of saving money during his time in the Mist Village. Every Rio he earned from missions was spent on shurikens and explosive tagged. As a result, after years of being a ninja, he remained perpetually broke. This was why he had refused Yun Xiao's offer to promote weapons. It was not that he found them too evil, but rather, he simply had no money. Currently, he possessed only 10,000 Rio, a sum he had scavenged on his last outing. Watching the figures on the device, he felt a pang of pain. This was all hard-earned money. Though it wasn't technically his, he still felt a deep sense of loss. He had never earned so much money in his life. Instinctively, Pipa Shirzong glanced at the giant sword on his back, wondering how much it might fetch in the boss's hands. Beep, beep, beep. The numbers on the device continued to fluctuate until they finally reached 5,000 and then ceased to climb. As the device emitted a sound, the green liquid in the treatment chamber began to be gradually extracted, and Nagato's previously tightly shut eyes quietly opened. With a soft click, a light sound emanated from within the treatment chamber as Nagato gently pushed open the door. The chamber slowly swinging ajar. Stepping out, Nagato felt the changes within his body, a look of delight spreading across his face. I could see that moment. He was no longer the emaciated, sickly figure. His body had completely returned to its peak state, even healthier than before. What thrilled him even more was that his long broken legs had miraculously healed, as if they had never been injured at all. Nagato took a step forward, relishing the sensation of his foot connecting with the ground, his face brimming with excitement. For so many years, he had been confined to that dark room, unable to move. Now, he could finally stand again and walk freely. The wish to stand again had once been something he dared not even dream of. Yet it had now become a reality. He no longer needed pain. Seeing Nagato's current state, the most exhilarated among them was Xiaonan. She rushed excitedly to Nagato's side, her voice trembling as she asked, "Nagato, is your body finally healed?" As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with tears, a few sparkling droplets sliding down her cheeks. Nagato looked at the tearful Xiaonan and instinctively reached out to gently wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Replying, "Yes, I'm healed." Nagato's action caused a sudden blush to grace Conan's cheeks. She shyly lowered her head and instinctively took a step back. Simultaneously, Nagato became acutely aware that his recent behavior might have been inappropriate. Leaving him somewhat flustered, they exchanged a fleeting glance before quickly averting their eyes, seemingly at a loss for how to break the awkward silence. I could see that moment. Yun Xiao stepped forward, clearing his throat twice to capture their attention. Standing before the medical chamber, he pointed at the displayed numbers and smiled. "Ladies, the total cost for this treatment amounts to 10 million Rio. Kindly proceed with the payment." Yun Xiao's words shattered the tension between the two, prompting Nagato and Conan to regain their composure. Nagato hurriedly produced 2 scrolls filled with money and handed them to Yun Xiao. After Yun Xiao accepted the payment and meticulously checked its accuracy, he nodded in satisfaction. Leaning closer to Nagato's ear, he teased softly, "Do you fancy that girl?" Upon hearing this, Nagato's face flushed crimson as he stammered, "No, I don't." Yun Xiao, amused by Nagato's reaction, chuckled and patted his shoulder jovially. "You know the truth in your heart." "Boss, we're leaving now," Nagato declared, hastily exiting the shop. Youth is truly delightful. Yun Xiao mused. Though he himself was not yet 20, having lived a previous life of 20 years, he felt a twinge of nostalgia, reflecting on his combined 40 years of existence. Conan, though curious about the exchange between the boss and Nagato, quickly followed suit as he departed. Upon witnessing their exit, Deidara turned to Yunjiao and said, "Boss, I too shall take my leave." With that, he turned and left, eager to experience his new body. "Wait for me," called out Kiba, dashing after them. Kiba had resolved that from this moment on, regardless of how frugally he had to live, he would acquire the Blood Demon Blade. Although he dared not inquire about the exact price from Yunjiao, he was well aware that it would be exorbitant, starting at no less than 10 million Ryo. After all, the items at Yunjiao's place were never cheap. As Yunjiao reached the door, he called out to the departing figures, "Be sure to return often." Upon leaving the shop, Nagato and his companions hurried back to the Rain Village. "Where are Kakuzu and Orochimaru?" Nagato wondered aloud, glancing at the empty base. In response, the others shook their heads, indicating their ignorance. "Huh, I didn't expect you to be so swift. Orochimaru, you managed to catch up to that guy despite him running so far away," came Kakuzu's voice from outside. Hearing him, Nagato and the others instinctively turned towards the entrance. "Your Doton. Yomi Numa is impressive," said Orochimaru as they entered, only to find everyone staring at them. Orochimaru instantly recognized Nagato, recalling him as the child Jiraiya had taken under his wing on the battlefield. However, he chose not to bring up the past. Orochimaru licked his lips. Was this truly the leader's original appearance? Kakuzu regarded Nagato with curiosity, surprised that the leader bore a striking resemblance to a pretty boy. Nagato, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded and calmly stated, "Now that you are here, I would like to explain the Akatsuki's future plans. Currently, we need to raise 2 billion Ryo as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Kakuzu's eyes widened in disbelief, his face registering shock as he exclaimed, 2 billion? I can hardly believe my ears. If we truly manage to earn that much, I would be immensely pleased. Nagato nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, we require sufficient funds to procure weapons from the boss to achieve peace in the ninja world." He then elaborated on the immense power of nuclear weapons to everyone present. After Nagato's description, astonishment and disbelief spread across their faces. They had never conceived the existence of such formidable and terrifying weapons in their world. Could it really annihilate a ninja village in an instant? A glint of excitement and curiosity flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he became deeply intrigued by the concept of nuclear weaponry, although he was currently engrossed in the path of immortality. The scientific madman within him remained unchanged. He pondered whether he could develop such a powerful weapon. After all, upon dismantling the firearms he had acquired from Yunjiao, he was astounded to discover their principles were surprisingly simple and comprehensible. Had he not been pressed for time, he could have undoubtedly replicated them. Now, he was equally curious about the nuclear weapons Nagato mentioned. Orochimaru thought, once he procured one, he must dismantle it for study. With his intellect, creating a nuclear bomb seemed far from insurmountable, but he excitedly licked his lips, already envisioning himself successfully developing a nuclear bomb. After all, a weapon of his own creation would be vastly different from one purchased from Yunjiao. It was preferable to have the technology firmly in his hands. If Yunjiao were to catch wind of Orochimaru's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly emit a sharp warning. Nuclear bombs were not to be trifled with. Should Orochimaru clandestinely dismantle a nuclear bomb, the entire Rain Village would meet its end alongside him. So, do any of you have quick ways to make money? Nagato inquired, directing his gaze towards the assembly, hopeful for suggestions. The group exchanged glances, each considering potential methods to amass wealth, as they were all in dire need of funds. Each individual scanned their minds for various possibilities, striving to uncover a path to rapid fortune. Suddenly, Kakuzu's eyes lit up, and he enthusiastically proposed, "I believe we could transform the Akatsuki into a mercenary organization. By accepting commissions, we can swiftly earn money and establish our reputation at major bounty offices. Soon enough, tasks will naturally find their way to us." Kakuzu's suggestion resonated with the others, and they readily voiced their agreement. Kiba praised, "Kakuzu, you truly possess a sharp business acumen." Nagato nodded in approval, recognizing the feasibility of Kakuzu's plan. They would allocate half of the commissions earned from completed tasks as organizational funds for procuring nuclear weapons. The group nodded in understanding and support of Nagato's decision. aware that only through collective effort could they achieve their goals. Nagato continued, "Currently, our organization is understaffed. That I hope each of you will keep an eye out for potential candidates during your missions. That if you encounter individuals with strength and potential, consider inviting them to join the Akatsuki." "Understood," the group affirmed. "Then, let the name of the Akatsuki resound throughout the bounty world from this moment forth," Nagato declared with exhilaration. It felt quite invigorating that Kakuzu's lips curled into a smile as he spoke softly. Kiba trembled with excitement, his eyes shining with greed. He finally had a path to wealth. He began to envision himself earning money and acquiring the Blood Demon Blade. Kakuzu produced several maps, distributing them to everyone. Marking all the bounty offices in the ninja world, he was confident that with their abilities, they would undoubtedly succeed in completing the tasks, thereby elevating the Akatsuki's reputation. Kakuzu was thrilled. He had long harbored a dream of joining a mercenary organization. Various factors had dashed that dream, but now hope was rekindled. He believed that with their strength, the Akatsuki could soon become the most formidable mercenary organization in the ninja world. Nagato accepted the maps and studied them carefully, nodding in satisfaction. "Let us allocate tasks according to the maps. Each person shall be responsible for one country. I'll go to the Land of Fire," Orochimaru declared without hesitation. "Then I shall head to the Land of Wind." "It has been a while since I last returned," Kakuzu reminisced with a hint of melancholy. "I will go to the Land of Water," Kiba announced, eager to revisit and see how many of his former comrades were still alive. "Konan, you will go to the Land of Earth. I will take the Land of Lightning." Nagato methodically assigned the tasks. Konan silently nodded, then her form suddenly transformed into countless paper fragments, soaring out of the base. "Let us embark." As Nagato spoke, he hurriedly dashed outside point one by one. The others departed from the base, leaving only Kakuzu standing alone in the wind, disheveled. Observing the empty room, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Where am I supposed to go now?" Kakuzu quickly followed suit, uncertain of his destination, merely seeking to accompany anyone he could find. Bija Shizu, noticing Kakuzu trailing behind, curiously asked, "Kakuzu, why are you following me?" Kakuzu replied nonchalantly, "I've heard you're a rogue ninja from the Land of Water. I was concerned you might return alone and inadvertently reveal your identity, only to be met with a thrashing." "Well, I appreciate your concern," Bija Shizu expressed gratefully. Kakuzu realized he wasn't entirely mistaken, given his status as a rogue ninja and the executioner's great sword in his possession. If he were to be discovered, that group would undoubtedly stop at nothing to seize his weapon. Relieved that he had successfully deflected the conversation, Kakuzu exhaled deeply. In the Land of Fire. Orochimaru was en route to the exchange center when he fortuitously passed by Konoha Village. Gazing at the distant village, he murmured, "It has been quite some time since I last visited. I wonder what changes have transpired in my absence." Contemplating this, Orochimaru resolved to sneak in for a closer look. As one of the representatives of Konoha's underworld, infiltrating the village was as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Why now? Dusk had settled, and the streets were sparsely populated. Orochimaru strode unabashedly down the center of the street, his figure standing out conspicuously. Suddenly, the joyful laughter of children reached his ears, piquing his curiosity. Following the sound, he discovered a group of children engrossed in play, seemingly oblivious to the encroaching night. Orochimaru licked his lips, reflecting, "It appears that after my departure, the village's security has significantly improved." This reminiscence brought back memories of his time in the village, when he frequently used children as subjects for his experiments. During that period, the village's youth were terrified, hiding indoors and avoiding the outside world. This predicament frustrated Orochimaru as he struggled to find subjects for his experiments. Why is it that just when my experiments are on the brink of success, I am suddenly discovered? Orochimaru pondered with a frown. Suddenly, the image of Shimura Danzo surfaced in his mind. Only Danzo had covertly supported his experiments, and it seemed that the entirety of Konoha was unaware of his endeavors. Having collaborated with Danzo, Orochimaru's experiments had been on the verge of success when he was unexpectedly exposed. Consequently, he had no choice but to flee Konoha, while Danzo remained unscathed. With this thought, a cold glint entered Orochimaru's eyes. He suspected that his exposure was undoubtedly linked to Danzo, and he resolved to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Meanwhile, far away in the roots, Danzo suddenly sneezed. Returning to the present, Orochimaru observed the children before him. A surge of intense desire welling up within him, that he recalled his past experiments. Those ventures that had been so close to fruition. If he could obtain these children, perhaps he could restart his experiments. His gaze intensified, fixating on the group of children as he envisioned the success of his endeavors. He instinctively stepped forward, preparing to take them away, but hesitated and withdrew. He suddenly realized that there were now new methods for achieving immortality, rendering human experimentation unnecessary. This revelation halted his advance, his yearning for the children gradually dissipating. After casting one last glance at the children, he turned away. The children continued their carefree play, utterly unaware of how close they had come to death. Ahead lay the commercial district, bustling with activity. Orochimaru understood the necessity of concealing his true identity. Thus, employing the disguise techniques he had mastered from the art of longevity, he skillfully altered his appearance. After a long day of travel, his stomach growled with hunger. Just then, he spotted a ramen shop named Ichiraku. Without hesitation, he entered, eager to indulge in a steaming bowl of noodles. After placing his order, he chose a seat by the window, quietly observing the scene outside. That moment, several individuals adorned with fan insignias entered the shop. Their arrival caused a stir. The previously lively establishment fell into an abrupt silence. "Boss, for bowls of tonkatsu ramen, please," one of them commanded. "Certainly," the owner replied with a smile. The ramen was quickly prepared, and several Uchiha clansmen sat down at a nearby table, beginning to eat and chat. "Recently, Konoha has really been plagued by thieves," one Uchiha whispered. "Indeed, I've heard it's been a series of incidents." Another responded, "I even heard that the Hyuga clan's treasury was robbed last night. Their clan leader went to the Hokage, lamenting the loss. Haha, isn't the Hyuga clan's Byakugan supposed to see through things? How could they let their treasury be stolen?" Orochimaru, intrigued by their conversation, glanced over. In recent days, numerous families have fallen victim to theft, leaving the villagers in a state of unease. "Hurry up and eat. Soon our police force will be busy." Just then, an Uchiha rushed in, incensed to see his compatriots leisurely enjoying their ramen. "Stop eating. The clan's treasury has been robbed, and clan leader Fugaku is gathering all members to join forces with other clans to hunt down the thief tonight." Upon hearing this, the diners hastily tossed their money on the table and scrambled to leave. "Damn it, they've even stolen from the Uchiha," the leader grumbled as they exited the ramen shop. After the Uchiha left, the shop erupted into a flurry of discussions. "I can't believe the Uchiha clan was also robbed. What does it matter? After all, even the Hokage has been robbed. These prominent families are certainly not exempt. I heard they even strengthened their defenses, yet they were still robbed. This is just too amusing." Orochimaru, eavesdropping on the chatter, felt as though he had stumbled upon a juicy scoop, that he listened intently, finding the unfolding events quite entertaining, especially the revelation that even his mentor had fallen victim to theft. In the Uchiha district, Fugaku surveyed the empty room, his eyes ablaze with fury. This room, which should have been filled with wealth, had been stripped clean in the mere time it took him to step out for a meal. Who could have possibly made off with so much in such a short span of time? Fugaku roared. The three tomo in his eyes began to spin rapidly, ultimately converging into a singular pattern. "Damn it! Even if I have to turn this place upside down, I will find you," Fugaku bellowed. He had already allied with the leaders of other clans, vowing to scour Konoha thoroughly that night to unearth the thief. Soon, the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Aburame clans, as well as the third Hokage, Sir Tobi Hiruzen and Danzo, joined forces. Hokage-sama, clan leaders, tonight we will unite to apprehend this notorious thief, Fugaku proclaimed. Every clan present had been victimized, fueling their collective animosity toward the thief. "I shall dispatch the Umbu to assist you, Fugaku," the Hokage declared, prompting other clans to offer their support. "The Hyuga clan will lend our full strength to assist Fugaku. The Inuzuka clan will do the same." Thus commenced a grand operation to capture the thief, swiftly unfolding throughout Konoha. Anyone exhibiting suspicious behavior was apprehended by members of various clans. Sensing the situation turning against him, Orochimaru had long since slipped out of the village. He glanced back at the brightly lit Konoha, contemplating who could have orchestrated this. Outside the village, he chuckled to himself. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is worthy of being a prominent family in Konoha. They are quite affluent. Haida, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together. Uchiha Obito stood behind Haida, observing the figure Jew with a gaze full of hostility. It was due to Haida's scheming that he felt like a fool. Being led around in circles by Haida, he had been made to believe in the falsehood of the infinite Tsukuyumi. Were it not for Yunxiao's timely warning, he would still be hopelessly lost. Deceived by Haida, if it weren't for the necessity of cooperating with Haida, he would have found a way to eliminate him long ago. Upon noticing Obito's unfriendly gaze, Haida awkwardly said, "Please don't look at me like that. While I may have utilized you for certain purposes, I was not deceitful regarding the infinite Tsukuyumi." Haida believed that if everyone in the ninja world became sustenance for the god tree and transformed into white Zetsu, peace would ultimately be attained. He felt that his goals were quite similar to those of Madara. One could argue that peace had indeed been achieved, considering that if everyone were to perish, there would be no more wars in this world. Hearing Haida's words, Obito remained unresponsive, believing not a word of what Haida said, dismissing it all as mere nonsense. Observing Obito's lack of reaction, Haida awkwardly scratched his head. Realizing that Obito had become enlightened and was no longer easily deceived. Thus, Haida abandoned the idea of tricking Obito. Adopting an innocent demeanor, he spread his hands and said, "Oh dear, if you don't believe me. So be it." Obito coldly directed his gaze at Haida, stating, "Our relationship is merely one of cooperation that a few days prior, after departing from the Akatsuki organization, Obito felt utterly lost. Lacking any commercial acumen, how was he to amass such wealth? He wandered through the ninja world, still unable to conceive a method for making money. Just when he was at a loss, Haida approached him. "Oh dear, are you troubled by your inability to earn money?" Haida's head emerged from the ground. The moment Obito laid eyes on Haida, his anger ignited like a raging flame. It was this very black figure before him that had toyed with him for so many years. In a fit of rage, he launched an attack on Haida, who quickly withdrew his head to avoid the blow. Realizing he was powerless against Haida, Obito ceased his assault and coldly inquired, "What do you want with me?" Only then did Haida slowly emerge from the ground. "Obito-kun, there's no need to be so irritable. I'm here specifically to seek your cooperation." "Cooperation?" Obito replied, perplexed. He could not comprehend why Haida would want to collaborate with him. After the exposure of Haida's plans, there seemed to be no need for any partnership between them. Haida, perceiving Obito's thoughts, cheerfully responded, "Obito-kun, I've learned of alternative methods to resurrect Mother from the boss. I have abandoned the Moon Eye plan." Resurrecting Mother? Obito recalled that during their time in the shop, Haida had become agitated upon learning that the moon could be destroyed. It dawned on him that the so-called Moon Eye plan was merely a scheme to revive Haida's mother on the moon. Thus, Haida intended to manipulate both Madara and him to achieve his own ends. Upon this realization, Obito glared at Haida with gritted teeth. Indeed, the Moon Eye plan was nothing but a ruse. If Madara discovers you're deceiving him, he will not spare you. Madara will never know, for no one will resurrect him. Haida chuckled that Obito's lips twitched. It was indeed true. Now that everyone was aware the Moon Eye plan was a fabrication, who would still wish to revive that man? Madara could simply remain in his place. Since the Moon Eye plan is a sham, what is left for us to cooperate on? Obito coldly remarked. "Oh, but there is indeed something. I have come to propose that we work together to earn money." Haida replied with a smile. Earning money? Obito's eyes brightened. He had been troubled by his lack of income. And now Haida was offering him a solution. "That I know the locations of several treasuries in Konoha. There is simply too much money for me to carry alone, so I thought to seek your collaboration." Haida explained. Originally, Haida had no need to involve Obito. Despite the vast amounts of money in the treasury, he could empty it alone in a single night. However, after stealing from Sir Tobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, he had been discovered. Once the other clans of Konoha learned of this, they heightened the security of their own treasuries, with patrols occurring almost constantly. This had become a source of frustration for Haida. As the increased vigilance of the clans significantly hampered his efficiency, yielding minimal gains throughout the night, he realized that to accumulate 400 billion, he would likely have to wait an eternity. This led him to recall Obito's Kimui space. If Obito could simply clear out the treasury in a short amount of time, it would be much more efficient. Hence, he sought Obito's cooperation that I will locate the treasuries, and you will handle the transport. After we succeed, we shall split the profits 50-50, Haida declared with determination. After all, one must be willing to take risks to reap rewards. He was confident that with Obito's involvement, their future earnings would multiply exponentially. Upon hearing the 50-50 split, Obito did not hesitate to agree. Thus, the Ninja World's thieving duo was formed. Having resolved to abandon his mask, Obito donned it once more. That night, the two infiltrated Konoha in the darkness. Haida whispered, "I will go check the patrols of the Hyuga clan." With that, he departed. Shortly thereafter, Haida returned that I've gathered intelligence. The Hyuga clan members leave the treasury every 5 minutes to patrol elsewhere. Returning 1 minute later, Haida reported, Obito was somewhat baffled. Wasn't the Hyuga clan's Byakugan capable of seeing through things? Why were they still assigning patrols? However, he dismissed these trivial details as unimportant. 1 minute. That will suffice. With that, the single exposed tomo of his Sharingan gradually transformed into a kaleidoscope, and his body vanished. Seeing Obito disappear, Haida too sank into the ground. Once the Hyuga members had departed, the two stealthily entered the treasury. Obito, upon witnessing the room filled to the brim with cash, stood in stunned silence. How much must this be worth? Obito, hurry up! Haida urged, anxious to proceed as he saw Obito dazed. Regaining his composure, Obito declared, Kimui! With that, the bills in the room were drawn into his Kimui space. Within mere breaths, the room was left utterly empty. They swiftly vacated the premises of the Hyuga clan. Shortly after their departure, the patrolling members of the Hyuga clan returned. Instinctively activating their Byakugan, they glanced at the treasury to check for the presence of their wealth. What the hell? Several members of the Hyuga clan exclaimed, shocked to find the treasury devoid of its riches. How could it be empty after such a short absence? The two thieves turned back to glance at the Hyuga estate. Who stole the money from my Hyuga clan? Upon hearing the sharp outcry of Hyuga Hayashi, the two thieves turned and left with satisfaction. After their successful heist, they did not leave Konoha immediately, but instead made their way toward the territory of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Obito-kun. Now that the attention of Konoha is focused on the Hyuga clan, let's capitalize on this opportunity, Haida said cheerfully. All right, Obito replied, following behind Haida. The defenses of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans paled in comparison to those of the Hyuga clan. After all, they were merely ordinary ninja families, while the Hyuga clan was one of the strongest in Konoha, possessing the powerful Byakugan. Thus, the defenses of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were naturally lacking. With little effort, the duo cleared out the wealth of all three clans. With Obito's Kimui, their efficiency soared in just one night. They had plundered the majority of the clans in Konoha as dawn began to break. They realized that day was fast approaching. Thus, he departed from Konoha, intending to return the following night. After locating a hiding place, Obito withdrew all the money from the Kimui dimension upon seeing such a vast sum. A thought of hoarding it entirely crossed his mind. Although Kurizetsu possessed a unique ability that made him difficult to kill, his own strength was rather feeble, rendering him no match for Obito in terms of power. Obito could easily abscond with the money, yet he hesitated to do so. He still required Kurizetsu to guide him to the vault. He could not jeopardize their partnership over a trivial gain, lest he lose a watermelon for the sake of a sesame seed. The two then began to tally their gains, a process that extended from morning until dusk. I never expected our haul from last night to amount to 30 billion. Kurizetsu exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this figure, Obito's mouth fell agape in shock that he had anticipated a considerable sum, but never imagined it would be so substantial. This meant he had earned 15 billion in a single night. Indeed, collaborating with Kurizetsu proved to be the right choice. At this rate, he believed it wouldn't be long before he could amass enough to resurrect his teacher. Kurizetsu was equally exhilarated, astonished at how swiftly their profits had surged since Obito's involvement. Prior to Obito's arrival, he had toiled throughout the night to earn only a few billion, and that was during times of minimal disturbance. However, with the heightened patrols by the various clans of Konoha, he could now barely scrape together a few million in a night. he felt immensely fortunate to have recruited Obito, convinced that within a few years, he could obliterate the moon and resurrect his mother. With this thought, Kurizetsu's fatigue vanished in an instant. Obito-kun, let us divide the money and continue our operations, Kurizetsu proposed. All right, Obito replied, as he absorbed his share of 15 billion into the Kimui dimension. Kurizetsu looked at him enviously, pondering the advantages of such a space that could effortlessly contain all his riches, unlike himself, who constantly worried about the concealment of his own funds. Suddenly, a group of white Zetsu emerged from the ground, one of whom inquired, Lord Zetsu, do you know what it feels like to have the urge to relieve oneself? Kurizetsu's veins bulged with irritation. No, you lot hurry up and move the money to the base. Oh dear, I was merely curious about the sensation, Akatsuki lamented. Hurry, Kurizetsu bellowed. Observing Kurizetsu's fury, Akatsuki promptly signaled the remaining white Zetsu to move the money. Once all of Kurizetsu's fund were transported away, he turned to Obito and cheerfully declared, Obito-kun, let us commence tonight's operation. Obito nodded and donned his yellow whirlpool mask once more. Thus, the duo stealthily returned to Konoha. Their target for the night was the Uchiha clan. I never imagined the Uchiha would be relegated to the outskirts of the village. Obito muttered. The reason they had not targeted the Uchiha the previous night was the clan's distance from the village's center, leaving them with no time to do so. However, tonight was different. They were heading straight for the Uchiha. Upon reaching the Uchiha estate, Uchiha Fugaku felt a surge of unease upon learning that the assets of Konoha's major clans had been stolen the night before. He hurried to the clan's vault, anxiously opening the door. When he found the treasures within intact, his taut nerves finally relaxed. However, he did not allow himself to become complacent. Instead, he resolved to adopt even more stringent precautions. Since that night, he had taken up residence in the vault, determined to leave no opportunity for any potential thieves. Meanwhile, Obito and Kurizetsu concealed themselves in the shadows, closely monitoring Fugaku's every move. They had initially planned to pilfer the Uchiha clan's wealth, but found themselves at a loss against Fugaku's formidable defenses. Obito-kun, what should we do now? Kurizetsu couldn't help but ask, even contemplating abandoning this target. Obito remained silent for a moment. Let us wait a bit longer. Just then, he noticed a woman approaching in the distance, carrying a bento. Obito immediately recognized her as Uchiha Fugaku's wife, Mikoto. Clearly, she had come to deliver a meal to Fugaku. A spark of inspiration ignited within Obito. He perceived this as a rare opportunity. He decided to act when Fugaku was preoccupied with his meal. Before long, Mikoto arrived at the vault's entrance, gently knocking on the door and calling softly. Fugaku-kun, it's time to eat. Hearing her voice, Fugaku emerged, casually closing the vault door behind him, but he smiled and asked, What delicious treats have you brought me tonight? Just what you love, Mikoto replied with a smile. You truly are wonderful to me, Mikoto. Not at all, yes, the couple exchanged affectionate banter. Obito and Kurizetsu exchanged glances, then quietly slipped into the vault. Upon entering, both were astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sheer scale of the vault, which dwarfed even that of the Hyuga clan. The wealth within was piled high, nearly filling the entire space. And no wonder Fugaku had chosen to guard it personally. It contained such immense riches, Obito murmured. Without hesitation, he began transferring vast amounts of money into his Kimui dimension. However, the abundance of wealth proved overwhelming. Even with the Kimui dimension at his disposal, it would take considerable time to store it all. After a prolonged effort, Obito finally managed to pack away every last coin. He and Kurizetsu exchanged looks, both recognizing the excitement in each other's eyes. Subsequently, they left Konoha without a moment's hesitation, disappearing into the darkness with their newfound fortune. After finishing his meal, Fugaku opened the vault door, and upon witnessing the scene inside, he froze in disbelief. How could so much money vanish in the time it took to eat? Obito-kun, quickly retrieve the money and let us count how much we have. Kurizetsu exclaimed eagerly, rubbing his hands together. Obito's thoughts were pulled back by Kurizetsu's enthusiasm. He activated his Sharingan and retrieved all the money acquired from the Uchiha. The two gazed at the mountain of wealth before them, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they began to tally their gains from the Uchiha. After some time, Kurozetsu exclaimed, a total of 18 billion. Truly, it is worthy of being a clan that has persisted since the Warring States period. Their foundation is indeed impressive. Obito was equally astonished by the Uchiha's wealth, yet his expression darkened as memories of his childhood with his grandmother resurfaced. Although the clan provided some assistance, it only barely sufficed to maintain their livelihood. The family's financial situation had been dire until he became a ninja and began accepting missions that improved their circumstances. Obito could hardly fathom why, despite possessing such vast wealth, the clan did not utilize it to aid those in need. Since you refuse to spend this money, I shall take it upon myself to do so, Obito murmured. After dividing their spoils, Kurozetsu remarked, Obito-kun, Konoha has little left. We must move on to another village. Obito nodded in agreement. They had thoroughly plundered the major clans, leaving little of value behind. In fact, it could be said that the combined assets of Konoha's great clans paled in comparison to those of a smaller clan. It was indeed time to change their base of operations, as they prepared to leave under the cover of night. Obito suddenly halted, turning back to gaze at Konoha. Noticing Obito's pause, Kurozetsu inquired, What is it? Obito-kun? You wait here. I will return shortly. With that, Obito dashed toward the direction of Konoha. Within Konoha, knock, knock, knock. Coming, a young boy with yellow hair rushed to the door upon hearing the knock. Hokage. The little boy joyfully exclaimed. Naruto, I've come to bring you your allowance, Sir Tobi Hiruzen said, producing an envelope and handing it to the smiling Naruto. Thank you, Hokage. Naruto expressed his gratitude as he accepted the envelope, only to notice that it was thinner than usual. Glancing at the envelope in his hand, and then at the kindly Sir Tobi Hiruzen, he questioned, Hokage, why is my pocket money so little this month? Did I do something wrong? As he spoke, he cast a pitiful glance towards Sir Tobi Hiruzen. Upon witnessing Naruto's distressed expression, Hiruzen felt a twinge of awkwardness. He affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair and explained, It's not quite like that. Recently, there has been a thief in the village, and all the funds have been stolen. That is why your allowance this time is less than usual. Is that so? Naruto clenched his fists and indignantly exclaimed, That thief is truly despicable. Anger surged within him, for it was indeed the fault of this wretched thief. His allowance was already scant, and now it was diminished even further. Be sure to budget your expenses. I must take my leave for now, but I will come to visit you again soon. Hiruzen said with a smile. Understood, Hokage Grandpa. Goodbye, Naruto replied. After Hiruzen departed, Naruto closed the door and muttered, This month's allowance isn't enough. It seems I will have to go hungry. Over the years, he had often faced hunger due to insufficient funds. Even on occasions when he did possess money, some shopkeepers refused to sell to him simply because of his identity. Lost in thought, tears streamed down Naruto's face as he lamented, Mom, Dad, where are you? Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the door was knocked upon once more. Quickly wiping his tears away, Naruto called out, Hokage Grandpa, I'll be right there. He initially assumed it was Sarutobi Hiruzen returning, as no one else had visited their home for years apart from him. Upon opening the door, however, he was greeted not by Hiruzen, but by an unfamiliar man carrying numerous bags. Uchiha Obito. Who are you? Naruto inquired with curiosity. Hello, Naruto, I am a student of your father, Obito replied with a smile. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment at Obito's introduction, and he exclaimed with excitement, Uncle, you know my father? Obito stepped inside and surveyed Naruto's living conditions, furrowing his brow in dismay at the state of disrepair. He noticed expired milk sitting on the table. Uncle, do you truly know who my father is? Naruto asked eagerly. Guilt flooded Obito's heart upon witnessing Naruto's hopeful demeanor, for he knew that the boy's tragic circumstances were largely his doing. Had it not been for the Nine-Tails incident, Naruto would have been just another child of a shinobi, much like Asuma. Uncle! Uncle! Naruto called out. Snapped back to reality by Naruto's voice, Obito placed the bags he was holding on the table. He affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair again and said, Of course, your parents are on a mission and will return in a few years. That Naruto's heart raced with excitement. Uncle, is what you're saying true? It is indeed true. But you must keep this a secret from anyone else, or your parents may never return, Obito warned sternly. Naruto nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Uncle. I won't tell a soul. Not even about my visit today, Obito added. Naruto eagerly agreed, his heart soaring with the realization that he had parents, though they were merely away on a mission, that he was not the abandoned child that he had been led to believe. Suddenly, Obito sensed that the chakra of the Nine Tails was affecting Naruto. Though Naruto had not yet begun his training, it was evident that the Nine Tails would interfere with his future endeavors, activating his Sharingan. Obito gazed at Naruto, who promptly fell into a stupor to eye in the ceiling space. The Nine Tails bellowed furiously, "You wretched Uchiha! I will kill you!" Having recognized Obito as the one who had controlled him years ago. The Nine Tails seethed with rage. Finding himself in a mysterious space, Naruto looked fearfully at the Nine Tails and instinctively hid behind Obito. "Silence, Nine Tails," Obito admonished, glaring at the beast. Instantly, the Nine Tails fell into Genjutsu, back in the real world. Naruto snapped back to attention. His curiosity piqued as he asked Obito, "Uncle, what is that giant fox?" "Just a pet," Obito replied as he produced a thick envelope from his robe and handed it to Naruto. "This is your allowance from me. I must leave for now, but I will return when I can." Naruto accepted the money, beaming as he said, "Thank you, Uncle. Remember, do not disclose anything about your parents to anyone." Obito reiterated, "Understood, Uncle." Before leaving, Obito suddenly inquired Naruto, "Do you know someone named Kakashi?" Naruto, bewildered, responded, "Uncle, I do not know him." That Obito's expression darkened. "I see. Naruto, my name is Obito." In Naruto's eyes, the uncle before him seemed to vanish in a thin air. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, convinced he must be dreaming. Yet, glancing at the thick envelope in his hand and the items around him, he realized that this was no dream. Kind reminder. The following chapters may be somewhat distasteful. Please refrain from reading while eating. Outside the village hidden in the leaves. Not long after, Obito returned. "Kuro, let us depart," he instructed. "Understood," Kuro replied, glancing back at the figure of white Zetsu. "We must leave the land of fire. Ensure that the funds at the base are safeguarded. They are of utmost importance that we will need them to exchange for weapons at the store near the border." "Understood, Lord Kuro," white Zetsu affirmed. Kuro nodded, and together they departed. White Zetsu pondered, "I wonder what it feels like to receive a message from that shopkeeper. The lords have spoken highly of him. I believe he will surely enlighten me." With that, White Zetsu began searching for Yunxiao's shop around the Land of Fire. The border of the Land of Fire. Yunxiao lay languidly in a chair, feeling unusually bored. Ever since Nagato and the others had left a couple of days prior, no customers had visited his shop. Yawning, he mused, "At this rate, how long will it take for me to earn a substantial profit?" The prices of the merchandise were exorbitant, far beyond his means, lacking funds. He could not purchase goods to enhance his strength, and without the ability to strengthen himself, he was too afraid to venture outside the shop. After all, the ninja world was perilously dangerous for someone as powerless as he. He could only remain dutifully inside his shop, lost in thought, uncertain of where the plot had progressed. Outside the shop, White Zetsu gazed curiously at the establishment before him. "Is this the shop Lord Zetsu mentioned?" After searching the border of the Land of Fire for an entire night, he had finally located it. "I wonder if the shopkeeper can tell me what it feels like to receive a message." White Zetsu pondered as he stepped inside. "Shopkeeper," he called out. The sudden exclamation startled Yunxiao, causing him to jump to his feet and glance towards the door, where he saw a lively White Zetsu bouncing in. Recognizing White Zetsu's playful personality, Yunxiao deduced that this one was indeed Akatsuki. Among the multitude of White Zetsu clones created by Uchiha Obito, Akatsuki was a unique entity, a seasoned expert in the field of human excrement and a wholesale supplier of prosthetic limbs. With a smile, he asked, "What can I assist you with?" "Shopkeeper, do you know what it feels like to have the urge to defecate?" Akatsuki eagerly inquired, bounding up to Yunxiao. Yunxiao was taken aback by the unexpected question, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to articulate a response. Seeing Yunxiao's perplexed expression, Akatsuki's excitement waned. "Oh, I see. So you don't know either," he said dejectedly, turning to leave. Suddenly, Yunxiao called out, "Actually, I find it quite challenging to explain. But I can allow you to experience it firsthand." "Are you serious, shopkeeper?" Akatsuki exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he grabbed Yunxiao's shoulders. With a smile, Yunxiao nodded. I can install the necessary internal organs in your body, allowing you to defecate just like a normal person. Upon hearing Yunxiao's explanation, Akatsuki leaped with joy, exclaiming, I can finally defecate. Shopkeeper, please help me install it. I want to go, as Fei eagerly anticipated as a white absolute. His ultimate dream had been to experience the act of defecation. His astonishment. This dream was on the brink of realization. Due to the uniqueness of your physique, it is necessary to cultivate internal organs suited to you, which will cost a total of 50 million taels. You have the funds? Yin Xiao inquired with a smile. Upon hearing the price, Fei was momentarily taken aback. Would his lack of money bar him from experiencing the sensation of defecation? A twinge of disappointment washed over him, but he quickly recalled that the majority of the funds were stored within the base, and he could utilize that money to transform his body, thus enabling him to defecate. Thrilled by this thought, Fei exclaimed, "Boss, I have the money. I'm going to get it right now." With that, he rushed out of the shop. Soon, I shall know what it feels like to have the urge. Fei shouted excitedly. His voice faded into the distance. Yun Xiao felt a flicker of curiosity. Could it be that white absolutes had a penchant for earning money? He found himself puzzled as to the origin of Fei's funds. In the secret base of the Black Absolute, a fellow white absolute asked Fei, "What are you doing with the money?" Upon hearing the question, other white absolutes turned their curious gazes toward Fei. "I'm using the money to transform my body so I can defecate." Fei responded with enthusiasm. The other white absolutes, intrigued by his declaration, approached him with disbelief. "Is that for real?" "Of course it is, and it's only 50 million. Fei replied earnestly. "Would you like to undergo transformation as well? Then we could all joyfully defecate together." Upon hearing Fei's words, the other white absolutes were visibly tempted, exchanging glances filled with hesitation and desire before turning back to Fei. "Isn't that inappropriate? All this money belongs to one of the Black Absolute's white absolutes," one cautiously remarked, seemingly concerned. "What is there to fear? We could just say the money mysteriously vanished. After all, the Black Absolute is unlikely to notice." "He is so busy," Fei said with a sly smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The other white absolute's eyes lit up. What a brilliant idea! Thus, they hesitated no longer, eagerly gathering the scattered money from the ground and joyfully following in Fei's wake. The previously abundant pile of cash, which had filled half the base, was now reduced by a third to the border of the Land of Fire. Fei called out, "Boss, I'm here." So soon, Yun Xiao, hearing the commotion, curiously approached the door. His jaw nearly dropped upon witnessing the scene outside. Standing at the entrance were dozens of white absolutes, each entwined with stacks of money. Goodness, did this group of white absolutes just rob a bank? Fei shouted, "Boss, we all want to defecate." Once Yun Xiao recovered from shock, a broad smile spread across his face as he quickly stepped aside, saying with feigned humility, "Come in, come in." A swarm of white absolutes rushed into the shop. "Hurry up and start. I can hardly wait," Fei urged impatiently. Yun Xiao nodded repeatedly. 12 white absolutes had arrived, and he anticipated that this transaction would yield 600 million after collecting the payments. Yun Xiao immediately activated 12 transformation devices, instructing each to lie within. Before long, the transformations were complete. The white absolutes examined their bodies with curiosity, feeling as though nothing had changed. "Boss, why don't I feel the urge to defecate?" Fei inquired, puzzled. "That's because you haven't eaten anything yet. Once you consume food, it will enter your stomach, transform into waste, and then you'll be able to defecate," Yun Xiao patiently explained that, "Oh, I see now." "Understand." With that, Fei dashed outside in excitement. The other white absolutes, seeing this, eagerly followed suit. Watching them depart, Yun Xiao suddenly recalled something and hurriedly shouted after them, "Make sure not to relieve yourselves indiscriminately." Whether they heard his words, he could not tell. In the forest, a dozen white humanoid beings raced eagerly towards a massive fruit tree. They gazed up at the vibrant red fruits hanging from the branches, swallowing in anticipation. Hey, now we can eat," Fei exclaimed as white absolutes. They possessed unique physiques that rendered them immune to the need for sustenance, nor could they refrain from eating. However, thanks to Yun Xiao's modifications, they can now not only experience the pleasure of food, but also convert it into waste for excretion. Fei eagerly leaped up to the tree, plucking several fruits. Crunch, he took a bite, and his eyes lit up. Wow, this is delicious. Previously, he had mimicked human eating habits, but found no flavor, as white absolutes lacked the sense of taste. Yin Xiao's modifications brought them closer to humanity. Hearing Fei's exclamation, the other white absolutes jumped onto the tree, grabbing fruits to stuff into their mouths. Ah, this is so delicious. They shouted in unison, "Oh, this is the true flavor of food. It's simply marvelous." After finishing the fruits in their hands, they eagerly reached for more. Soon, every last fruit from the tree had been consumed, and a group of white absolutes collapsed onto the ground, clutching their distended bellies and burping contentedly. This sensation is absolutely delightful. One white absolute marveled. Indeed, we owe it all to Fei. Another chimed in. Fei, however, paid no heed to their words, fixated on his belly. Why, after consuming so much fruit, did he not feel the urge to defecate? He turned to the other white absolutes, inquiring, "Do any of you feel the urge?" At this, the others closed their eyes, concentrating intently. Aside from a slight fullness in their stomachs, they felt nothing else. After a moment, they opened their eyes. No, wait, could we have been deceived by that, boss? That seems unlikely, especially since we can eat now. That makes sense. Fei pondered, so why don't we feel the urge? With that, he popped another fruit into his mouth. So tasty, he exclaimed excitedly. Suddenly, a white absolute had a bright idea. Could it be that the transformation of food into waste requires time? Their words garnered nods of agreement from the others. Yes, that's possible. You're so clever, Fei remarked, agreeing with this notion, convinced that the transformation process indeed required some time. It was hardly plausible for him to eat and immediately excrete. The very thought of squatting down to eat while simultaneously defecating was simply too revolting to entertain. Let us hurry back and inform the others, one white absolute suggested. Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Right? I believe they too would love to experience defecation." Hearing Fei's words, the other white absolutes couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths, thinking how Fei truly had an obsession with defecation. They merely wished for their fellow brothers to enjoy the ability to eat as they did. Thus, the group of white absolutes hastily made their way back to the secret base of the Black Absolute. Inside the Black Absolute's secret base, one white absolute shrieked, "What? Why is there so much less money?" Startled, white absolutes swarmed from all directions. Upon seeing that nearly half of the money in the base had vanished, they were thrown into a panic. Oh no! What are we going to do if the Black Absolute finds out? Just as they were in a frenzy, Fei and his companions walked into the base. The other white absolutes, spotting Fei's arrival, felt as if they had found their anchor in the storm, rushing to him. "Fei, a significant portion of the money left by the Black Absolute has disappeared." "Don't panic. I took that money," Fei replied. "Huh?" The white absolutes were taken aback, unsure of what Fei intended to do with the money. "I know a shop owner who can transform our bodies to be like humans, allowing us to eat and defecate," Fei explained. Upon hearing this, the white absolutes were filled with excitement. "Fei, is that really true?" They gazed at Fei with excitement, their breaths heavied. By Ju, their dream had always been to eat like humans, and they could hardly believe that this wish could truly come to fruition. Fei, take me with you." "Me too. I want to go." "Fei, I implore you to take me. I have never begged anyone in my life." "No need to rush. I will take you all," Fei assured, patting his chest. "Wonderful. If the transformation succeeds, I shall gladly become your little brother." "Me too." "Fei, you are my elder brother." Hearing the praise from his companions, Fei's lips curved into a proud smile. However, he added, "But the transformation requires a substantial amount of money." The other Baiju exchanged glances, bewildered. As mere Baiju, where would they procure such funds? They could only look at Fei with pleading eyes. Upon seeing their hopeful gazes, Fei felt like a savior. He pointed at the wealth within the base and chuckled. "Isn't there money over there?" The Baiju turned to see piles of cash stacked like mountains, their eyes alight with excitement. But they quickly fell silent, hesitant as one spoke. "Fei, but that belongs to Lord Heiju. What if he blames us later?" Fei gritted his teeth. "This is all for everyone to be able to relieve themselves. If Lord Heiju causes us trouble, we can simply walk away." Upon hearing A Fei's words, the Baiju were stirred. Indeed, not even Lord Heiju could deter them from pursuing their dreams. A Fei shouted, "For the dream! For the dream! For the dream!" The entire base resonated with the enthusiastic cries of the Baiju. Meanwhile, Heiju, who was outside earning money, could never have imagined that his subordinates would revolt so soon after his departure. "Get the money!" a Fei cried, raising his arm. "Understood," the Baiju shouted in unison. Rushing to the piles of cash and gathering it into their arms, in no time, each Baiju was clutching a hefty bundle of bills, and the once mountain of cash was now utterly depleted. The Baiju chanted together, "We vow to follow a Fei to the death." A Fei nodded in satisfaction, pointing in a direction as he commanded, "Let us set off." Just then, his stomach let out a loud growl. An unprecedented sensation washing over him. Oh, so this is the feeling. A Fei instinctively clutched his belly, his backside writhing uncontrollably. Oh, this is what it means to need to relieve oneself. He hurriedly dashed to the side and squatted down. Upon witnessing a Fei's predicament, the transformed Baiju felt the same peculiar sensations in their own bellies. Wow, is this what Lord Fei referred to as the urge? They quickly sought corners to relieve themselves. Perhaps having consumed too much fruit earlier, they now expelled it in a manner akin to water guns. The remaining Baiju watched in astonishment as a Fei squatted and sprayed. Crackle, crackle, a Fei grimaced. Clutching his belly, veins bulging on his forehead. Clearly, it was the excess fruit that had led to this unfortunate bout of diarrhea. Ah, how relieving. After a while, a Fei exhaled contentedly and stood up, eager to inspect his earlier handiwork. Ugh, what a stench! He instinctively covered his nose and leaned down to scrutinize the mess he had just made. Curiously, he even poked at it with his finger. Oh, the Baiju instinctively stepped back, wanting to distance themselves from a Fei. Doubts began to creep in, questioning whether betraying Heiju to follow a Fei was indeed the right decision. A Fei did not seem very reliable. Yet, remembering that all of this was for the sake of their dreams, they felt it was worth it to betray Lord Heiju. A Fei, initially intending to taste his own excrement, hesitated at the hisses from the other Baiju and decided against it. Thinking he would try it later in a more secluded spot, he wiped his soiled finger on the ground and stood up, looking at the Baiju as he announced, "I was momentarily delayed. Let us set off now." Understood. The Baiju could hardly contain their eagerness to experience the sensation of eating and relieving themselves. They had just witnessed the look of bliss on a Fei's face after his experience. This ignited a strong curiosity within them. Perhaps relieving oneself was indeed quite pleasurable. With that thought, they hurriedly followed a Fei toward the Yunxiao shop, the border of the Land of Fire. A Fei shouted, "Boss, we have returned." Upon hearing the voice, Yunxiao approached the door curiously, muttering, "Didn't Ta Fei and the others just leave not long ago? Why are they back again?" When he stepped outside and beheld the scene, he was rendered speechless with excitement. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken, he suddenly exclaimed, "Holy cow!" The number of Baiju gathered at the entrance surpassed their previous visit, each clutching a significant amount of money. "Boss, I brought them here for their transformations," a Fei declared. Realizing the situation, Yunxiao quickly grasped a Fei's hand, his voice trembling with excitement. "A Fei, you truly are my fortune bringer." He never expected a Fei would return, bringing so many customers. Hee, it's all thanks to your exceptional skills, boss. Once the brothers learned about it, they insisted I bring them along. A Fei replied with a smile. The Baiju looked at Yunxiao with curiosity. Was this the one capable of transforming their bodies? "Boss, please help us transform." "Yes, boss, we can hardly wait." Hearing the calls from his brethren, a Fei said, "Boss, please assist them with their transformations." Of course, Yunxiao exclaimed excitedly. He released his grip on the Baiju and beckoned them inside. Once all the Baiju had entered, Yunxiao's shop seemed a bit cramped. He rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Today he was set to make a fortune. With nearly 40 Baiju in the shop, at 50 million per transformation, that amounted to 2 billion. Adding the previous 6 billion contributed by Fei. The total would be 26 billion. This realization dawned on him. Yunxiao's breath quickened, thought of Fei. Where have you been making all this money? He was genuinely curious where Fei had obtained such vast sums, 26 billion. Even if a Fei had robbed a bank, it wouldn't have been that quick, right? That's a secret I want to share, a Fei replied, brimming with pride that in truth, a Fei was well aware of Yunxiao's connection to Heiju. If he revealed the truth about pilfering Heiju's funds, and Yunxiao relayed the information to Heiju, it would spell disaster for him. Therefore, he would never disclose even a hint of the truth to Yunxiao. Hearing A Fei's response, Yunxiao couldn't help but twitch his lips, completely unprepared for such a reply. With a resigned smile, he continued, "All right, since you prefer to keep it to yourself, let us first have them hand over the money. And I'll immediately arrange the transformations." Before long, the Baiju each handed over their money to Yunxiao. Overjoyed, he stored the cash in his system space, then activated 20 transformation devices, due to the sheer number of Baiju. The transformations had to be carried out in 2 batches. Soon, all the Baiju had undergone their transformations. Yunxiao had not anticipated that a Fei would spend 26 billion in his establishment today, earning him a commission of 2.6 billion that he could now consider himself wealthy, all thanks to a Fei. At that moment, he looked at a Fei with eyes full of flattery and favor, as if a Fei were his very own fortune deity. A Fei's spending had shattered the highest record since Yunxiao opened his shop. A Fei smiled with satisfaction as he observed the successful transformations of all the Baiju and then turned to Yunxiao, saying, "Boss, we shall take our leave now." Upon hearing this, Yunxiao immediately grasped a Fei's hand with great excitement, his face beaming with a broad smile as he exclaimed, "Boss of Fei, you must come frequently to tend to our shop's business." "I shall certainly return once I have accumulated some wealth," a Fei responded with a smile. Upon hearing these words, the corners of Yunxiao's mouth nearly reached his ears, overflowing with joy as he escorted a Fei and the others to the entrance of the shop. "We eagerly await your next visit," Yunxiao called out enthusiastically. After a Fei departed, Yunxiao reflected, "I never imagined that even a Fei could amass wealth so swiftly. Does that not imply that Heiju's earning capacity is even greater? After all, Heiju's abilities far surpass those of the ordinary Baiju." Contemplating this, Yunxiao felt a surge of excitement, already envisioning a scene where Heiju would arrive with an immense fortune of 400 billion to seek him out. However, unbeknownst to Yunxiao, the money a Fei spent was all from Heiju. What expression would Heiju wear upon discovering that his funds had vanished entirely? In a land of fire, a short man with a Mediterranean appearance, clad in a black suit and wearing sunglasses, cursed vehemently, "Damn it, I traveled such a distance to seek cooperation with Konoha, only for that old fool, the 3rd Hokage, to declare that Konoha is out of funds." The land of fire could be deemed the most affluent nation in the ninja world, and Konoha, as a shinobi village, thrived economically. He had perceived a golden opportunity and journeyed this far to propose collaboration. Initially believing their partnership to be a foregone conclusion, he was taken aback when Konoha's Hokage informed him of their financial constraints, rendering cooperation impossible. This revelation ignited his fury, making him feel belittled by Konoha. "How dare they look down upon me? I am Cardo, one of the wealthiest merchants in the ninja realm." He resolved then and there never to engage in business with Konoha again. "Boss, please calm down." A man holding a sword sat obsequiously beside him. He was one of the bodyguards Cardo had hired, a wandering samurai tasked with ensuring his safety. "Let us leave at once," Cardo huffed coldly. The bodyguards behind him nodded in agreement, and they began their journey towards the land of waves. Just then, sounds emerged from the forest. The bodyguards, alerted by the noise, glanced around warily. "Who goes there?" As they spoke, they drew their swords. Suddenly, a group of robust men wielding large blades burst forth from the woods, with a scar-faced leader bellowing, "This path is mine. These trees are mine, should you wish to pass. Leave behind your toll." Cardo was astonished to encounter mountain bandits at the border of the land of fire, wondering what the shinobi of Konoha were doing, faced with such a formidable band of outlaws. A flicker of panic surged within Cardo. Yet, as his gaze swept over his bodyguards, he quickly regained his composure. After all, these samurai were his carefully chosen protectors, their strength comparable to that of a Seichnin, making it effortless to deal with these bandits. "Eliminate them all," Cardo commanded icily. Upon hearing Cardo's calm orders, the bandits felt a knot of tension tighten in their chests. Were these warriors skilled fighters? Feigning weakness? The scar-faced giant instinctively scrutinized the bodyguards, only to notice their hands trembling slightly around their swords. Doubt crept into his mind. They hardly seemed formidable. However, he remained vigilant. Those who dared to underestimate them were either exceedingly foolish or possessed absolute confidence and power to vanquish them. The bandits unconsciously took a step back, silently vowing to flee should the situation turn dire. Kato observed his bodyguards standing frozen. A surge of anger welled within him. He glared wide-eyed and shouted furiously. "What are you waiting for? Move! Do you intend to let these bandits escape? Kill them all!" Hearing Kato's orders, the bodyguards exchanged glances, trembling, yet hesitating to act. Finally, they mustered their courage, shakily raising their weapons and slowly advancing toward the bandit leader. The scar-faced man felt a jolt of anxiety as he witnessed the bodyguard's actions. Clutching his weapon tightly, he braced himself for a desperate fight. The bandits, too, heightened their vigilance, ready for confrontation. Yet, just as tensions reached a boiling point, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The bodyguards abruptly halted, casting their weapons aside and kneeling upon the ground, repeatedly bowing their heads in supplication. "Big brother, please spare us. We do not wish to die." One pleaded. "Indeed, we are merely compelled by circumstance. Please show us mercy." Kato stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. He never imagined that the bodyguards he had hired would cower in fear. "Begging for their lives? You worthless fools. I paid you to protect me, and yet you prove utterly useless." Kato berated them. It dawned on Kato that these so-called bodyguards were nothing more than a bunch of inept cowards, far less capable than they had boasted. They were even inferior to ordinary shinobi, let alone possessing Nin-level prowess. He never anticipated being so thoroughly deceived, losing a substantial amount of money, and potentially his life as well. With this realization, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Had he not relieved himself earlier, he would likely have soiled himself in terror. The bandit leader, witnessing the bodyguards kneeling before him, finally grasped the situation. He roared in fury, "How dare you toy with me?" With that, he drew his blade and struck down one of the bodyguards. "Ah!" came the scream as the bodyguard fell, blood splattering onto the bandit leader's face, rendering him a ghastly sight. "Murder!" The remaining bodyguards shrieked, scrambling to their feet in a panic. "Quick, pursue them!" the bandits shouted, chasing after the fleeing bodyguards. Kato, seizing the opportunity as their attention shifted away from him, bolted for his life. After the bandits dispatched the bodyguards, they spotted Kato fleeing. "Don't let him escape," they shouted, pursuing him. Though Kato was short in stature, his muscular legs propelled him swiftly, despite his small strides. His pace was remarkably rapid, akin to a nimble rabbit. In the blink of an eye, he had increased the distance between himself and the bandits. The bandits marveled at Kato's speed, acknowledging him as the fastest individual they had ever chased. Nevertheless, they remained relentless, closely tailing him. Kato pressed forward, ever mindful of his pursuers, striving to evade capture. As time passed, the distance between them gradually diminished. Despite Kato's utmost efforts, prolonged exertion and rising anxiety began to sap his stamina, causing his speed to wane. In contrast, the bandits, accustomed to regular training, steadily closed the gap. Casting a glance over his shoulder, Kato noticed that only 300 or 400 meters separated them, igniting a wave of panic within him. He understood all too well that if these bandits caught him, not only would he lose his fortune, but he might also forfeit his life. What to do? What to do? Kato fretted anxiously. Just then, he spotted a building up ahead. Inside, Yun Shao lay reclined in a chair, engrossed in a comic book purchased at a premium from the system. "Help! Help!" Suddenly, Yun Shao heard cries for assistance from outside. That he closed the comic and wondered aloud. What on earth is happening? He wished to approach the door to ascertain the situation, but scarcely had he taken 2 steps when he beheld a diminutive man darting swiftly inside. Yun Shao curiously scrutinized the newcomer and discerned that he was a Mediterranean man clad in sunglasses. The man seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered him before, yet Yun Shao could not recall when or where. The man bursting in was none other than Cardo, who, while fleeing from mountain bandits, fortuitously stumbled upon Yunxiao's shop that he instinctively felt that anyone daring enough to establish a business in such a perilous location must possess considerable prowess. Thus, Cardo rushed in seeking the assistance of the individuals within. Upon spotting Yunxiao, he anxiously implored, "Please, I beg you, save me. I am willing to offer you all my wealth." Hearing Cardo's words, Yunxiao's eyes sparkled with interest, and he tentatively inquired, "How much do you possess?" Upon witnessing Yunxiao's reaction, Cardo sensed that his proposition was secure. Indeed, someone operating a shop in such a locale must possess formidable strength. Cardo hastily declared, "My total assets amount to 1 billion. If you save me, all this wealth will be yours." Upon hearing this staggering figure, Yunxiao's face broke into a broad smile. Given Cardo's short stature, Yunxiao bent slightly and cheerfully asked, "What do you require?" Taken aback, Cardo assumed Yunxiao was inquiring about how to deal with the bandits. Responding, "Just eliminate them all." To this, Yunxiao clarified, "You see, my shop is stocked with a plethora of items. You can entirely enhance your financial power by purchasing goods." Cardo's eyes gleamed with hope as he asked, "Boss, are you serious?" "Of course," Yunxiao assured. "State your needs, and as long as the money is sufficient, I can fulfill them." Cardo was instantly exhilarated, exclaiming, "Boss, I want to enhance my physical prowess to effortlessly dispatch those bandits." It dawned on Yunxiao that Cardo was indeed being pursued by the bandits. Nodding, he considered that since Cardo had 1 billion in savings, he should recommend the most expensive option. There's something that can directly enhance physical abilities upon use?" Yunxiao inquired. "Yes, precisely that," Cardo responded, his voice trembling with excitement. Yunxiao slightly nodded, already knowing what to sell to Cardo. He then turned and retrieved a metallic test tube from behind the counter. This test tube was entirely silver, with only the central portion transparent, revealing a blue liquid within. Cardo gazed curiously at the test tube in Yunxiao's hands, internally questioning whether such a small vial could genuinely augment his physical capabilities. Sensing the doubt in Cardo's eyes, Yunxiao chuckled softly and explained, "This is a super soldier serum. Upon injection, it significantly enhances physical attributes." Upon hearing this, Cardo's eyes widened in shock, unable to fathom the extraordinary claim. The seemingly ordinary test tube possessed such miraculous effects. Though he had harbored some skepticism regarding Yunxiao's words, he was now utterly astonished. He fixated on the test tube, anticipation brimming in his gaze. At that moment, he could hardly wait to try the marvelous serum and determine if it was truly as powerful as Yunxiao proclaimed. However, Yunxiao was not in a hurry to hand it over. He smiled and said, "Hold on. First, please provide the payment, which totals 999,999,000. Cardo's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated such a hefty sum. Yet, considering the potential to enhance his strength and ultimately turn the tables on the bandits, he immediately acquiesced, producing a bank card from his pocket and handing it to Yunxiao. "We are unsure if characters in this world possess bank cards, but let us assume they do." Yunxiao cheerfully accepted the bank card, casually swiped it, and returned it to Cardo. Cardo, taken aback, explained, "Boss, you need to take the card to the bank yourself to withdraw." Yunxiao replied with a smile, "No worries. I've already withdrawn the money from the card." Naturally, Yunxiao had utilized the system to extract the funds. Cardo's eyes widened with disbelief. He had never imagined the boss possessed such mysterious abilities. Yunxiao cautiously handed the test tube containing the blue liquid to Cardo and smiled, saying, "Please wait a moment. I will fetch a syringe for you." With that, he turned and departed. Cardo gripped the test tube tightly, his gaze fixed on the blue liquid, excitement barely contained on his face. Although he was uncertain how much the serum would enhance his physical attributes, he understood that its high price implied a corresponding value. Thus, he trusted its efficacy would not disappoint him. At that moment, Yunxiao returned with a syringe in hand, skillfully inserting it into the test tube to extract the super serum. This serum bore a minor side effect. It would gradually transform a user into an upright individual. Yunxiao remarked. Cardo had no objections. Such a powerful serum would naturally have some side effects. This minor drawback was entirely acceptable. "Boss, I understand. Just inject it directly," Cardo urged. Without hesitation, Yunxiao plunged the syringe into Cardo's arm, gently pressing the plunger to administer the serum into his bloodstream. As the serum coursed through him, Cardo felt a formidable power gradually spreading within his body, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. Yun Xiao withdrew the syringe and quietly stepped aside, observing Cardo's transformation. The excruciating pain surged through Cardo, rendering him unable to endure it as he rolled on the ground, howling. Suddenly, a piercing, tearing sound echoed, and Cardo's muscles rapidly bulged, ripping through his suit. Even more astonishingly, Cardo, originally standing at around 1.50 meters, miraculously grew nearly 40 centimeters taller, reaching approximately 1.90 meters as the intense agony subsided. Cardo slowly rose from the ground. By this time, he had grown to a height of 1.90 meters, his muscles coiled like steel, radiating an unparalleled sense of strength. Staring at his body's remarkable transformation, a wave of indescribable joy surged within him. He could distinctly feel the boundless power coursing through him. As if he could obliterate anything in his path, he clenched his fist, feeling the energy converge at his fingertips, realizing he had become exceedingly powerful. This sensation exhilarated him. Cardo's transformation left Yun Xiao astounded. Indeed, this was the efficacy of Captain America's super soldier serum. It seemed that a new captain of the island nation was about to emerge. "Thank you, boss," Cardo expressed his gratitude. Were it not for Yun Xiao, he would still be fleeing for his life and ultimately facing death at the hands of the bandits. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the building. "He must be hiding inside. Let us go in and search." Upon hearing the noise outside, Cardo bowed to Yun Xiao, saying, "I appreciate your help, boss. I'll be right back." With that, he turned to leave, eager to test his newfound strength against the bandits. Observing Cardo's departure, Yun Xiao curiously followed, eager to witness just how potent the super soldier serum truly was. After all, Captain America had once transformed from a frail 1.60 meters into a towering muscle-bound figure over 2 meters tall. With terrifying physical capabilities, Cardo's physical transformation was not dissimilar to that of Captain America, and Yun Xiao was keen to see the extent of his newfound power. Outside, dozens of bandits armed with knives cautiously approached the building. Fearing potential dangers within and refraining from charging in recklessly in such a remote and desolate area, this ancient structure appeared suspicious. If they rushed in and encountered genuine peril, it would spell disaster. "Boss, are we going in?" one of the bandits inquired. The scar-faced brute cast a glance at the shop and, gritting his teeth, declared, "Damn it, let's take the plunge. After this job, we'll call it quits." Upon hearing the words, the mountain bandits were instantly invigorated, fully prepared to charge into the shop. They had previously learned of a wealthy merchant from the land of waves who was set to arrive in the land of fire for trade in the coming days. Capturing this merchant and seizing his riches would undoubtedly secure a lifetime of comfort for these bandits. Initially, they perceived the venture as somewhat perilous, yet to their astonishment, the merchant's bodyguards turned out to be mere ordinary folk, not ninjas. This revelation filled them with exhilaration, prompting them to pursue Cardo to this very location. Just as they were about to storm into the store, a towering, muscular man, standing at nearly 6.5 feet tall, emerged from within. Upon seeing the figure's visage, the bandits were left speechless in shock. Could this be the same merchant who had just entered? How had he transformed so drastically? The once diminutive merchant had inexplicably morphed into a brawny giant. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Could it be that this fellow had undergone some kind of mutation? The scar-faced giant muttered. The bandits behind him wore expressions of sheer disbelief. Cardo's transformation was simply too extraordinary. As Cardo approached them, an eerie stillness fell over the group, none daring to strike. By this time, Cardo stood before the scar-faced giant, towering over him by half a head. The giant had no choice but to tilt his head upwards to regard Cardo, and within his gaze lay a flicker of fear. Yet he quickly regained his composure, feeling humiliated at being intimidated by a mere merchant. "Brothers, take him down," the scar-faced giant bellowed, raising his blade and swinging it at Cardo. At his command, his underlings surged forward, intent on overwhelming Cardo with a flurry of strikes. Faced with the sudden assault, Cardo instinctively raised his arm to defend himself. A resounding clang echoed as metal met metal. The scar-faced giant looked on in disbelief, and his followers halted in their tracks, stunned. Cardo's arm had effortlessly withstood that powerful blow. This was impossible. It had to be a trick. The scar-faced giant swung his blade again, striking Cardo's hand multiple times. A series of clashing sounds erupted, sparks flying. The bandits were aghast. What were they witnessing? Their leader's blade struck the merchant's arm as if it were steel, producing sparks with each impact. Ultimately, the giant's weapon bore numerous dents, yet Cardo appeared wholly unperturbed. Cardo glanced at his arm, observing only faint marks. Indeed, his physical prowess was terrifyingly formidable. Even a sword could not inflict harm upon him. "Are you quite finished?" Cardo suddenly inquired with a smile to the bandits. His grin resembled that of a demon. "A ghost!" the scar-faced giant exclaimed, discarding his weapon and fleeing without a moment's hesitation. The other bandits, witnessing their leader's retreat, swiftly abandoned their weapons and followed suit. "Did I permit your escape?" Cardo's eyes glinted with ferocity as he swiftly pursued one of the bandits. Delivering a powerful punch to his back, the bandit's body soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing into several trees before coming to a bloody halt on the ground. The remaining bandits, witnessing this, were struck with terror and hastened their flight. "Help! Help! Murder!" The cries of the bandits reached Cardo's ears, and he couldn't help but smirk. Wasn't this the very line he had uttered moments ago? How amusing it was that fate had turned, and now they were the ones shouting. He swiftly dodged and appeared behind one of the screaming bandits, delivering a punch that rendered the unfortunate soul lifeless. "A punch for every little one," mused Yin Xiao at the entrance. As time passed, one by one, the bandits fell, leaving only the scar-faced giant standing. Realizing Cardo had appeared behind him, he was engulfed by terror. Immediately dropping to his knees, frantically bowing and weeping, "Sir, I was wrong. Please, spare me." Cardo regarded the groveling figure before him with indifference, memories of his own bodyguards who had knelt in supplication flooding his mind. However, those bodyguards had met with no mercy, meeting their end at his hands. While Cardo deemed their fate just, he was unwilling to easily forgive the mountain bandit before him, particularly given that the man had just attempted to take his life. Had it not been for the serum provided by his employer, he might have already become a cold corpse, abandoned in the wilderness. With this thought, a surge of fury ignited within Cardo, and he raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap to the scar-faced giant's face. The force was so tremendous that the giant's head snapped back, blood spraying forth. Yin Xiao, witnessing the gruesome scene, quickly shut his eyes, muttering, "What a sin! What a sin! Make sure to dispose of the bodies properly. I still have business to conduct." "Understood, boss," Cardo replied, beginning the task of clearing the corpses. Meanwhile, Yin Xiao returned to the shop, recognizing that Cardo's physical prowess had reached an unparalleled level within the world of ninjas. Indeed, few could pose a threat to Cardo's life in this realm. "Boss, I've taken care of it," Cardo announced as he re-entered. "That's all that matters." Yin Xiao replied with a smile. "Is there anything else you require?" Cardo shook his head. "No, I do not have any further needs." Yin Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment, but maintained his cheerful demeanor. "Very well. Do come to me if you require anything in the future. Remember, as long as the payment is sufficient, I can procure anything for you." "I certainly will, boss," Cardo replied with a bow. After bidding farewell to Yin Xiao, Cardo departed the Land of Fire, swiftly making his way to the Land of Waves. Upon arriving at the shipping company in the Land of Waves, a security guard at the entrance exclaimed in astonishment, "Is that you, President?" Cardo nodded, ignoring the guard's words as he entered the company. Once in his office, Cardo found himself engulfed in confusion. He had transitioned from an ordinary merchant to an extraordinary powerhouse almost overnight, leaving him disoriented. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in." A bald man wearing sunglasses walked in, and upon seeing Cardo's appearance, instinctively removed his shades, his eyes widening in disbelief. "President, how did you become like this?" Cardo had merely visited the Land of Fire. Yet he had suddenly grown so tall. Could it be that the milk there truly had such effects? Cardo chose not to respond, instead furrowing his brow and asking, "What is it you want?" The bald man suppressed his shock and approached Cardo, taking his seat. "President, we just received a shipment today. Would you like to take a look?" Though Cardo was ostensibly the president of a shipping company, he had been clandestinely profiting from smuggling contraband. Ordinarily, he would have eagerly rushed to inspect the new goods. However, today he felt a sense of oppression instead, uncertain of the cause. After a moment of silence, Cardo finally replied, "Let us go." "All right," the bald man responded eagerly as he led the way. Soon, they exited the company and arrived at the port. There, a black ship was docked, and several individuals busily unloaded boxes from the vessel. Once all the boxes were offloaded, the black ship wasted no time in departing. Observing the several boxes stacked on the dock, the bald man opened one and extracted a package of white powder. Grinning, "Hey, President, what do you think of this batch? It will definitely fetch a good price." Upon seeing the package of white powder, Cardo felt the oppressive sensation intensify, his breathing growing heavy. This discomfort was akin to that experienced by an obsessive-compulsive individual confronted with dissonant objects. Cardo realized this was the side effect his employer had previously mentioned. The serum had the capacity to subtly influence the user, gradually transforming them into a person of moral integrity. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Possessing extraordinary power, one ought to wield it judiciously, extending a hand to those in dire need, rather than indulging in unbridled whims. At this moment, Kato is under the influence of the serum, gradually transforming into a champion of justice. "Perhaps this is the price of becoming powerful," Kato murmurs softly. Much like Captain America of old, let us henceforth refer to Kato as Captain Island. "Boss, what's wrong?" the bald man inquires, noticing Kato's unusual demeanor. "I believe we cannot engage in such morally reprehensible activities." Kato suddenly declares that. The bald man is taken aback, struggling to comprehend the words that have just escaped the boss's lips. That it was Kato who initially led him into the world of smuggling contraband. Confusion clouds the bald man's mind as he tentatively asks, "Boss, have you been using something on the side?" At this, Kato's lips twitch, nearly causing him to stumble. Suddenly, he raises a foot and forcefully kicks a box, sending it flying into the sea. The bald man's eyes widen in astonishment and confusion, unsure whether to be shocked by Kato's strength or by the act of discarding the box into the ocean, as if it were refuse. "Are you mad?" the bald man exclaims. "That box contains valuable goods. We could sell it for a handsome profit." Yet Kato shows no hesitation, resolutely kicking the remaining boxes into the water, the sound of heavy objects splashing echoing around them. Ultimately, only the box that the bald man had previously opened remains on the dock. Kato gazes into the distance, his eyes fixated on the ship that has just departed, taking a deep breath. He suddenly delivers a forceful kick, propelling the box at the ship. The box hurtles through the air like a bolt from a crossbow, crashing against the vessel with a thunderous impact. Boom! The entire world seems to tremble. The ship, succumbing to the tremendous force, splinters in two before sinking into the depths of the sea, vanishing from sight. The bald man stands frozen in shock, unable to articulate the curses that had been on his lips. How did the boss become so powerful after a mere trip to the land of fire? The strength displayed by Kato surpasses even that of the most formidable ninjas he has encountered. Just then, the bald man notices Kato's gaze shifting towards him, sending a wave of panic through his heart. Surely, Kato wouldn't direct that power at him as well. The bald man trembles. "Boss, you're absolutely right. We cannot sacrifice our conscience for profit." Kato nods, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he pats the bald man on the shoulder. "Your ability to think this way brings me great comfort." Relieved that Kato harbors no intentions of violence towards him, the bald man exhales deeply. "Only by conducting honest business can we find the right path," Kato asserts. The bald man eagerly agrees. "Indeed, boss, you are right. From this moment on, I shall conduct my business with integrity." "Excellent. Henceforth, you shall be the new president of the shipping company," Kato declares. The bald man is taken aback. "If I'm the president, what will you do?" Kato gazes out at the horizon for a long moment before softly replying, "I plan to resign and dedicate myself to upholding world peace." The bald man is left speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment. The boss is willing to forsake his position to pursue peace. Surely, he must have indulged too much and lost his senses. Yet, recalling Kato's earlier display of strength, it dawns on him that Kato possesses the capability to indeed protect world peace. "Boss, I believe you will undoubtedly succeed," the bald man exclaims with fervor. Kato smiles. "Conduct your business with integrity, and I shall return to check on you. Yes, it will surely strengthen and expand the company." Keep it up. I have faith in you, Kato muses, glancing at his tattered suit, realizing that before he can embark on his quest for peace, he must first acquire a proper outfit to signify his identity. Once Kato's combat attire is tailored to perfection, he departs from the land of waves, wandering throughout the ninja world in search of those in need of assistance. That night, as Kato traverses the land of fire, despite his previous dissatisfaction with the third Hokage's refusal to engage in business, he now finds himself a hero, one who must embody magnanimity. Thus, he resolves to visit Konoha to ascertain whether anyone might require his aid. After all, he has already assisted numerous individuals along his journey, and the gratitude he has received fills him with immense satisfaction. As he nears the village, he suddenly spots two masked figures rushing towards him. Once we leave the land of fire, we will be safe. We must not be captured by the Hyuga clan. Kato's anger flares as he observes one of the individuals clutching a little girl under their arm. How dare you engage in such despicable acts as kidnapping a child? He bellows, startling the two assailants, who instinctively glance in his direction. In the dim light of night, one of the men scoffs. What a fool. We don't have time for this. Take care of him quickly, so I can escape. With that, he hastily retreats with the girl in tow. Die. The remaining man shouts, producing a kunai and hurling it without hesitation towards Kato's forehead. Confident that he has just sealed Kato's fate, he turns to flee. However, a sharp metallic clang reverberates through the air, causing the man to instinctively look back. He witnesses the kunai collide with Kato's forehead, sparking brilliantly as if striking solid steel, before being deflected away. The man's pupils constrict in shock, his mind racing. What manner of creature is this? His complexion pales, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. In a panic, he reaches for another kunai from his pouch, preparing to launch yet another attack. But when he raises his head, he is met with the startling realization that Kato has vanished from sight. The forest falls eerily silent, save for the sound of the man's heavy breathing. Tension grips him as he scans his surroundings, desperately seeking Kato's figure, yet finding nothing. Is it possible that I am witnessing a ghost in the dead of night? His voice trembles with fear and confusion as he grapples with the inexplicable disappearance of Kato. In that moment, a chilling voice emerges from behind him. Are you looking for me? The man's heart races as he spins around, and there stands Kato before him. Before the man can react, Kato delivers a thunderous slap across his face. The sheer force sends his head spinning, blurring his vision. Ultimately, his body collapses to the ground, unable to utter a sound of despair. With one adversary dispatched, Kato turns his attention to the fleeing figure in the distance. Pat, pat, pat. The other man, caught in his frantic flight, instinctively glances back upon hearing the commotion, only to see Kato rapidly closing the distance between them. Panic washes over him, his complexion draining of color. He had not anticipated that his companion would be taken down so swiftly. After all, their skills were comparable. The realization that Kato could so easily eliminate his partner fills him with terror, prompting him to hasten his steps. He knows all too well that if Kato catches up to him, his fate is sealed. Whoosh! A gust of wind sweeps past as Kato suddenly appears before him, blocking his path. The man gazes at Kato in horror, his heart sinking into despair. He knows he stands no chance against this formidable foe. Despite his trembling legs, he forced himself to regain composure, attempting to negotiate with Cardo. Senior, we harbor no enmity. Please allow me to leave. The man's voice carried a hint of desperation. Cardo sneered, You wretched trafficker. I shall not let you escape today. His eyes glinted with anger and murderous intent. He could not tolerate such wickedness. I could see these words. The man's complexion drained of color, turning an ashen hue. Yet he grit his teeth and mustered a threatening tone. I am from Yunin village. If you kill me, Lord Rakage will never forgive you. You are declaring war against the entire land of lightning. Daring to threaten me is tantamount to courting death. Cardo's form flickered, suddenly appearing behind the man. He barely had time to react before Cardo ruthlessly snapped his neck. The man instantly succumbed to death, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Cardo's movements were swift, and in a moment the man fell. He deftly cradled the unconscious little girl in his arms. Gazing at the girl, he felt a surge of fury and spat vehemently. How could they harm such a lovely child? To snuff out her life so easily is an utter disgrace. Make sure they don't escape. Just then, dozens clad in kimonos rushed towards Cardo. Upon seeing him and the corpse of the Yunrin, they froze in shock. One of the kimono-clad men stepped forward. Bowing respectfully, "Thank you for saving the young girl. I am Hyuga Hisashi, the clan leader of the Hyuga clan." Cardo regarded Hyuga Hisashi, withholding the girl for the moment, and spoke, "Are you the child's father?" "We shall speak once she awakens." Hisashi immediately grasped Cardo's implication, understanding that the latter doubted his claim as the child's father. However, he did not take offense, instead responding with a smile. "Very well. I shall heed your wishes." Observing Hisashi's reaction, Cardo was nearly certain the girl was indeed his child. He suddenly inquired, "How did the Yunrin infiltrate Konoha and abduct members of the Hyuga clan?" Hisashi replied, seething with anger, "Those despicable Yunrin. Under the guise of negotiation, they stealthily infiltrated our clan at midnight and snatched the girl away. Were it not for your timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire." Hearing Hisashi's explanation, Cardo's fury boiled over, and he slammed his fist into the ground, creating a deep crater that he could hardly believe that one of the 5 great nations would stoop to such underhanded tactics. The Hyuga onlookers instinctively swallowed hard, awestruck by Cardo's immense strength. Just then, the little girl in his arms stirred awake. Upon seeing Hyuga Hisashi, she quickly sprang up and rushed into his embrace, exclaiming, "Father!" confirming Hisashi's identity as the girl's father. Cardo turned to depart, intent on teaching the 4th Raikage a lesson. Hisashi called after him, "Benefactor, I do not yet know your name." "You may call me Island Country Captain," Cardo replied, before swiftly leaving. "Island Country Captain?" Hisashi murmured as he watched Cardo's retreating figure. Meanwhile, in the Land of Lightning, 2 figures stealthily infiltrated the Raikage's building. Obito effortlessly incapacitated 2 guards, while Kurizetsu brazenly entered the Raikage's office. The Yunrin truly are a bunch of brutes. They left only 2 guards in such a crucial location, Obito scoffed. "Today, I shall teach them a lesson." "Indeed, Obito-kun, let us see where the vault is hidden," Kurizetsu eagerly responded. The 2 began their search within the office. Moments later, Kurizetsu exclaimed, "Obito-kun, I found it." Obito hurried over to discover a metallic door behind the Raikage's desk. "I can't believe the vault is so conspicuously placed," he remarked. "Let us hurry inside," Kurizetsu urged, darting into the vault. Obito quickly followed suit, as expected of one of the 5 great nations. "The Raikage treasury is quite substantial," Kurizetsu marveled. Obito nodded in agreement. "With this amount of wealth, will the Yunrin ever spend it all?" "They certainly will not, Obito-kun," Kurizetsu replied. "Then let us spend it for them." With that, the 2 exchanged knowing smiles at Obito-kun. "Let us get started quickly. Time is of the essence, and we must empty the entire Yunrin village tonight, lest we encounter trouble once they realize what's happened," Kurizetsu urged. Without hesitation, Obito began transferring all the wealth from the vault into his Kamui space. Soon, the Raikage treasury was completely emptied, and they wasted no time moving on to raid the various clans of the Yunrin village. The 2 labored tirelessly throughout the night, thoroughly scouring the Yunrin village until the early hours of dawn. By this time, they were utterly fatigued. Obito felt a sharp sting in his eyes and rubbed them. Despite having transplanted Hashirama's cells, granting him remarkable regenerative abilities, the intense use of Kamui over the night had taken a toll. "Obito-kun, your eyes are bleeding," Kurizetsu exclaimed in alarm. Upon hearing this, Obito instinctively stopped rubbing his eyes. Noticing his hand stained with blood, he froze momentarily. After all these years, he had only bled from his eyes when he first awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. He quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his eye. Realizing that the strain of their recent endeavors had been too great, "We need to rest properly," he concluded. Kurizetsu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the intense workload they had endured, raiding at night and tallying their gains by day. Leaving no time for rest, he suggested they return to the Land of Fire to recuperate and deposit their earnings, as he had no set location to stash the loot. Obito acquiesced, and they prepared to leave the Yunrin village. Outside the Yunrin village, Cardo, after a long night of travel, had finally arrived near the Yunrin village. He planned to rest briefly before confronting the 4th Raikage regarding the abduction of the little girl. Deeming their actions utterly unscrupulous, he resolved to teach the Reikage a lesson. As he sought out a tree to rest, he overheard voices in the distance. His ears perked up as he discerned their conversation clearly. Ibito-kun, how much do you think we have gained from the Yunrin village? We've thoroughly scoured the various clans and the Reikage building. I estimate our haul to be over 4 billion. I concur. Where shall we head next? After a 2-day rest, let us go to the land of Earth. All right, the Yunrin probably haven't even realized the money is gone yet, upon comprehending their dialogue. Cardo's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that these two had stolen the entire Yunrin village's wealth? Although he believed the Yunrin deserved such a fate, he could not stand idly by as 2 thieves succeeded. Thus, he hastily descended from the tree and pursued the sound. You 2 thieves, halt! Hearing the shout behind them, Obito and Kurizetsu turned to see a Mediterranean man clad in a blue bodysuit barreling toward them. The Yunrin's response is astonishingly swift. Dato murmured in astonishment, gazing at the imposing figure of the burly man before him. Both he and Kurizetsu instinctively assumed he was a ninja from the village hidden in the clouds. Just then, Kato suddenly accelerated, hurtling towards them like a speeding cannonball. His velocity left both Dato and Kurizetsu utterly astounded. Kato positioned himself before them, raising his hand to block their path and declaring, "Any malevolence shall be brought to justice. You 2, hand over the money you stole from the village hidden in the clouds." Dato and Kurizetsu exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. "You've got to be kidding me. Dato-kun, look at him. He's practically ancient. Yet he spouts such juvenile remarks." Kurizetsu guffawed, his tone laced with mockery and derision. Justice against malevolence. It's simply hilarious. Dato couldn't help but roar with laughter as well. The sight of a Mediterranean giant uttering such lines made both men question Kato's intellect. "You 2 thieves, cease your laughter. Quickly surrender the money." Kato, witnessing their mirthful response, became infuriated and shouted. When they remained unfazed, he swung a fist at so fast. Dato exclaimed. He promptly activated his intangibility, effortlessly evading Kato's assault. Kato stared in disbelief as his fist seemed to pass through in the ensuing moment of confusion. Dato suddenly lifted his leg and delivered a kick to Kato's chin. Kato was sent flying, but quickly regained his footing and launched a furious onslaught at Dato, yet he could not land a single blow. Seizing the opportunity presented by Kato's attacks, Dato struck back. However, he was taken aback by Kato's formidable defense. His own strikes inflicted little damage. "If physical prowess won't suffice, then I shall resort to Jinja," Dato declared, fixing his gaze upon Kato. Upon meeting Dato's eyes, Kato froze in place. Much to Dato's surprise, he hadn't anticipated such ease in subduing his opponent. Is his resistance to Jinjutsu truly so feeble? Dato mused. "What should we do with him, Dato-kun?" Kurizetsu inquired, pointing at the entranced Kato. Such a physically imposing specimen presents an intriguing subject for experimentation. "I shall take him back to Orochimaru. I believe you will find him quite fascinating," Dato replied. Thus, the would-be superhero Kato ultimately fell into the hands of Uchiha Dai in the Land of Fire. Dato carried the entranced Kato, making his way toward the cave where they had previously divided their spoils. "I'm utterly exhausted," Dato exclaimed. As he unceremoniously dropped Kato to the ground, he had not anticipated Kato's considerable weight. Carrying him such a distance had proven taxing. Were it not for Dato's possession of Hashirama's cells, he would never have managed to reach the Land of Fire in one breath. With a thud, Kato's body slammed on the ground, unresponsive. Dato surveyed Kato's robust physique and murmured, "Such physical strength. I wonder what he has been consuming to grow so formidable." He resolved to hand Kato over to Orochimaru for further study, pondering the nature of this peculiar individual. Dato suspected that Kato's physical resilience exceeded even that of the 4th Reikage. Such remarkable physicality reminded Dato of the 3rd Reikage. Renowned as the strongest Reikage in history, it was known that the 3rd Reikage had single-handedly withstood the assault of thousands of ninja for 3 days and nights before succumbing from exhaustion. "I wonder how Kato's physical capabilities measure up against the 3rd Reikage," Dato murmured, having never witnessed the 3rd Reikage in battle, rendering him unable to ascertain who was superior to Dato-kun. "Forget about who is stronger for now. Let us tally our bounty from this venture. I believe this haul is the most substantial we have ever amassed, Kurizetsu exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. This. Dato realized it was not the time for such musings. Generating profit was his sole objective. He hastily activated his Mangeki Sharingan, releasing all the money they had acquired from the village hidden in the clouds from the Kimui dimension. The ground soon became strewn with bundles of cash, accumulating higher with each passing moment until it formed a mountain, occupying 2/3 of the cave's volume. Dato paused, feeling a warmth in his eyes, only to discover they were stained with blood. However, he had no time to concern himself with his vision. His gaze was fervently fixed on the mountain of wealth before him, saliva nearly spilling from his mouth. Good heavens, how much could this possibly be? Kurizetsu gasped. Observing the sheer volume of money, Kurizetsu realized their haul surpassed the total of their previous endeavors combined. The two immediately plunged into the pile of cash, beginning to count their newfound riches. Day turned into night, and night turned into day. After a full day and night of diligent effort, they finally accounted for their bounty. 58 billion. Kurizetsu stammered in excitement. Upon hearing this figure, Dato's breathing quickened. 58 billion. 58 billion. This is truly astonishing. They had never anticipated such a fortune in the village hidden in the clouds. Bewildered, they pondered why the village hidden in the clouds possessed more wealth than the village hidden in the leaves, which was reputed to be the most affluent. Their previous haul from the village hidden in the leaves had only amounted to 30 billion, while the village hidden in the clouds boasted nearly 60 billion. They could not fathom where these brutes had acquired such wealth. Perhaps they simply had no inclination to spend money, regardless of the reasons behind the village hidden in the clouds' immense fortune. In the end, it all belonged to them. In the face of such staggering wealth, the two were elated, leaving them somewhat dazed and oxygen-deprived, sitting dumbfounded on the ground, lost in thought. After a considerable time, Dato and Kurizetsu finally regained their senses, trembling as they stood, gazing at the pile of cash, utterly speechless. Eventually, Kurizetsu broke the silence. Dato-kun, shall we begin dividing our spoils? Dato swallowed hard. Very well. My share amounts to 29 billion. With that, he activated his Mangeki, absorbing his half of the wealth into the Kimui dimension. Kurizetsu gazed enviously at Dato, wishing he too possessed a Kimui dimension to store his share, but alas, he did not. He could only rely on the white Zetsu to guard his portion, thankful for their absolute loyalty as creations of the God Tree. Otherwise, he would never dare entrust his riches to them. Suddenly, Dato felt a sharp pain in his eyes. He quickly covered them. Knowing it was due to strain, it seems I will need to rest for a few days. Dato murmured, in agreement. Kurizetsu nodded. You are right. Dato-kun, it is indeed time for us to take a break. The high-intensity money-making endeavor had taken its toll, and he had initially intended to return for rest, but counting their gains had consumed an entire day. Dato nodded, suggesting they rest for 3 days before reconvening at this location. With that, he hoisted Kato and departed the cave. Once Dato had left, Kurizetsu gazed at the treasure trove of wealth within the cave, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Haha, I never expected this haul to amount to 29 billion. Adding that to the previous 26 billion, I now possess 55 billion. In such a short time, I have amassed a quarter of the total wealth. Tears streamed down Kurizetsu's face as he declared, Mother, I will soon rescue you. He quickly wiped away his tears, realizing it was not the time for sentimentality. The pressing matter was to transport this 29 billion to their secret base. He shouted, Afei, come out and help me move the money. After a long while, Afei did not respond, and the cave remained silent. Kurizetsu assumed Afei had not heard him, so he raised his voice, Afei, Afei. He shouted until his throat felt raw. Yet Afei still did not appear. What is going on? Has he gone off to study feces again? Kurizetsu muttered. He contemplated summoning the other white Zetsu, but they too remained unresponsive, just like Afei. What on earth is happening? Have they all perished? Heikong murmured to himself. Suddenly, he sensed that something was amiss and hastily plunged underground. In that moment, he was engulfed in panic, fearing that his secret lair would be discovered, leading to the loss of the wealth he had painstakingly accumulated. In a mere instant, his mind conjured images of bandits invading his hideout, while his accomplices, Afei and others, attempted to protect their fortune, only to be outmatched and slain by the robbers. Soon, Heikong arrived at his secret base, and upon witnessing its desolation, he was rendered speechless. Clutching his head, he let out a piercing wail. Ah, where is my money? Where has all my wealth vanished to? Perhaps at that moment, Heikong truly comprehended the anguish felt by the victims he had once disregarded. Inside the secret lair, despair washed over him. It's all gone. Everything is gone. Heikong collapsed in a fit of tears, mourning the riches he had toiled so hard to earn from the Hidden Leaf village. Those few days had been spent sleeplessly laboring for that meager amount, never having enjoyed a moment's rest. Though he had amassed such wealth in just 2 nights, the bitterness of his efforts was known only to him. He lived in constant fear of being captured by the villagers, ending up beaten to death. Each of his undertakings was fraught with anxiety. He hardly desired this life, but the burdens upon his shoulders were suffocating. For he had an elderly mother, over 1,000 years old, whom he needed to save. In her youth, Heikong's mother had been wrongfully accused by her 2 sons, leading to her imprisonment for life. Fortunately, before her arrest, she had given birth to Heikong, and he had been a devoted son. Over the years, he sought every possible means to rescue her, yet all his efforts ended in failure. Finally, not long ago, he encountered a powerful figure who promised that for 4 billion, he could help free his mother. Upon hearing this, Heikong was overwhelmed with excitement, but soon the weight of reality set in. It was clear that acquiring such a vast sum quickly through legitimate means was impossible. However, his mother had bestowed upon him the unique ability to traverse through any material after giving him life. Thus, leveraging this power, Heikong ventured into the Hidden Leaf's treasury. Yet, the sheer volume of wealth was insurmountable for one person to carry alone. Recalling a foolish yet resourceful ally, Uchiha Bito, Heikong, with his silver tongue, swiftly convinced Obito to join him in this grand scheme, promising a 50-50 split of the spoils. With Obito's involvement, their efficiency skyrocketed. Within just 2 days, they had emptied the entire Hidden Leaf. After dividing the loot, Heikong entrusted the wealth to his loyal confidant, Ah-Fei, while he and Obito journeyed to the Land of Lightning. However, upon returning, he discovered that all the riches he had amassed in the Hidden Leaf had vanished, along with his subordinates. In that moment, Heikong felt the world spinning around him, and the grief within him was indescribable. He felt utterly powerless, collapsing to the ground. His fists clenched, he struck the earth in despair, weeping. Why am I so unfortunate? Why has this happened to me? Suddenly, Heikong felt something peculiar beneath his fists. A soft, elastic substance. Curiously, he looked down to find a puddle of white liquid before him. Frowning, he leaned closer to inspect it, only to be taken aback by the realization that it bore an uncanny resemblance to feces. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the surroundings and was horrified to discover several more similar puddles. Unable to accept this reality, he broke down once again, crying out, Ah-Fei, your fate is so tragic. You've been beaten to the point of defecation. As he wept, a sudden realization struck him, and he halted his sobs, eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the excrement, muttering, how could white Zetsu possibly produce feces? This thought bewildered Heikong. Could it be that Ah-Fei had truly discovered a way to excrete waste? Shaking his head vigorously, he dismissed the absurd notion that it was impossible. The very structure of white Zetsu's body precluded such an outcome. No one in this world could achieve such a feat in that moment. Heikong's eyes widened as he recalled the shopkeeper. If it were that proprietor, perhaps it could be done. Heikong stood frozen, glancing back at his barren lair and then at the numerous puddles of feces. A sinister thought crept into his mind. Could it be that Ah-Fei had taken the money from the base to pay that shopkeeper to modify his body, enabling him to defecate? So, were all these excremental puddles a product of Ah-Fei's transformation? No way. Heikong exclaimed in disbelief. He began to meticulously examine the cave, finding no sign of white Zetsu's body or any indications of a struggle. This confirmed his suspicions. It truly was that traitorous Ah-Fei who had absconded with all the money, taking it to the cloud to undergo body modification. You bastard! Ah-Fei, you wretched creature! I will kill you. Heikong cursed vehemently. He could hardly fathom it. This was 26 billion. Even if it were for body modification, it could not possibly cost that much. The money in the base was blood, sweat, and tears hard-earned and entrusted to Ah Fei. Only for him to betray that trust, stealing all he had. This wealth was crucial for resurrecting his mother. Enraged, Heikong felt darkness cloud his vision, collapsing to the ground, inadvertently sitting upon one of the fecal piles. Yet he remained unresponsive, silently shedding tears. Mother, even white Zetsu has betrayed me. Meanwhile, in a distant part of the Land of Fire, Ah Fei, hands on his hips and a smug smile plastered across his face, shouted, "Ah! Come quick and see my heart-shaped poop." Hearing his call, other white Zetsu gathered curiously around him. They gazed in awe at the unique heart-shaped feces on the ground. Wow, Lord Ah Fei is truly remarkable. He managed to produce such a perfect heart-shaped poop. I could never achieve such a shape in my lifetime. Lord Ah Fei, how did you do it? Can you teach us? As the praises rang out, Ah Fei's grin stretched from ear to ear, reveling in his own cleverness that he explained, producing such a shape is no simple feat. It requires skill. First, you must adjust your posture, then control the force and speed. Ah Fei elaborated on his technique, and the other white Zetsu listened intently, nodding in agreement. Under Ah Fei's guidance, they began to attempt mimicking his method, striving to produce heart-shaped feces. Although initial attempts were unsuccessful, after numerous tries, a few white Zetsu finally succeeded in creating heart-shaped feces, prompting cheers and celebrations from the others. The atmosphere brimmed with joy and harmony. Back at Heikong's secret lair, he lay on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Why is my fate so cruel? I lost my mother at birth, and now, after finally earning money, I am betrayed by my own subordinate. For over 1,000 years, this was the first time Heikong had felt so utterly defeated. Even when his attempts to rescue his mother had failed, he had never succumbed to despair like this. After a long while, having vented his sorrow, Heikong silently wiped away his tears. Perhaps this was the reality of adulthood. He rose from the ground, gazing into the vast emptiness of the cave, rendered speechless for an extended period. Eventually, he allowed a self-deprecating smile to escape him, never having anticipated that a notorious thief of the ninja world like himself would face such a day. Had it not been for his personal experience, Kurozetsu would have never fathomed that. After frequently pilfering from others, he would find himself the victim of theft. It was akin to spending an entire year hunting geese only to be pecked in the eye by a sparrow. To be robbed was one thing, but to have it perpetrated by a subordinate he trusted was utterly intolerable to Kurozetsu. Time passed, and Kurozetsu gradually emerged from his sorrowful reverie, that he stood resolutely, declaring, "What's merely 20 billion? I shall earn it back in due time." However, before that, he needed to visit Yunxiao to enlist his assistance in locating the whereabouts of Akatsuki. After all, the traitor Akatsuki would certainly not be spared for his betrayal. Thus, Kurozetsu hastened towards Yunxiao's establishment, the border of the Land of Fire. Within Yunxiao's shop, he muttered to himself, "I wonder when Kurozetsu and Obito will manage to gather that several hundred billion." If the two could amass such wealth, Yunxiao would finally have the means to procure powerful goods, enabling him to explore the outside world. Despite spending so much time in the world of Hokage, he had yet to venture out. The ninja world was perilous, and as a weakling, what would happen if he were to be killed? Ding dong, sounded the newly installed sensor doorbell, ringing to announce a visitor's arrival. At last, a customer. Yunxiao eagerly turned his gaze toward the entrance. Upon recognizing the visitor, his excitement surged. It was Kurozetsu. Could it be that he had amassed the 400 billion? Yunxiao promptly approached, ingratiatingly exclaiming, "Welcome, esteemed Kurozetsu. This humble establishment has been remiss in its reception of your grand presence." Kurozetsu was a significant client of the shop. Though he had never spent a single coin there, his investments were substantial, often amounting to hundreds of billions. Yunxiao was determined to ensure Kurozetsu's comfort. Kurozetsu found himself somewhat flustered by Yunxiao's exuberance and hurriedly replied, "Boss, what is this all about?" In Kurozetsu's eyes, Yunxiao was a formidable figure, and his unexpected warmth left him both surprised and flattered. With excitement, Yunxiao rubbed his hands together. "Kurozetsu, has the money been gathered? Rest assured, once the funds are secured, I shall summon my associates to assist you in blasting the moon." He guaranteed, slapping his chest with confidence. Upon hearing Yun Xiao's words, Kurizetsu's eyes momentarily sparkled before dimming once more. Noticing the shift in Kurizetsu's demeanor, Yun Xiao was left bewildered. What could be the matter? Was it possible that Kurizetsu had not yet earned any money? Why would he come to the shop otherwise? With curiosity piqued, Yun Xiao inquired, "What has transpired?" Kurizetsu sighed deeply, explaining in detail the events he had endured. After Kurizetsu concluded his tale, Yun Xiao's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Good heavens. He had suspected from where Akatsuki and his cohorts had amassed such wealth. Indeed, they had stolen it from Kurizetsu. Indeed, Akatsuki did make a purchase from my establishment. I assisted him in altering his body, Yun Xiao admitted. Upon hearing this, Kurizetsu's expression reflected the realization he had expected. The white aberrations in the base were clearly not the product of mere mortals. His intention in visiting Yun Xiao was to spend money to track down Akatsuki's whereabouts, as he believed the body modification would not cost an exorbitant sum. Certainly not 26 billion, the remaining money had undoubtedly been concealed by Akatsuki. If he could locate Akatsuki, he might mitigate his losses. Contemplating this, Kurizetsu tentatively inquired, "Boss, might you disclose the cost of the body modification?" "Only 50 million, are you considering transformation as well?" Yun Xiao replied eagerly. "I could see this." Kurizetsu's tense demeanor finally relaxed. The price was indeed reasonable, merely 50 million. Thus, he still had 25,500 million remaining. With this thought, Kurizetsu chuckled once more. Fortunately, his losses were not substantial. He had only lost 50 million to Akatsuki's actions were absurd, fleeing for such a trivial sum. He had been on edge, fearing Akatsuki had squandered all his money. Why could he not simply inform him? It was just 50 million. He could easily afford that. Breathing a sigh of relief, he smiled brightly. As long as he found Akatsuki, he could reclaim his 20 billion. Seeing Kurizetsu suddenly burst into laughter, Yun Xiao assumed he had been overwhelmed by despair and quickly offered words of consolation. "Do not be disheartened. It is merely 26 billion. Look on the bright side," Kurizetsu exclaimed. "Boss, are you saying Akatsuki spent 26 billion here?" Yun Xiao nodded, confirming, "Indeed, Akatsuki spent 26 billion for the body modification. But you said the modification only costs 50 million. How could it amount to such a sum?" Kurizetsu cried out in disbelief. Yun Xiao instinctively covered his ears, explaining, "The price for a single white aberration is indeed 50 million, but Akatsuki brought an overwhelming number of them, totaling 26 billion." And upon hearing Yun Xiao's explanation, Kurizetsu's eyes rolled back, and he fainted, his body collapsing stiffly to the ground. Witnessing this, Yun Xiao was momentarily paralyzed with shock, initially intending to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. However, upon seeing Kurizetsu's expression, he found himself unable to proceed. Had it been Tsunade or Meitarumi, he would have approached without hesitation. In this instance, he cautiously cradled Kurizetsu in his arms, mimicking a scene from a drama, and pinched Kurizetsu's philtrum with a finger. "This feels rather ambiguous," Yun Xiao murmured to his surprise. The method proved effective, as Kurizetsu gradually opened his eyes. Upon seeing Kurizetsu regain consciousness, Yun Xiao hurriedly asked, "Kurizetsu, are you all right?" Kurizetsu appeared dazed, still somewhat confused. When he finally focused on Yun Xiao, his body jolted, and he trembled, uttering, "My 26 billion." With that, Kurizetsu's head tilted, and he fell back into unconsciousness. Observing Kurizetsu's limp form, Yun Xiao feared he had been scared to death. "Good heavens, Kurizetsu, do not frighten me," he exclaimed, shaking Kurizetsu's body frantically, yet there was no response. "Kurizetsu, please do not die." In desperation, Yun Xiao slapped Kurizetsu's face. Smack. "If you die, what will happen to my 400 billion? Smack. Consider your poor mother on the moon. What shall become of her if you perish? Smack. You must be strong and survive." After several slaps, Kurizetsu's right cheek had swollen considerably. Yun Xiao, gazing at his handiwork, felt a twinge of uncertainty. He had merely intended to rouse Kurizetsu. It had struck him so hard that his face had become distorted. Just as Yun Xiao stood at a loss for what to do next, Kurizetsu's eyes slowly fluttered open, his gaze bleary as he surveyed his surroundings. Still not fully awake, Yun Xiao, noticing his awakening, felt a surge of joy. it seemed his method had indeed proven effective, and he quickly exclaimed, "Kurizetsu, you're finally awake." To his astonishment, he had literally pulled Kurizetsu back from the brink of death with a few slaps. Truly a miraculous feat. Just as Kurizetsu emerged from his faint, he felt an intense burning pain on the right side of his face. Instinctively, he clutched his swollen cheek, bewildered. What on earth happened to me? Kurizetsu mused. He distinctly remembered fainting from anger. How then could his face possibly hurt so terribly? Had he fallen to the side? That's odd. He recalled standing upright when he collapsed. It was impossible for him to have fallen face first. Turning to Yunxiao, he asked in utter confusion, "Boss, why does my face hurt so much?" With a grin, Yunxiao replied, "I saw you fainting again and feared for your life, so I gave you a few slaps. Hoping it would wake you up. It seems my method was quite effective. How do you feel now?" As he spoke, Yunxiao extended his crimson palm towards Heijua, remarking, "To save you, I did not hold back at all." Yunxiao's hands still felt fiery and sore. Heijua, upon hearing Yunxiao's words, was momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated Yunxiao would resort to such a method to rouse him. However, recognizing that Yunxiao acted out of concern, he refrained from reproaching him. Heijua gingerly touched his swollen cheek and managed a wry smile, saying, "Fortunately, it only hurts a bit. That's good to hear," Yunxiao replied, assisting Heijua to his feet. Once Heijua steadied himself, he rubbed his temples, attempting to alleviate the dizziness, but he quietly rejoiced at having regained consciousness relatively quickly. Otherwise, who knew what excessive actions Yunxiao might have taken? "Boss, could you inform me of a Fei's precise location?" Heijua asked through gritted teeth. Yunxiao smiled and replied, "Of course, but it will cost you 5 million taels." Heijua nodded and promptly produced 5 million taels, handing them over to Yunxiao. After receiving the money and stowing it away, Yunxiao said, "Wait a moment." He then retrieved a laptop from the chair. This laptop had cost him a staggering 1 million taels and possessed formidable capabilities, rendering it nearly omnipotent. Locate someone. I'll utilize the Tianyan Cha." Yunxiao murmured to himself while deftly typing on the keyboard. The screen swiftly displayed a satellite view. Through this image, a group of Baijue was clearly visible, huddled together. Curious about their activities, Yunxiao slowly magnified the image. As the picture became clearer, he was astonished to discover a heart-shaped object at the center of the group, which increasingly resembled excrement. No, this is undeniably a pile of excrement. Yunxiao gazed at the scene before him, feeling a wave of revulsion wash over him, and his lips began to twitch uncontrollably. "You Baiju certainly know how to have fun," he thought, utterly bemused by their antics. That moment, Heijua spotted a Fei on the screen and was instantly engulfed in fury. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, "Boss, what is their exact location now?" Yunxiao quickly checked the coordinates and responded, "They're near a fruit orchard at the northern border of the Fire Nation." "Thank you, boss. I will not let them escape." Heijua roared. Observing Heijua's wrath, Yunxiao placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said earnestly, "Heijua, your perspective is still too narrow." "Perspective?" Heijua replied, utterly bewildered by the term. Yunxiao clenched and then relaxed his fist. Elaborating, "You must broaden your horizons. Consider this. Those who betray you can amass over 2 billion. Imagine the rewards for those who remain loyal. Understand the applause." Heijua remained perplexed, questioning, "Boss, I do not comprehend what you are saying." Yunxiao sighed in exasperation, patiently explaining, "Although a Fei has taken over 20 billion from you, you cannot eliminate him. For a living, a Fei holds greater value than a dead one that you could establish an intelligence organization, leveraging the abilities of the Baijue to gather various information, which you can then sell at a high price to those in need. In doing so, not only would you recoup your costs, but you could also amass hundreds of billions or even more. Understand the applause." Yunxiao concluded, wearing a confident smile. That moment, he resembled a motivational speaker from a past life. Clap, clap, clap. Heijua's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement as he applauded vigorously. Thanks to Yunxiao's reminder, he realized there was indeed a lucrative shortcut available. While the combat capabilities of Baijue were not formidable, they were indeed well suited for intelligence work. This newfound source of income would allow him to earn even more money. He believed that before long, he would accumulate 400 billion and resurrect his mother. With this thought in mind, Heijue looked gratefully at Yun Xiao and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you for sharing this money-making strategy." "Boss," Yun Xiao smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "No need to mention as long as you continue to strive. I believe you will soon resurrect your mother." Upon hearing this, Heijue nodded resolutely, declaring, "I will work hard to earn money." "Good. Now hurry and get to work," Yun Xiao encouraged. "All right, boss, I'm off to make money," Heijue exclaimed excitedly before hastily exiting the shop. He could hardly wait to find a Fei and initiate their intelligence operations after Heijue departed. A look of satisfaction spread across Yun Xiao's face that Heijue's attitude was commendable. As long as he kept earning, he would return to spend at Yun Xiao's establishment, allowing Yun Xiao to earn more commissions in a certain fruit orchard within the Fire Nation. A Fei urged, "You all need to eat more fruit. Only then can you produce enough substantial excrement." As he spoke, he grabbed a handful of fruit and stuffed them into his mouth. "Understood, Lord Fei," the Baijue chorused in unison. Following Fei's instructions, they promptly sprang into action, climbing the fruit trees to pluck and consume the fruits. Even though most of the fruits were still unripe, they paid it no mind. After all, as long as they could produce ample excrement, everything was worthwhile. "That's it. Eat more," a Fei exclaimed enthusiastically. Watching the Baijue comply so obediently filled him with immense satisfaction. Suddenly, a Fei clutched his stomach, a pained expression crossing his face. Almost immediately, an unusual sensation surged from deep within him, prompting a Fei to exclaim joyfully, "Ha! The urge has finally arrived. This time, I must produce the most perfect excrement." However, the surrounding noise began to irritate him. He felt the need for a tranquil environment to concentrate, ensuring the production of flawless excrement. Thus, clutching his stomach, a Fei swiftly retreated into a nearby thicket. "Perfect excrement. Here I come," a Fei muttered to himself, eagerly anticipating the pivotal moment ahead. His heart raced with excitement, as if he could already envision the immaculate excrement materializing before him. Crouching on the ground, he furrowed his brow, seemingly in deep contemplation. Underground, Heijue halted in his tracks, casting his gaze towards the distance. There lay a fruit orchard, and if his memory served him correctly, it was indeed the place Yun Xiao had mentioned. Heijue resolved to cautiously surface to ascertain whether this was the very orchard where a Fei and the others were hiding to avoid alarming them. He gingerly poked his head above ground. However, just as he emerged, he was taken aback to find a white object directly in front of his face. Momentarily stunned, he was at a loss as to what this object could be. Instinctively, he focused his gaze, attempting to discern the nature of the white object. "Why does this look so much like a butt?" Heijue murmured, filled with confusion. Suddenly, realization struck him, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Goodness, this truly is a butt." It turned out that the white object was indeed someone's posterior, and at that moment, the individual was squatting with their back to Heijue. Before he could retract his head, a cacophony erupted as a torrent of white excrement cascaded down, splattering onto Heijue's face. "Ah, that feels good." A Fei sighed with relief, then eagerly turned to see his creation. Upon glancing back, however, he was astonished to find a dark head protruding from his excrement. A Fei's face drained of color, rendering his already pale complexion even more ghostly. Had he not just consumed fruit? Why had he produced a head? Clutching his mouth, he gasped, "My heavens, I actually expelled a head." Hearing a Fei's exclamation, the other Baijue gathered curiously around, scrutinizing the head on the ground. "Lord Fei, you are truly remarkable," one Baijue marveled. "How did you manage to produce such a black and white excrement?" "Lord Fei," another inquired, equally intrigued. "Do you not think this pile of excrement resembles Lord Heijue?" Suddenly, a white creature proposed a remarkable notion that left the others in a state of astonishment. Upon hearing this, the white beings began to scrutinize the black and white excrement on the ground with meticulous attention, as if examining a priceless work of art. "You must admit, it is astonishingly identical," exclaimed one white creature, gesturing with its hands to indicate a round shape the size of a head, believing it to be equivalent to that of the esteemed black creature. "It even has a bounce," another white being remarked, curiously poking the black excrement, feeling an unusual elasticity. However, as time passed, the expressions of the white beings shifted from curiosity to shock, ultimately transforming into terror. They suddenly realized that the matter at hand was not mere excrement, but rather the true essence of the black creature. After a moment, the black creature emitted a sharp, explosive cry, "Ah! Ah! Ah, Fei! I shall end you!" Its voice resonated with fury, sending chills down the spine. Yet rather than immediately confronting a Fei, the black creature leaped into the nearby river to "Ah! Ah! Ah!" It is indeed the esteemed black creature. A Fei screamed, clutching its head and sprinting away in panic. A Fei understood that if it fell into the black creature's grasp, its demise would be most gruesome. Without hesitation, it chose to flee. The white beings, witnessing this, erupted into chaos, exclaiming, "What should we do? The black creature is truly pursuing us." Having already run 2 miles, a Fei, upon hearing the alarmed cries of the white beings behind, turned back and shouted, "Oi, you lot! What are you dawdling for? Now is not the time." Run. Upon hearing this, the white beings finally reacted, realizing that they must flee or it would be too late. Just as they were about to take action, a chilling voice from behind them interrupted. "Where do you think you are running to?" The bone-chilling tone of the black creature froze the white beings in place, cold sweat breaking out across their bodies. "It's over. We're completely finished." Trembling, they turned to face the menacing black creature. "Esteemed black creature, we were merely passing through." One white being stuttered in explanation. The black creature ignored it, fixating its gaze on the last in line, a Fei. The white beings instinctively parted, exposing a Fei fully to the black creature's sight. Upon noticing this, a Fei awkwardly chuckled. "Ah ha ha ha, esteemed black creature, it has been a while. Where have you been finding fortune lately?" The black creature remained silent, its gaze unwaveringly fixed upon a Fei. Cold sweat began to bead on a Fei's forehead. Could it be that the black creature was aware of its embezzlement? Surely not. It had been so discreet, no one should have discovered it. Yet, judging by the black creature's current demeanor, it seemed to know everything. What to do? Should it confess? No, that would be disastrous. If it admitted to the wrongdoing, the black creature would undoubtedly punish it that a Fei was in a tumultuous state of indecision, but ultimately resolved that it would not confess under any circumstances. Thus, with a facade of innocence, a Fei inquired, "Esteemed black creature, what has transpired?" The black creature remained silent, its expression growing ever colder. A Fei's legs quivered. It sensed that the black creature must have discovered its misconduct. Was the black creature going to deal with it here? As this thought crossed its mind, a Fei's face turned as pale as a ghost. That moment, the surrounding white beings suddenly knelt before the black creature, collectively pleading, "Esteemed black creature, please take our side." Both the black creature and a Fei looked on in bewilderment at the kneeling white beings, unsure of what was happening. "Wah, esteemed black creature, it was a Fei who took your money. It has nothing to do with us. Esteemed black creature, we are your most loyal subordinates. Please do not kill us." Indeed, esteemed black creature, all of this is the fault of the Fei, the traitor who incited our rebellion against you. Upon hearing this, a Fei gazed upon the kneeling white beings with heartache, its body trembling slightly as it pointed a shaking finger at them, exclaiming, "You scoundrels, how could you betray your master for personal gain?" It was utterly unimaginable that these white beings, who had often sought its counsel on how to produce perfect excrement, would turn against it in such a critical moment. Hearing a Fei's words, the white beings bowed their heads, burying their faces into the ground, too ashamed to meet a Fei's gaze. That a Fei sighed deeply, slowly closing its eyes, a bittersweet smile gracing its face as it declared, "Very well, though I may perish today, I shall remain the creator of the perfect excrement." After uttering these words, a Fei ceased to speak, standing silently in place, awaiting its fate. Upon hearing a Fei's proclamation, the kneeling white beings felt their eyes welling with tears, reflecting on the cherished moments spent with a Fei in the pursuit of their craft, filled with reluctance and sorrow. Yet, they understood that they must survive, leading them to betray a Fei. Despite the anguish in their hearts, it was a choice born of necessity. That a Fei was indeed a commendable leader, yet now it was on the brink of demise. "We bid farewell to Lord A. Fei," the white beings cried in unison. The black creature, witnessing this, twitched its lips. Did something peculiar slip in? Who said I intended to kill you? Just then, the black creature's voice echoed in the ears of the white beings. The white beings looked towards the black creature with joy. Esteemed black creature, you truly will not kill us. The black creature nodded. Though you wretched beings have pilfered 26 billion from me, I am still willing to grant you an opportunity for redemption. At these words, a fae, who had been prepared to meet its end, suddenly opened its eyes wide, gazing at the black creature in disbelief. It had not anticipated that, despite their grievous transgressions, the black creature would still be willing to offer them a chance. Thud! A fae immediately fell to its knees, fervently bowing before the black creature, weeping profusely. Wah, esteemed black creature, I was wrong. I should not have embezzled funds. I merely wished to know what it felt like to relieve myself. The white beings looked at a fae with mixed expressions. If it had been only a fae secretly taking funds to enhance its form, perhaps even the black creature would not have been overly punitive upon discovering the truth. However, a fae chose not to conceal this secret. Instead, it had informed everyone, urging them to share in the experience of culinary enjoyment, ultimately exhausting all the black creature's resources. Not long ago, when the black creature had suddenly appeared, and they were left in stunned silence, it was the already departed fae who had risked capture to return and warn them to flee. Had a fae not returned, it would have undoubtedly escaped successfully. Although a fae often appeared unorthodox as a leader, even indulging in peculiar studies regarding excrement, everyone found joy in its antics. It was undeniably a remarkable leader. Yet, out of fear for their lives, they had displayed ingratitude towards AFE. In retrospect, this realization was profoundly shameful. One white being suddenly slapped itself hard across the face, reproaching, "We are utterly inhumane." At this moment, another white being softly responded, "Have you forgotten? We are not human to begin with." This statement struck like a dagger, piercing the hearts of all the white beings. The black creature coldly surveyed the kneeling white beings, stating matter-of-factly, "Enough. Rise that I have decided to grant you an opportunity for redemption." Upon hearing this, the white beings felt a weight lift from their shoulders and stood up. They gazed at the black creature with gratitude, hoping for a fresh beginning. Thus, the black creature meticulously outlined its plan to the white beings that it aspired to establish a formidable intelligence organization and earn wealth through the sale of information. It believed that if the white beings committed themselves wholeheartedly, they could achieve great success. The black creature promised that should the information sales prove fruitful, each white being would receive 10% of the value of the information sold as compensation. The black creature understood that to motivate the horses to run swiftly, one must provide ample fodder. Without an incentive mechanism, they may, as before, choose to abscond with the funds, leaving him with no place to lament his fate. Thus, he proposed an enticing reward scheme to invigorate the enthusiasm of the white Zetsu. True to his expectations, upon hearing the goals and promises laid out by the black Zetsu, the white Zetsu were filled with excitement. Their faces flushed with eagerness. In unison, they declared, "We vow to accomplish the task." After all, this time, the black Zetsu not only forgave their previous misappropriation of funds, but also granted them a fresh opportunity. Furthermore, they were permitted to establish their own intelligence organization, with each transaction promising substantial commissions, undoubtedly igniting their exhilaration. The eyes of the white Zetsu sparkled with avarice, their hearts brimming with aspirations for the future. They longed to prove their capabilities and to regain the black Zetsu's trust and recognition. Ultimately, all hinged upon their success in constructing a formidable intelligence network that fulfilled the black Zetsu's expectations. Now, hurry and gather intelligence. This time, do not let me down, the black Zetsu said, casting a glance at a fae. A fae promptly assured him, "We will absolutely not betray your trust, esteemed black Zetsu." The white Zetsu quickly dispersed, setting out to collect intelligence throughout the ninja world. They were diligent in gathering all manners of information, even meticulously recording how many piglets of villagers Sao had given birth to, just in case someone might be curious about such matters. Thus, the presence of the white Zetsu could be observed throughout the ninja world. In Konoha village, at the Hokage building, The third Hokage was completely engrossed in the scene depicted within the crystal ball. Drooling in fascination, he remained utterly oblivious to the white Zetsu quietly taking notes behind him. The third Hokage was spying on a women's bathhouse, unaware of the potential value of this intelligence. "Who goes there?" he suddenly exclaimed, turning around, yet finding nothing amiss. "That I suppose I'm being overly paranoid," he muttered, redirecting his attention back to the crystal ball, chuckling to himself. "This is absolutely spot on. What a close call." Nearly being discovered. Outside the Hokage building, the white Zetsu murmured to himself. Similar scenes were unfolding throughout the ninja world. Within a secret base, a thick stack of documents lay before the black Zetsu, comprising the extensive intelligence gathered by the white Zetsu the previous day. As he turned to the first page, he was met with the revelation that a sow had given birth to 21 piglets in the dead of night. Both mother and offspring safe. The corner of the black Zetsu's mouth twitched as he thought, what sort of absurd intelligence is this? He continued to leaf through the pages, discovering that a widow from a neighboring village had harbored a crush on a local man named Zhang for quite some time and was preparing to take bold action that very night. The black Zetsu could not help but curse. Damn it, this can be considered intelligence. Shaking his head, he pressed on through the subsequent reports that, in the land of water, a group of sows was seen queuing to jump into a ditch. In the land of wind, the third son of the fourth Kazekage was being bullied by the villagers. The black Zetsu surveyed the intelligence in his hands, his expression darkening as he muttered in anger. What the hell? Why are these fools collecting such nonsensical information? He had perused only 4 pieces of intelligence, 3 of which were entirely worthless. The sole piece of value was the news regarding the fourth Kazekage's son being bullied. Yet even that held little worth. Who would pay for such trivial information? The black Zetsu felt a headache coming on, beginning to doubt the wisdom of allowing the white Zetsu to establish an intelligence organization. At this rate, they would not only fail to acquire valuable intelligence, but also squander considerable time and resources. Nevertheless, he found himself oddly curious about why a group of sows would queue to jump into a ditch. Was it perhaps too hot for them? Did they seek relief from the heat by bathing in the ditch? Shaking his head to dispel the bizarre thoughts, he resumed his examination of the intelligence. Upon reaching the final report, the black Zetsu's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "No way. I never imagined the third Hokage had such a penchant." His mind was filled with astonishment and disbelief. He could not fathom that the man dubbed the professor of ninjutsu would engage in such behavior. However, rather than halting his reading, the black Zetsu's excitement only grew. He was astounded to discover that beneath the Hokage's polished exterior lay such a hidden side. This revelation led the black Zetsu to reflect on the sheer shamelessness of the third Hokage, leaving him thoroughly shocked. Truly, one can know a person's face but not their heart, the black Zetsu muttered to himself. Then a sudden thought struck him, and he burst into laughter, hands on his hips. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed through the base, and only after a considerable time did he finally cease, rubbing his hands together with gleaming eyes filled with exhilaration. Who would have thought I would catch him in such a bind? The black Zetsu mused that he had already devised a plan to leverage this information for extortion, aiming to extract 3 to 5 billion from him. If Tobi Hiruzen refused, the black Zetsu would disseminate this intelligence throughout the ninja world. Just imagine the look on Tobi Hiruzen's face then. With these thoughts in mind, he eagerly departed the base. Racing towards Konoha village, the incriminating document fluttering through the air before gently settling on the ground, it read. The third Hokage, Tobi Hiruzen, was observed in his office utilizing a crystal ball to spy on a women's bathhouse. Upon witnessing provocative scenes, he experienced a nosebleed, and when alerted by a noise outside, he swiftly cut off the view from the crystal ball. The proficiency of his actions suggests he is indeed a habitual offender. This report detailed the third Hokage's deviant behavior, completely altering the black Zetsu's impression of him. He was resolute in his determination to seize this opportunity for substantial profit. Only now did he grasp the advantages of establishing an intelligence organization. Not only could they sell information to those in need, but they could also wield it as leverage against the individuals involved to reap their own rewards. The boss truly deserves the title. He possesses a keen business acumen, the black Zetsu praised. He now recognized the terror of Yin Xiao, who had seemingly imparted casual advice that could lead to significant gains, deepening the Black Zetsu's respect for him. In Konoha Village, at the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized the crystal ball, muttering critiques about various scenes. This one is too small, not good. This one is a bit aged, it's beginning to sag. Suddenly, he appeared to discover something remarkable, pressing his face closer to the crystal ball. After a while, he gestured in the air, a lewd smile spreading across his face. This one is quite large. If I could touch it, I would die without regrets. Yes, he continued his voyeuristic viewing. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a dampness beneath his nose and instinctively touched it, discovering his fingers stained with blood. Another nosebleed? It seems I need to exercise some restraint for a while, he remarked, beginning to rummage through his office for a tissue. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the crystal ball. The Black Zetsu, who had just arrived at the Hokage's office, was utterly dumbfounded. Realizing that Sarutobi Hiruzen's shamelessness exceeded his expectations, he was about to step out from the shadows to discuss the matter with Sarutobi Hiruzen when he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside. Understanding that someone was coming, the Black Zetsu decided against revealing himself, opting instead to remain hidden and observe. Bang! The door to the Hokage's office swung open forcefully, and a figure with a bandaged left eye entered, the strongest scapegoat of the Hokage. Shimura Danzo. In Konoha, countless misfortunes could be attributed to him. He was indeed the root of all evils. Essentially, any tragedy associated with Konoha could be traced back to Danzo's actions, given his extensive history of wrongdoing. Any inexplicable situation could conveniently be blamed on him. In the annals of Hokage history, if a jutsu's origin was unknown, it was undoubtedly created by Senju Tobirama. If a tragedy occurred without a clear perpetrator, it was certainly Danzo's doing. After all, a glance through Hokage history reveals a litany of calamities linked to him. The suicide of Konoha's White Fang, Nagato's descent into darkness, Hanzo's betrayal, the demise of the Minato couple, Orochimaru's defection, Shirsue's fall, the Uchiha massacre, and the plight of Kabuto, all were ultimately Danzo's responsibility. He was destined to be the 5.5th Hokage of Konoha, but let it be known that one should never underestimate the weight of a scapegoat. After all, throughout the generations of Hokage, the 4th Hokage sacrificed his life to seal the Nine Tails, the 3rd Hokage laid down his life to seal the Serpent Hand, and now the 5.5th generation. The Pot Hokage will eventually seal a bridge with his life. Of course, these are merely matters for another time. Inside the Hokage's office, Shimura Danzo suddenly barged in, catching Sarutobi Hiruzen off guard as he searched for a napkin. At that moment, a voice suddenly emanated from the crystal ball. Oh, you've turned red. Let me see how you've developed. No, please stop. You're so annoying. Upon hearing the voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally reacted, ignoring the blood trickling from his nose as he hastily shut off the crystal ball. Danzo, with a face full of disdain, looked at Hiruzen, surprised that even after all these years, his penchant for voyeurism had not waned. Ahem, Danzo, you must knock next time you enter, Hiruzen exclaimed, covering his nose with his hand. Danzo had always entered the Hokage's office without knocking, and Hiruzen had scolded him numerous times for it. Yet, Danzo always agreed verbally, but never changed his ways. It was precisely because he had failed to knock this time that Hiruzen found himself in such an embarrassing situation. From the shadows, Kurizitsu muttered, "Wasn't it said that the 3rd Hokage reacts swiftly? Danzo has been here for quite a while, and he hasn't even thought to cut off the feed. Could he be too engrossed?" Ignoring Hiruzen's words, Danzo's expression turned somber as he stated, "Hiruzen, the roots have uncovered signs that the Uchiha clan is plotting rebellion." Hearing this, Hiruzen was taken aback, springing to his feet in disbelief. "Danzo, is what you say true?" Although his old friend often engaged in dubious activities, Hiruzen believed he would not deceive him regarding matters of the village's welfare, for they both cherished the village deeply. Danzo nodded and replied. Previously, the radical faction within the Uchiha clan expressed their desire to instigate a coup multiple times, but they were thwarted by Uchiha Fugaku. However, the number of radicals has been increasing lately, and Fugaku is beginning to waver. Upon hearing Danzo's explanation, Hiruzen fell silent as he picked up a pipe from the table, placing it in his mouth. After lighting it and taking a deep drag, he slowly exhaled a smoke ring. As the smoke swirled around him, Hiruzen fell into contemplation. The Uchiha clan, once one of the most powerful families in Konoha, possessed formidable ocular powers. However, over time, their relationship with the village had grown increasingly strained. Now, the news Danzo brought only heightened Hiruzen's concerns. If the Uchiha clan truly decided to rebel, it would pose a grave threat to the village. Their power could not be underestimated, should conflict erupt. It would undoubtedly lead to significant casualties and destruction within the village. Hiruzen was acutely aware of this, necessitating a careful approach to the matter. He could not easily trust Danzo's one-sided narrative. Yet he could not dismiss this potential threat either. At this moment, the Uchiha indeed showed signs of insurrection. Historical grievances, such as Uchiha Madara's defection, the suspicion surrounding the Nine-Tails incident, and the Uchiha clan's dissatisfaction with their standing in the village, had led them to consider a coup to alter their predicament. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen removed the pipe from his mouth and looked at Danzo, stating, "I will personally investigate this matter." Danzo furrowed his brow. Responding, "Hiruzen, the Uchiha's rebellious intentions can no longer be contained. We must take immediate action to eliminate them." Hiruzen shook his head. "No, that would only incite greater chaos, and there are many innocent people within the Uchiha clan. We need to find a more prudent solution." Danzo, dissatisfied, retorted, "The Uchiha have already harbored rebellious thoughts. Why not suppress them with an iron fist?" Danzo believed that the most frightening scenario was when the Uchiha appeared calm while secretly plotting rebellion. For one would never know when they might strike. Hiruzen took another deep drag from his pipe, exhaling a smoke ring before responding, "But the Uchiha have not yet rebelled. There is still a chance for a turnaround." Hearing this, Danzo's body trembled with rage. His muscles tensed as he pointed an accusatory finger at Hiruzen, shouting, "You fool! If you inform the Uchiha, one that be akin to startling a snake in its lair? What will happen if they launch a coup then?" He simply could not comprehend Hiruzen's line of thinking. Knowing the Uchiha were contemplating rebellion, Hiruzen still opted for dialogue instead of direct suppression. The more Danzo thought about it, the angrier he became. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up, continuing to berate Hiruzen. "Have you lost your mind? Do you think the Uchiha will be grateful? They will only see you as weak and easy to bully. Your actions will only embolden them, making them believe we are afraid." Danzo suddenly burst into laughter, looking at Hiruzen with a mocking expression. "Ah, are you now playing the benevolent leader? Do you know why the Uchiha want to rebel? It is because they are dissatisfied with your leadership and wish to oust you from the Hokage position to take it for themselves. Can you not see this?" Hiruzen was taken aback by Danzo's barrage of insults. Despite his usually gentle demeanor, he felt a surge of anger at that moment. Enough, he suddenly slammed his hand on the desk, shouting, "I am the Hokage." Hiruzen's declaration left Danzo momentarily stunned, prompting memories of the past to resurface. Back then, the second Hokage sought a single person to act as bait to distract the enemy. He had intended to volunteer. Yet, out of fear of death, he hesitated, allowing Hiruzen to step forward instead. At that moment, he felt a twinge of relief, thinking that if someone else took the lead, he would not have to sacrifice himself. Little did he know that this was a test from the second Hokage, who sought someone with a spirit of sacrifice to assume the role of Hokage. Because Hiruzen stepped forward first, the second Hokage appointed him as the next Hokage. The second Hokage chose to act as bait to facilitate their retreat and ultimately perished. Over the years, Danzo had regretted this incident whenever it crossed his mind. If he had been more resolute back then, perhaps the position of Hokage would have been his. Returning to the present, Danzo looked at Hiruzen's furious expression and coldly remarked, "If you, as Hokage, are so indecisive, then let me take matters into my own hands to deal with the Uchiha." With that, Danzo flicked his sleeve angrily and turned to leave. Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, silently observed Danzo's departing figure, uncertain of his own thoughts. After a long while, Hiruzen let out a deep sigh, slowly sinking into his chair and taking one drag after another from his pipe. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Zetsu wore a face of delight, contemplating, "Oh my. The Uchiha actually intends to rebel, yet Danzo foresaw it? Why would he know in advance? This undoubtedly indicates a traitor among the Uchiha clan. Quietly informing Danzo of the situation, Kurizetsu had initially intended to extort Hiruzen, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a windfall. He thought to himself, if he could identify the traitor within the Uchiha clan and sell this information at a high price to Fugaku, the latter would surely pay for it. With this thought, Kurizetsu's lips curled into a smirk as he mused, I do have quite the business acumen. Who goes there? Step out. Hiruzen suddenly heard a voice, his gaze sharpening as he directed it toward Kurizetsu's location. Barking an order, Kurizetsu realized he had inadvertently exposed himself in his moment of glee. Thus, he slowly emerged from a wall, wearing a grin as he said, Hee, Hokage-sama, there's no need to be alarmed that I am here to discuss a business proposition with you. Hiruzen was taken aback to see a shadowy humanoid figure emerge from the wall of his office, his expression one of astonishment. Instinctively, he took 2 steps back, regarding Kazan warily while placing his hand behind him, ready to perform a jutsu at a moment's notice if the situation turned dire. Kurizetsu, noticing Hiruzen's tension, chuckled amiably. No need to be anxious, Hokage-sama, that I genuinely wish to discuss a business deal with you. As he spoke, Kurojitsu retrieved a verdant stone, placing it delicately upon his palm. Sarutobi Hizashi gazed at the stone in Kurojitsu's hand, his expression one of utter bewilderment, entirely at a loss regarding its nature. Observing Hizashi's perplexity, Kurojitsu elucidated, this is a reflection stone, capable of projecting all events that transpired in this vicinity within the last 3 days. Upon realizing the leverage he held over Hizashi, Kurojitsu grew apprehensive that a direct confrontation might result in Hizashi denying the matter vehemently. Thus, he ventured to Yunjiao, paying a handsome sum for a reflection stone. With a mere thought, a faint glow emanated from the stone, and a luminous screen materialized above it. This one is too small, and that one appears rather aged, beginning to sag. This one is splendidly large. If I could merely touch it, I would die a contented man. Hizashi was taken aback as he beheld the screen, which vividly displayed the scene of his earlier escapade peering into the women's bathhouse. What horrified him further was that not only was his own lewd appearance immortalized, but the contents within the crystal sphere were also astoundingly clear. As realization dawned upon him, Hizashi's countenance darkened, his body trembling and cold sweat beating upon his forehead. Should this footage circulate, his reputation as the 3rd Hokage of Konoha would be irreparably tarnished, and his life, as he knew it, would be utterly ruined. To the public eye, Hizashi had always embodied the amiable, benevolent visage of the Hokage. Yet now he found himself exposed for surreptitiously using a crystal sphere to spy on the women's bathhouse, a devastating blow to his carefully cultivated image. Once this scandal emerged, the persona he had meticulously crafted throughout his life would crumble. Kurojitsu observed Hizashi's panicked demeanor with a sense of clandestine triumph. He understood that by instilling fear in Hizashi, he could leverage the situation to make exorbitant demands and extort a significant sum. With a grin, Kurojitsu inquired, I wonder, does the esteemed Hokage have any interest in this particular transaction? Hizashi silently assessed the distance between himself and Kurojitsu, contemplating whether he could swiftly strike down his adversary. Kurojitsu, keenly aware of the chilling intent emanating from Hizashi, retreated a few steps, maintaining a facade of joviality as he remarked, It appears the Hokage is contemplating silencing me. However, if I were to shatter this reflection stone, this image would be broadcasted across the entire ninja world, and you may not even succeed in eliminating me. Kurojitsu spoke with unwavering confidence, for despite his lack of formidable strength, his abilities were remarkably unique. Should he choose to flee, there was no one in the ninja realm who could impede his escape. Upon witnessing Kurojitsu's self-assured demeanor, Hizashi fell silent. He recognized the truth in Kurojitsu's words. After a prolonged pause, he hoarsely uttered, What do you desire? 10 billion. Kurojitsu replied with a smile. In disbelief, Hizashi's eyes widened as he stared at Kurojitsu. Following a recent incident involving a major theft in Konoha, the village's finances had been severely depleted, making it impossible to produce such a sum. Even if Hizashi could muster 10 billion, he would never consent to such an outrageous demand. Kurojitsu was all too aware that Hizashi lacked the means. After all, he had pilfered the funds from Konoha himself, that he merely sought to gauge Hizashi's reaction. 0.8 billion. Kurojitsu insisted. Hisashi continued to shake his head in refusal. 0.5 billion. Hisashi remained resolute in his rejection. It dawned on Kurojitsu that Hisashi was intentionally driving down the price. Even if he had the wealth, he was loath to part with such an exorbitant amount, feeling as though he had been played. Kurojitsu coldly remarked, "Hokage, you surely do not wish for your indiscretion of peering into the women's bathhouse to be revealed, do you?" With that, Kurojitsu waved the reflection stone tantalizingly before Hizashi's eyes. Hisashi was momentarily taken aback. Why was Kurojitsu not lowering the price further? He had hoped to negotiate down to 1 or 2 billion, at which point he could reluctantly acquiesce, thereby saving a substantial sum. Yet, Kurojitsu seemed to have discerned his intentions. Just as he was about to speak, Kurojitsu interrupted. "Enough. If you wish to preserve your reputation, you must procure 8 billion within 3 days by any means necessary. Otherwise, be prepared for the entire ninja world to learn of your voyeuristic escapade." With that, Kurojitsu offered no further glance at Hisashi, vanishing into the ground and leaving the Hokage alone in his office, his expression a tumultuous blend of pale and flushed, reflecting his inner turmoil. After what felt like an eternity, Hisashi hastily departed the office. Once Hisashi had exited, Kurojitsu's head re-emerged from the ground, chuckling to himself. "Ah, the boss's strategy has proven effective." Previously, Yunjiao had advised him that if one possessed the strength to turn the tables, one must do so assertively. Otherwise, the weak would take advantage. Indeed, after Kurojitsu's firm ultimatum, the once obstinate Hisashi had scurried off to gather the necessary funds. That Kurojitsu's intuition was correct. At that moment, Hisashi was indeed out seeking money. Realizing that preserving his integrity was far more crucial than the 8 billion as the third Hokage, his reputation and standing were paramount. Should his voyeurism come to light, he would be besieged by public outcry and moral condemnation, a scenario he could not bear to confront. Thus, even at a great cost, he must resolve this predicament swiftly. Within the Tobi clan, Hisashi hurriedly entered the clan grounds. "Elder, why have you returned so soon?" inquired a curious member of the Tobi clan. Hisashi was not only the Hokage of Konoha, but also the clan leader of the Tobi. Typically, he would remain in the Hokage's office attending to village affairs at this hour. Yet today, he appeared unusually agitated. "Quickly, inform the elders to convene at my residence," Hisashi urged anxiously. "Understood, clan leader." The clan member promptly vanished. Though his curiosity about the unfolding events lingered, he knew it was not his place to pry. At Hisashi's residence, he sat gravely in a chair, brow furrowed, eyes slightly closed, his heart heavy with anxiety and unease. He contemplated how to gather 8 billion within 3 days to appease Kurojitsu. Just then, the faint sound of footsteps echoed as the door creaked open, revealing an elderly man with graying hair and a stern visage. The clan's Grand Elder, a pivotal figure among the Tobi. The Grand Elder immediately sensed Hisashi's distress and inquired with concern. "Hisashi, what urgent matter prompts your summons?" Hisashi raised his gaze slightly, his eyes bloodshot, and hoarsely replied, "Grand Elder, let us wait for the other elders to arrive before I explain." With a soft sigh, he resumed his contemplative silence. Noting Hisashi's demeanor, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow that he understood Hisashi's character well. He would never summon them in haste unless faced with a grave dilemma. The sense of foreboding gripped him. Could it be that the village had encountered a crisis? Or perhaps an intricate issue had arisen within the clan? Moments ticked by, and at last, the remaining elders entered the chamber one by one. That upon witnessing Hisashi's grave demeanor, an ominous premonition washed over them. The Tobi clan boasted 4 elders, each seasoned and wise. Now gathered, their collective gaze fell upon Hisashi, awaiting his explanation. Unable to contain his mounting anxiety, the Grand Elder implored, "Hisashi, what has transpired?" At this, the other elders, equally curious, turned their attention to Hisashi, eager for clarification. Hisashi exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression laden with complexity, as he confessed, "I have been caught in a compromising situation. The individual in question demands 8 billion, or he will expose my indiscretion." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief, and he slammed his hand upon the table. shouting in indignation, "What audacity! Who dares to demand such a sum for a mere secret?" The second elder's face flushed crimson with anger, echoing, "Indeed, that scoundrel believes our Sarutobi clan to be easy prey." The third elder clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "We cannot yield to such extortion." Upon hearing the words of several elders, Sarutobi Hisashi lowered his head in shame and murmured, "In truth, it was my act of spying on the women's bathhouse that was discovered, and evidence of it was even recorded." Upon receiving this news, the previously furious elders were momentarily taken aback, their expressions freezing in disbelief. They could hardly fathom the words they had just heard, their eyes widening in incredulity as they gazed at Hisashi. The eldest elder's furious demeanor gradually morphed into disappointment. He sighed heavily and said, "Hisashi, how could you be so foolish? How could you engage in such behavior?" The second elder shook his head in dismay, lamenting, "As the Hokage, how could you commit such an act? What will the villagers think of our Sarutobi clan?" The third elder stood up, pointing an accusing finger at Hisashi as he scolded, "Fool! Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Such conduct not only tarnishes your personal reputation, but also damages the image of our entire family." They truly could not comprehend how Hisashi, a man over 60 years of age, could still harbor such a penchant for voyeurism. Is this what they mean when they say a man remains youthful until death? Hearing the elder's words, Hisashi felt overwhelmed with shame, unable to meet their gazes at that moment. The fourth elder, who had been silent since entering the room, finally spoke. "All right, let us refrain from further accusations. Our immediate priority is to devise a solution. Indeed, we should focus on finding a way forward," the eldest elder concurred. Hearing this, Hisashi let out a sigh of relief. Casting a grateful glance at the fourth elder, "Is it possible to eliminate that rascal?" The fourth elder regarded Hisashi with a calm expression. The other elders' faces brightened. Indeed, if they could eliminate the blackmailer, the problem would be resolved without the need for monetary compensation. "Fourth elder, you truly are a genius," the eldest elder exclaimed excitedly. Hisashi, however, shook his head with a wry smile, for he had contemplated this course of action while in the office. Yet, the opponent's enigmatic abilities and self-assured demeanor made it clear to him that killing the individual would be an arduous task. Even if it were feasible, it would consume considerable time, during which the incident would likely be exposed by the blackmailer. It seemed nearly impossible to kill Hisashi and relay the events that transpired in the office to the elders. Upon hearing Hisashi's explanation, the elders fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged pause, the eldest elder, with a complex expression, remarked, "It appears we have no choice but to comply and pay the ransom. But where will the clan procure such a substantial sum?" Hisashi clenched his teeth and replied, "Whatever you can contribute will suffice. I shall devise a way to cover the remainder. We could potentially reduce the family's expenses over the next few years to secure around 200 million. The fourth elder suggested, "I have 10 million in my savings." "Hisashi, you may use it," the eldest elder stated. "My total assets amount to only 5 million, the second elder murmured. "If I mortgage all the properties under my name, it should yield approximately 30 million, the third elder added. The fourth elder tapped his fingers on the table, directing his gaze towards Hisashi. "I have 20 million. I will hand it all over to you. The rest is for you to figure out." Hisashi bowed deeply to the elders, expressing his gratitude for their assistance. Including his own savings accumulated over the years, he would be able to gather a total of 300 million. The eldest elder patted Hisashi on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Hisashi, whatever means you employ, you must resolve this issue. The future of our clan depends on you." The position of Hokage held immense significance for the Sarutobi clan, as they were at a crucial juncture in their ascent to becoming a prominent family in Konoha, and any misstep was unacceptable. When the Sarutobi clan initially joined Konoha, they were merely a minor family. However, since Hisashi's ascension to Hokage, the clan had been steadily growing, now on the cusp of becoming a major family within Konoha. Hisashi nodded, suddenly struck by inspiration as he realized how to procure the remaining 500 million. At the Hyuga estate, Hyuga Hayashi knelt on the ground. Placing a cup of tea before his guest, he respectfully inquired, "Might I ask what brings you, Hokage-sama, to my humble abode?" As the saying goes, one does not visit without purpose. He was curious as to why Hisashi had come. Hisashi lifted the teacup and took a gentle sip, a warm smile adorning his face as he said, "Hayashi, I have indeed come to seek your assistance on matter. May I inquire if you would be willing to help?" Hayashi's curiosity intensified. What could warrant a personal visit from the third Hokage? "You are too kind, Hokage-sama. I shall do my utmost to assist with anything within my capabilities." Hayashi responded with a smile. In recent years, the Hyuga clan have been generous with gifts and financial contributions to the third Hokage. Therefore, Hayashi was well aware that the request would not be overly demanding. Upon hearing Hayashi's affirmative response, Hisashi felt a wave of relief wash over him and continued, "Hayashi, would it be possible for you to advance the funding for the next few years?" The moment those words left his mouth, Hayashi was left speechless, unable to believe his ears. The third Hokage was directly requesting financial support without any pretense. While he had been covertly contributing wealth over the years, such matters had always been conducted discreetly, never brought to the forefront. Yet now, Hisashi had laid the issue bare before him, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Regaining his composure, Hayashi quickly smiled and said, in light of the devastation wrought by the Nine Tails incident, "I, Hyuga Hayashi, would be willing to donate 10 million to aid in the reconstruction of Konoha." Though a flattering smile graced his face, his heart ached. This 10 million was no small sum for him at present. He had been contributing 500,000 annually to Hisashi, and over the years, that had accumulated to a significant amount. Now, to part with such a large sum all at once was quite a painful prospect. In the past, while 10 million was indeed substantial, the Hyuga clan was wealthy enough to manage it. However, recently, they had suffered a theft that had stripped the clan of much of its wealth, rendering it even more challenging to part with such a considerable amount now. Despite the anguish he felt, he had no alternative. He understood all too well that for the Hyuga clan to establish a firm foothold in Konoha, maintaining a good relationship with the Hokage was imperative. That if they failed to contribute, they would share the same fate as the Uchiha clan, facing ostracism from the entire village. That it was worth noting that the Uchiha clan was one of the founding families of Konoha. Yet they had been relegated to the fringes of the village, facing neglect and discrimination. While this outcome was partly due to the Uchiha's own conduct, it was more significantly attributed to their failure to honor the third Hokage, which led to discontent on his part. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Uchiha clan, skilled in fire techniques, had even been dispatched to the battlefield in the Land of Water. Reflecting on the present, Hayashi believed that his offer of 10 million was already a considerable gesture of goodwill and should suffice to satisfy the third Hokage. However, he was utterly unprepared for Hisashi's response. He shook his head and said solemnly, "Hayashi, what I require is funding for the next 10 years, and you have only provided for 2." Upon hearing this, Hayashi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Hisashi, a torrent of expletives racing through his mind. Had Hisashi truly lost his senses? How could he dare make such an outrageous demand, to request a decade's worth of funding all at once? Whether Hisashi would even live to see that time was still an uncertainty. "What? Are you unwilling?" Hisashi narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of menace flickering in his gaze. Hayashi, caught in a dilemma, cautiously asked, "Is 10 years not excessive?" "Do you doubt that I will still be around by then?" Hisashi frowned deeply, forcefully tapping the table. "I would never presume. It is simply that our Hyuga clan currently lacks the liquidity for such an amount," Hayashi explained, his expression pained. He spoke the truth. Ever since the clan's assets have been pillaged, the Hyuga clan truly could not muster such a sum. Hisashi remained silent, observing Hayashi with an inscrutable expression. The feeling of unease began to swell within Hayashi. Did the third Hokage not trust his words? He hastily clarified, "Hokage-sama, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. Our clan genuinely lacks the funds at this moment. I assure you, once we are able, we will deliver the required amount at the earliest opportunity." Hisashi nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Hinata Hisashi felt a surge of joy, believing that the matter had reached a satisfactory conclusion. However, in the next moment, Tobi Hiruzen's words caused his smile to freeze in place. "Since there is no cash flow, I shall take the several shops belonging to the Hyuga clan in the commercial street. It is thus decided. With that declaration, Sarutobi Hiruzen rose and departed without a second glance at the stunned Hizashi, who remained rooted in disbelief. It was only after Hiruzen's figure had vanished that Hizashi gradually emerged from a shock. His eyes widened in incredulity as he stared at the entrance, struggling to accept the recent turn of events. Moments later, he angrily raised his hand and shattered the table before him with a resounding slap, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "How dare that old man? Does he truly believe the Hyuga clan is so easily bullied?" After leaving the Hyuga clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen proceeded directly towards the gathering of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Half an hour later, he departed from their vicinity and swiftly made his way to other families in Konoha. Throughout that day, he tirelessly visited nearly every clan, both large and small. In the village, it was not until deep into the night that he emerged from an inconspicuous small clan, his face alight with joy as he murmured, "Although the process was indeed arduous, I have managed to gather the funds." In the shadows, Kurizetsu remarked, "I never expected that Sarutobi Hiruzen would gather 800 million in just one day. Perhaps I underestimated him. However, will his approach truly go without repercussions?" Kurizetsu pondered, recalling how he had witnessed the clan leaders convening to strategize after Hiruzen's departure. Given the furious expressions on their faces, it appeared that Hiruzen's position as Hokage would soon be in jeopardy. At that moment, Hiruzen was still reveling in his financial success, wholly oblivious to the fact that the clan leaders were already plotting his downfall. Upon returning to his residence, he was met with anxious inquiries from the elders. "Hiruzen, have you managed to raise the funds?" the chief elder asked nervously. "Fear not, elder. I have resolved the matter," Hiruzen replied cheerfully. The elders exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that he had gathered 500 million in such a short time. They had initially considered mortgaging all the assets of their clan. "How did you accomplish this?" the other elders inquired, eager to hear his incredible tale. Hiruzen recounted his experiences, and as they listened, the elders appeared troubled. "This will undoubtedly tarnish your standing in the village," they remarked. "Losing prestige is preferable to losing the position of Hokage." Hiruzen sighed. "I am somewhat fatigued. I shall take my leave to rest," he stated wearily. Having spent the day traversing Konoha's various clans, he stepped into his room and lay upon the comfortable bed. Just as his eyes began to close, he heard a faint noise within. "Who goes there?" Hiruzen exclaimed, springing up from his bed, his gaze sharp as he scanned his surroundings. That moment, a shadow slowly rose from the ground. "There is no need for such alarm. Hokage-sama, I have come to collect the funds." Hiruzen's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Kurizetsu would arrive so soon after gathering the money. Clearly, he had been under constant surveillance throughout the day. He retrieved a scroll from his pocket and said solemnly, "The money is contained within this scroll. Now, hand over the recording stone." However, Kurizetsu remained unfazed, a smirk playing on his lips as he retorted, "You must first hand over the money, and then I shall give you the recording stone. Otherwise, our discussion is futile." He was not foolish, fully aware that if he relinquished the stone first, Hiruzen might backtrack on their agreement. Hiruzen's expression faltered. He had indeed entertained such thoughts, only to be caught by Kurizetsu's keen observation. Reluctantly, he tossed the scroll over, and after Kurizetsu verified its contents, he cheerfully placed the recording stone on the ground. "Hokage-sama, you are quite straightforward. I shall seek you out for business in the future." With that, Kurizetsu vanished into the earth. Hiruzen's lips twitched at Kurizetsu's words. He resolved that he would prefer not to engage in such dealings again. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga clan's grounds, a gathering of dozens had assembled, comprised of the heads of various clans from Konoha. Their expressions were grave, evidently incensed by Hiruzen's actions. "That wretched Sarutobi Hiruzen has truly gone mad with desperation," Hizashi seethed. "Indeed, he brazenly demands 1 million ryo from me," fumed the leader of a small clan, slamming his hand upon the table. He even resorted to threats and coercion. Another clan leader gritted his teeth. "Nara Shikaku, what is your perspective on this?" Hizashi turned to the man beside him, prompting the others to direct their curious gazes toward Nara Shikaku, known for his clan's renowned intelligence. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans had long been supporters of Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, his recent behavior had crossed a line. inciting their dissent. I believe the third Hokage has grown too old to continue serving in this role, Narashikaka remarked softly. Indeed, Konoha requires a youthful, vibrant leader to guide the village into the future. Echoed Yamanaka in Noichida. So, what course of action should we take? Akimichi Choza inquired. A glint of cunning flashed in Shikaka's eyes as he smiled. Since the third Hokage has shown a lack of virtue, we cannot be blamed for our own lack of justice. He then elaborated on his plan to the assembly, who nodded in agreement, praising the proposal. This is an excellent approach. Shikako suddenly recalled an important detail and cautioned. Be sure to inform the Uchiha clan. They have long harbored discontent with the third Hokage, and their support will be crucial for this endeavor. Indeed, such a significant matter cannot exclude the Uchiha. With that, the group hastily departed the Hyuga clan grounds, making their way towards the Uchiha compound. Upon seeing the clan leaders, Uchiha Fugaku felt a jolt of alarm, nearly leaping from his seat, inwardly lamenting. Could it be that the third Hokage has learned of our conspiracy? Yet, as he listened to Hisashi's explanation, his anxiety transformed into astonishment. It appeared that these individuals were gathered to discuss how to force the third Hokage to abdicate. Fugaku's breath quickened. He could scarcely believe his ears. Just yesterday, they had deliberated on how to stage a coup, and now the clan leaders had come to him to discuss the matter. What a stroke of luck. In that case, the Uchiha clan is more than willing to offer our full support for your plan, that we must act swiftly. We can delay no longer, Fugaku declared with fervor. The following day, the villagers and ninjas of Konoha buzzed with excitement upon hearing the astonishing news that the heads of various clans had gathered outside the Hokage building. Claiming to have significant announcements to make to is that true? I must hurry to see for myself, they exclaimed, eager to uncover the unfolding drama. Outside the Hokage building, a throng had amassed, packed tightly as curiosity swelled. They gazed upward at the clan leaders, whispering among themselves and speculating about the impending revelations. Once the crowd had sufficiently gathered, Narashikaku, with a serious demeanor, addressed the clan leaders. It is time to commence. Hisashi, his expression somber, stepped forward, slowly removing his forehead protector and holding it aloft for the onlookers to see. A hush fell over the crowd as they exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of Hisashi's intentions. I, Hisashi Hyuga, hereby formally accuse the third Hokage of the Land of Fire, Sir Tobi Hiruzen, of abusing his power for personal gain by frequently demanding exorbitant tribute fees from me. Just yesterday, he demanded 50 million ryo from me. And when I could not comply, he confiscated several shops belonging to the Hyuga clan in the commercial district. Hinata Hisashi exclaimed loudly, "Goodness, is this for real? I never expected the third Hokage to be such a person." The innocence of Konoha has been tarnished. At that moment, the leaders of other clans also stepped forward at Narashika, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka, Inoichi. One by one, the clan heads recounted the misdeeds of the third Hokage over the years, leaving the attendees utterly astonished. They could hardly fathom that the usually esteemed third Hokage harbored such a disgraceful side. My heavens, I can't believe the Hokage-sama is such a person. Who could argue otherwise? It is indeed a case of knowing a person's face, but not their heart. With such a leader in Konoha, does the village even have a future? Just then, Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward. The crowd turned their curious gazes toward Uchiha Fugaku, eager to hear his account. Our Uchiha clan has often been targeted by the third Hokage, both overtly and covertly, for not paying the protection fees. He has continually incited discord between the Uchiha and other clans, resulting in our clan's reputation being tarnished and facing various forms of ostracism. When you hear the name Uchiha, do you not instinctively feel a sense of aversion? Uchiha Fugaku's words plunged the crowd into deep contemplation. They began to reflect on their past encounters with the Uchiha family, recognizing their own unconscious biases. It does seem that way, doesn't it? Upon closer inspection, during the Uchiha's tenure in the Konoha police force, they have always upheld justice without favoritism. Indeed, why do we hold such prejudice against the Uchiha in the first place? Could it be, as clan leader Uchiha said, that all this was orchestrated by the third Hokage? Certainly. After all, he has done so much already. What is one more thing? The villagers engaged in fervent discussions, and at that moment, a group of common ninjas began to chime in. The Uchiha's plight may very well be the third Hokage's doing. Yes, the Uchiha may not be as deplorable as the outside world claims. Though proud, their strength is considerable, and having Uchiha members as teammates during missions is always a boon. His words resonated with the surrounding ninjas, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, working alongside members of the Uchiha clan significantly increases our chances of success in missions. Moreover, the Uchiha consistently display exceptional prowess in battle. Their ocular techniques and ninjutsu are formidable. Although they may not be particularly talkative, their ability to complete tasks speaks volumes. Perhaps it is precisely because of the Uchiha strength that they have become targets of the third Hokage. The ninjas began to strongly associate the Uchiha's misfortunes with Sarutobi Hiruzen and at this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku sensed a shift in the atmosphere, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. Perhaps this gathering could serve as a turning point for the Uchiha clan's fate. I believe the third Hokage's actions are no longer suitable for his position, Narashikaka stated. Thus, I intend to unite with all of you to demand the third Hokage's resignation and elect a capable individual to take his place. Though Narashikaka's voice was soft, it resonated clearly throughout the venue, igniting a wave of astonishment. Whispers erupted among the crowd, filled with speculation to I, the Uchiha clan agree, I, the Hyuga clan agree, I, the Yamanaka clan agree, with several clans voicing their support. Other clan leaders also began to step forward, expressing their willingness to collaborate with Narashikaku to facilitate the third Hokage's departure. In an instant, representatives from various clans in Konoha united their voices into a formidable force. As if ready to overturn the entire assembly, the villagers present were left dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. Momentarily rendered speechless, they widened their eyes, incredulous at the unfolding scene. After a considerable pause, someone finally spoke up. If the third Hokage truly committed those acts, then I am in agreement. His voice, though quiet, fell like a stone into still waters, triggering a ripple effect. That's right. If it is true, then we concur. Another voice echoed from the crowd. Indeed, we cannot allow such actions to persist, another cried out. Gradually, more and more voices joined the chorus of condemnation, their collective shouts forming a deafening outcry. Support the resignation of the third Hokage. Support Narashikaku's proposal. We need a new leader. I believe Sarutobi Hiruzen is utterly unfit to serve as Hokage. Me too. Observing this, the faces of the clan leaders broke into smiles. For it seemed that the third Hokage was indeed finished. In a corner, a few members of the Sarutobi clan, witnessing the unfolding rebellion, turned pale and exclaimed, "This is dire. We must inform the clan leader immediately." They scrambled away, hastily making their way back to the Sarutobi compound at the root headquarters. Shimura Danzo furrowed his brow upon noticing the crowd gathering outside the Hokage building. Curiously, he inquired, "What is going on?" "Hiruzen, why are there so many villagers outside the Hokage building?" A root member emerged from the shadows, respectfully bowing to Danzo and asking if he should investigate the situation. Danzo nodded and replied sternly, "Go quickly and return promptly. Do not waste time." Following the order, the root member swiftly departed toward the Hokage building. That Danzo's gaze remained fixed on the direction of the Hokage building as he murmured, "Hiruzen, what on earth are you up to?" After a while, the root member returned in a hurry. Danzo eagerly asked, "What did you find out? What transpired at the Hokage building? Why are so many villagers gathered here?" The root member, panting and visibly shocked, replied, "Lord Danzo, the clan leaders of Konoha are outside the Hokage building, exposing the third Hokage's numerous crimes before thousands of villagers. They accuse him of corruption, abusing his power to suppress the clans, plunging Konoha into turmoil. Now, these clans have united to demand the third Hokage's abdication to quell the public outrage." Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Are you saying that the clans are preparing to force Hiruzen to step down?" That is indeed what the root member conveyed. This. Danzo's face lit up with joy, and he erupted into laughter. "Hiruzen, today is your day of reckoning." Overjoyed, Danzo realized that once Hiruzen stepped down, he, as one of Konoha's upper echelons, stood a significant chance of becoming Hokage. I must see for myself how Hiruzen's downfall unfolds. With that, Danzo hastily left the root headquarters, hastening toward the Hokage building. The Hokage position. I'm coming for you. Ha ha! Meanwhile, at the Sarutobi compound, panic ensued. This is bad. This is bad. The two Sarutobi clan members rushed in, their faces stricken with terror, stumbling as they shouted. Their expressions were filled with fright, as if they had witnessed something horrifically alarming. Hearing the commotion, numerous curious individuals emerged from their homes to investigate. The two members staggered forward, their fear becoming increasingly evident. What nonsense are you shouting about so early in the morning? The elder frowned, stepping out of his residence with a discontented expression, scolding them loudly. Internally, he pondered what could have caused such panic in these two, who had always been composed. The two hurried to the elder's side, gasping for breath, their voices trembling with profound fear. This is dire. Elder, this is dire. Their voices quivered, laden with trepidation. The elder's brows knitted together, growing even more impatient as he barked. What is going on? Speak quickly. Do not waste time here. Observing the frantic demeanor of the two individuals before him, the Grand Elder was suddenly engulfed by a wave of anxiety. Could it be that a grave incident had transpired within the clan? The clan leaders of the various prestigious families have united to force the chief to abdicate. What? Upon receiving this astonishing news, the Grand Elder instinctively stumbled back several steps. Were it not for the timely support of those behind him, he might have collapsed to the ground. How could such a thing possibly occur? The Grand Elder murmured softly, his expression one of utter disbelief. Chief, what has happened? The second elder, witnessing the chaotic scene, inquired with a heart full of curiosity. Standing beside him were the third and fourth elders, all gazing at the Grand Elder with expressions of confusion. The Grand Elder lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, and spoke in a grave tone. It seems that the position of Hokage is in jeopardy. At these words, the elders widened their eyes in disbelief, their faces etched with shock. Why is this happening? Hasn't the chief already gathered enough funds? The Grand Elder sighed deeply, explaining that it was precisely this money that had incited discontent among the various families, who had now banded together to compel the chief to step down. Upon hearing this, the elders were overcome with despair, collapsing to the ground in dismay. What shall we do now? Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen yawned and sauntered out of the courtyard, asking what is going on. He had been preoccupied with financial matters until the early hours of the morning and was utterly exhausted, irked to have been awakened so early. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen emerge, the Grand Elder's face flushed with anger as he trembled with indignation, pointing a shaking finger at him and exclaiming, "You fool! If it weren't for your petty affairs, how could things have escalated to this point?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, bewildered, had no inkling of what had transpired. Confused, he wondered what he had done wrong. Hadn't the financial issues been resolved? Why was the Grand Elder so furious with him? Grand Elder, what is happening? He inquired with genuine curiosity. How dare you ask? The clan leaders are currently convening in the Hokage building to discuss your abdication. The fourth elder scoffed, his tone rife with dissatisfaction. In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face. What nonsense is this? Wasn't I doing well? Why would I need to step down? Did the sky fall while I slept? Not daring to linger, he hurried towards the Hokage building. Could yesterday's event have sparked their ire? He pondered to himself, his eyes widening in shock. Could it be? Outside the Hokage building, a throng of people gathered like a swelling tide, upon hearing of Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions. Their anger ignited, and they seethed with indignation. Shimura Danzo stealthily blended into the crowd, reveling in the sight of their righteous fury, a smug smile spreading across his face. Ha! Hiruzen's time as Hokage is at an end. At that moment, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Look, the third Hokage has arrived. The masses quickly turned to see Sarutobi Hiruzen approaching with urgency. Upon witnessing the multitude, Hiruzen's heart sank. He realized that he was indeed facing the end. He trembled as he ascended the platform, casting a complex gaze upon the clan leaders and the spectators below. His mouth opened and closed as if he wished to speak, but could find no words. The atmosphere was thick with silence, as everyone awaited the third Hokage's explanation. Seeing no one daring to speak, Danzo's smile faltered. It appeared that the villagers were eager to hear Hiruzen's account. a situation he could not allow to unfold. What if Hiruzen managed to redeem himself? Danzo knew all too well how persuasive his old friend could be, able to twist black into white and lead the villagers astray. Danzo could not afford to grant Hiruzen the opportunity to explain himself, so he shouted, "Get down! Get down!" The villagers echoed his call, chanting, "Get down! Get down!" Seeing the villagers' response, Danzo grinned widely. This was precisely the outcome he desired. By denying Hiruzen a chance to explain, he would be forced to relinquish his position as Hokage. Observing the outraged crowd, Hiruzen sighed silently, realizing that he had no opportunity for explanation, but he understood that the matter had reached an irreversible conclusion. Hiruzen had not anticipated that the clan leaders would resort to such tactics. Perhaps he had pressed them too hard, prompting their drastic measures. Indeed, demanding 5 billion from the clans in a single day had been somewhat avaricious. However, he had his own reasons. Without that money for Kurozetsu, he would not only lose the Hokage position, but also tarnish his reputation. While he had lost the Hokage title, he would merely be remembered as a corrupt official rather than for something truly scandalous. If it were the latter, he would prefer death. That I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I am willing to step down as Hokage. With that, Hiruzen slowly removed his Hokage hat and bowed deeply to the villagers below. To his astonishment, Tobi Hiruzen had become the first Hokage to be ousted. What a dismal fate! Danzo rejoiced inwardly, thinking at last, Hiruzen has fallen. The Hokage title is mine. Outside the Hokage building, after uttering those words, Hiruzen seemed to age a decade in an instant. His once proud posture slightly hunched as he silently handed the hat, a symbol of Hokage power and responsibility, to Narashikaku beside him. His eyes filled with profound reluctance, he cast a lingering glance back at the Hokage building. The majestic structure that bore witness to his years of diligent service, encapsulating half a lifetime of youth. He descended the platform. Each step felt heavy as he recalled the fervor with which he had once proclaimed the will of fire from this very spot, when the crowds had looked upon him with reverence and admiration. Now, however, he felt the unvarnished disdain of the crowd, their glares sharp as daggers piercing his heart. The onlookers silently observed his every move, the atmosphere laden with an eerie stillness. They bid farewell to their former Hokage in silence, each harboring a complex amalgam of emotions. Hiruzen trudged through the crowd. His figure appeared solitary and forlorn. Reflecting on his past glories, he could not help but smile bitterly at his own folly. The spirited, self-assured Hokage he once was had vanished, replaced by a man consumed by the greed for power. Now selfish and pitiful, in the end, I could not uphold the will of fire, he lamented. Years prior, after serving as Hokage for over 30 years, Hiruzen had felt overwhelmed and weary. He believed he had contributed enough to Konoha and that it was time for a respite. Thus, he resolutely relinquished the title and, through the villagers' election, entrusted the responsibility to the capable Minato Namikaze. Yet upon truly stepping down, an odd sensation washed over him. He began to miss the bustling, fulfilling days of his past. Feeling an emptiness as though he had lost something vital to make matters worse. Since his retirement, no one had come to offer him gifts. The once bustling entrance to his home had grown desolate, and this stark contrast filled him with regret. Hiruzen started to rue his impulsive decision to abdicate the Hokage position. However, there is no remedy for regret. It was too late now. He began to realize that power is indeed an alluring opportunity, one that bestows honor and respect. Now, he could only silently accept reality and lead a mundane existence. But within a few years, Konoha village would suddenly face the chaos of the Nine Tails, in a desperate attempt to protect the village. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sacrificed his own life to seal away the Nine Tails. This unforeseen event plunged the village into chaos, leaving it leaderless and in dire need of a figure to unite and guide the people. Tobi Hiruzen, ever perceptive, recognized this opportunity to reclaim his position as Hokage. Utilizing his extensive experience and esteemed reputation, he ascended once more to the Hokage's seat. This development incensed his friend, Danzo Shimura, who seethed with indignation over Tobi's second tenure as Hokage. Consumed by jealousy, Danzo relentlessly troubled Tobi, Yet the latter chose to turn a blind eye. The thrill of regaining power invigorated Sarutobi as the once distant clans now sought to curry favor with him again. This realization cemented in his mind that he could not allow himself to lose the Hokage position under any circumstances. Despite being well into his senior years, he had never entertained the thought of relinquishing his title. He planned to remain in office until his last breath. However, the events of that day jolted him back to reality, revealing the numerous foolish decisions he had made in the throes of power. Yet it was too late. He had already lost the people's trust, and there was no way to recover it. Sarutobi understood that from that moment onward, he would forever forfeit his status as Hokage, becoming merely a footnote in history. Nevertheless, he held no regrets, for he recognized that the struggle for power only resulted in further suffering for many. True happiness could only be attained through genuine peace. With this newfound clarity, Sarutobi quietly departed from the Hokage building, leaving behind a solitary figure. After Sarutobi's departure, the leaders of the various clans exchanged glances, pondering their next steps. Kakuzu, deep in thought, questioned who would step forward to assume the mantle of fifth Hokage. As the discussions unfolded, Uchiha Fugaku felt a surge of excitement. He believed that the Uchiha clan had finally been granted an opportunity. If he could secure the position of Hokage today, it would herald the resurgence of his clan. Just as he was about to put himself forward, an ill-timed voice interrupted, casting a shadow over his hopes. The selection of the fifth Hokage, it was asserted, required a candidate with significant qualifications, a legacy, an extraordinary connection to previous Hokages, and a respected standing within the village. Criteria that no mere individual could hope to fulfill. Danzo, leaning on his cane, ascended the podium, his voice imbued with authority and an undeniable air of finality. Upon hearing this declaration, Fugaku's anger flared. He glared at Danzo, wishing to rend the old man to shreds. Yet he was compelled to stifle his rage, recognizing that now was not the time for confrontation. Fugaku understood that Danzo's stipulations would garner considerable support, as the villagers typically favored tradition and lineage in their selection of a Hokage. Consequently, the Uchiha clan found themselves entirely excluded from contention. Overwhelmed by despair and disappointment, Fugaku had once believed that his prowess and his clan's influence would secure them a voice in the matter. However, the reality they faced was one of marginalization. A fate that they had no choice but to accept. It was a lamentable state for the Uchiha, a founding clan of Konoha, to find themselves devoid of any significant position within the village's hierarchy. As Fugaku had anticipated, the assembly rallied around Danzo's words. "This proposal is excellent. I wholeheartedly support it." Narashikaku's eyes brightened as he realized there was indeed a candidate who met the criteria. Tsunade Senju. At this proclamation, a smirk crept across Danzo's face. He regarded Shikaku with approval, commending his insight as a member of the Nara clan. The conditions Danzo had outlined appeared tailor-made for him, each criterion aligning perfectly with his qualifications. It felt as though the questions were designed with the answers in mind. The Hokage position is mine for the taking. Danzo's heart raced with anticipation. This day had been a long time in the making. Since his inception as a shinobi, his dream had been to ascend to the role of Hokage. He had persevered through numerous obstacles, never once contemplating surrender, and now, the coveted title was within his grasp. After all, he met all the stipulated conditions. As a high-ranking member of Konoha, his credentials were beyond reproach. He had been intricately involved in the village's governance and decision-making for years, possessing an unparalleled understanding of its intricacies. As for legacy, he was one of the most esteemed disciples of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, inheriting formidable jutsu and wisdom. His connection to the previous Hokages was undeniable. He was not only Tobirama's student, but also a close ally and friend of the third Hokage. Hiruzen and Tobi, working together to safeguard the village's peace. Furthermore, his standing within the village was notable, as an advisor to the Hokage and a friend of Hiruzen, as well as a disciple of Tobirama. His experience, capabilities, and loyalty were poised to earn the villagers' respect and trust. With these criteria, Danzo believed that there was no one else in Konoha, aside from Midogate and Tsunade, who could rival him for the Hokage position. The two elder statesmen were content to enjoy their retirement, posing no threat to his ambitions. Thus, he felt supremely confident that he was the most fitting candidate. After all, who could compare to him in terms of strength, experience, and cunning? The Hokage position was as good as his. Danzo eagerly awaited Shikaku's pronouncement of his name. I know who it is. It's Tsunade Senju, Shikaku declared with a smile. Yes, yes. Haha, you are absolutely correct. However, Danzo's smile faltered, his countenance freezing in disbelief as he turned to Shikaku. After a moment of stunned silence, he erupted, What? You mean Tsunade Senju? His face flushed crimson with rage, his body trembling with indignation. The revelation was utterly unexpected, and he struggled to accept such a turn of events. With a composed demeanor, Shikaku regarded Danzo, articulating, Indeed, Advisor Danzo, we are referring to the princess of the Senju clan. Tsunade Senju, Danzo, now apoplectic, bellowed, I refuse to believe that you would recommend a woman for the role of Hokage, especially one as reckless and lacking ambition as Tsunade. Yet Shikaku remained unperturbed, patiently elucidating, Please, Danzo, do not be so hasty. Let us analyze the conditions you proposed. Tsunade meets them all quite admirably. First, her credentials. She is one of the legendary 3 Sannin of Konoha, having gained renown alongside Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Her qualifications are more than sufficient. Next, in terms of legacy, she is a direct disciple of the 3rd Hokage. Although he has fallen from grace, we must not forget his contributions. As his pupil, Tsunade retains the right to inherit the Hokage position. Regarding her connections to previous Hokages, the 1st Hokage is her grandfather, the 2nd her granduncle, the 3rd her teacher, and the 4th was her close friend. Lastly, Tsunade enjoys immense respect within the village. Not only is she a formidable ninja, but she is also a renowned medical shinobi whose healing prowess has saved countless lives during wartime. I ask there anyone more suited for the role of Hokage than she? At these words, Danzo's expression turned to one of utter shock, his body seemingly petrified in that moment. It dawned on him that Tsunade genuinely fulfilled the criteria he had laid out, filling him with regret and a desire to slap himself for having proposed such conditions. How foolish could he have been? In that instant, Danzo was engulfed by profound remorse, realizing that his earlier actions had been utterly foolish. He initially believed that by presenting these conditions, he could showcase his own abilities and advantages, thereby ascending to the coveted position of Hokage. However, he was utterly taken aback when Nara Shikaku identified someone even more suitable than himself based on the criteria he had proposed. What a predicament! Had he not simply lifted a stone only to crush his own foot? He was nearly brought to tears by his own foolishness. Observing the vexed expression on Shimura Danzo's face, Uchiha Fugaku could no longer restrain himself and burst into laughter. He gleefully regarded Danzo, secretly amused that it was abundantly clear to him that the conditions laid out by Danzo were tailor-made to reflect his own aspirations. This old rascal had evidently harbored ambitions of becoming Hokage all along, merely concealing them until now. Yet, Nara Shikaku's sudden mention of Tsunade as a more fitting candidate thrust Danzo into a quagmire. This turn of events brought immense joy to Uchiha Fugaku. While he may not ascend to the role of Hokage, it was even less likely for that old fool Danzo to achieve it. With this thought, a smirk crept across his face. Witnessing this old cur's dream slipping away alleviated much of his own disappointment. After all, while his own failure was hard to bear, the thought of others succeeding was far more disheartening. Thankfully, that old dog Danzo had also stumbled, or else he would have spent sleepless nights tormented by jealousy. Nara had indeed spoken wisely. Lady Tsunade was undoubtedly qualified to become the 5th Hokage. Indeed, she was the only rightful choice for the 5th Hokage. Danzo, being a senior figure in Konoha, had proposed a commendable suggestion. Indeed, although his precise intentions remained unclear, one could tell from this proposal that he was no ordinary leader. Meanwhile, the crowd below buzzed with discussion, expressing their admiration and support for Danzo's proposition. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Danzo was grappling with an overwhelming blow. Upon hearing the words of the townsfolk, Danzo felt a tightness in his chest, a surge of anger erupting within him, and he spewed a mouthful of blood before collapsing onto the podium. His vision fading to black, the heads of the prominent clans on stage were left bewildered, utterly at a loss for what had transpired. How could Danzo, seemingly in perfect health, suddenly faint? The clan leaders instinctively glanced towards Uchiha Fugaku, the only individual present with such an inexplicable ability, leading them to suspect his involvement. Uchiha Fugaku, noticing the collective gaze upon him, was equally bewildered and quickly waved his hands in protest, exclaiming, "Why are you looking at me? I haven't done anything." The clan leaders, however, regarded Fugaku's Sharingan with skepticism, convinced that wielding the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, it would be a trivial matter for him to execute such an act. It dawned on Uchiha Fugaku that in his rage he had unconsciously activated his Sharingan, but he genuinely had no part in Danzo's sudden fainting. "I truly didn't do anything," he insisted anxiously. Nevertheless, the clan leaders wore expressions of understanding, nodding in agreement that they comprehended the situation. We understand, he simply fainted. It absolutely was not Lord Fugaku's doing." Witnessing this, Uchiha Fugaku's lips twitched. He realized he could not clarify the matter any further. What on earth happened to Danzo? Surely he hasn't expired. Where are the medical ninjas? Where are the medical ninjas? The crowd erupted into chaos, frantically searching for medical ninjas to aid Danzo, who lay on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, unconscious in the land of water, outside a women's bathhouse. A middle-aged man with white hair and a scruffy beard was leering through the window, his forehead emblazoned with a large character for oil. This man was none other than Jiraiya, the notorious figure associated with the three vices of Konoha. Today's ladies are truly exquisite. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly drooling at the scene before him. As he peered inside, he mused, indeed, inspiration for new novels can only be found in such places. However, just as Jiraiya was engrossed in his observations, a booming voice suddenly erupted from behind him. "You scoundrel! Are you back to peep at the women's bathhouse again?" Startled, Jiraiya turned around to see a burly woman brandishing a broom, storming towards him in a fury. His eyes widened in terror as he attempted to explain, but the broom was already upon him. With a resounding thud, it struck his head, sending a cloud of dust into the air. "Ouch! That hurts!" Jiraiya exclaimed, clutching his head and grimacing. Yet before he could finish his protest, the woman raised the broom once more, striking at him with ferocity. Realizing he had no time to linger, Jiraiya bolted. "Don't run," the woman bellowed, pursuing him relentlessly. Jiraiya, in a panic, shouted, "Help! Murder!" The street became a scene of pandemonium, with chaos reigning as people watched the spectacle unfold. "You old pervert! I'll make sure you regret this," the woman yelled, her muscles bulging as she wielded the broom with surprising strength, leaving one to wonder how this seemingly ordinary cleaning lady possessed such power. "I'm sorry, I'll never do it again," Jiraiya pleaded, covering his head. "You said the same thing last time." The enraged woman swung the broom, striking Jiraiya's back. He winced in pain and quickened his pace. After a considerable chase, Jiraiya finally lost the woman, shaking his head in resignation. "How pathetic is it that one of the legendary three of Konoha, am being chased down the street by an old lady? Truly, my life is spiraling downward." Suddenly, his stomach growled audibly. "Oh, I'm so hungry. I need to find somewhere to eat." Jiraiya patted his rumbling belly while scanning the area for a restaurant. He arrived at a bustling tavern. Filled with patrons, he entered, took a seat, and ordered a bowl of ramen and a drink. While waiting for his meal, Jiraiya observed the surrounding people, reflecting, "This is the life of ordinary folks. Though unremarkable, it is filled with warmth and joy." Soon, the ramen arrived, and he dug in heartily, a satisfied expression crossing his face. Just then, the chatter of nearby patrons caught his attention, causing him to pause mid-bite at the nearby table. Several men were engaged in conversation, one of whom laughed. "Have you heard? The third Hokage has been ousted by the villagers." Another man inquired curiously, "Is that true? What happened to the third Hokage? Why did he suddenly step down?" The first speaker shook his head. "I just heard it from a merchant who returned from the land of fire yesterday. That I'm not sure of the details. But it seems the third Hokage has fallen from grace." Hearing this, Jiraiya's lips twitched as he muttered, "Surely the old man didn't get caught peeping at the women's bathhouse like I did." A mischievous grin appeared on Jiraiya's face as he thought, "It must be the case. Otherwise, how could someone of his stature be ousted by the villagers?" He nodded to himself, pondering aloud. That must be it. But wait, doesn't the old man possess that magical crystal ball? Why didn't he just use it to observe directly instead of showing up in person? Could it be that witnessing events firsthand is more thrilling? Realization dawned on him. Indeed, the experience of being present could never compare to merely observing through a crystal ball. Reflecting on the crystal ball brought memories flooding back from over a decade ago. Long ago, Jiraiya had coveted the crystal ball possessed by Tobi Hiruzen, yearning to call it his own. Yet every time he made such a request to his mentor, he was met with refusal. Sarutobi would always assert that the crystal ball was a crucial tool for maintaining peace and stability in Konoha, not a toy for personal gratification at the time. Jiraiya had believed him, until one day he inadvertently walked into the Hokage's office and found the third Hokage completely engrossed in the crystal ball, utterly oblivious to Jiraiya's presence. When Jiraiya finally caught sight of the images within the crystal ball, his entire worldview collapsed. Realizing that his mentor was not the man he had thought him to be, he never anticipated that the esteemed teacher, held in high regard in their hearts, would clandestinely use a crystal ball to spy on the women's bathhouse. Engaging in activities that Jiraiya had long desired but was unable to pursue. Thus, without hesitation, Jiraiya stood beside his teacher, reveling in the captivating scenes within the crystal ball. The two of them drooled as they admired the intoxicating spectacle before them. By the time Sarutobi Hiruzen finally recognized Jiraiya's presence, it was already too late to ensure Jiraiya kept the secret. Hiruzen had no choice but to lend him the crystal ball. Consequently, Jiraiya cheerfully took the crystal ball home, where he became completely absorbed in its temptations, hardly venturing outside. During this period, inspiration struck him to write a book. He embarked on creating a tome entitled The Joyful Paradise of Otaku. This book was brimming with elements beloved by otaku, its content rich and captivating. Unexpectedly, upon its release, it caused a tremendous uproar, with sales soaring and it quickly becoming a bestseller. As a result, Jiraiya's fame grew, adding the title of a renowned novelist to his identity as a ninja. Reflecting on the present, Jiraiya chuckled ruefully, musing, "Teacher, at what age does a man cease to be lecherous?" Jiraiya was certain in his heart that the old man had been discovered by the villagers while using that crystal ball to spy on the women's bathhouse, leading to a scandalous impact in the village, ultimately forcing him to step down. After all, few were aware of the old man's penchant for voyeurism, and it was likely that his indiscretion had become common knowledge, resulting in his disgrace and subsequent resignation. It seemed time for a visit back to the village, Jiraiya murmured. Outside the gates of Konoha, Jiraiya gazed at the unchanging entrance, a wry smile creeping onto his lips as he remarked, "I never imagined that after all these years, the village would remain so unchanged. I wonder what that old man has been spending money on at that moment." Two guards stood at the entrance, the gatekeepers. Kamizuki Izumo and Kotetsu. If Yin were present, he would undoubtedly recognize these two. In the storyline of Naruto, they had steadfastly guarded the gate. Even in the face of formidable foes like Pain, no one dared to enter through the front door. Even after Konoha's destruction, the gates remained standing. The village may have perished, but the gates endured. Their prowess needs no further elaboration. Upon spotting Jiraiya at the entrance, the two were momentarily taken aback. After a pause, Kamizuki Izumo incredulously inquired, "Is that really you, Lord Jiraiya?" Jiraiya chuckled, playfully patting Kamizuki Izumo on the shoulder, jesting, I can't believe you two are still here at the gates after all these years." With that, he swaggered away, leaving Kamizuki Izumo and Kotetsu exchanging glances, their expressions darkening. If I had known, I would have pretended not to know him. Indeed, who would have thought his mouth could be so foul? Swearing off any future familiarity, Kamizuki Izumo vowed to maintain a cool demeanor as a gatekeeper. Jiraiya strolled down the street. Nostalgia washed over him as he gazed at the surrounding buildings, evoking memories of his childhood with Tsunade and Orochimaru. Regrettably, Orochimaru had betrayed the village and fled Konoha, while Tsunade had vanished without a trace. Jiraiya himself had spent years away from the village, and the once-renowned title of the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha had faded into mere history. Lost in thought, Jiraiya unconsciously found himself at the Sarutobi clan's estate. He chose not to enter through the main gate, but instead stealthily scaled the wall. slipping into the inner sanctum of the Sarutobi clan, making his way to Sarutobi Hiruzen's residence with ease. Upon stepping into the Sarutobi grounds, Jiraiya was astonished by the opulence before him. The decor was extravagantly luxurious, resplendent, and breathtaking. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he muttered, "Such lavish decor must have cost a fortune. I wonder where the Sarutobi clan acquired such wealth." Speaking thus, he quickened his pace toward Hiruzen's abode. Before long, he arrived at his destination. That moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was leisurely basking in the sun at his doorstep. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps reached his ears, prompting him to instinctively lift his gaze. Upon recognizing the visitor, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly broke into a warm smile. "Greeting, Jiraiya. When did you return?" Jiraiya regarded the man before him, once full of vigor, but now appearing somewhat weary and aged. And an indescribable pang of sorrow welled up within him. He remembered the last time he had returned, when everything was well. How had things changed so drastically? However, he masked his inner feelings, instead teasingly quipping, "Hey, old man, I heard you were caught peeping at the women's bath and were ousted from your position." Hiruzen's face darkened at Jiraiya's words, and he scolded with feigned annoyance. "You little brat, where did you hear such rumors?" Jiraiya shrugged nonchalantly, maintaining his roguish grin and curiously asking, "Well, it seems that's not the case. So, old man, how exactly were you forced from your position?" Hiruzen sighed softly, turning to walk into the courtyard, his tone calm as he said, "Come inside, and I'll explain." Jiraiya, eager to follow, promptly shut the door behind him. He inquired with curiosity, "Now you can finally tell me, right?" With a heavy sigh, Hiruzen recounted the events of the previous day to Jiraiya. Upon hearing Hiruzen's explanation, Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. "That I knew the Sarutobi clan's renovations were extravagant. It turns out you were embezzling. No, this is outright robbery. No wonder the other clans are after you. You brought this upon yourself." Hiruzen, silent in response to his disciple's tirade, picked up a pipe and took a puff, releasing a cloud of smoke. After a long pause, he finally explained, "Actually, there's more to this story." Thus, Hiruzen divulged the details of being threatened by Kurizetsu. After Jiraiya listened to Hiruzen's account, he incredulously asked, "That shady character claimed his recording stone could capture events occurring within 3 days." Jiraiya was beside himself with excitement. The recording stone was a remarkable item that, if he had such a device, he could place it in bathhouses throughout the ninja world, eliminating the concern of being discovered while gathering material. "Old man, do you still have contact with that guy? That recording stone is a fantastic tool." Jiraiya exclaimed eagerly, in response. Hiruzen stared at Jiraiya in disbelief. Hadn't he just shared how he was being blackmailed, forced to extort exorbitant sums from various clans? How did they end up discussing the recording stone? With exasperation, Hiruzen retorted, "Get lost." Seeing his teacher's reaction, Jiraiya chuckled nonchalantly. "Honestly, old man, your obsession with face is what landed you in this predicament. Truly, you suffer for your pride. Well, since you seem fine now, I shall take my leave to find Tsunade and persuade her to assume the position of Hokage. Sigh, with Orochimaru still unaccounted for, I now have to search for Tsunade. These two are quite the handful." With that, Jiraiya turned, waved goodbye, and departed from the Sarutobi estate. Hiruzen watched Jiraiya leave, his expression complex, before murmuring, "Perhaps Jiraiya is more suited to be Hokage than Tsunade." Upon learning that the village was seeking Tsunade's return to assume the Hokage position, Jiraiya eagerly participated in the search, departing from the Land of Fire in pursuit of Tsunade's whereabouts. Unfortunately, Jiraiya headed east, away from the Land of Fire, while two figures leisurely approached from the west toward the Land of Fire. "Petit, the border of the Land of Fire," Tsunade exclaimed, "Please, don't gamble anymore. Both Tonton and I are on the brink of starvation." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, responding, "Today was merely a stroke of bad luck. Once I return to the village, I'll pawn the Senju estate and win back all my losses." Hearing Tsunade's words, Shizen panicked, urgently advising, "What? Lady Tsunade, you can't possibly consider pawning the Senju estate. That's absolutely out of the question. The estate is so vast that I couldn't possibly live there alone. It would be wiser to sell it for some cash. Lady Tsunade, please don't do anything foolish." However, Just then, Tsunade abruptly halted, causing Shizen, unprepared, to bump into her. Dazed, Shizen rubbed her head and asked, "Lady Tsunade, why did you stop all of a sudden?" Tsunade remained silent, standing still as her gaze fixated on a shop not far away. In some inexplicable manner, she felt an undeniable significance emanating from that establishment. Inside the Yunseo shop, a video was playing on a laptop. "Oi, little brat, feeling a bit fiery. Huh." These words surged through Yunseo like an electric current, causing him to involuntarily shiver, goosebumps rapidly spreading across his arms. Flustered, he clumsily maneuvered the mouse, desperately seeking to skip the painfully awkward video. Muttering, "Damn, this is so cringeworthy, just give me some candy already." With a click, the next video materialized before him. This time, however, it was a tantalizingly suggestive clip. "Now, this is good. This is truly to my liking," he exclaimed, eagerly reaching out to locate the napkins, preparing to indulge himself. Yet, after searching in vain for what felt like an eternity, he found nothing. Frowning slightly, he murmured, "Wait a minute, I distinctly remember the napkins being right here. Where could they have gone?" In his mounting frustration, Yunseo sprang from the recliner, commencing a frantic search for the elusive napkins. The atmosphere in the room was charged with tension as he widened his eyes. Meticulously scouring every nook and cranny at last, in a rather inconspicuous corner by counter, he spotted the familiar package of napkins. He swiftly bent down to retrieve it, a satisfied smile illuminating his face as he triumphantly returned to his recliner. Once settled, Yunseo hastily pulled out several sheets of tissue, eager to relax after so many consecutive days of work. But just as he was about to indulge, a crisp, melodious doorbell chimed. "Welcome." The sudden sound struck him like a bolt of lightning, causing Yunseo to jolt. His movements turning frantic, he hurriedly closed the open laptop, fearing that the secrets within might be exposed. Simultaneously, the few sheets of tissue he had just taken were hastily crumpled and stuffed into his pocket. All the while he grumbled, "Why does it have to be now, of all times?" Despite his irritation, Yunseo mustered a semblance of composure, rising slowly from the recliner, forcing a smile as he glanced towards the entrance. "Welcome!" However, upon recognizing the visitor, he was momentarily taken aback, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Before him stood a stunning woman with golden hair, bearing an exquisite beauty and a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. Particularly distracting were the prominent attributes that rendered her hard to ignore. Although she had surpassed 50, her youthful appearance made it instantly clear to Yunseo that this was Tsunade, the gamble of the yellow, gambling and poison trio of Konoha. Having encountered Orochimaru previously, and now Tsunade, he thought to himself that only Jiraiya was missing for him to complete the trio. Tsunade, accompanied by Shizen, stepped into the shop, her curious gaze sweeping over the surroundings. From a moment Tsunade crossed the threshold, an unfamiliar sensation surged within her, growing ever more intense. "Lady Tsunade, look at how lavishly this place is decorated. The items inside must be rather pricey. We should leave quickly," Shizen implored, tugging at her sleeve. However, Tsunade dismissed Shizen's concerns with a glance, reproaching her softly, "Quit the nagging. I have my own pace." Observing Tsunade's demeanor, Shizen sighed in resignation. Indeed, Tsunade was as obstinate as ever, gently caressing the piglet in her arms. "If I can't afford to eat later, I guess you'll have to be my meal." The piglet, initially enjoying its slumber, seemed to comprehend Shizen's words, its eyes widening in horror. That moment, Yunseo remained oblivious to the whispered exchange between the two. He stepped forward, smiling. "Ladies, is there anything you need? We have everything in this store." To his surprise, Tsunade displayed no skepticism towards Yunseo's extravagant claims. Instead, an inexplicable sense of trust blossomed within her, as if she believed wholeheartedly in the words of this young shopkeeper. This peculiar feeling startled her. After a brief silence, Tsunade suddenly regarded Yunseo with a serious expression, inquiring eagerly, "Boss, do you have anything that can enhance luck?" Yunseo was taken aback by the question, curiosity piquing as he asked, "If I may inquire, why do you wish to improve your luck?" "Boss, I have a deep fondness for gambling, but I always end up losing due to my bad luck. I'm currently in debt to the tune of several million." Tsunade exclaimed, slamming her palm down in frustration. "If only my luck were better, I would surely have the confidence to win back all that I've lost. Upon hearing Tsunade's explanation, Yensio recalled that in the original narrative, Tsunade had an unfortunate gambling disposition, earning her the title of the fat sheep of the ninja world. In any gambling scenario where she was present, all one needed to do was bet against her to reap substantial rewards. Who would have thought that such a formidable figure as one of Konoha's legendary three would be burdened with such debts? There were times when debt collectors would come knocking, forcing her into desperate escapes. Were it not for her immense strength, she would have long been captured by creditors, forced to pay in more corporeal terms. After years of relentless losses, she had finally managed to win a bet against Jiraiya. Only for him to perish in the land of rain. It was indeed a tragic fate for her. "Boss, do you have such items?" Tsunade asked, noticing Yensio's silence, her heart tightening with anxiety. Could it be that there were no luck-enhancing items available? Realizing Tsunade's question had brought him back to reality, Yensio smiled. "As for items that enhance luck, I do have some, but I fear they may not be suitable for you." His words. Tsunade's hopeful expression gradually morphed into one of profound disappointment. Her head drooped, and she lethargically began to make her way toward the exit, muttering, I see, boss, it seems I'm destined to be a perpetual loser." Seeing Tsunade's despondent demeanor, Yensio quickly interjected, "I haven't finished speaking. Please don't rush to leave. While the luck-enhancing items may not suit you, isn't it simple to ensure victory in gambling?" "What? Is that for real?" Tsunade's eyes lit up at his words, as if rekindled by a spark of hope. She abruptly turned to face Yensio, anticipation gleaming in her eyes. "Of course it's true. You see, gambling isn't solely reliant on luck. One's skill and technique are of utmost importance," Yensio confidently asserted. "Skill and technique are equally important in gambling," Tsunade murmured, as if she had stumbled upon a new revelation. Excitedly, she gazed at Yensio. "Boss, then I wish to acquire items that can enhance my skill and technique." "Very well, I shall fetch them for you," Yensio replied, hastening to a nearby counter and retrieving a book inscribed with bold characters, "King of Gamblers." This book meticulously detailed various card tricks, mahjong techniques, and dice strategies. Mastering its contents would guarantee one the ability to win in any gambling scenario. Yensio explained that Tsunade's eyes gleamed with fervor as she fixated on the book, swallowing hard. "Boss, how much for this book?" "Not expensive at all, just 200,000 ryo. Compared to the other merchandise in the store, this price was indeed reasonable. After all, it was merely a basic instructional guide. Whether one could master it was another matter entirely. Naturally, Tsunade was unaware of these intricacies. "I'll take it," Tsunade declared excitedly. "Shizen, hurry and pay." She had already begun to envision herself dominating the gambling tables after mastering the skills outlined in the book. However, upon hearing Tsunade's words, Shizun's expression shifted dramatically, and she hastily covered her wallet, incredulously asking, "Lady Tsunade, are you truly going to buy this book?" Without hesitation, Tsunade nodded. "Of course. It's merely 200,000 ryo. Once I acquire the skills within, I'll be rolling in wealth. I promise to treat you to the finest delicacies." With that, she emphatically patted her chest, vowing earnestly. Unbeknownst to Shizen, Tsunade would not only fulfill this promise, but would also elevate her to a life of unimaginable wealth. Observing Tsunade's unwavering confidence, Shizen sighed in resignation. She believed Tsunade had been deceived by this young man. After all, how could such a thing as guaranteed victory in gambling truly exist? While she could not elucidate why Tsunade was perpetually unfortunate in gambling, she remained incredulous about such occurrences. Nevertheless, Shizen was acutely aware that even if she implored Tsunade earnestly, the latter would never heed her counsel. Left with no alternative, Shizen retrieved a scroll from her pocket. As fate would have it, the sum of money remaining with the two of them was precisely 200,000 ryo. Tsunade hastily handed the scroll to Yunjiao, who, upon receiving it, passed a book to Tsunade. Eagerly, she began to leaf through the pages, and as the words became clear to her, her breath quickened. In her mind's eye, a vision emerged of herself standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, revered and worshipped by many, undeniably becoming the goddess of gambling. This could hardly be blamed on Tsunade. The striking opening sentence of the book was profoundly shocking. For someone like Tsunade, who adored gambling yet consistently lost. Such temptation was utterly irresistible. The first line of the book declared, "Back in the day, Chindaozi learned from this book and turned 20 Ryo into 37 million Ahi. If I could master this too. Wouldn't it mean I could also transform 20 Ryo into 37 million? Tsunade chuckled foolishly, declaring from now on, "Call me the gambling monster." Observing Tsunade's demeanor, Shizen quickly grasped her shoulders, shaking her vigorously as she anxiously exclaimed, "Lady Tsunade, what on earth is wrong with you? Please don't frighten me." The sudden jolt brought Tsunade back to reality, and she blushed with embarrassment, realizing her earlier lapse in composure. Flustered, she raised her hand to wipe away the drool at the corner of her mouth. Attempting to mask her awkwardness by casually inquiring, "Boss, how long will it take to master all these gambling techniques?" It would take roughly 10 years to grasp the basics, and perhaps even longer to become proficient. Yunjiao replied, after a moment's contemplation. "What? 10 years?" Tsunade shouted, "Why didn't you mention it would take so long at the outset?" In the face of Tsunade's interrogation, Yunjiao feigned innocence, spreading his hands and casually scratching his ear, responding nonchalantly, "Well, you didn't ask earlier." Tsunade, upon hearing this, nearly fainted with rage. She longed to punch the impertinent man before her to alleviate her frustration. After all, that 200,000 Ryo represented her entire fortune. However, Yunjiao added, "But there's indeed a way to master it instantly. This." Tsunade suppressed the impulse to strike Yunjiao, asking, "What method?" "Just a moment," Yunjiao said as he walked back to the counter and retrieved a book. The cover of this book was particularly eye-catching, emblazoned with a bold title, "The King of Gamblers Deluxe Edition." Upon seeing the title, Tsunade felt utterly duped, her fists clenching tightly as she could almost hear her joints cracking, as if she were on the verge of smashing her fists into Yunjiao, determined to knock his teeth out. Observing her reaction, Yunjiao quickly clarified, "Wait, this isn't just any book. It's a skill book that enables the reader to instantly learn the techniques within." At this revelation, Tsunade immediately relaxed her fists, excitement coursing through her veins. "Are you saying I can master it without any learning?" "Precisely." "How much for this book?" Tsunade inquired with curiosity. Yunjiao slowly extended 3 fingers. 30 million Ryo. But don't dismiss it as expensive. It contains skills for poker, mahjong, and dice. Once you master these techniques, winning at the gambling table will be as effortless as drinking water. Recouping your investment is merely a matter of time. Hearing Yunjiao's explanation, Tsunade swallowed the words she had been about to utter, nodding in agreement, fully convinced of the truth in Yunjiao's words. If she truly was fated to lose every gamble, winning several million was simply a matter of time. "Boss, please set the book aside for me. I'll go fetch the money," Tsunade exclaimed as she dashed out. "Shizen, wait here for me, and ensure no one buys that book." Watching Tsunade's retreating figure, Shizen was left bewildered. Had Lady Tsunade really just abandoned her so casually? Where was she going to procure the funds? Realizing this, Shizen hurriedly pursued, "Lady Tsunade, you can't sell the clan's land." Yunjiao, left behind, pondered, "What just transpired? If I didn't miss here, Tsunade is actually contemplating selling the Senju clan's land? If Hashirama and Tobirama Senju were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be furious, especially Tobirama. He might very well rise from his grave in anger. However, considering that only Tsunade remained of the Senju clan, perhaps selling it wasn't such a bad idea. Yunjiao mused. "Boss, I'm back," Tsunade announced as she burst into the shop, carrying an enormous black bag. "Lady Tsunade, please slow down and wait for me," Shizen panted, struggling to keep pace. Initially, Shizen had intended to prevent Tsunade from selling the clan's land, but Tsunade was moving too swiftly for her to catch up. By the time Shizen finally arrived at the entrance of Konoha village, she spotted Tsunade already exiting the village with a large sack. It was obvious what Tsunade was carrying. It was clearly the money from selling the clan's land. Stunned, Shizen stood frozen, unable to fathom that Tsunade's actions had been so rapid. Just a moment's delay had transformed the cold, impersonal clan land into warm, comforting cash. Upon seeing Shizen, Tsunade's smile faltered, and she incredulously asked, "Shizen, what are you doing here? Didn't I instruct you to guard that book in the shop?" Shizen was on the verge of tears. It was evident that Lady Tsunade had been thoroughly duped by that shopkeeper, actually selling the clan land to purchase a book. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, Tsunade anxiously interjected, "What if someone snatches that book while you're not watching?" With that, Tsunade hurriedly made her way back to Yunjiao's shop, her sack of cash in tow. Shizen, shaking her head in resignation, followed closely behind. Had she known it would turn out like this, she would have simply stayed put in Yunjiao's store. The back and forth had nearly exhausted her. Seeing Tsunade return so quickly, Yunjiao was somewhat surprised. He had assumed she would take until the evening. Akatsuki hadn't been long at all. Yet here she was, back with the money. Clearly, the allure of the King of Gamblers Deluxe Edition was immense for Tsunade. Tsunade approached Yunjiao, placing the sack on the ground, wiping the sweat from her brow, and smiling, "Boss, I've brought the money. Please count it." Yunjiao nodded and began to tally the bills in the bag. Due to the significant amount, combined with Yunjiao's lack of mathematical prowess, it took considerable time to count it all. The total Tsunade brought amounted to 35 million RY.B. By the time Yunjiao finished counting, he was drenched in sweat. Earlier, he had noticed a significant discrepancy in his earnings and discovered that the system charged a fee for counting money, which made him feel quite put upon. Thus, he decided to count the money himself. However, after tallying 35 million, he had resolved to allow the system to take its fee. After all, the money was meant to benefit the system. If Kurizetsu and Obito were to witness Yunjiao counting money at such a snail's pace, they would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly. After all, as notorious thieves in the ninja world, they had previously set a record of accurately counting over 3 billion in a single day. In comparison, Yunjiao's efforts appeared utterly insignificant. Yunjiao extracted 30 million from the sack and stored it in the system's space. He then cheerfully produced the King of Gamblers Deluxe Edition from his pocket and handed it to Tsunade. Trembling with anticipation, Tsunade accepted the book, delicately running her fingers over its cover, savoring its unique texture and feel, which filled her with exhilaration. "Boss, how do I use this book?" Tsunade asked, her voice quivering. Yunjiao smiled slightly, explaining, "Tear off the pages, and you will instantly acquire the skills contained within." Without hesitation, Tsunade eagerly opened the King of Gamblers Deluxe Edition. To her astonishment, despite its seemingly thick appearance, she discovered it contained only 3 sheets of paper, each marked with the prominent titles: Poker Techniques, Mahjong Techniques, and Dice Techniques. Without a moment's hesitation, Tsunade decisively tore each of the fragile pages free. In that instant, a miracle occurred. The torn pieces of paper shimmered with an astonishing, resplendent golden glow, as if imbued with life, and transformed at a breathtaking speed into countless tiny golden specks. These minute glimmers swiftly and accurately penetrated Tsunade's body, vanishing without a trace in that fleeting moment. As the last of the luminous points melded into her form, a torrent of exquisite gambling techniques surged forth from the depths of her mind. Tsunade was astounded to discover that she possessed an intimate understanding of various gambling rules, skills, and psychological strategies, as if she had been tempered through countless trials to become an unparalleled master of the gambling world. This sudden acquisition of prowess led her to experience a delusion that she was the legendary gambler who had never tasted defeat. With this miraculous ability, Tsunade could even discern the faint sounds made by the rolling dice and accurately predict the final outcomes of each die. This extraordinary sense of hearing and judgment endowed her with an almost supernatural clarity, making her feel as though she possessed a pair of all-seeing eyes within the casino, leading her to unerring success. That moment, Tsunade felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through her being. She was convinced that, should she desire, she could effortlessly transform her initially poor hand into one of enviable fortune. This sudden shift filled the usually luckless Tsunade with exhilaration. She felt an overwhelming strength coursing through her veins. "Ha ha! It's true. I've truly become a gambling deity," Tsunade exclaimed, unable to contain her delight, her laughter echoing throughout the room. Meanwhile, Shizen stood by, her face a mask of disbelief, utterly at a loss. Her eyes widened as she gazed at Tsunade, who appeared to have lost her senses, her heart brimming with confusion and concern. "What has happened to Lady Tsunade? First, she was duped into selling our clan's land for a worthless book, and now it seems she has lost her mind. Witnessing Tsunade's sudden erratic behavior, Shizen felt tears welling in her eyes. What would become of her and Taunton if Tsunade truly became a fool? Lady Tsunade, are you all right? Shizen ventured cautiously, her voice barely above a whisper. Fearing that her words might startle Tsunade and exacerbate her already precarious state. Unbeknownst to Shizen, she had not witnessed the moment when the pages transformed into specks of light and entered Tsunade's body. Thus, she assumed that Tsunade had fallen under the influence of some mysterious force, leading to her mental disarray. Silently, she prayed for Tsunade to regain her composure and escape this frenzied state. Upon hearing Shizen's words, Tsunade seemed to awaken from her reverie. She promptly bent down to grasp the money pouch on the ground with one hand, while the other seized Shizen's arm, and together they dashed out of the shop. Outside, a hearty and audacious laughter rang out. "Boss, we're off. Until we meet again." No sooner had the words left her lips than their figures vanished like lightning. As the two departed, Unkai observed their retreating silhouettes until they disappeared from sight. Chuckling softly to himself, murmuring, "Perhaps, from this day forth, Tsunade's title will shift from the easy mark to the gambling deity." A glimmer of indescribable excitement danced in his eyes, as if he could already envision Tsunade dominating the casino scene. In the capital of the Land of Fire, Shizen's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, "Lady Tsunade, is what you said truly real?" "Absolutely. This time, we're bound to make a fortune," Tsunade assured her emphatically. It turned out that during their journey, Tsunade had eagerly recounted her acquisition of miraculous gambling skills to Shizen. Despite her skepticism regarding the existence of such absurd phenomena, Shizen could not bear to dampen Tsunade's exuberance. Even as she suspected that her mentor was likely ensnared in the illusion spun by that shopkeeper. Resigned, Shizen sighed and accepted the unfortunate reality that Tsunade had indeed been deceived, resolving that whatever money had been lost in the reckless gambling was simply a foregone conclusion. Tsunade, spotting a nearby casino, was electrified with anticipation, pulling Shizen along. "Just watch how I turn 5 million into 50 million. Shizen remained silent, already picturing the scenario where Tsunade would end up with nothing to her name. After all, each time before gambling, Tsunade had made similar fervent assurances, only to lose everything shortly thereafter. Just then, a group of brutish men with scarred faces appeared, encircling Tsunade, and Shizen, one of the hulking figures, rubbed his hands with glee and inquired, "Lady Tsunade, are you here to settle your debts?" His greedy gaze fixated on the pouch in Tsunade's hand. It dawned on Tsunade that she had borrowed 5 million from this casino and had lost it all. Instinctively, she moved the money pouch behind her. The burly man's expression darkened, his brows knitting together as he harshly demanded, "Lady Tsunade, are you planning to default on your debts and become a deadbeat?" Tsunade's lips twitched at his words. Faced with the situation, she had little choice but to reluctantly hand over the pouch to the man. Regret flooded her mind. Had she known, she would have waited to win some money before repaying the loan. Now it felt as though her expedition had ended in utter failure. After receiving the pouch, the men began to meticulously count its contents. Moments later, the leader nodded in satisfaction, grinning broadly. "Ah, not a single coin more or less. Precisely 5 million, that's since you're a regular here. We'll waive the interest this time." With that, he casually tossed the now empty pouch back to Tsunade. Staring at the void fabric in her hands, Tsunade felt like crying. Devoid of even a single coin, how could she gamble? Once, Chindozi had managed to borrow 20 coins, but now she was penniless, lacking even the initial stake. That moment, she felt like a tiger trapped in a cage, possessing unparalleled gambling skills, yet unable to apply them. This sensation drove her to the brink of madness. She shouted in frustration, "Damn it! If that old fool hadn't unilaterally transformed the Senju clan's land into a commercial district, I would never have sold it for a mere 30 million. It turned out that upon returning to the Senju estate, Tsunade discovered that the original estate had been demolished and converted into a commercial area years ago, leaving only the homes of her great-uncle Hashirama and her second uncle Tobarama. With no other options, she had been compelled to sell those 2 houses. Unexpectedly, those 2 homes sold for over 30 million. Had the entire Senju estate been sold, it would have fetched an astronomical price, It was unfathomable how much Tobi had embezzled in the process. Just as despair enveloped Tsunade, a 1,000-tael note suddenly appeared before her. In disbelief, she looked up to find Shizen extending the note to her with a smile. "Lady Tsunade, you must win this time. Otherwise, Tonton will be our dinner tonight." Tsunade accepted the note, her expression earnest as she replied. "Don't worry, Shizen, this time I will definitely win. Just watch closely." With that, Tsunade strode into the casino, her back emblazoned with the character for gamble standing out against the setting sun. Once, Chindaozi turned 20 into 37 million. Today I, Tsunade, shall follow in his footsteps. With determination, Tsunade stepped into the casino. The once boisterous atmosphere fell silent the moment she entered, everyone pausing to gaze at her in excitement. Some newcomers curiously asked those beside them, "Who is she? Why do you all look so astonished? You don't even recognize the legendary gambling lamb." "What? She's the infamous lamb?" "Absolutely. She loses every bet. If you wager against her, you're guaranteed to win." Upon hearing this explanation, even those who had not known Tsunade now regarded her with fervent interest, as if they had stumbled upon a rare treasure. As Tsunade approached a gambling table, the crowd surged towards her, eager to witness the spectacle. This table was for betting on the size of dice rolls. The croupier began skillfully shaking the dice in the cup, and at that moment, Tsunade's ears perked up slightly. She had already discerned the exact values of the dice. With a slight parting of her lips, Tsunade declared, "I bet on big." Before her words could fully escape her lips, she unhesitatingly produced a staggering sum of 100,000 taels of silver from her bosom and placed it upon the table. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers promptly placed their bets on the lower numbers, with not a single soul daring to wager alongside her on the higher ones. Once the dealer confirmed that both sides had completed their bets, he leisurely lifted the lid of the dice, everyone's astonishment. The numbers on the dice revealed a high total. The gamblers, who had previously brimmed with confidence, now stared incredulously at the table. A cacophony of disbelief erupted. "Impossible! This cannot be happening! How could it be a high number?" In the casino, she surveyed the shocked expressions of those around her, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth, secretly reveling in her triumph. Throughout her years of gambling, she had never before amassed such wealth in a single stroke. In the past, it was rare for her to even break even, let alone win. As none dared to match her wager, all the chips on the table belonged to her, which filled her with elation. The total amount was no less than several 100,000 taels, and with a gleeful heart, she gathered the money into her embrace, marveling at her newfound fortune. She had actually won at the casino. "Are you all coming back for more?" she inquired, her face radiant with a beaming smile. At her words, the gamblers, who had been lost in their astonishment, snapped back to reality as if awakening from a dream. In an instant, the once quiet casino erupted into a hubbub of excitement. The gamblers, now invigorated, rubbed their hands together, their eyes alight with determination as they fixed their gaze upon the self-satisfied woman, as if they wished to devour her whole. It was evident they believed she was merely riding a wave of good fortune. One round's outcome could not possibly signify anything substantial. That, of course, we must continue. I refuse to believe in such luck. She cannot possibly win again. Indeed, this one stroke of luck means nothing. Just wait and see how I make this old hag return every last tael she won. Observing the gamblers' fervent reactions, she nodded with satisfaction, relieved that they were willing to continue playing. The dealer, tasked with shaking the dice, placed them into the cup and began to rattle them vigorously. The crowd instinctively held their breath, not daring to make a sound that might disrupt their judgment. The clattering of the dice against the cup echoed sharply in the hushed casino. Suddenly, the dealer set the cup down on the table, calling out, "Bets can be placed now. Everyone. Once placed, you cannot withdraw." Hearing his announcement, the gamblers hesitated momentarily, glancing towards her. As they turned their eyes upon her, she playfully cleared her ears. "What are you all staring at? Go ahead and place your bets." With that, she tossed a hefty sum of money onto the table, declaring, "This time, I'm betting on high again." Witnessing her boldness, the gamblers instantly ignited with excitement. She remained the same plump prey. Merely a luckier one this time. One gambler, without a second thought, produced his wealth and slammed it down on the table, shouting, "Damn it, I'm betting on low. Me too." chimed in another. Seeing this, the other gamblers seemed to have been enchanted, each scrambling to pull out their own money, all fervently betting on the lower numbers. They were convinced she could not possibly win again. How could the outcome be high consecutively? The dealer, standing nearby, observed the scene with an impassive expression. Once all bets were placed, he slowly lifted the cup as the cup was raised. The gamblers craned their necks, eyes wide with anticipation, desperate not to miss a single detail. Yet, when they finally glimpsed the numbers on the dice, the confidence that once adorned their faces evaporated, replaced by sheer disbelief. The previously boisterous casino fell into a profound silence. After what felt like an eternity, one person finally regained composure and shouted, "What nonsense is this? How can this be real?" Soon after, several gamblers began to voice their indignation. What gives her the right? When did her luck become so exceptional? This is unjust. This is simply outrageous. Without needing her to utter a word, the frustrated gamblers could no longer contain their impulses and began a new round of betting. She gathered the money on the table before her, signaling the dealer to commence. The dealer, seeing her gesture, swiftly placed the dice into the cup and began to shake it vigorously once more. After a considerable time, he finally set the cup down on the table, announcing, "You may place your bets. Damn it, I'm betting low again," shouted a gambler, slapping a stack of money onto the table. "Me too. It's impossible for it to be high 3 times in a row." Indeed, unless there is some foul play at this casino, how could it possibly be high 3 times? As they spoke, the gamblers wasted no time in tossing their money onto the betting table. Upon hearing their words, she couldn't help but wear an exceedingly peculiar expression, for she had discerned that this time, the outcome would indeed be high. Her gaze instinctively shifted to the dealer shaking the dice, who at that moment appeared pale as a ghost, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Clearly, faced with the intense atmosphere and the scrutinizing gazes of the gamblers, the unfortunate dealer was engulfed in utter panic. After all, he was merely a novice who had recently joined the ranks, lacking any formal training in the intricacies of the casino, and thus unable to manipulate the outcome of the dice. He had been assigned to the ordinary table, but never had he anticipated encountering a formidable player today. Uncertain whether it was luck or skill that had brought her such success, he was deeply aware that if the outcome turned out high once more, the repercussions would be severe. With that thought, he trembled uncontrollably, his mind swirling in confusion. "I'm still betting high," she declared confidently, her lips curling into a smile. Before her words could fade, she carelessly tossed a stack of cash onto the table's center. Seeing her decisive move, the dealer quivered. Could it truly be high again? He clutched the cup tightly, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, silently praying, "Dear heavens, let not be high again." Yet, contrary to his hopes, as he cautiously unveiled the cup, the dice revealed yet another high number, just as she had predicted. How can it be high again? What is going on here? One gambler exclaimed, unable to restrain his expletives. There must be foul play. How could it possibly be high so many times in a row? Indeed, it has to be rigged. In an instant, the casino reverberated with cries of foul play. Foul play. The crowd was agitated, fervently accusing the game of being fixed. Faced with the enraged mob, the hapless dealer had turned as pale as a sheet, drenched in sweat. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to explain that he had not engaged in any cheating. Yet no one was willing to believe him at that moment. Deep down, he understood the truth. He had not tampered with anything. Even if he had wished to, he simply did not possess the knowledge to do so. Observing the chaotic scene before him, the croupier was on the verge of tears, feeling more wrong than Doe herself. On the second floor of the casino, a group of elegantly attired individuals, unmistakably of high society, sat gathered around a gaming table, each with a substantial stack of chips before them. Their expressions varied from excitement to tension and composure as their gazes were intently fixed on the cards laid out before them, seemingly attempting to discern the thoughts of their opponents through the flimsy paper. The air was thick with an exhilarating tension, quickening the heartbeat of all present. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from downstairs, shattering the tranquility of the second floor. A man, sporting a cigar and slick-back hair, who had been lost in contemplation, was abruptly disturbed by the discordant noise. Frowning in displeasure, he turned to a burly man in a suit beside him and said, "Go and see what the commotion is about." The suited man, upon hearing this, nodded respectfully and promptly departed the second floor. Downstairs, after learning the details of the disturbance, the suited man glared menacingly at the rowdy gamblers, coldly remarking, "With your meager antics, our casino has no interest in your trivialities. Should you continue to cause a ruckus, do not blame us for being unkind." At his words, the previously irate gamblers fell silent, cowed by his presence. The suited man was filled with confusion and curiosity, pondering who would be so foolish as to make a scene in such a place. Upon recognizing the culprit, his eyes widened in disbelief. Taking a moment to collect himself, could this be the legendary fat sheep of the gambling world? However, when his gaze fell upon the mountain of cash piled before Tsunade, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A tumultuous wave of shock surged within him. It was no wonder the crowd had reacted so dramatically, for this fat sheep had won an astonishing amount of money that moment. The suited man's eyes glinted, and a sycophantic smile spread across his face. "Lady Tsunade, this floor is rather mundane and lacks challenge. What do you say we move to the private rooms on the second floor for a few rounds? That area is filled with skilled players, ensuring you have an exhilarating experience." Tsunade, taken aback, was aware that she had lost no less than 7 or 8 million here. She was essentially a regular at this casino. Yet she had never heard of a second floor. Nodding in agreement, she was about to follow him when suddenly, Hiruzen tugged at Tsunade's sleeve. "Lady Tsunade, we've already won so much. Perhaps we should leave." Hiruzen feared that Tsunade might squander the hard-won winnings. "Fear not, Hiruzen. I am currently formidable," Tsunade assured, patting her chest. Seeing this, Hiruzen nodded and silently followed her on the second floor. The group was taken aback upon seeing the suited man accompany a woman. They did not recognize Tsunade. "Care for a game, or two?" The slick-haired man inquired with a smile after hearing the suited man's explanation. "The minimum bet here is 1 million. Can she afford to play?" A blue-haired youth sneered, toying with his chips. In response, Tsunade, displeased, produced the money she had won downstairs and handed it to the croupier. "Please exchange this for chips." Having won a total of 120 million downstairs, she had nearly cleaned out all the players present. "Laughable. I thought she had a fortune. It's only a little over 1 million. The others erupted in laughter. Tsunade, her expression darkening, removed her jacket and handed it to Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, find a tailor and have a character for God embroidered on the back." With that, she pulled out a stack of cash from her chest and handed it to Hiruzen. Hiruzen nodded silently, taking the money and jacket before departing. "Did you hear that? A gambling deity? Truly laughable," another remarked. "Indeed, does she truly believe that winning a few trifles from the lower class qualifies her to challenge us?" Meanwhile, the hired ninjas guarding the group, upon seeing Tsunade, widened their eyes in terror. This was one of the legendary 3 from Konoha. They silently prayed for their employer to speak sparingly, fearing the wrath of Tsunade. With a cold chuckle, Tsunade remarked, "I hope you can still laugh after this." As the croupier began shaking the dice, the room fell silent, all ears attentive. Tsunade furrowed her brow, keenly sensing something amiss with the sound of the dice. Though she said nothing, the croupier placed the dice on the table. As expected, Tsunade continued to win the subsequent rounds, while others experienced a mix of wins and losses. "Let us stop rolling dice. It's too simple. Let us play poker," the blue-haired youth suggested, having lost the most, over 10 million. "Oh, as you please," Tsunade replied nonchalantly, unimpressed. "You all play. I shall abstain." The slick-haired man chimed in. Tsunade remained silent. Having already suspected foul play from him, he was undoubtedly manipulating the dice. As the slick-haired man rose, the croupier began dealing cards. The blue-haired youth, upon seeing his hand, was ecstatic. "All in," he shouted, pushing his towering stack of chips forward with a resounding clatter. Tsunade glanced at her hand, then returned it to the table, lightly tapping her cards back before pushing her chips forward. "I'm all in too." The remaining players, witnessing such reckless behavior, rose in unison. "Who could afford to gamble at this level?" "You all play. I have a slight stomach ache. My grandmother is about to give birth to my father. I need to go check." "What? Your father is about to be born?" "I'll go see as well." "Let us reveal our cards," the blue-haired youth declared confidently. Revealing his hand, he was certain of victory, believing Tsunade had only a 1% chance of winning. Upon seeing his cards, Tsunade smiled slightly. "I'm afraid I win," she declared, revealing her hand. The onlookers' pupils dilated in shock. Although they were all top-tier gamblers, none could discern how Tsunade had achieved such a feat, the slick-haired man muttered. "Her gambling skills surpass mine. How is this possible?" the blue-haired youth exclaimed, incredulous, as he had been closely watching Tsunade's every move, convinced she could not cheat beneath his nose. "Why is this happening?" The blue-haired youth lamented. At that moment, Shizen returned with the jacket, handing it to Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, how did it go?" "Did you win?" Tsunade donned her jacket. "Of course," she replied, collecting her chips from the table. "How did you do it? I want to learn. Teach me," the youth implored excitedly. "Really?" he asked, eyes sparkling. "Not a chance," Tsunade replied, departing with Shizen. As they left, the group silently watched Tsunade's retreating figure, the words gambling deity glaringly emblazoned in their minds. They realized the truth. Tsunade's gambling prowess far surpassed theirs. They murmured among themselves. "It seems we've struck a hard rock this time." After Tsunade's departure, the blue-haired youth, realizing he had been tricked, angrily shouted into the shadows, "Kill her for me. I'll pay you 30 million. The hired elite ninja in the shadows pondered. In the land of fire, the news spread like wildfire. Extra, extra, a monumental event has occurred. The highly esteemed and revered third Hokage of Konoha has been ousted due to massive embezzlement. The new Hokage is a group of white Zetsus waved newspapers emitting the scent of ink, shouting hoarsely in the streets of the land of fire. Their sudden appearance did not incite panic among the residents, as they had long grown accustomed to the Zetsus' abrupt appearances for the past several days. These Zetsus had been turning up each morning, hawking various news updates. The newspapers they sold were filled with a plethora of the latest and most riveting news from the ninja world, meticulously compiled from credible sources, devoid of any fabrication, and gathered firsthand by the Zetsus themselves. This particular newspaper detailed numerous recent significant events and astonishing scandals that had transpired. It is inherent to human nature to indulge in gossip. And for this very reason, the newspaper published by Kakuzu has swept across the entire shinobi world like a tempest since its inception, garnering heartfelt admiration and fervent support from the residents of this realm. "Today's edition seems rather interesting. I would like a copy," bellowed a portly middle-aged man. "Coming right up, sir," responded one of the Hokage, who promptly rushed over and extracted a newspaper from his coat, handing it to the man. After receiving the newspaper, the middle-aged gentleman tossed a couple of silver coins to Hokage, exclaiming, "Wishing you prosperous business." No sooner had he spoken than another voice echoed from afar. "Hey, bring me a copy over here as well." "Right away," Hakuju called back, hastening towards the source of the shout. "What, that old codger from the third Hokage has stepped down? Who is the new Hokage? Make sure to give me a copy too." In a short while, every last newspaper in Hakuju's possession had been snatched up, a phenomenon occurring throughout various locales in the shinobi realm. The earlier middle-aged man, curious, unfolded his newspaper, and his gaze was immediately drawn to several bold characters. "Advertising space for rent." His lips twitched at this revelation, and he continued reading. "The Akatsuki, a mercenary organization within the shinobi world, is expanding its recruitment. Only the most capable are invited to join. Weaklings need not apply. Specific salary and benefits to be discussed in person. Interview location, Rain Village, with interviewer Kakuzu. Akatsuki, never heard of it. Seems like a rented ad space. Likely a fly-by-night organization," he mused. His eyes scanned further down the page, where he read, "Yesterday, the vault of a Wagakure in the land of Earth was robbed by an unidentified gang, resulting in substantial losses. The third Otsutsuki, Anoki, has decided to convene a summit of the 5 Kage to unite the villages in apprehending the culprits. This thief in the shinobi world is indeed formidable, having offended all 5 great nations. If caught, they will face severe repercussions." After what felt like an eternity, he finally encountered the news he had been seeking. During his tenure, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tobi, abused his power and extorted the populace, ultimately being compelled to resign. The 5th Hokage has been tentatively appointed as Tsunade Senju. However, as Tsunade is currently unaccounted for, one of Konoha's advisors, Danzo Shimura, will temporarily assume the role of acting Hokage. Tsunade is not in the village. Where could she possibly be? In a certain casino within the Land of Fire, Tsunade boldly declared, "All in." As she pushed all her chips forward, the onlookers gasped in astonishment at her audacity. Knowing that she faced the rising, gambling deity of the Land of Fire, Nikawa Tetsubin. This legendary figure's gambling prowess was nothing short of audacious-inspiring, and one expected Tsunade to display such confidence against such a formidable opponent. Nikawa Tetsubin, visibly displeased, glared at Tsunade and remarked, "Miss Tsunade, the cards have yet to be dealt in full. Are you truly confident you can best me?" Tsunade, unfazed, leisurely picked up a cigar, grinning as she replied, "Of course, I'm certain of my victory." With that, she placed the cigar between her lips, not for smoking, but for show. She had seen a slick-haired man the previous day at the casino, cigar in hand, and it had given him an air of importance. Thus, she decided to emulate him, and indeed, it did enhance her presence. Incensed by Tsunade's unwavering confidence, Nikawa Tetsubin scoffed, "Since you are so assured, why not raise the stakes? Loser forfeits their right hand." Wait, are they really playing for such high stakes? The gravity of the situation dawned on the onlookers, for the loss of one's right hand would spell the end of a gambler's career. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze to Tsunade, wondering if she would accept the challenge. Unfazed, Tsunade shrugged her shoulders and replied, "If you wish to play, then I shall indulge you." The crowd erupted in astonishment. They had not anticipated her agreement, and speculation began to swirl regarding the eventual victor. As the dealer dealt the cards, Nikawa Tetsubin, upon seeing his hand, let out a sigh of relief, chuckling, "Miss Tsunade, it appears I have won." He confidently revealed his bottom card. Goodness, a straight flush. It seems victory is assured for Nikawa Tetsubin. The murmurs of awe from the spectators only served to bolster his pride. "Miss Tsunade, will you take matters into your own hands? Or shall you require assistance?" Tsunade, with a smile, retorted, "That is a question best left for you to answer." At her words, both Nikawa Tetsubin and the surrounding crowd fell silent. They understood that his hand was indeed formidable. Potentially the best possible, barring a three of kind. How could Tsunade maintain such confidence? Could it be that her hand was a three of a kind? The thought was quickly dismissed by the crowd. After all, the odds of getting three identical cards were exceedingly slim. "Miss Tsunade, do not continue this dispute unless you possess a three of a kind. Otherwise, defeat is inevitable." Nikawa Tetsubin laughed. "Apologies, but I truly do have a three of a kind." With that, Tsunade revealed her cards, displaying three aces. Goodness, it really is a three of a kind. I can't believe Nikawa Tetsubin has truly lost. Nikawa Tetsubin sprang to his feet. Incredulity etched across his face as he gazed at the trio of aces. "This is impossible. Absolutely impossible." He suddenly pointed an accusatory finger at Tsunade. "You must have cheated." Before Tsunade could respond, the dealer interjected, "Mr. Nikawa, we're the largest casino in the Land of Fire. Are you questioning our professionalism?" Nikawa instinctively recoiled. Despite his newfound reputation as a gambling deity, the influence backing this casino was far beyond his reach. "Sever Mr. Nikawa's right hand," the dealer commanded coldly. This. Several burly men restrained Nikawa Tetsubin, ignoring his desperate pleas as one drew a cleaver, preparing to strike his right hand. "Wait," Tsunade suddenly called out. Hearing her voice, the man halted his movement and looked at her curiously. Nikawa Tetsubin felt a glimmer of hope, thinking she might spare him, but the words that followed left him frozen in disbelief. "Chop it off after I leave." Tsunade quickly stood, urging Shizen, "Let us go." Without delay, she hastily pulled Shizen out of the casino. In the eastern part of the Land of Fire, Jiraiya sighed, "Oh dear, what a headache. The shinobi world is so vast. Who knows where Tsunade has hidden herself?" He leaned against a large tree, his face a mask of worry as he shook his head in frustration. 2 days had passed since he left Konoha in search of Tsunade, and during this time, he had traversed countless locations yet had not caught even a glimpse of her. Just then, a passerby strolled by, prompting Jiraiya to inquire, "Excuse me, have you seen a woman with blonde hair?" The passerby paused and asked, "Any other distinguishing features?" "Well, her chest is quite ample." Jiraiya hesitated before responding. "How ample?" The passerby showed a sudden interest. quite sizable. Jiraiya exaggeratedly gestured with his hands, creating an exaggerated shape. Indeed, that is rather ample, but I haven't seen her, the passerby replied before continuing on his way. Watching the individual depart, Jiraiya grumbled, "If you haven't seen her, why bother asking?" He squatted down, feeling utterly vexed. Where on earth has that woman run off to? He raked his fingers through his hair in exasperation. Tsunade had been absent from Konoha for several years, never returning, and the village desperately needed her leadership as Hokage. Yet here he was, unable to find even a trace of her. Just as Jiraiya was consumed by anxiety, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Hello, Mr. Jiraiya. I hear you're searching for Tsunade. I have information on her if you're interested." "Who?" The sudden voice put Jiraiya on high alert. He scanned his surroundings but found no source for the voice. "Stop playing tricks. Show yourself," he demanded coldly. "Mr. Jiraiya, I'm right below you." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya looked down to see a white head emerging from the ground. "Mr. Jiraiya, I'm stuck. Could you lend me a hand?" "Ah, I see." Jiraiya seized the head of white Zetsu. Extracting it from the ground, he regarded the peculiar figure before him with a look of bewilderment. What on earth was this creature, and why had he never encountered it before? White Zetsu shook its head and, seemingly from nowhere, produced a business card, presenting it to Jiraiya. "Greetings, Mr. Jiraiya. I am an employee of the Ninja World All-Purpose Service Company, employee number 007. It is my pleasure to serve you." Jiraiya took the card, murmuring, "All-Purpose Service Company. Indeed, our company possesses the most advanced intelligence system in the ninja world. Every significant event, large or small, occurring in our realm is meticulously documented by our dedicated staff. You could say that any information you seek is readily available through us," explained 007. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya expressed skepticism. "Is that truly the case?" "Mr. Jiraiya, 3 days ago, you were caught peeking at the women's bathhouse." And the news spread throughout the streets. Jiraiya quickly interjected, Wait. I believe in the accuracy of your company's intelligence now." 007 chuckled. "It must be accurate. A colleague informed me that you're searching for Tsunade's whereabouts. Therefore, I specifically came to inquire if you would like to purchase this information." Excitedly, Jiraiya responded, "Yes. Please tell me where Tsunade is." "Very well, Mr. Jiraiya. You wish to acquire specific information regarding Tsunade's location, correct?" 007 inquired. "Yes, please proceed." "Kindly remit 100,000 Ryo, and I shall dispatch someone to find her." Without hesitation, Jiraiya produced the 100,000 Ryo and handed it to White Zetsu. "Payment successful. I have already sent someone to look for her, and you can expect a reply within 5 minutes." Jiraiya was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated it would take at least half a day, yet it would only take 5 minutes. Truly, as expected of a large company. Their efficiency was remarkable. 5 minutes later, "Mr. Jiraiya, we have located Tsunade's precise location. Please remit the service fee of 100,000 Ryo." "What? There's a service fee as well?" Jiraiya exclaimed. 007 rolled its eyes. "Of course. I traveled a considerable distance to provide you with service. Naturally, it incurs a cost." Jiraiya grimaced, reluctantly handing over another 100,000 Ryo to 007. "Excellent. Shortly, a dedicated employee will guide you to her. Our service has concluded, and I look forward to our next encounter." With that, 007 burrowed back into the earth, leaving Jiraiya in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that he had fallen victim to a scam? He pounded his chest in frustration, lamenting, "Who would have thought that I, the legendary sage Jiraiya, would find myself in such a predicament?" At that moment, another white Zetsu emerged from the ground. "Hello, I'm the guide for you. Employee number 0007. It is a pleasure to serve you." Jiraiya stared at this white Zetsu, finding increasingly reminiscent of the previous one. "Damn it. How is it still you?" "Indeed, Mr. Jiraiya, it is still me. However, my employee number and position have changed." With that, 0007 presented Jiraiya with another business card. Jiraiya was silent for a moment before saying, "Then please lead the way." "Very well, Mr. Jiraiya, but prior to that, I must request a payment of 500,000 Ryo for the guiding fee and 100,000 Ryo for labor." "Weren't those fees already paid?" "Ah, Mr. Jiraiya, the previous payment was for 007's service and intelligence fees. What you're now paying is for 0007's guiding and labor fees." with a look of pained resignation. Jiraiya extracted 600,000 ryo and handed it to White Zetsu. Excellent, Mr. Jiraiya. We are ready to depart. However, before we begin, I kindly ask you to rate this service with 5 stars and provide a 100-word review. With that, White Zetsu produced a form for Jiraiya to fill out. Veins bulging on his forehead, Jiraiya gritted his teeth. Are you ever going to be done with this? Mr. Jiraiya, this is company policy that I am but a humble employee, with no power to alter it. 007 lamented. Seeing this, Jiraiya sighed deeply, accepted the form, and began to write profusely. The quality of the underwear is exceptional, dissolving upon entry, and it does not stick to the pan when washed. The children particularly enjoy it. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, let us commence our journey. Please follow me. With that, White Zetsu began to sprint away. Jiraiya exhaled in relief, glad to finally be free of any further nonsense. Just as he prepared to follow, however, he saw the guide suddenly come to a halt, then turned back around. My apologies, Mr. Jiraiya. I just realized I was running in the wrong direction. 0007 scratched its head with a smile. Jiraiya mused, it seems this company isn't as professional as they claim. What happens about their false advertising? I'm waiting on an answer. It's rather urgent. Outside a casino in the Land of Fire, Mr. Jiraiya, we have arrived at our destination. This navigation has concluded. I wish you a pleasant day and look forward to our next encounter. 0007 declared joyfully, eager to leave, as it had profited considerably from Jiraiya, and this money did not need to be reported, counting as its personal earnings, tax-free. Yet just then, Jiraiya called out, wait a moment, could you help me find Orochimaru's exact location? Upon hearing this, 0007 replied, Mr. Jiraiya, Lord Orochimaru is one of our company's premier enforcers, and we are not permitted to disclose his personal information. Jiraiya reacted with disbelief. How could that scoundrel Orochimaru be affiliated with such a shady company, and a premier enforcer at that? Indeed, members of the Akatsuki organization were known to be enforcers for the Black Zetsu company. Prior to its registration, Black Zetsu had invited the Akatsuki to join, promising substantial rewards. Upon learning that joining the company would not only expand the Akatsuki's mission channels, but also yield high commissions, Nagato had readily agreed. Consequently, the Akatsuki's missions now span the ninja world, leading to an urgent need for new recruits. With an overwhelming number of tasks to handle, Nagato, whose leg injuries had healed, was compelled to once again utilize the 6 paths of pain, effectively becoming 6 individuals in one. Enough chit-chat. Just tell me Orochimaru's exact location, and we can negotiate the price. Jiraiya insisted. 0007 appeared somewhat tempted, but clung to its so-called principles. Oh dear, Mr. Jiraiya, you are placing me in quite a difficult position. After all, I am merely a humble employee, and it is indeed a matter of principle. I cannot disclose the whereabouts of the company's upper management. However, before 0007 could finish, Jiraiya interrupted. 200,000 ryo. Tell me his precise location immediately. Upon hearing this price, 0007 burst into laughter. Mr. Jiraiya, how could you say such a thing? You are my principal. Come now, I will take you to find Lord Orochimaru. Realizing that this White Zetsu was clearly motivated by money, Jiraiya thought to himself that if it did not respond to money, it was simply a matter of insufficient funds and no need to rush. I'll handle Tsunade's matter first. With that, Jiraiya entered the casino. Take your time, Mr. Jiraiya. I have all the time in the world, 0007 called out. Once inside the casino, 0007 eagerly rubbed its hands together, although the company had strict rules against disclosing any information regarding its members. It simply could not resist the allure of the considerable sum Jiraiya had offered. This 200,000 is all mine. 007 laughed heartily. After all, such matters must remain undisclosed to the company. As long as it kept quiet, all the wealth would naturally belong to it. 0007 pulled out a work form and began recording, successfully completing the task Jiraiya had assigned to find Tsunade. This operation netted a total commission of 500,000 ryo, of which 80% was to be remitted to the company, leaving it with a tidy sum of 100,000 ryo. Given the way this creature handled matters so adeptly, it was clear that this was not its first encounter with such dealings. Should Black Zetsu learn of this, It would undoubtedly establish an oversight committee to investigate whether employees engaged in tax evasion or embezzled company funds, leading to a crackdown on corruption. Inside the casino, "Boss, you've lost," Tsunade remarked, a slight smirk gracing her lips as she lit a cigarette. Beside her, Shizen promptly produced a match, carefully igniting Tsunade's cigarette. "How many casinos is this now?" "The seventh one." Miss Tsunade has managed to topple a full 7 casinos in succession, each time emerging victorious without a single loss. With a sharp intake of breath, a wave of gasps echoed around the room. At that moment, the casino owner seated opposite Tsunade wore a countenance so grim it seemed capable of dripping water. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice low and deliberate. "Miss Tsunade, I concede defeat. From this day forth, this casino shall belong to you." With that declaration, the casino owner abruptly swept his sleeve and stormed away in indignation. My heavens, not even the illustrious veteran gambler could withstand her prowess. She truly is a formidable force. It seems that no one in the Land of Fire can rival her anymore. Indeed, just look at the imposing character's gambling god behind her. What an awe-inspiring presence. The grandeur of this spectacle is truly remarkable. At that moment, the entire casino was abuzz with chatter, every gaze fixated on Tsunade, filled with reverence and admiration. Just then, Jiraiya entered, and upon spotting Tsunade amidst the crowd, he exclaimed with excitement, "Tsunade, I finally found you." "Oh, it's you, Jiraiya," Tsunade replied, extinguishing her cigarette. "Come with me." She then ascended to the second floor of the casino to eye the room. She asked, "What brings you here?" with an impassive expression as she produced a cigarette from her pocket, expertly placing it between her lips. "Tsunade, you're surely aware of the old man's abdication. I have come to invite you back to the village to assume the role of Hokage," Jiraiya stated. With a soft click, Tsunade struck a match to light her cigarette, taking a deep drag before slowly exhaling the smoke. "That old fool is not merely guilty of embezzlement. He has also dismantled the Senju clan's estate while I was away." Hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya coughed twice in an attempt to lighten the mood. "Ahem, after the Ninetales incident, the village's economy plummeted, forcing the old man to resort to such desperate measures. Humph. I have heard that the Tobi estate has been magnificently restored. Ahem, if you return to the village as Hokage, these matters can surely be rectified." Tsunade shook her head. "I have no interest in becoming Hokage. You should seek someone else." "Why not?" Jiraiya pressed, growing anxious. Tsunade began to toy with a deck of playing cards on the table. "My ambition is to become the gambling god of the shinobi world that I wish to continuously challenge all those skilled in gambling and ascend over them." At her words, Jiraiya's lips twitched. He was well aware of Tsunade's lackluster gambling skills. Long ago, during their missions together, Tsunade would be rendered immobile at the sight of a casino, invariably losing her fortune each time. Yet, she remained undeterred, borrowing money from him and Orochimaru under the pretense of recouping her losses, only to end up bankrupt once more. Tsunade, don't jest. With your gambling skills, dreaming of becoming the gambling god is laughable. You should return with me to inherit the title of Hokage." Jiraiya laughed heartily. Despite his professional training, Tsunade's words were simply too amusing that in Jiraiya's memory, Tsunade was a perennial loser at gambling. Had this been in the past, Jiraiya's remarks would have surely provoked Tsunade's wrath, leading her to unleash her fury upon him. After all, lies may not wound, but the truth cuts like a knife. However, the times had changed. Tsunade was no longer the perennial loser, but rather someone on the cusp of becoming the pinnacle of the gambling world. Noticing Tsunade's silence, Jiraiya realized that his disparagement could very well earn him a beating, that he closed his eyes, bracing himself for the impending blow. Yet after a lengthy pause, the anticipated fist did not strike him. Slowly, he opened his eyes to see Tsunade tossing a newspaper onto the table before him. "You seem skeptical of my words. Why not take a look for yourself? Check the second to last line in the bottom left corner of the 4th page." Intrigued, Jiraiya picked up the newspaper, locating the reference Tsunade had indicated. His eyes widened in shock. Just yesterday, the newly crowned gambling god, Ichikawa T-Ban, lost to Princess Tsunade of the Land of Fire, with 5 out of the 7 major casinos in the Land of Fire having fallen to her. Jiraiya glanced back and forth between the newspaper and Tsunade, questioning if this was truly the Tsunade he remembered. Could this be a fabrication from a disreputable news outlet? He muttered to himself. He focused on the publication's byline, eager to determine which unscrupulous outlet had released this information. The information agency of the Shinobi World Incorporated? Jiraiya's lips twitched. He had not anticipated that this company had such a wide range of operations. However, if this was indeed their report, it might very well hold truth. When did your gambling skills become so formidable? Jiraiya asked incredulously. After years of gambling, one is bound to improve. I cannot possibly lose forever. Tsunade retorted with a hint of annoyance. That is a fair point. Jiraiya regarded Tsunade seriously. So, you truly have no intention of returning to become Hokage? Tsunade nodded. Correct. I have no interest in that position. Seeing this, Jiraiya sighed, but he understood his old friend's temperament. Once she made up her mind, no amount of persuasion would sway her. After all, he lacked the persuasive prowess of Naruto, who could talk others into a daze. Jiraiya stood up. Since you are unwilling, I cannot force you. The village has many capable individuals who can inherit the title of Hokage. If all else fails, we can let Danzo take the position. At this, Tsunade chuckled. With Danzo's personality, if he were to become Hokage, the old man would be in for a miserable time. That is the consequence of the old man's own folly. Enough of this. I must go find that scoundrel Orochimaru, Jiraiya said as he turned to leave. After Jiraiya departed, Tsunade sighed, in my current state, I cannot become Hokage. During the Shinobi War, Tsunade had witnessed her beloved Kaido-dan perish before her eyes, leading her to develop a phobia of blood. Since then, she had lost her so-called dreams, considering the desire to become Hokage to be foolishness. With her fear of blood, even being a ninja was a struggle, let alone becoming Hokage. Reflecting on this, Tsunade smiled and mused, what joy is there in being Hokage compared to being a gambling god? No sooner had she spoken than the playing cards in her hand transformed into a flurry of spades, all becoming aces before instantaneously changing into hearts. All twos. Should any onlookers in the casino witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly rush to the kitchen to gather their funds. Outside the casino, a voice called out, Mr. Jiraiya, you have arrived. I have located Lord Orochimaru's exact position. When shall we depart? 0007 inquired respectfully. Right now, Jiraiya replied, having not seen his old friend for quite some time. Ever since learning of Orochimaru's defection, he had been searching for him, but alas, Orochimaru had concealed himself too well, and all these years Jiraiya had failed to find him. Understood, Mr. Jiraiya. Coordinates are set for the Land of Rain. We depart now. 0007 began to sprint away. The Land of Rain? At the mention of this country, Jiraiya was reminded of the children he encountered there over a decade ago. Back then, he had taken pity on them and taught them ninjutsu, hoping they could survive in such tumultuous times, only for those children to ultimately perish. To Mr. Jiraiya. Mr. Jiraiya. The distant calls of 0007 snapped Jiraiya back to attention. I'm coming. He called, hastening to catch up. I in the Land of Rain. Within the Rain Village, 0007 stealthily led Jiraiya into the village, whispering, Mr. Jiraiya, the Land of Rain is the territory of the Akatsuki. We must exercise extreme caution here, but if you are discovered, please do not divulge my involvement. I shall be finished, but isn't the Rain Village under the control of Hanzo the Salamander? Jiraiya inquired curiously. Mr. Jiraiya, your information is quite outdated. Hanzo was killed by the leader of the Akatsuki several years ago. 0007 replied in hushed tones. What? Hanzo the Salamander is dead. Jiraiya exclaimed in shock. 0007 nearly burst into tears, having just warned Jiraiya to keep it low-key, only to have him shout so loudly. Why are you shouting? Jiraiya quickly quieted down, wearing an apologetic expression. My apologies. I was too shocked and could not help myself. One must understand, Hanzo was revered as a demigod. The fact that such a figure was slain by the leader of the Akatsuki speaks volumes about that leader's strength. 0007 hurriedly scanned the surroundings, and upon confirming no one was paying attention, it sighed in relief. Mr. Jiraiya, you nearly scare me to death just now. If Lord Kakuzu discovers us, we will be in trouble. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya inquired curiously, who is Kakuzu? Is he formidable? 0007 explained. Lord Kakuzu is the examiner for the Akatsuki organization. If he finds out that I brought you in here secretly, it would be difficult to explain. Jiraiya nodded and asked, "Isn't that Kakuzu the one with green eyes, a mask on his face, wearing the forehead protector of the rogue ninja from the Land of Rain, and clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds?" 0007 exclaimed, "Mr. Jiraiya, I didn't expect you to know Lord Kakuzu. If you had mentioned that earlier, we wouldn't have needed to sneak in." Jiraiya shook his head. "I did not know Kakuzu. 0007 was somewhat taken aback. "You don't know Lord Kakuzu? Then how come you know his appearance so well?" Jiraiya swallowed hard. "Because he is right behind you. 0007. What are you two sneaking around for?" At that moment, Kakuzu's icy voice echoed from behind them. Upon hearing this, 0007 stiffened. Turning around to see Kakuzu's grim expression directed at them, "We're doomed. We're truly caught by Lord Kakuzu. This time, there's no escaping. I should have known better than to indulge in petty tricks." Although 0007 was in a state of utter panic, his experience in scam customer service had taught him to maintain a composed exterior. 0007 forced a smile, saying, "Lord Kakuzu, the weather is quite pleasant today. So I decided to take a stroll." As he spoke, he awkwardly scratched his head, attempting to mask his inner anxiety. However, it seemed that fate was not inclined to grant 0007 any favors. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky, and the light drizzle in the rain village abruptly transformed into a torrential downpour. 0007 and Jiraiya. "Damn it. How is it that the moment I finish speaking, the drizzle turns into a downpour? Is the heavens playing a trick on me?" Kakuzu wiped the rain from his face and remarked, "The weather is indeed quite nice. Please tell me your employee number." Upon hearing this, 0007 was on the verge of tears. "Lord Ku, you can't do this. If Lord Black Zetsu finds out, I will truly be finished." Kakuzu, with an expressionless face, replied, "You brought someone into the rain village without permission, failing to follow the proper protocols. That I suspect you may have been bribed and leaked information about the organization." 0007 felt as if the sky had fallen upon him and hurriedly explained, "Lord Kakuzu, please let me clarify. It's not as you think." But 0007's mouth opened and closed without a sound, unsure of how to explain. After all, Kakuzu had indeed guessed correctly. 0007 had been bribed by Jiraiya and had leaked information about Orochimaru within the organization. "Oh, then please explain," Kakuzu said with keen interest. 0007 felt utterly defeated. It seemed he truly did not know how to explain. He certainly could not admit that he had been bribed by Jiraiya. If Kakuzu found out, all the money he had cunningly obtained from Jiraiya would go to waste. Not only would he lose the money, but his covert side job would also be exposed, leading to his ruin. If Black Zetsu discovered his tax evasion, he would undoubtedly seize all the hard-earned money. He might even be reassigned to some other grueling and exhausting position. The mere thought of selling newspapers in the sweltering heat or doing the disgusting, foul-smelling work of handling waste made his stomach churn. In a moment of desperation, 0007 suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. He quickly dashed in front of Kakuzu, producing a thick stack of cash from seemingly nowhere, and respectfully handed it to Kakuzu, saying, "Lord Kakuzu, this person I met in the Land of Fire expressed a strong desire to join the Akatsuki organization. This money is what he gave me, requesting that I speak a few good words about him in your presence, that I believe it would be more appropriate for you to keep this money." Kakuzu narrowed his eyes slightly and accepted the money with an inscrutable expression. Having dealt with money for many years, he quickly assessed that this stack was no less than 100,000 ryo. Kakuzu patted 0007 on the shoulder with satisfaction, saying, "You are quite interesting. What is your employee number?" Upon hearing the tone of appreciation in Kakuzu's voice, 0007 felt a surge of excitement and straightened up to respond, reporting to Lord Kakuzu, "I am the deputy leader of the intelligence department." Employee number 007. Kakuzu nodded slightly and said with a smile, "A talent like you is indeed wasted in the intelligence department. From today onward, you will join me in the interview group." After all, individuals like him who understood the ways of the world were rare. Kakuzu naturally wished to recruit such talent into his ranks. "Thank you, Lord Kakuzu." 7 quickly bowed in gratitude. That fellow wanted to join the organization, didn't he? Let him come along. With that, Kakuzu headed towards the Akatsuki base. What an unexpected turn of events. I initially thought I would merely scrape by. But who would have imagined that I would stumble upon an opportunity for promotion? 007 exclaimed with delight. From this moment on, he would no longer be a mere inconspicuous customer service deputy, but rather the chief examiner of the Akatsuki organization. It should be noted that there was only one examiner in the Akatsuki. And now he had become the second, a significant elevation in status. Perhaps apart from Haiden, no one among the Zetsu could boast a higher position than his. He could truly say he was one beneath one. Above 10,000. Weren't you supposed to bring me to find Orochimaru? Why are you sending me to interview with the Akatsuki? Jiraiya asked, utterly bewildered. Upon being questioned by Jiraiya, 007 snapped back to reality and retorted, "How dare you say that? If it weren't for the ruckus you caused, would Lord Kakuzu have come over here?" Reluctantly, I had to say it this way. Hearing this, Jiraiya scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Is that so? But it doesn't matter. Since Orochimaru is in this organization, it wouldn't hurt for me to join as well. Enough chatter. Let us set off quickly. It wouldn't be good to keep Lord Kakuzu waiting too long," 007 urged. Now that Kakuzu was his new superior, he could not afford to make a poor impression on his first day, though it would make his boss think he was an unreliable employee. Well-versed in workplace dynamics, 007 would not make such a rookie mistake. At the Akatsuki base, in the interview hall, Kakuzu sat at a wooden table, his fingers interlaced naturally. In front of him lay a finely crafted wooden plaque, inscribed with the bold characters, "Chief Examiner of the Akatsuki, Kaku." Beside him, 007 carefully poured tea from a kettle into Kakuzu's cup. Kakuzu took a sip, savoring the bittersweet intertwining of flavors, after setting the cup down. His gaze returned to Jiraiya, standing opposite him, and he slowly spoke, "Please introduce yourself briefly." It was Jiraiya's first time in an interview, and he appeared somewhat nervous as he faced Kakuzu's inquiry. "Hello, I am Jiraiya from the village hidden in the leaves of the Land of Fire. I am a novelist, and my hobby is peeping at women's baths. 007 and Kakuzu. Ahem, could you repeat what your hobby is?" Kakuzu asked, clearing his ears, thinking he must have misheard that my hobby is peeping at women's baths. Jiraiya reiterated, "I knew it. I must have misheard. How could your hobby possibly be that?" Kakuzu's words trailed off. What the hell? This guy's hobby really is peeping at women's baths. Why does it feel like this fellow is a bit unseemly? Kakuzu sighed. As a mercenary organization in the ninja world, as long as one had sufficient strength, having some peculiar pastimes was not a significant issue. What is your strength? We at the Akatsuki only recruit elites and do not accept the mediocre. If you lack strength, you may exit to the right. There is no need to waste time, Kakuzu stated. Since the Akatsuki advertised in the newspapers, there have been sporadic individuals seeking Kakuzu for interviews. Yet regrettably, none had proven to be capable fighters. I believe our gambling skills are quite strong. Jiraiya chuckled. Lord Kakuzu, he is Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of the Leaf Village. During the Second Great Ninja War, he gained recognition from Hanzo the Salamander in battle, 007 added. Thus, they were bestowed with the title of 3 legendary ninjas, with the noteworthy Orochimaru being one of them, as 007 elucidated. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu's interest was piqued. Does this imply that you were once comrades with Orochimaru? During the Second Great Ninja War, Kakuzu was preoccupied with making money and had not closely followed the events of the ninja battles. Indeed, I have come to the Akatsuki solely to find Orochimaru, Jiraiya stated. So your initial purpose was to seek out Orochimaru, was it? Kakuzu inquired suddenly. Hiss. Upon hearing the sound, Jiraiya instinctively glanced over, only to see 007 frantically signaling at him. 007 was nearly in tears, for Jiraiya truly was a troublesome ally. Hadn't he emphasized earlier that if Kakuzu inquired, he should simply say he was here for an interview? Now, Jiraiya had evidently forgotten that advice entirely. Hopefully, his gestures would be understood by Jiraiya. 007. What is wrong? Why are you blinking so much? Jiraiya asked curiously. Kakuzu glanced at 007 with an enigmatic expression and casually inquired, How much did you pay 007 to help you locate Orochimaru? 2 million. It's utterly exorbitant. Jiraiya's words suddenly faltered. It seemed he had been led into a trap by Kakuzu. He awkwardly glanced at 007. Apologizing, my bad. I wasn't paying attention. Point 007 covered its face. Entirely a loss for words, IT felt that Jiraiya had intentionally set him up, leading to a situation where he would begrudge the money spent and subsequently turn the tables on himself. Who stuffed 2 million into my body? 007 exclaimed. Saying this, it hurriedly produced a scroll from within its body and handed it to Kakuzu, stating, Kakuzu, someone secretly stuffed 2 million into me. This is truly outrageous. Kakuzu accepted the scroll and replied with a smile. It is indeed quite despicable. Fortunately, you discovered it in time, or the consequences would have been dire. You're absolutely right. Kakuzu, 007 lamented, vexed. How infuriating. The hard-earned money vanished before it even warmed up. Today's loss amounts to 210,000. Jiraiya, witnessing 007's sorrowful expression, nearly burst into laughter. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. 007's suspicions were correct. Jiraiya had acted with intention, having already discerned that 007 was attempting to exploit him in various ways. Since your abilities are adequate, you qualify to join the Akatsuki. However, before you join, let us discuss the matter of salary, Kakuzu stated, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. A monthly base salary plus commission for completed missions. Can you accept 100,000 Ryo a month? 100,000 Ryo, Jiraiya exclaimed in shock. Kakuzu's words struck him like lightning. After all, the remuneration for a C-rank mission typically ranged from 30 to 50,000 Ryo. And the monthly salary for joining the Akatsuki was merely equivalent to the reward for 2 C-rank missions. Are you treating me like a slave? Jiraiya retorted, agitated. Kakuzu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, coughed, urging him not to be so agitated. The salary is negotiable. How about I raise your monthly salary to 500,000 Ryo, with a 50-50 split for mission rewards? That seems more acceptable, Jiraiya nodded. However, he suddenly realized a pertinent issue. Why should he join the Akatsuki and surrender half of his mission earnings? It dawned on him that he had come to the Land of Rain to find Orochimaru, not to join the Akatsuki. He had completely been led astray by Kakuzu and Black Zetsu. I apologize, but I am rather accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle. I do not enjoy being constrained, so I do not intend to join the Akatsuki, Jiraiya asserted. Wait, I can raise your monthly salary to 800,000. Seeing Jiraiya unmoved, he quickly added, no, 1 million. Kakuzu gritted his teeth, as if making a significant concession. Initially, Conan had informed him that the salary for new members was 5 million Ryo per month, with only 20% of mission earnings going to the organization. Yet here with Kakuzu, the highest offer had dwindled to 1 million, and the split had shifted from 80-20 to 50-50. Fortunately, the organization had not found any new recruits. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine how much Kakuzu could have embezzled. Actually, I am here to see Orochimaru in the Rain Ninja Village, Jiraiya clarified. Realizing that Jiraiya truly had no intention of joining the Akatsuki, Kakuzu scoffed. Do you think Akatsuki members are so easily accessible? As he spoke, several black tentacles suddenly emerged from Kakuzu's back, and the nanomachines within his body began to converge onto the tentacles, transforming them into a gleaming silver. Jiraiya had not anticipated Kakuzu's swift change in demeanor. He regarded Kakuzu warily, sensing a powerful aura of danger emanating from those ominous appendages. I am willing to offer 1 million Ryo, provided you can lead me to Orochimaru, Jiraiya tentatively proposed, hearing the figure of 1 million. Kakuzu hesitated. After all, Orochimaru was my only close friend within the organization. How could I possibly betray him for this meager sum? 2 million. As you know, Orochimaru is my close friend within the organization. Thus, the price must be increased. 007 interjected. 3 million. Deal. Kakuzu quickly retracted his tentacles back into his body and enthusiastically shook Jiraiya's hand, exclaiming, Mr. Jiraiya, you truly are generous and extravagant. After all, Jiraiya had completed hundreds of S-rank missions, and this amount was mere pocket change for him. Moreover, he was a best-selling author, with wealth accumulated over the years. Jiraiya produced a scroll and handed it to Kakuzu. Upon receiving the scroll, Kakuzu beamed with delight. Mr. Jiraiya, I will take you to see Orochimaru right away. Please follow me. Kakuzu led Jiraiya through the winding paths of the Rain Ninja Village until they finally arrived outside Orochimaru's laboratory. Mr. Jiraiya, this is Orochimaru's laboratory. He is currently inside. Kakuzu pointed to a nearby iron door. It is quite disrespectful, but in this ninja world, wealth speaks volumes. Those with riches hold the power, while the less fortunate must toil to earn a living, perpetually chasing after the promises of their employers. Previously, Conan had tricked him into joining the Akatsuki with 100 million ryo, yet after more than 10 days, that sum had yet to be delivered. As long as he ensured Jiraiya's comfort, Jiraiya would likely think of him first when faced with difficult situations in the future. When that time came, the rewards for his assistance would surely be substantial, allowing Kakuzu to quickly amass enough to acquire the nanomachines. With this thought, Kakuzu's lips curled into a smile as he envisioned the scenario of the nanomachines enveloping his entire body. Orochimaru has been hiding here all along. Jiraiya mused that it was no wonder that in his extensive search throughout the ninja world, he had found no trace of Orochimaru. It seemed impossible for him to locate someone who was concealed in such a place. Just days prior, Orochimaru had mentioned he was going into seclusion and had not emerged for several days. Kakuzu noted. Seclusion? Jiraiya inquired with curiosity. Could it be that Orochimaru is conducting human experiments again? Jiraiya was aware of Orochimaru's previous experiments, which involved using spies from other villages. While he found it somewhat cruel, he still empathized with his friend's pursuits. However, Jiraiya had not anticipated that due to a shortage of subjects, Orochimaru had resorted to capturing villagers for his experiments. That be why the time Jiraiya learned of this, Orochimaru had already fled under the cover of night. I am not entirely sure. He mentioned being able to draw an energy into his body, so he decided to enter seclusion. Kakuzu shook his head. Drawing energy into the body. What is that? Jiraiya asked, intrigued. Is Orochimaru once again researching some bizarre phenomenon? Orochimaru once claimed he was seeking enlightenment through cultivation. He believed that upon reaching the pinnacle of his training, he would attain immortality and coexist with heaven and earth, sharing brilliance with the sun and moon. Kakuzu recalled. Incredible, Jiraiya exclaimed. Kakuzu nodded, affirming, indeed, he did say so. But whether it holds any truth, I cannot ascertain. Deep down, however, Kakuzu firmly believed in Orochimaru's words. The reason is simple. The technique that Orochimaru has cultivated was procured from that enigmatic proprietor. Kakuzu harbors an unwavering trust in this mysterious figure. For the immensely powerful nanobots that he possesses were also acquired from the same source. Ever since he obtained the nanobots, Kakuzu's strength has escalated several tiers, and this is merely an incomplete version of the nanobots. Once he gathers the complete set, his power will undoubtedly surge even further. At that point, Kakuzu will stride through the ninja world with unparalleled confidence. This proprietor not only offers formidable products, but possesses terrifying strength himself. He vividly recalls the moment when the proprietor, with a mere flick of his hand, sent him crashing against the wall, effortlessly snatching away one of his lives. Had Kakuzu not possessed 5 lives, he might have already become a memory, with grass growing over his grave. Then again, he is uncertain whether that proprietor would even bother to give him a burial. Each time he reflects on that encounter, a wave of dread washes over him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. That sensation seems to seep into his very bones, an indelible mark on his psyche. Gradually, his thoughts drifted back to the present. Kakuzu slowly spoke. Jiraiya-sensei, Orochimaru is inside. You may enter to find him. Jiraiya nodded slightly, responding, Oh, very well. Thank you for your assistance. Kakuzu hastily waved his hands, ingratiatingly adding, Not at all. Not at all. Jiraiya-sensei, this is our Akatsuki organization's business card. Please be sure to accept it. We are a newly established mercenary organization in the ninja world, with each member possessing extraordinary abilities, all at the level of Kage. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek our assistance, as long as the compensation is appropriate. We will exert ourselves fully to resolve your issues. As he spoke, Kakuzu reverently produced a golden business card and extended it towards Jiraiya. Upon hearing Kakuzu's introduction, Jiraiya was taken aback. He had not anticipated the profound depth of the Akatsuki organization, with its members all wielding Kage-level strength. Jiraiya couldn't help but marvel internally at the thought of such a formidable group embarking on missions together, undoubtedly becoming an immensely powerful force. Even elite shinobi teams might consider fleeing when faced with members of the Akatsuki. He finally comprehended why Orochimaru chose to join such a powerful organization. Who would not be tempted by such an alliance? The only slight drawback might be the compensation, which could use improvement. Jiraiya solemnly tucked the Akatsuki business card into his robes, sensing that he might indeed require their services in the future. Seeing Jiraiya accept the card, Kakuzu smiled and said, "Jiraiya-sensei, I shall take my leave now, so as not to intrude on your reunion with Orochimaru." With that, Kakuzu whistled as he made his way back to the Akatsuki's base. Despite the unfavorable weather, Kakuzu felt elated. After all, he had just earned a substantial sum of 360,000. He was one step closer to achieving a modest goal that I've come to realize that none of the leaders are trustworthy. They only promise grand things. I wonder when I will receive that 100 million joining fee, Kakuzu muttered to himself. Unbeknownst to him, Nagato and Konan had no intention of fulfilling that promise. After all, one must provide evidence in such matters. Mere words hold no weight, and Kakuzu had no proof that Konan had ever agreed to grant him 100 million ryo as a joining fee. Thus, Kakuzu might never see that sum, even unto his death. His lack of education had led to this misfortune. Had they signed a contract from the outset, matters would not have unfolded this way. Years later, a fervor for signing labor contracts arose within the Akatsuki, with Kakuzu himself being the driving force behind this transformation after suffering in silence due to the earlier incident. Perhaps even Kakuzu himself could not have anticipated that his painful past would ultimately become a catalyst for the progress and development of the entire Akatsuki. Securing benefits for future members. After Kakuzu departed, Jiraiya gazed at the iron door before him, filled with excitement. For behind this door awaited his dear friend, Orochimaru, whom he had traversed countless mountains and rivers to find. He knocked loudly on a laboratory door. "Orochimaru, I know you're inside. Open up." After a lengthy pause, there was no response. "May I enter directly?" Still, silence prevailed. "If you remain silent, I shall take that as consent." "I am coming in," Jiraiya shouted. "Orochimaru, I am truly entering." However, as seconds ticked by, the room remained eerily quiet, void of any sound. Unable to contain his impatience, Jiraiya rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "In that case, I am definitely coming in." With that, Jiraiya approached the door, took a deep breath, and placed his hands against it, intending to force it open. Yet, with a tremendous push, the metal door stood resolutely in place, unmoving. Jiraiya was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Before awkwardly clearing his throat, reassuring himself, "Ahem, it must have been the angle at which I pushed. If I change my approach, I am certain to succeed." He swiftly repositioned himself, adopting a new stance this time. Jiraiya was determined not to be careless. He regulated his breathing and channeled his chakra into his hands. After gathering his strength, he forcefully pushed against the metal door. The loud bang echoed, but the door remained unyielding, even leaving no trace of his effort. "Why can't I open it?" He wondered. "IT must be that I didn't rest well yesterday. It seems I need to take this seriously." Jiraiya's expression turned grave. After 2 failed attempts, he felt somewhat embarrassed and resolved to give it his all. "Curse this iron door. Let me show you the power of Jiraiya, the Toad Sage." He stepped back a distance, gritted his teeth, and charged at the metal door with full force that a resounding crash reverberated, more thunderous than before, as if the very earth trembled. Meanwhile, at the Akatsuki base, Kakuzu was overjoyed, counting the wealth he had amassed that day, when suddenly a loud noise startled him, nearly causing him to drop the cash he held. "Damn it! Who on earth is making such a ruckus?" Kakuzu hastily stepped outside the base to investigate the source of the sound. Upon discerning that it emanated from Orochimaru's base, he wondered, is Jiraiya attempting to force his way in? Isn't there a button to open the door nearby? Kakuzu pondered. Perhaps this was merely the eccentricity of the wealthy. In truth, Jiraiya's action stemmed not from a peculiar habit, but from his ignorance of the button's purpose. "Ouch! That hurts!" Jiraiya groaned on the ground, rolling in pain that he had not anticipated the door's formidable strength. He had thought that sheer force would yield miraculous results, but it appeared he had overestimated his approach. Suddenly, The metal door creaked open from the middle, swinging outward. Oh, that's how it opens. Jiraiya exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. And no wonder he couldn't push it open. It was designed to swing from both sides. What a fool! Orochimaru observed Jiraiya sprawled on the ground, wincing in pain, and remarked dryly, "Isn't there a button to open the door?" He pointed to a green button nearby. Jiraiya squinted at it and noticed the words "Open Door" inscribed beneath the button. Oh! Jiraiya scrambled to his feet, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. I didn't notice that. My bad. He then curiously regarded Orochimaru, who was clad in a blue robe with his hair styled atop his head, holding a feather duster in his arms, and asked Orochimaru, "What S with this get-up?" However, Orochimaru chose not to respond, instead turning to enter the laboratory, beckoning, "Come in." Upon seeing Orochimaru, Jiraiya was overwhelmed with excitement. After all these years, he had finally found his dear friend. And now it was time to persuade him to return to the village. Inside the laboratory, Jiraiya nervously inquired, "Orochimaru, are you still conducting human experiments? I have discovered the means to achieve immortality. There is no longer a need for human experimentation." Orochimaru replied. Orochimaru spoke. Upon hearing these words, the heavy stone that had been weighing on Jiraiya's heart finally fell away, and he let out a long sigh of relief, secretly rejoicing that Orochimaru had seemingly turned over a new leaf and returned to the righteous path. At that moment, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of a vessel in the corner, and he exclaimed, "Did you not say you would cease human experimentation? What is this?" Jiraiya incredulously pointed at a muscular man within the vessel. Inside was a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, who was none other than Kato, captured by Obito. Following Jiraiya's gesture, Orochimaru explained, "This was given to me by a member of the organization, that he claimed that this man's physical prowess was terrifyingly strong, nearly overpowering him. However, curiously, despite his formidable physique, he possesses no resistance to Jinjutsu, which is why I brought him here for research." Is there really such an absurdity?" Jiraiya said in astonishment. But he quickly regained his composure, adding, "Yet you cannot turn him into a specimen." Orochimaru, looking rather exasperated, replied, "He is not dead. He has been in a coma since succumbing to the Jinjutsu. I have tried various methods to awaken him, but to no avail. I suspect his brain nerves have sustained damage, and he likely will not awaken for several decades. So I placed him in a nutrient solution." Upon hearing Orochimaru's explanation, Jiraiya scrutinized the man within the vessel and indeed observed the rise and fall of his chest, indicating that Orochimaru was not lying. "How many years will it take for him to awaken?" Jiraiya inquired curiously. "It is uncertain. He may require around 30 to 50 years to regain consciousness," Orochimaru stated. Picking up the documents on the table, Jiraiya's mouth twitched as he looked sympathetically at the muscular man in the vessel, feeling immense pity for him. "How did you find your way here?" Orochimaru suddenly asked. I spent a bit of money, and others brought me here," Jiraiya chuckled. "Was it White Zetsu or Kaku?" "Both," Orochimaru replied. He knew these money-grubbing individuals were untrustworthy. Despite their past camaraderie, they had swiftly betrayed him. "What brings you to seek me?" Orochimaru suddenly asked. Jiraiya, with a serious expression, replied, "I am here to take you back to the village. As long as you acknowledge your mistakes, everyone will still welcome you back." Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Orochimaru let out a low, eerie laughter. You are as naive as ever. As long as the Hokage remains in power, I can never return. The old man is no longer here," Jiraiya said, and at these words, Orochimaru's body jolted in shock, incredulously asking, "Has the teacher died?" Jiraiya, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and explained, "Not exactly dead. He was forced to resign after being found guilty of embezzling several billion." "The old man has stepped down," Jiraiya urged. "Orochimaru, you should return to the village with me." Orochimaru fell silent, unable to fathom that his teacher had resigned for such a reason. Tobi Hiruzen had diligently served as Hokage for a lifetime, nearing retirement, only to have his reputation tarnished to the last moment. This was not how Orochimaru envisioned it. He had imagined his teacher, like the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, standing bravely to protect the village during a crisis. sacrificing himself in battle against foes to earn the villagers' acknowledgement. This was the ending Orochimaru had envisioned for his teacher. If he had perished to safeguard the village, the villagers of Konoha would have revered him, ensuring his name would be immortalized in history. Yet, who could have anticipated that the once respected and heralded Sandaime Hokage, Tobi Hiruzen, would secretly exploit his position to extort exorbitant tribute fees from various clans? Once this scandal was uncovered by the clans, Hiruzen had no choice but to resign in disgrace. Orochimaru had believed his teacher would forever be remembered with glory, a great figure admired by future generations. However, that noble vision had now dissolved into mere fantasy, becoming an unattainable dream. In truth, during his tenure as Hokage, Tobi Hiruzen had made numerous wise and correct decisions. He dedicated countless efforts to the prosperity and development of the village, earning the love and trust of its people. Alas, when the embezzlement scandal broke, everything changed dramatically. Those once glorious achievements became insignificant, as if they had never existed. People focused solely on the indelible stain on his reputation, mercilessly condemning him. This was the harsh reality, the essence of human nature. Once a person commits a grievous error, no matter how many past glories they possess, they struggle to withstand the tide of public condemnation. Consider the legendary ninja, Hatake Sakumo. Known as the White Fang of Konoha, he sacrificed a mission to save his comrades, resulting in significant losses for the village, despite his incredible strength and numerous accolades during the Shinobi Wars. Even the legendary Sannin respected him. Yet, after his failure, he became the target of widespread scorn, subjected to blame and resentment from the entire village. In the end, even the comrades he saved turned against him, mercilessly directing their ire at this former hero. Hatake Sakumo ultimately succumbed to the pressure and chose to end his own life, but as such a figure could not withstand the damage inflicted by rumors. How could Tobi Hiruzen, who had been ousted for corruption, hope to fare any better? In such circumstances, the desire to cleanse one's name and regain recognition became a mere luxury. Tobi Hiruzen might only find solace in a life of endless regret, silently enduring the disdainful gazes of the world until the moment of his demise. This thought, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, resolute that his teacher could not meet such a pitiful end. It seemed that he alone would have to play the villain. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya blinked in curiosity. Orochimaru, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. Gazing at the intrigued Jiraiya, Orochimaru chuckled softly. If you don't understand, then forget it. Some matters are not yet the time to disclose. However, I believe it won't be long before you comprehend. Seeing that Orochimaru seemed unwilling to elaborate, Jiraiya wisely nodded in understanding. After all, over the years, he had come to grasp Orochimaru's character. If the other party did not wish to share, no amount of inquiry would yield answers. That moment, Jiraiya could not possibly fathom that Orochimaru had begun to contemplate how to orchestrate his beloved teacher Tobi Hiruzen's demise in a seemingly honorable manner. Had he known Orochimaru's intentions, he would have desperately tried to prevent it, but alas, he was unaware to so. Orochimaru, will you return to the village with me? Jiraiya gazed at Orochimaru with hopeful anticipation, yearning to hear those 3 words. I am willing. Unfortunately, reality proved to be far more disheartening than his ideals. Orochimaru shook his head, declaring, there is nothing in the village that I yearn for. Thus, I have no intention of returning. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, leaving him utterly despondent as he slowly lowered his head. Until that moment, he had firmly believed that as long as he successfully located Orochimaru, there would be a way to persuade him to return to the village. Yet, now that he faced Orochimaru directly, he realized that the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. Just as Jiraiya was engulfed in disappointment, Orochimaru's next words brought a glimmer of hope, like a ray of light piercing through darkness, invigorating him. Once I reach the foundation stage, I will return to the village to see the teacher. Orochimaru's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in Jiraiya's ears. Really? Jiraiya exclaimed, abruptly lifting his head, his eyes wide with disbelief. Although he did not fully grasp what Orochimaru meant by the foundation stage, such details mattered little. Because he understood that as long as Orochimaru was still willing to return to the village to visit his teacher, there was still hope for redemption. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed as he said, "Indeed, I will return to the village to see my teacher in no more than 3 years, that I hope he will still be alive by then and not pass away too soon." Jiraiya, oblivious to the underlying meaning in Orochimaru's words, cheerfully replied, "Rest assured, that old man is in excellent health and should easily live another 10 or 20 years. Inside, Jiraiya felt a sense of anticipation for the touching scene that would unfold 3 years later when Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen would reunite as master and disciple. "Haha, that is good to hear." Orochimaru licked his lips, seemingly hinting at some undisclosed secret. However, all these subtle gestures and expressions went entirely unnoticed by Jiraiya. "Since there is nothing more to discuss, you may leave. When the time is right, I will naturally return to visit my teacher," Orochimaru stated. "Haha, just don't forget. Although that old man doesn't say it, he is deeply concerned about you. After all, you are his most prized disciple." Jiraiya chuckled, scratching his head. "His most prized disciple." Orochimaru murmured, "Don't worry, I will ensure my teacher's name is etched in history." "Indeed, Orochimaru, you have always been the old man's most esteemed disciple," Jiraiya smiled. The young Orochimaru had already displayed astonishing talent early on. His keen intellect, quick thinking, and exceptional grasp of ninjutsu set him apart among his peers, often earning him praise from Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kati that time. Jiraiya was merely a mediocre student, though he always put on a carefree facade. Deep down, however, he envied Orochimaru immensely. He had once believed that Orochimaru would forever be the pride of their teacher. Little did he know that Orochimaru would ultimately betray the village. Impatiently, Orochimaru waved his hand and said coldly, "Enough, if there is nothing else. You can leave it. I need to focus on my training." "Haha, is that so? Then I shall take my leave." Upon hearing Orochimaru's dismissal, Jiraiya wisely turned to exit. After all, Orochimaru had promised to return to visit their teacher, thus fulfilling his task and rendering it unnecessary to linger any longer. Just as Jiraiya was about to step out of the laboratory, Orochimaru suddenly inquired, "By the way, since the teacher has retired, who will assume the position of the 5th Hokage?" Jiraiya paused, reflecting for a moment before responding. "Originally, we intended for Tsunade to take up the mantle of Hokage, but she refused. Therefore, the position is temporarily held by Shimura Danzo." It's not surprising that Tsunade declined the role, but I never imagined that Shimura Danzo would actually become Hokage. Orochimaru mused. It is well known that Orochimaru's inhumane experiments on human subjects had deeply involved Danzo. Initially, it was Danzo who, utilizing all his resources, persuaded Orochimaru to assist him in researching the cells of Hashirama Senju, though the experiment ultimately failed. Nevertheless, Orochimaru aided Danzo in other research endeavors. What was unexpected was that when the horrifying details of these experiments came to light, Danzo managed to evade any repercussions, shifting all blame onto Orochimaru, who became the scapegoat and was forced into a solitary and desperate escape, while Danzo remained unscathed. Orochimaru never anticipated that he would be unjustly made to bear the brunt of the fallout for Danzo's actions. Although their relationship had always been one of mutual exploitation, Danzo's betrayal was particularly dishonorable, casting all blame upon Orochimaru. Orochimaru suspected that the exposure of his laboratory was likely orchestrated by Danzo. He had resolved that upon his return to the village, he would eliminate Danzo first before giving his teacher a grand farewell. In the Hokage office of Kanagaku, Danzo suddenly sneezed while engrossed in paperwork. Startled, he glared with irritation, muttering, "Damn it, it must be that cursed Uchiha clan cursing me. If it weren't for their curses, how could he possibly have sneezed?" He grabbed a tissue from the desk to wipe his nose, confirming his suspicions that the Uchiha clan was inherently malevolent. These Uchiha are becoming increasingly audacious, daring to harbor ill intentions towards me. No, I can no longer afford to sit idly by, Danzo thought to himself. His teeth grinding ominously, he was acutely aware of the Uchiha clan's power and ambitions. If left unchecked, they would undoubtedly pose a significant threat in the future. With this in mind, a fierce desire to eliminate the potential dangers surged within him. He resolved to seek an opportune moment to eradicate this threat, employing any means necessary, be it cunning schemes or brute force. Danzo's eyes glinted with determination as he declared, "I shall not let anything threaten the village." In Amigakure, after leaving Orochimaru's laboratory, Jiraiya felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Now that these matters are resolved, I can finally take some time to write the sequel to Ica Paradise. After all, this work is immensely popular among the otaku community. If I can strike while the iron is hot with a new chapter, it will surely create an even greater sensation. However, before I put pen to paper, I should seek some inspiration. With that, Jiraiya departed from Amigakure to the Akatsuki base. 007 was filled with anxiety upon seeing Jiraiya leave Amigakure. How could my meal ticket just run away? Without him, how will I earn a living? Gazing around the dark and damp Akatsuki hideout, 007 felt a wave of despair wash over him at this moment. He regretted hastily aligning himself with Kakuzu, realizing that his future appeared bleak. In 007's imagination, he envisioned himself seated at an interview table, perusing a mountain of resumes from formidable candidates, all nervously awaiting his judgment to determine their fates. However, the harsh reality shattered all his hopeful fantasies. He finally understood why there was only Kakuzu as the sole interviewer for the Akatsuki. Almost no one came to join the organization. Even if someone did, they hardly met the criteria for admission. He would have been better off continuing as a customer service representative, earning some extra income. Now, not only had he squandered the millions he had painstakingly earned, but his entire life was also seemingly over. What are you dawdling for? Don't you see my cup is empty? Hurry up and refill it, Kakuzu barked. Feeling utterly wronged, 007 lamented that he had spent his entire time in the Akatsuki merely pouring tea for Kaku. He picked up the kettle from the table and filled Kakuzu's teacup. After pouring the water, 007 suddenly clutched his stomach and exclaimed, "Kakuzu, I'm not feeling well. I need to use the restroom." "Go on, I didn't know even Zetsu had to use the toilet," Kakuzu muttered. Once outside the base, 007 glanced back to see that Kakuzu had not followed. Suddenly, an uncontrollable urge surged within him, and he hurriedly dashed towards the gates of Amigakure. After completely leaving the confines of Amigakure, he finally stopped, raising his hand to wipe away the tears that had fallen from his eyes. Feeling aggrieved, damn it, do they really think I'm just a slave? Just because I run doesn't mean I'm done for. I'm out of here, brothers. I'm making my escape, back in Konoha in the Hokage office. A knock echoed on the door. "Come in," Danzo replied, slowly lifting his head and setting aside the documents he had been reviewing. The door opened. Nara Shikaku entered, carrying a stack of files. "Shikaku? What brings you here?" Danzo asked with a smile that he held a certain admiration for Nara Shikaku, as it was Shikaku's meticulous planning and organization that had united the various clans to expose Tobi, Hiruzen's unspeakable transgressions, ultimately forcing Hiruzen to resign from the position of Hokage in disgrace. That it was thanks to this event that Danzo had the opportunity to ascend to the coveted position of acting Hokage of Konoha. Although there had been a few minor hiccups along the way, Nara Shikaku, perplexed by his own words, audaciously proposed that the yellow-haired girl, Tsunade, assume the position of Hokage, a suggestion that infuriated him to the point of a cerebral hemorrhage, causing him to faint. Shimura Danzo, who had long resigned himself to the belief that he would never attain the Hokage position, realized that once Tsunade ascended, her formidable abilities and esteemed reputation would make it exceedingly difficult for anyone to challenge her authority. Unless a miracle occurred, such as Tsunade meeting an untimely demise like the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the likelihood of such an event was virtually negligible. Danzo lay despondently on his sickbed. Nara Shikaku informed him that due to Tsunade's prolonged absence from the village, it was impractical to expect her return to inherit the Hokage title in the near future. Consequently, the heads of the prominent clans convened and decided that, in her absence, Danzo would serve as the acting Hokage. Upon hearing this news, Danzo sprang from his sickbed in a fit of excitement, as if he had never fainted from rage. Although merely an interim Hokage, he reveled in his newfound role, since assuming this temporary position. Danzo awoke before dawn and retired after dusk, tirelessly seated at his desk. Managing the myriad affairs of the village, he bore no complaints, instead relishing the opportunity for this had been his lifelong ambition. Now finally realized. Acting Hokage, I have a document from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Nara Shikaku announced, presenting the missive to Danzo. The moment he heard those words, a wave of panic and unease surged within him. Had they found Tsunade so swiftly? This unforeseen news shattered his expectations of enjoying the admiration of the villagers as he temporarily held the Hokage title. Danzo bit his lip, his countenance darkening. He had scarcely settled into this position, let alone begun to implement his grand designs, eradicate the malevolent Uchiha clan, or fortify the village. With trembling hands, Danzo received the document, lacking the courage to unveil its contents. It felt as if it were a heavy burden. Stifling his breath, he feared that it would confirm the daimyo's official appointment of Tsunade as the 5th Hokage. Observing Danzo's anxious demeanor, Nara Shikaku couldn't help but smirk. Were it not for Tsunade's absence, Danzo would never have been granted the opportunity to serve as Hokage. Shikaku was well aware of Danzo's unscrupulous nature and his myriad of clandestine misdeeds. Now that the decree to appoint Tsunade had arrived, it seemed the old man would soon be ousted. Ultimately, Danzo, still trembling, opened the document. However, upon reading the glaring title, he felt as though struck by lightning. His body jolted, and the color drained from his face, rendering him as pale as a sheet. The title read, Appointment Notice for the 5th Hokage. His lips quivered uncontrollably, and his voice, strained by shock, became harsh and unmelodious. Damn it! The very calamity I feared has come to pass. He could not fathom how they had found Tsunade so quickly. He had been Hokage for merely 3 days, scarcely able to savor the intoxicating thrill of power, and now it seemed it would all come to an abrupt end. Though Danzo's spirit sank, he pressed on, reading further. The citizens of Konoha have elected Senju Tsunade as the 5th Hokage. However, due to various reasons, Tsunade is unable to assume the Hokage position. Therefore, after deliberation among the daimyo, it has been decided to formally appoint acting Hokage Shimura Danzo as the 5th Hokage. As Danzo finished reading, disbelief etched on his face. Time seemed to stand still, the room enveloped in silence, broken only by his heavy breaths. After a prolonged moment, Danzo regained his composure and erupted in laughter. I have finally become Hokage. I am now the Hokage. Beside him, Nara Shikaku was utterly bewildered by this unexpected turn of events, staring at Danzo with a look of confusion, oblivious to the cause of his exuberance, driven by intense curiosity. Shikaku picked up the document from the desk and scrutinized its contents. As his eyes traversed the text, his expression shifted to one of horror, culminating in wide-eyed shock as if his eyeballs might pop from their sockets. What madness had possessed the daimyo of the Land of Fire to appoint someone like Danzo as Hokage? Witnessing Danzo's unrestrained elation, Shikaku felt as though the sky had fallen. He knew Danzo all too well, devious, ruthless, and willing to sacrifice anything to achieve his ambitions. Seeing Danzo's face contorted with excitement, Shikaku was consumed by despair. Regret washed over him. He mused that it would have been preferable for Sarutobi Hiruzen to remain Hokage. Compared to Danzo, Hiruzen was a far more reliable leader. While Hiruzen may have engaged in corruption, he still performed his duties faithfully, whereas Danzo's motives were suspect. Shikaku feared that Danzo would not merely seek riches, but would unleash the root and ANBU upon them, raiding their homes, silently praying that Danzo would amend his previous transgressions upon becoming Hokage. Shikaku realized that their clans faced dire consequences otherwise. Hokage-sama, I have matters to attend to, he said, urgency in his voice as he hurriedly exited the Hokage's office. This was truly a troubling development. Danzo had indeed become Hokage, and the future of Konoha looked bleak. Shikaku felt an overwhelming urge to convey this news to the clan leaders, enabling them to prepare for the impending turmoil. It was crucial to understand that there existed a vast chasm between the powers of an acting Hokage and the true Hokage. The authority of an acting Hokage was limited, even the ANBU. The Hokage's dedicated forces could not be mobilized without a direct threat to his life. Now that Danzo was officially Hokage, this meant that all ANBU would heed his command, and with his own root forces, He commanded a formidable power that could threaten their clans, and if Danzo took issue with any clan, annihilation could easily follow. Realizing this, Shikaka trembled. I must inform them of the situation promptly. In the Hokage office, Danzo reveled in his newfound status, exclaiming, "Haha, I cannot believe I have become the official Hokage." He had read the appointment letter no fewer than 5 times, and the thought of his ascension nearly overwhelmed him with joy. "Summon everyone," he commanded suddenly. 8 his call. 8 individuals, clad in animal masks and kneeling before him, appeared in an instant. Among them, 4 members of Root, while the other 4 belonged to the ANBU. The sight of the ANBU members thrilled Danzo. They had finally heeded his summons. Just 3 days prior, he had struggled to call upon them, his voice nearly giving out. With no response to his pleas, in frustration, he had resorted to summoning a few from Root. The embarrassment of being the acting Hokage yet unable to command his subordinates was a bitter pill to swallow. "Spread the word of my official appointment as Hokage," Danzo instructed, handing the decree to the leading ANBU member. "Yes, Hokage-sama," the ANBU replied respectfully, accepting the document. "And what did you call me?" Danzo pressed, excitement bubbling within him. "Hokage-sama." The ANBU echoed, heads bowed in deference. Danzo's face lit up with satisfaction. This is truly exhilarating. This is the moment I have envisioned during my years in the shadows of Root. And now it has come to fruition. "All right, you may leave," he gestured dismissively, signaling for the ANBU to depart. The ANBU promptly complied, exiting the Hokage's office. "You two leave," he instructed the remaining Root members. "Yes, Hokage-sama." The members at the Root spoke and departed. Shimura Danzo, hands clasped behind his back, walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office, from where he could behold the entire landscape of the Hidden Leaf Village. A gentle breeze brushed past, and Danzo closed his eyes in comfort, relishing the sensation. After some time, he opened his eyes and began to survey the overall state of the village. Having served as Hokage for so many years, he felt that the village's economy had hardly improved at all. Danzo raised a finger towards a dilapidated building, which was so outdated it could easily be demolished and redeveloped. Upon noticing a certain area at the village's edge, his pupils dilated in shock, and he exclaimed in anger, "The audacious Uchiha have constructed such a vast clan territory. It is nothing short of a waste of the village's land resources. It seems the Uchiha have paved their own path to destruction." Among the many disciples of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, only Shimura Danzo had perfectly inherited his teacher's will, which was a deep-seated disdain for the Uchiha clan. In their eyes, the Uchiha were a tribe born of inherent malevolence. Once a member of the Uchiha awakened their eyes, they were easily consumed by darkness, ultimately leading them astray. The presence of the Uchiha in the village was akin to a ticking time bomb, unpredictable as to when it might detonate. Thus, both Senju Tobirama and Shimura Danzo harbored profound aversion towards them. "It appears that the plan to annihilate the Uchiha needs to be expedited," Danzo murmured to himself. "However, before that, perhaps I should pay a visit to see how my old friend is faring lately." The pretense of visiting an old friend was merely a guise. The true motive was to flaunt his own achievements. As the saying goes, a wealthy man who does not return to his hometown is akin to a richly adorned traveler in the night. He could hardly contain his excitement at the thought of witnessing Tobi Hiruzen's reaction upon learning of Danzo's ascension to Hokage. The mere idea of Hiruzen's complex expression brought a smile to Danzo's face. He promptly set off, preparing to head to the Tobi clan's compound. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly remembered that he had not donned his Hokage hat, and quickly returned to pick it up from the table. Today is indeed a splendid day. Everything I desire seems within reach, Danzo thought cheerfully as he exited the Hokage building to the Tobi compound. Hiruzen Tobi sat on the doorstep, staring vacantly at the clouds above. Ever since he stepped down, he had been devoid of purpose, spending his days languishing in the courtyard. Suddenly, he smacked his thigh in regret, lamenting, "Had I known, I would not have asked those clan leaders for money." He then sighed, realizing that without the money, that man would surely leak the scandal of him peeping at the women's bathhouse. Hiruzen found himself trapped in a deadlock, unable to change the inevitable outcome of losing the people's favor. Perhaps this is fate's decree, he mused. "Oh, Hiruzen, Are you idle? Stepping down has its advantages. Unlike me, who is perpetually overwhelmed with work. At that moment, Danzo chuckled as he approached. Hiruzen glanced at the Hokage hat perched atop Danzo's head and inwardly scoffed. In this sweltering heat, wearing a hat, is he not afraid of overheating? Hearing Hiruzen's words, Danzo responded with a grin. It is indeed a bit warm. But alas, as Hokage, maintaining a dignified image is paramount. Hiruzen smirked. Our acting Hokage is truly busy with state affairs. He placed special emphasis on the word acting. What? How did you know I was officially appointed? Danzo feigned surprise. Hiruzen's expression was one of disbelief. Seeing Hiruzen's shocked demeanor, Danzo could no longer contain himself. Bursting into laughter. Surprised are we. I am now the 5th Hokage. Impossible, this cannot be true. Hiruzen, upon hearing this news, felt darkness cloud his vision. Incredulously asking, Danzo, you must be joking. He fervently prayed in his heart that Danzo was merely jesting. After all, while his own failure was hard to accept, the success of a friend was even more painful. However, the moment he beheld the smug grin plastered on Danzo's face, a chill ran down his spine that he realized with dread that his prayers had likely fallen on deaf ears. Witnessing Hiruzen's panicked expression only fueled Danzo's amusement. Calmly, he retrieved a formal appointment letter from his robes and presented it to Hiruzen. Although I do not know what you anticipated, this is the reality, Danzo sneered. Hiruzen, trembling hands accepting the document, felt a surge of blood rush to his head upon reading its contents. Nearly causing him to spit blood, he could not comprehend why Tsunade would refuse to return as Hokage, only for Danzo to seize the opportunity. Observing Danzo's triumphant demeanor, Hiruzen felt as though he were suffocating. It was as if he were on the brink of death, gasping for air. This is absurd. Why should this be the case? Having been forced to resign, he already felt disheartened. Now, learning that Danzo had become Hokage only deepened his discomfort. After a long silence, Hiruzen managed to force a strained smile. Congratulations, Danzo, at over 60 years of age, you have finally achieved your long-desired dream of becoming Hokage. Truly a cause for celebration. Initially, Danzo beamed with delight, but Hiruzen's subsequent words caused his smile to falter. Danzo, who had been in high spirits, suddenly found himself disheartened by Hiruzen's remarks. Although Hiruzen spoke the truth, it was the discomfort of truth that stung more than any lie. Danzo's lips twitched slightly, his gaze turning cold as he stated icily, I did not come here to engage in idle banter. I wish to inform you that since I become Hokage, my previous plans must now be set into motion. For instance, the eradication of the Uchiha. At this, Hiruzen's expression grew grave, his brows furrowing as he replied in a low voice, Danzo, some matters cannot be taken to extremes. We must consider the future of the village. Taken to extremes? Have you seen how the Uchiha strut around with disdain, as if the world owes them a fortune? I have long harbored a displeasure towards them. Danzo scoffed. Is this truly your rationale for targeting the Uchiha? Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this the root of your disdain for the Uchiha? How terrifying. I never imagined you to be this kind of person. Of course not. The Uchiha have gradually become discontent with the village and are now conspiring to rebel. Hiruzen sighed, exasperated. Alas, this is indeed a consequence of my failure to manage the situation. But Danzo, your actions are far too extreme that we ought to think of ways to alleviate the tension between the village and the Uchiha, rather than resorting to direct confrontation, which would only exacerbate the already sharp contradictions. Hearing this, Danzo erupted into laughter. Ha ha, Hiruzen, you remain as indecisive as ever. The Uchiha are currently a ticking time bomb, capable of exploding at any moment. No one can predict when it will detonate, for the perspective of the village's safety. We absolutely cannot allow the Uchiha to remain a threat. Danzo simply could not grasp Hiruzen's current mindset. The conflict had already escalated to an irreconcilable level, yet Hiruzen still harbored unrealistic hopes of resolving the issue through peaceful means. Was this not a fool's errand? In his view, Hiruzen's naivety was laughable. Faced with such a dire situation, if decisive action was not taken soon, the entire Hidden Leaf would likely plunge into irretrievable ruin. Yet Hiruzen clung to a thread of unrealistic hope, attempting to quell the turmoil through gentle means, oblivious to the fact that such an approach would only embolden their adversaries, ultimately bringing greater calamity upon the village. Seeing that Danzo was unyielding in his intent to confront the Uchiha, Hiruzen's patience wore thin, and he shouted in anger, "Enough, Danzo! I am a Hokage!" At those words, Danzo's face turned ashen. "Damn it! Why am I not Hokage? If only I were Hokage! Wait, I am Hokage now." Shimura Danz instinctively touched the Hokage hat atop his head, startled, nearly forgetting that he was indeed the Hokage, upon seeing the hat worn by Shimura Danz. Sir Tobi Hiruzen finally realized that he was no longer the Hokage. It was Danz who held that title now. Ahem, my apologies. After so many years as Hokage, I've grown accustomed to it and momentarily failed to register the change. Hiruzen chuckled awkwardly while scratching his head. Danz replied, "In truth, I too was caught off guard just now, for such a statement carries a lifetime of shadows for me. Each time you utter those words, I am left to depart in bitter resignation. Hiruzen, it has been rather vexing over the years. Whenever our opinions diverged, you always wielded the Hokage title against me." Danz gritted his teeth. Hiruzen forced a laugh. "Oh, come now. It was all for the village's sake." "Is that so?" "Certainly, Danz, heed my counsel. The discord between the Uchiha clan and the village may still be reconciled. Do not even entertain the notion of resorting to violence. Such an action would bring grave peril to the village," Hiruzen exclaimed urgently. "The Uchiha must be eradicated entirely. You should retire peacefully in the Uchiha territory. I will handle this matter," Danz stated resolutely. At this, Hiruzen grew anxious. "You cannot do this. Other nations are already eyeing the land of fire covetously. Should war erupt within the village, those nations will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike," Danz scoffed. "If other nations dare to come, let them. I do not fear them." Hiruzen, he attempted to persuade further, but was interrupted by Danz. "Enough, Hiruzen. I am the Hokage. I am not here to negotiate, but to inform you. The Uchiha clan's destruction is inevitable. Not even the arrival of Jesus could thwart it." Hiruzen thought. "ISNT, that is line. I never realized how hurtful such words could be." He now comprehended the feelings Danz must have harbored in the past. Observing Hiruzen frozen in disbelief, Danz felt an immense sense of exhilaration. The sheer delight of power. Extra, extra. The fifth Hokage of Konoha has officially been established. And it is he. Bring me a copy. And another for myself. My goodness, Danz is the fifth Hokage. I cannot fathom why Tsunade chose to forego the Hokage position. She is the newly crowned gambling goddess of the land of fire. She simply lacks the time to return to inherit the Hokage title. Seriously? How do you know this? ISNT it written on the last line of page 3 of the newspaper. Indeed, it truly is. To win a gamble and earn several million. I wouldn't want to return to being Hokage either. After the newspaper sold out, a group of white Zetsu sought out a shaded area to rest. "Why must I be stuck selling newspapers?" One grumbled. "That's the deputy of the Ninja World All Things Service Company. He had been accustomed to lounging in the office during work hours, embezzling company funds. To his surprise, upon learning of his misdeeds, Black Zetsu had angrily ejected him from the office, relegating him to the lowest tier of work. Thus, he found himself on the streets, selling newspapers. Lord Akatsuki, do not be upset. I believe it will not be long before you return to the upper echelons of the company. Indeed, Lord Akatsuki, you will surely rise again." Hearing the flattery from the white Zetsu, Akatsuki placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. "Of course, when I return to the company, I shall promote you all." Upon hearing this, the white Zetsu were filled with excitement. If Akatsuki truly returned to the company, they would finally see their fortunes rise. Selling newspapers was arduous and exhausting. Under the scorching sun, selling out all the papers yielded meager profits. After all, most of the earnings were siphoned off by the company, leaving them with mere scraps. "Lord Akatsuki, when the time comes, I wish to join the intelligence department as customer service. That I've heard they can earn tens of thousands just by opening. Is it truly so profitable in the intelligence department?" "Absolutely. I have a friend who works there. He can earn 50 to 60,000 just from a single side job. Goodness, I want to be customer service too. Lord Akatsuki, I wish to be customer service as well. Haha, so you want to join the intelligence department? Easy enough. Akatsuki laughed, as long as he could return to the company. Arranging for a few white Zetsu to join the intelligence department would be a simple task. Lord Akatsuki, you're amazing. Long live Lord Akatsuki. At that moment, a rotund man in extravagant attire approached. I apologize, but we have sold out of newspapers for today. Please return tomorrow. Akatsuki assumed the man was there to purchase a paper. The man shook his head and said, Esteemed white Zetsu, I am here to inquire about purchasing information. Upon hearing this, Akatsuki's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to flatter. You seek information? Then you've come to the right place. Our Ninja World All Things Service Company is the most well-informed organization in the ninja world. We possess nearly all the news you wish to know. Indeed, indeed. And this esteemed individual here is the deputy. Lord Akatsuki, White Zetsu added. Upon hearing White Zetsu's explanation, the rotund man grew even more excited, realizing he stood before a significant figure. Perhaps the information he had been desperately seeking for years was indeed available here. Surveying the bustling street, he lowered his voice. Lord Akatsuki, this place is too crowded. Let us speak in private. Akatsuki nodded and addressed the white Zetsu behind him. Wait here for me. I shall return shortly. With that, he followed the rotund man away. Inside a luxurious inn in the capital of the Land of Fire, Akatsuki asked, What is the information you seek? Tell me, and I will arrange it for you. The man hesitated, his face reddening as he finally stammered. Lord Akatsuki, do you think there exists something in this world that can seeing the man struggling to articulate? Akatsuki grew impatient. Can what? Speak clearly. The man clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Can restore a man's vigor. After uttering this, he immediately lowered his head in shame. What? Akatsuki was left in a state of confusion. What does it mean to restore vigor? Why would a man need to restore vigor? Akatsuki, merely a white Zetsu fascinated by studying waste, was utterly unable to comprehend what the man meant. What does restore vigor mean? Akatsuki inquired curiously. The man covered his face and lamented. Oh, how embarrassing! Lord Akatsuki, it means precisely that. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean build, blushing, was now playfully appealing to Akatsuki. The latter felt an overwhelming discomfort wash over him, goosebumps prickling his skin. Could you be more specific? I truly do not understand, Akatsuki said. The man realized Akatsuki genuinely seemed oblivious to his meaning, so he patiently explained, Lord Akatsuki, I am a wealthy merchant with ample riches and many young wives. However, as I age, I find myself increasingly lacking in that regard, which is why I sought your assistance in finding something to restore a man's vigor. Upon hearing the merchant's explanation, Akatsuki feigned enlightenment. Ah, so it's that area of concern. In truth, Akatsuki still did not grasp what the merchant meant. However, Black Zetsu had once told him that when conducting business, if the other party explained something, even if one still didn't understand, it was best to adopt a demeanor of sudden realization. This approach would reassure the other party that one comprehended their meaning and was not a fool, thus dissuading any thoughts of taking advantage. The merchant's mouth twitched. If he understood, then he understood. Why must Akatsuki put on an act of realization? Did he not care about his dignity? This was truly embarrassing. Thus, do you have such items? The merchant asked expectantly. Akatsuki, having not even grasped the merchant's meaning, had no idea whether the company possessed such items, just as he found himself at a loss. A figure suddenly appeared in his mind. If it were that man, perhaps such a thing might indeed exist. With this thought, Akatsuki confidently assured, of course, we have it. However, the price will be quite steep. He was well aware of the prices at that particular establishment. If it truly exists, the price is certainly not going to be inexpensive. Therefore, it must first give the hefty fellow a precautionary warning. Otherwise, what if he sees the exorbitant price and decides against purchasing? Price is not an issue. I lack nothing but money, the hefty fellow exclaimed excitedly. Originally, he had come across an advertisement for the Universal Services Company in the newspaper, approaching it with a mindset of mere curiosity, never expecting that the company would indeed possess such items. Truly impressive. Wait for me here. I'll return shortly, Afei declared as he exited the inn, heading towards the border of the Land of Fire. At the border of the Land of Fire, inside a shop. Ugh. Yin Xiao stretched languidly, feeling utterly bored. Business had been dreadful lately. The shop had been closed for 2 consecutive days. Please remain calm, dear host. My system has a premonition that today will bring customers, the system declared. Yin Xiao curled his lips in disdain. You still have the audacity to say that, if it weren't for your erroneous positioning. How could the shop possibly end up in such a remote corner? System, forget it. Let us continue watching Naruto. With that, Yin Xiao opened his computer and began to watch Naruto. Oh my Uchiha Itachi. Armed with a scythe and wearing a mask, accompanying Obito, heading home for a slaughter, Yin Xiao found himself perplexed by Uchiha Itachi's thought process. Shortly after Shirsue's demise, Itachi conspired with Obito to annihilate their clan, leaving only Sasuke behind, who, in a fit of rage upon witnessing the family's destruction, awakened his Sharingan. I wonder where the plot stands now. Has Naruto enrolled in the Ninja Academy? Yin Xiao pondered aloud. Just then, a Fei's distinctive voice echoed from outside the door. Yin Xiao was somewhat taken aback. It seemed the system had indeed predicted correctly. There was, in fact, business coming in today. He quickly rose and approached the door, greeting a Fei with a smile. This a Fei. I've missed you dearly these past few days. Indeed, boss, it has been quite a while. A Fei replied. Please come in. Yin Xiao warmly ushered a Fei into the shop. Once inside, Yin Xiao gestured for a Fei to take a seat and poured him a glass of water from the cup on the table. A Fei was one of Yin Xiao's most valued customers, having set the record for the highest expenditure in the shop, so Yin Xiao's warm welcome was well warranted. A Fei accepted the water cup, slightly taken aback. Thank you, boss. He hadn't anticipated such friendliness from the enigmatic owner, especially considering how much more amiable he was than his superior, Kurizetsu. However, what a Fei didn't realize was that to Yin Xiao, customers were akin to deities, as long as they spent at his establishment. He would treat them with utmost hospitality and no need for thanks. Yin Xiao waved his hand with a smile. A Fei, where have you been making your fortune lately? Boss, Kurizetsu has established a company in the ninja world, and I am currently the second in command, overseeing thousands of white Zetsu subordinates, a Fei explained. However, he did not disclose to Yin Xiao that he had been embezzling funds, deceiving superiors, and misappropriating company money, only to be expelled from the higher ranks upon Kurizetsu discovering his misdeeds. A Fei felt that revealing such information would only bring him ridicule. Yin Xiao's eyes widened in shock. Kurizetsu has actually founded a company in the ninja world. If it's a company, that means the profit margins must be substantial, that he mused, reflecting on Kurizetsu's remarkable ability to generate wealth effortlessly, knowing that in a few years, Kurizetsu could amass hundreds of billions to resurrect Kaguya. Even more astonishing to Yin Xiao was the fact that a Fei had become the second in command. It was hard to believe that Kurizetsu would appoint someone who had previously embezzled over 2 billion under his watch. It seemed Kurizetsu had not learned his lesson. If a Fei were to misappropriate funds again, Kurizetsu would surely find himself in a quandary. In reality, Kurizetsu had already grown suspicious. Upon reviewing the company's accounts, he discovered a discrepancy of several tens of millions. Furious, he ordered an investigation, ultimately uncovering a Fei's embezzlement, which resulted in Kurizetsu summarily expelling him. Naively, a Fei remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, believing he was merely experiencing grassroots life at this juncture. One might wonder why. Given a Fei's fondness for feces, Kurizetsu didn't assign him to that task. In truth, Kurizetsu had initially intended for a Fei to engage in such work. However, recalling a Fei's peculiar penchant, Kurizetsu feared he might joyfully leap into a cesspool filled with excrement, thus opting for a more prudent approach by having a Fei sell newspapers instead. Little did Kurizetsu know that this decision inadvertently led a Fei to become the largest intermediary in the ninja world, almost achieving the status of the wealthiest individual. A tale for another time. A Fei rushed from the capital of the Land of Fire to the border. The prolonged journey left him parched, and just as he was about to down the water in his cup, Yin Xiao suddenly interrupted him. Hold on. In a swift motion, Yin Xiao snatched the cup from a Fei's hand and poured out the water. A Fei was bewildered. What's the matter? I hadn't even drunk it yet. Why did the boss pour it out? Just as he was lost in confusion, Yun Xiao deftly retrieved a canister of tea leaves and began brewing tea, exclaiming as the chairman, "How could I drink plain water? Here, Fei, try this local specialty, tea guanyin." With a smile, Yun Xiao carefully presented the freshly brewed hot tea to Fei. Curious, Fei accepted the cup, gently blowing away the steam before downing the entire contents in one go. Instantly, a rich and unique tea aroma enveloped his senses, leaving him feeling invigorated. As his fatigue vanished without a trace, Fei's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Wow, this is delicious." The delightful flavor transported him to a serene and refreshing tea garden. "Ha, I'm glad you like it, Fei. I'll send you a few canisters later," Yun Xiao responded with a grin. After all, Fei was now a high-ranking official in the company, and his future value would undoubtedly soar. Thus, it was imperative for Yun Xiao to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Hoping for future patronage at his shop, Fei, "I wonder what you've come to purchase today," Yun Xiao ventured, sensing the moment was ripe to delve into the matter at hand. Hearing this, Fei scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing Fei's hesitation, Yun Xiao remained unhurried, sipping from his teacup. "Boss, do you have anything that could help a man regain his vigor?" After pondering for a long while, Fei decided to echo the hefty fellow's words. Coughing, Yun Xiao had not anticipated Fei's bold inquiry. He momentarily found himself at a loss, choking on his tea. After a considerable pause, he finally regained composure, staring incredulously at Is it true that white Zetsu possesses such capabilities? It shouldn't be possible. The anime never mentioned it. Could it be that some modifications were made during a phase transformation? Yun Xiao's gaze began to drift downward as he contemplated. Upon realizing the truth, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it's not the case. He had nearly been startled into believing that Fei had indeed been equipped with such features. After the shock subsided, Yun Xiao curiously regarded Fei, pondering why, if he lacked such abilities, he would seek out such items. Wasn't Fei an expert in feces? Why not continue his research in that field instead of diverting his attention to these matters? Cough. I do have such items available, but may I inquire why you seek them? Yun Xiao asked, intrigued. Upon hearing this, Fei's face lit up with joy. The boss really does have such items, he explained. You see, a person inquired if I had anything that could help a man regain his vigor, and he was willing to pay a high price, so I thought of you. After listening to Fei's explanation, Yun Xiao's lips twitched. How can a person be so astute? He was uncertain whether the original work contained such blue pills, but judging by the circumstances, they likely did not. He looked at Fei with admiration. Impressed by Fei's keen business sense to source products based on customer needs to profit from the markup. And no wonder you become the company's second in command. You truly possess a sharp business acumen. Yun Xiao praised. Yun Xiao held no resentment toward Fei for seeking profit through his shop. Due to the fact that the products within the store are clearly priced, Yun Xiao cannot unilaterally alter the prices of these items. Therefore, when Fei comes to him to profit from the price difference, he does not feel anger. On the contrary, he is quite supportive. After all, the more goods Fei procures from him, the greater his own earnings will be. Yun Xiao had been lamenting the lack of business recently, and unexpectedly, Fei presented an opportunity to him. As long as Fei establishes a complete supply chain, he will consistently purchase from him, resulting in a continuous influx of revenue on a daily basis. Reflecting on this, Yun Xiao mused, I never imagined I would become a supplier. Indeed, the speed at which capital generates profit is astonishing. Boss, could you show me the products? Fei inquired. Of course, just a moment, replied Yun Xiao, hastily rising and approaching a counter, from which he retrieved a transparent vial containing several blue pills. He placed the vial before Fei with a smile, saying, Fei, this is the product you seek. Curiously, Fei picked up the vial to inspect. This truly what can rejuvenate a man's vigor. Indeed, just one pill can restore you to the age of 18, making nightly revelries a non-issue, and it comes with minimal side effects. Yun Xiao explained that. Fei nodded, seemingly understanding. I get it. Yun Xiao interjected, what do you understand? You lack the capacity in that regard. What do you truly comprehend? The corner of Yun Xiao's mouth twitched. Whether Fei understood or not was irrelevant. He merely needed to present it to clients in a convincing manner. Fei gazed at Yin Xiao in astonishment, impressed by the boss's ability to discern his lack of comprehension. It truly was remarkable. Internally, Yin Xiao felt a tumultuous wave of frustration, thinking, why must he display such a shocked expression? It makes him appear foolish. Boss, how much is this pill? Ah Fei asked. Yin Xiao slowly extended 3 fingers, stating, it's not expensive. A bottle costs 30,000 taels. In the context of Yin Xiao's typically high-priced merchandise, this was indeed quite affordable. Each bottle contained 3 pills, making the cost per pill only 10,000 taels. For those with such needs, it was practically a necessity. They would gladly spend money regardless of the price. Upon hearing this, Ah Fei sighed in relief, realizing it was indeed not exorbitant. He had expected such product to cost several million taels, only to find they were merely 30,000 taels. I wonder how many bottles Ah Fei intends to purchase? Yin Xiao asked eagerly, rubbing his hands together. After a moment of contemplation, Ah Fei extended 5 fingers. Seeing this, Yin Xiao was instantly thrilled. 500 bottles. Ah Fei, you are quite bold. At 30,000 each, that amounts to 15 million taels. He envisioned a future where Ah Fei would return for even more blue pills once he established a name for them. Yin Xiao began to fantasize about a life of leisure, simply counting money in the store each day. Now, this is the life. Just as Yin Xiao was lost in his dreams of the future, Ah Fei's words jolted him back to reality. Boss, I want 5 bottles, said Ah Fei. Yin Xiao suddenly exclaimed, what? Did you say 5 bottles? 5 bottles, I want to buy 5 bottles. Ah Fei replied softly, observing Yin Xiao's excitement. Yin Xiao was momentarily speechless. 5 bottles were indeed a significant order. To purchase so many at once, was he risking his life? After a long pause, he finally managed to ask, then how much do you plan to sell them for? Of course, 30,000 taels, as I just purchased them from you for that price, Ah Fei responded. Yin Xiao looked at Ah Fei's innocent expression and sighed in exasperation, but he reevaluated his earlier impression of Ah Fei, who he initially thought was merely seeking to profit from the price difference. Instead, he was just a runner. Even runners deserve compensation. Ah Fei, do you wish to make money? Yin Xiao inquired suddenly. Upon hearing this, Ah Fei's excitement peaked. Yes, boss, I want to make money. I have a lucrative method for you. Would you like to know? Yin Xiao coaxed gently. Of course, I want to know. Ah Fei replied eagerly. Seeing Ah Fei's enthusiasm, Yin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. He pointed to the blue pills on the table and said, this bottle costs 30,000 taels, correct? Ah Fei nodded obediently. Yes, 30,000 taels. You can buy it from me for 30,000 taels and sell it to others for 100,000 taels. Ah Fei's mouth fell open in shock. Was such a scheme truly possible? He looked at Yin Xiao in admiration, thinking, no wonder he is the boss. He is so clever. However, Ah Fei hesitated momentarily, asking, boss, isn't this a bit unethical? Ethics? What value does ethics hold? You must understand, earning money is more important than anything else. Besides, this product is effective. It is not counterfeit. It is merely priced a bit higher that if they find it expensive, they can choose not to buy. The boss is right. Ethics are practically worthless, and I am not even human, so I certainly lack ethics. Ah Fei exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao's mouth twitched. He had not anticipated that Ah Fei would take such a leap in reasoning. Observing Ah Fei's fervent demeanor, Yin Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of unease. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke again. However, one must still possess some ethics in business. Yin Xiao genuinely feared that Ah Fei might undertake some unethical actions, such as splitting a single pill into 3 parts to sell. Yin Xiao stood up, patting Ah Fei on the shoulder, and said earnestly, Ah Fei, you must realize that while money can be earned again after it is lost, once ethics are gone. Before Yin Xiao could finish, Ah Fei excitedly interjected, I know this. Lord Kurizetsu told me before, if one loses their ethics, they can earn even more. Yin Xiao? No wonder Kurizetsu was able to expand his company. It turned out he had long since abandoned ethics. However, considering Kurizetsu's role as a villain in the Naruto series, it was not surprising. Yet what Yin Xiao did not know was that Kurizetsu covertly instructed White Zetsu to establish an organization for gathering blackmail material, investigating the secrets of others throughout the ninja world. This blackmail material would either be sold at a high price or used to extort the individuals involved for profit. If one held a position of power or possessed some wealth, they would undoubtedly be under the constant surveillance of countless white Zetsus, 24 hours a day. In such scenario, one could only pray that no incriminating evidence would be discovered. Otherwise, these white Zetsus would come knocking for extortion. If you suddenly encountered a white Zetsu in your home, holding a recording stone and smiling at you, do not panic. Prepare yourself for a significant financial loss. For these white Zetsus would demand exorbitant hush money based on the impact of the incriminating evidence on the individual. The greater the impact, the higher the amount required. However, this amount would not exceed the individual's financial capabilities, leaving them with no choice but to accept their fate and pay to avoid disaster. Of course, not everyone is willing to pay this hush money. Some individuals, upon realizing their secrets have been exposed, might attempt to kill the white Zetsu and seize the recording stone. However, this would prove futile. As for every white Zetsu that is killed, there are countless others ready to spread the individual's secrets, causing widespread chaos. Additionally, if a white Zetsu employee were killed while on duty, the CEO Kurozetsu would certainly not turn a blind eye. At that point, the elite enforcers of the Akatsuki organization would come demanding answers, and once they intervened, the individual could face devastating consequences, be it the destruction of their family or even their own demise. The process of extortion and coercion would continue until, at the last resort, enforcers are sent to forcibly collect payment. Kurozetsu has meticulously developed this into a perfect industrial chain. Nowadays, those with power and influence in the ninja world tremble at the mention of the Ninja World All-Service Company. Fearing for their safety, this company has become a representation of the nefarious forces within the shinobi world. High-ranking individuals, whether they be the Kage of various hidden villages or the feudal lords of major nations, have all, at some point, found themselves ensnared by the machinations of the white Zetsus that, in silence. They can only pray that no incriminating evidence comes to light, for otherwise they would face financial ruin as the mastermind behind these dealings. The Black Zetsu engages in every transaction with a complete disregard for morality. Having long served as a subordinate to Black Zetsu, Akatsuki has absorbed the essence of his mentor through constant exposure. Observing Akatsuki's exuberance and animated gestures, Yinxiao couldn't help but feel a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Initially, Yinxiao believed that Akatsuki was utterly oblivious to the intricacies of profit-making. Compassion arose within him, leading him to contemplate offering some guidance to prevent Akatsuki from suffering heavy losses in the treacherous realm of commerce. However, upon providing this insight, Akatsuki appeared as if struck by enlightenment, instantly grasping the very nature of earning money. Truly, he is an astute apprentice of Black Zetsu. As the saying goes, a crooked beam leads to a crooked pillar. Yinxiao mused, envisioning Akatsuki's future transformation into a cunning and shrewd merchant. With a sigh, Yinxiao thought to himself, as long as it pleases you. After careful consideration, he could not find the right words to dissuade Akatsuki, ultimately abandoning the idea of counsel. Each person has their own aspirations. Perhaps Akatsuki is simply destined to be a shrewd businessman, as for his future as a merchant. Whether or not he possesses a conscience is beyond Yinxiao's control. After all, he is merely a humble supplier, and the affairs of merchants do not concern him. Akatsuki, how many bottles do you intend to order? Yinxiao cheerfully inquired. Seeing the rapid change in Yinxiao's expression, Akatsuki was momentarily taken aback and took a while to regain his composure. After a brief contemplation of his available funds, he replied, "Boss, let's start with 300 bottles. I want to see how effective this medicine truly is." "Absolutely. The quality of our goods is exceptional. After just one use, there will undoubtedly be a demand for a second purchase. Just wait for this product to become a bestseller," Yinxiao declared, thumping his chest as a form of assurance. Upon hearing Yinxiao's words, Akatsuki was instantly filled with excitement and eagerly responded, "Boss, if the sales go well, I will undoubtedly return for more supplies." "I look forward to Akatsuki's next visit," Yinxiao said with a beaming smile, then turned to busily prepare behind the counter. He carefully extracted the blue capsules, and it took him a considerable amount of time to gather 300 bottles that, in addition, Yin Xiao thoughtfully retrieved several exquisite bags to package the capsules, enthusiastically handing them to Akatsuki. Akatsuki, please confirm that you received 300 bottles. However, Akatsuki waved his hand dismissively, answering grandly, "No need to check. I have complete faith in you, boss." With that, he reached out to take the bags and produced a storage scroll from his pocket, handing it to Yin Xiao without hesitation. Witnessing Akatsuki's decisiveness, Yin Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter, genuinely exclaiming, "Ha! Akatsuki, you are truly a straightforward person. I wish you prosperous business endeavors and an influx of wealth, aiming to topple Black Zetsu's company within 3 years." Upon hearing this, Akatsuki's eyes brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, "That's right, I now have a channel for making money, so I won't need to work under Black Zetsu any longer, and I refuse to be a mere employee. I want to start my own business and become a boss." Indeed, working for others offers no future point. 3 years of labor leads to nothing. It's better to become your own boss. Reflecting on his previous life, Yin Xiao couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Back then, he was young and impetuous, and after several years of being a corporate drone, he realized that working for someone else held no promise. Thus, he resolutely resigned from a seemingly stable yet stagnant job, embarking on the entrepreneurial path. Through relentless effort, he ultimately faced bankruptcy, losing all his savings and accruing substantial debt, forcing him to return to the workforce to repay his obligations. Upon hearing Yin Xiao's words, Akatsuki felt an internal tumult, unable to find peace. His mind was consumed by Yin Xiao's declaration of toppling Black Zetsu within 3 years, echoing in his thoughts, igniting a fierce passion and unyielding determination. "Boss, rest assured, I, Akatsuki, will give my utmost effort and not betray your expectations. I will establish a company even larger than Black Zetsu's," Akatsuki exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Yin Xiao, meanwhile, reminisced about his own unfortunate experiences as a worker. The grueling days spent toiling away merely to make ends meet, a memory that still sent shivers down his spine. Gazing at Akatsuki, filled with ambition, he felt a surge of emotion, as if he were witnessing a younger version of himself, once brimming with dreams and aspirations, only to end up with nothing. "Akatsuki, heed my advice that if you truly wish to do business, do not settle for working for others. Engaging in commerce will undoubtedly broaden your horizons and empower you. It makes a world of difference," Yin Xiao earnestly advised. "I understand, boss. I will resign and venture out on my own," Akatsuki replied earnestly. Yin Xiao nodded in satisfaction, though he refrained from adding that working for others wouldn't leave one in insurmountable debt. Deep down, he did not believe that Akatsuki would encounter bankruptcy, for the product he sold originated from Yin Xiao himself. After all, goods produced by the system are guaranteed to be of high quality. Once the blue capsules hit the market, they would surely bring Akatsuki immense wealth. Boss, I will take my leave now. Just wait for me to become the richest in the shinobi world," Akatsuki declared excitedly. Yin Xiao smiled and nodded in encouragement, saying, "Go for it. I believe you can achieve it." Just as Akatsuki turned to leave, a sudden thought flashed through Yin Xiao's mind, prompting him to call out, "Wait a moment. Akatsuki." Hearing this, Akatsuki immediately halted, puzzled. "What is it, boss?" Yin Xiao, not knowing for where he produced them, presented 2 beautifully packaged boxes of tea. "You mentioned before that you enjoyed the tea from my hometown, so here are 2 boxes for you." Akatsuki, trembling slightly, accepted the tea with care, his eyes shimmering with gratitude. "Thank you, boss. I truly appreciate this. You are the first person in many years willing to gift me something that I will never forget this kindness. And when I succeed in the future, I will surely repay you. Work hard, and I look forward to that day when you become a millionaire," Yin Xiao replied with a smile. "Yes," Akatsuki nodded earnestly and with a deep bow of gratitude towards Yin Xiao. He turned to leave. Yin Xiao stood quietly at the doorway, his gaze following Akatsuki's retreating figure until it vanished from sight. He mused, "I can tell just by looking at Akatsuki that he is destined for greatness." Thus, Yin Xiao decided to foster a good relationship with Akatsuki by gifting him the 2 boxes of tea. However, he never anticipated that such a simple gesture would evoke such profound gratitude in the capital of the Land of Fire. The white Zetsu surrounded Akatsuki eagerly upon his return. "Lord Akatsuki, you have finally returned," one exclaimed. "What do you have there?" another inquired, pointing at the bulging bags Akatsuki held. As their curiosity piqued, Akatsuki's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Everyone, I have found a lucrative opportunity. The risks are high, but the profits are substantial. Fortune favors the bold. If any of you are brave enough, join me, and I guarantee you will not be left wanting." Upon hearing this, one white Zetsu could not contain his skepticism. "Lord Akatsuki, is this business truly reliable? Could there be any issues?" Akatsuki shook his head. "I cannot say for certain, but given the current circumstances, the chances of making money are quite favorable. Therefore, I would like to know if anyone here is willing to quit their job and join me." The white Zetsu stood frozen in disbelief, their faces reflecting utter astonishment at Akatsuki's proposition. They never anticipated that a well-established executive, would resign to pursue entrepreneurship. Observing their hesitation, a did not press the matter. If they were unwilling, so be it. Just then, a Baiju stepped forward, exclaiming, "I am willing. Whoever wants to sell this newspaper may do so, for I intend to follow Lord A. At that point, they should not regret it once we make it big." Seeing someone take the lead, others quickly joined in. "Darn it, even if I sell newspapers for a lifetime, I will never amass 5 million to transform my body. I might as well work with Lord A. Indeed, I too shall quit. I have had enough of this miserable existence. I want to earn big with Lord A. Upon witnessing their reaction, a felt a surge of delight. This group was as easy to persuade as ever. Nodding in satisfaction, a declared, "In that case, follow me." With that, a headed towards the end designated by the portly man, eager to pitch the product to potential buyers. Success or failure hinged on this moment. The multitude of Baiju followed, closely behind a resembling a band of loyal followers. It is worth noting that these Baiju had previously been scattered throughout the Land of Fire, selling newspapers and leading a tranquil, orderly life. Yet now, they had all been successfully lured away by a If Heiju were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly erupt in fury. After all, this was not the first time a had incited the Baiju to flee. Last time, a had absconded with their funds. Now, employing a similar tactic, a had merely substituted ephemeral promises to entice Heiju subordinates, effortlessly persuading them to abandon ship. The absence of these lower-tier employees would certainly vex Heiju for a while. After all, who among the Baiju would willingly descend to the ranks to sell newspapers? Even with all of Heiju's coercion and inducements, it would be a challenge to convince them to sell newspapers. One must admit, a possessed exceptional skills in inciting and rallying the emotions of others. Perhaps this was a testament to a charisma. Outside the inn, a Baiju inquired curiously, "Lord A. is the buyer really here?" "Indeed. That portly fellow appears to be a fool with plenty of money." A replied, "You all wait outside for my good news." With that, a strode into the eye and you think Lord A. will succeed? Of course, Lord A. was a high-ranking executive in the company. Although he is resigned now, his vision remains intact. Indeed, seeing Lord A.'s confidence, we shall eagerly await a life of luxury alongside him. Inside the inn, the portly man sat anxiously on the sofa, fretting over a prolonged absence. "I hope this company has what I need. My happiness for the latter half of my life depends on it." As time ticked by, his restlessness grew. Just then, a voice from outside announced, "I'm back." Upon hearing this, the previously listless portly man sprang to life, leaping from the sofa and hastily making his way to the door, swiftly turning the knob to warmly welcome a inside. It is hard to imagine such agility from a man of his stature. "Oh my, Lord of you've finally arrived. I thought I would wither away waiting for you," the portly man eagerly queried. "Lord A. does your esteemed company have what I seek?" A leisurely settled onto the sofa, observing the excited portly man, and replied nonchalantly, "I'm afraid, my dear friend, that your desired item is not available at Wanshurtong Company." Upon hearing A.'s words, the spark of hope ignited in the portly man's eyes was extinguished in an instant. Leaving him as if his very soul had been siphoned away, he muttered despondently, "Is that so? just as despair enveloped him. A Fei's words took a surprising turn. However, although one Shirtong company does not possess what you seek, I happen to have it right here. The portly man, who had been staring at the ground, suddenly lifted his head, his face a canvas of disbelief, an uncontainable J. A what? What you say true. Lord A. Fei. The unexpected revelation left him no time to ponder the contradiction in a Fei's words. All he knew was that his long-lost brother had a chance at salvation. Of course, it's true that the Fei produced a small vial containing blue pills and placed it on the table. The portly man's eyes widened, fixated on the vial of blue pills, his expression a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. After a moment, he regained his composure and stammered, Lord A. Fei, is this really what I've been looking for? Honestly, he found it hard to believe that such small pills could possess miraculous powers capable of healing his brother and restoring his masculinity. Upon hearing the portly man's inquiry, a Fei did not rush to respond. Instead, he picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table and leisurely extracted one, holding it between his fingers. Next, a Fei expertly lit the cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. After completing this ritual, he smiled and said, whether it works or not, you can try it and find out. However, I must inform you that the price for this bottle is not cheap. The portly man waved dismissively, a confident grin on his face. Lord A. Fei, I lack many things, but not money. Now, please tell me how to use it. Observing the portly man's extravagant display of wealth, a Fei smirked. Just take one pill beforehand. Is it that simple? As they spoke, the portly man eagerly opened the vial, hastily retrieving a blue pill and swallowing it without hesitation. However, the moment the pill settled in his stomach, an extraordinary warmth surged from every corner of his body. In an instant, he felt a heating sensation radiating from his abdomen, overwhelming him with an unbearable heat. Like that moment, his long-dormant brother suddenly awakened with a jolt, feeling the transformation within his body. The portly man's mouth dropped open in disbelief. It had been years since he had experienced such sensations. It was as if a torrent of invigorating energy was flowing towards his brother. Filling him with exhilaration, he sensed that every cell in his brother's body was brimming with vitality. If he didn't release this excess energy soon, he feared it might lead to an explosive demise. With this thought, the portly man sprang to his feet and dashed out of the inn like an arrow released from its bow. Lord A. Fei, wait for me here. I'll be back shortly. His voice echoed from outside. Goodness, does it work this well? A Fei murmured to himself, captivated by the now open vial of blue pills on the table, the image of the portly man's ecstatic expression flashing through his mind. Driven by curiosity, a Fei picked up one of the pills, wondering what it would feel like to consume it. Filled with intrigue about the effects it could have on him, he quickly popped the blue pill into his mouth when he believed no one was watching. Initially, he felt no change. However, just as he began to question the pill's efficacy, a sudden wave of intense heat engulfed him, sweeping through his entire being like a powerful tide. In that instant, a Fei felt an unparalleled sense of euphoria, unable to restrain a delighted exclamation. Wow, this sensation is absolutely marvelous. Experiencing warmth coursing through his body, a Fei was exhilarated. After years as a Baiju, this was the first time he felt such warmth. This feeling is simply divine. A Fei's cheeks flushed, and he could not help but chuckle gleefully that it felt as if he had been drugged. Not just a notion, but a reality. Only he had administered the drug to himself. Yet before long, a Fei began to feel increasingly overheated. What on earth is happening? Why is it so hot? Unable to contain his discomfort, a Fei groaned in anguish, rolling on the floor in distress. His once white skin had turned a vibrant red, as if he were being roasted alive. Woe is me. I shall never recklessly consume pills again. A Fei cried out, I feel as if I'm going to be cooked alive, just as despair threatened to consume him. He suddenly recalled that there was water in the restroom. Upon reaching this point, a Fei clenched his teeth and summoned every ounce of strength to struggle upright from the ground, then staggered towards the bathroom. Upon entering, he swiftly filled the bathtub with cold water and, without hesitation, leaped into it. The moment a Fei plunged into the tub, it was as if a hot iron had been immersed in water, causing a billowing steam to rise. time seemed to stretch, and after an indeterminate duration, a Fei's skin gradually transitioned from a fiery red to a pale white. Exhausted, he leaned against the bathtub, vowing never again to recklessly consume pills. Having narrowly escaped death right outside the inn. Hearing the commotion from within, several members of the Baiju exchanged puzzled glances, their faces reflecting a strange expression. "Did you all hear Lord of Fei's anguished cries?" One inquired. I believe I did catch a faint sound," another replied. "I could see that moment." One Baiju leaned in and interjected, "Do you suppose Lord of Fei might be engaged in some clandestine business?" The others, intrigued, pressed for clarification. "What kind of business? Is it something illicit?" The initial speaker chuckled mysteriously and lowered his voice. "Hee, it's PY business." The other Baiju looked on in bewilderment, asking, "What is PY business?" "We've never encountered that term before." The first Baiju cautiously produced a yellowed book from his cloak, prompting the others to gather curiously around him. Upon closer inspection, they saw the cover boldly emblazoned with the 4 striking characters. Intimate Paradise. "This is PY business," he proclaimed, flipping to a page within. After perusing the content, the Baiju were left in a state of incredulity. "Is this for real? With images as proof, it must be true. So, is this the kind of business Lord A. Fei is involved in? No wonder he spent 50 million to transform his body. It turns out his need for a restroom was merely a ruse." The Baiju shuddered at the thought, instinctively covering their backsides. "Perhaps we should return to selling newspapers instead." One suggested, "I think that is a viable plan." Another agreed, "I concur." In an instant, the Baiju outside the inn exchanged glances and fled in haste. Word will spread that the esteemed Afei has resigned to pursue PY business. Meanwhile, Afei remained oblivious to the misunderstanding that had caused his hard-won subordinates to scatter. Inside the inn, he sank back onto the sofa, and upon seeing the blue pills on the table, a wave of terror washed over him. Truly, it was frightful. Suddenly, he recalled that the fatty had also consumed the same pill. What if that guy dies outside? The boss actually tricked me with counterfeit medicine. Just as Afei was preparing to confront Yin Xiao about the pills, the fatty burst in, beaming with vitality. "Haha, Lord A. Fei's medicine is truly remarkable." Recalling the earlier scene where he had been screaming, the fatty was practically ecstatic. "With this pill, who would dare question my prowess?" Afei, bewildered, couldn't comprehend the fatty's praise for the efficacy of the pills. Was Yin Xiao's product not counterfeit? After a moment of silence, Afei inquired, "What do you think of the pill's effects?" "Absolutely phenomenal," the fatty exclaimed, smacking his lips. "This medicine has rekindled the vigor of my youth." Hearing this, Afei realized that Yin Xiao had not sold him fake pills after all. As for why he had reacted so strongly. Perhaps it was simply because he was not human. "Lord A. Fei, I need more of this medicine. How much is a bottle?" The fatty inquired eagerly. The miraculous blue pills had ignited a spark of business opportunity in him, and he was determined to place a substantial order. Afei, feeling the excitement, rubbed his hands together and replied, "A bottle costs 130,000 taels. How many would you like, dear boss?" The fatty's eyes widened in shock. 130,000 taels per bottle? That's exorbitant. He was aware that the medicine was certainly expensive, but he hadn't anticipated it would be this steep. After all, a single bottle contained only 3 pills, allowing for just 3 uses. It was indeed a costly affair. Afei frowned slightly and picked up a cigarette, placing it between his lips. "Boss, 130,000 taels is truly not excessive. You know the effectiveness of this medicine. It incorporates numerous rare ingredients to achieve such results." The fatty sighed, his face contorted. "Lord A. Fei, while the efficacy is undoubtedly impressive, 130,000 taels for 3 pills is simply too steep. Would 900,000 taels per bottle be acceptable?" Afei lit the cigarette and took a puff. "Boss, the cost of my medicine is genuinely high. Selling it for 90,000 taels leaves me with nearly no profit." After a lengthy silence, the fatty finally spoke. "Lord A. Fei, if I were to place a large order, what price would you be willing to offer per bottle?" Upon hearing this, Afei's interest peaked. "How many do you intend to purchase?" The fatty slowly raised 3 fingers. 300 bottles. This. Afei's hand trembled around the cigarette, but he forced himself to remain composed. The cost of my medicine is quite high, since you're willing to buy in bulk. I won't take advantage of you. I'll sell it for 100,000 taels per bottle. The fatty hesitated for a moment. Lord A. Fei, can we not negotiate a better price? A Fei stood up and patted the fatty's shoulder. This price is already quite low. My cost per bottle is 90,000 taels, so selling it to you for 100,000 taels is already a significant concession. Is the cost truly that high? The fatty exclaimed, all the raw materials are rare ingredients. How could it not be expensive? A Fei replied, adding in research and development costs. 100,000 taels is already a very reasonable price. Upon hearing this, the fatty nodded in agreement. The effectiveness of the medicine warranted its high cost, and selling it for 100,000 taels was indeed fair. He could simply divide each pill into 2 doses, ensuring he still made a profit. Noticing the fatty deep in thought, a Fei assured him, Boss, you need not worry. The most important aspect of business is integrity, and I assure you I possess that. At this, the fatty suddenly broke into a grin. Lord A. Fei is absolutely right. Just for your integrity, I'll buy it for 100,000 taels. Haha, a man of his word. A Fei laughed heartily. Internally, he reveled in delight, never expecting his first order would land such a Navi customer, clearing out his entire stock of 300 bottles. This deal would net him a profit of 21 million taels. A Fei was truly elated. Haha, may our partnership flourish. At that moment, the fatty was equally jubilant. To him, a Fei seemed inept at business, foolishly revealing the cost price of the product, which was 90,000 taels. Selling it for 150,000 taels seemed entirely reasonable, didn't it? The two exchanged knowing smiles, each believing they had struck a lucrative deal. Production of the 300 bottles would take approximately 3 months. And a Fei explained, currently, I only have 50 bottles in stock. That he refrained from handing over all the pills at once, a tactic he had learned from the Heiju, something akin to scarcity marketing. The fatty, however, had no objections and expressed his full understanding. After a swift payment of a hefty 10 million taels as a deposit, he took the 50 bottles and prepared to leave. Before departing, the fatty suddenly asked, Lord A. Fei, may I inquire about the name of this medicine? A Fei paused momentarily, as Yun Xiao had not disclosed a name for the pills. However, after a brief contemplation, he quickly came up with a clever response. This medicine is called Fei's Marvelous Little Pill. What do you think? Sounds impressive, doesn't it? The fatty's lips twitched. Indeed, it does sound quite formidable. With that, he turned to leave. Once the fatty exited, a Fei hurriedly left the inn, eager to share the news of this venture with his subordinates. Yet upon stepping outside, he was taken aback to find that the group of Baiju that had gathered at the entrance had vanished without a trace. Where did his subordinates go? Where are they? A Fei furrowed his brow, murmuring softly, could something have happened to them? With this thought, a Fei dared not waste another moment. He sprang to his feet and began searching for the Baiju throughout the land of fire. A sense of dread enveloped him as he fervently prayed that none of these individuals had met with misfortune. That it was crucial to him that these Baiju, whom he had painstakingly recruited, had not encountered any dire circumstances. That if something had befallen them, where would he find such loyal subordinates? As time trickled by, beads of perspiration gradually formed on a Fei's forehead. Yet he remained blissfully unaware, utterly engrossed in searching every potential nook and cranny that might conceal the figures of the white absolutes. At long last, through a Fei's relentless efforts, he finally glimpsed the silhouettes of the white absolutes. They were huddled together at their previous resting spot, engaged in animated discussion, though the specifics of their conversation eluded a Fei's ears. Hey, you lot, were you not instructed to wait for me outside the inn? What on earth are you doing here? A Fei bellowed, his face contorted with fury, his heart brimmed with indignation. How dare they abandon their posts during such a crucial time? Their blatant disregard for discipline was intolerable, squandered his invaluable time, and warranted stringent reprimand. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly become uncontrollable in the future. Upon seeing a Fei's sudden appearance, the white absolutes were instantly struck with terror, frozen in place, unable to utter a single word for what felt like an eternity. Their expressions were laden with embarrassment, for they had just fled, and now their former boss had caught up with them. Indeed, quite a mortifying predicament. Why did you abandon your posts? do you no longer wish to work with me? A Fei demanded angrily. However, as soon as these words escaped his lips, the white absolutes exchanged complex glances with one another. A Fei, the esteemed executive, had astutely deduced their intentions. Truly impressive. A Fei was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation amidst the peculiar gazes directed at him. What on earth are you all implying? Why are you staring at me with those strange expressions, you rascals? He retorted in exasperation. After a lengthy silence, one of the white absolutes finally broke the stillness. A Fei, is the business you intend to pursue legitimate? Hearing this, a Fei was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. What could this possibly mean? Had his identity as a middleman been exposed? That was impossible. He had never mentioned this to anyone. Logically, no one should be aware of it. The astonished expression on a Fei's face, however, was interpreted by the white absolutes as tacit acknowledgement. Their faces were painted with fear. Who would have thought that a Fei, who constantly spoke of leading them to wealth, would dare suggest they sell their own bodies for profit, while undeniably unorthodox? The potential profits were indeed tantalizing. A Fei, mistakenly believing that his secret had been unveiled, could only scratch his head in frustration while attempting a feeble smile to defend himself. And could this, all the white absolutes trembled in unison, their faces reflecting sheer terror, as if they had witnessed the apocalypse. Good heavens! Not only does a Fei not feel ashamed, but he appears to revel in this notion. Truly chilling. They were white absolutes, not mere mortals. Observing the dread etched across their faces, a Fei was utterly perplexed. What was transpiring? Why were they looking at him with such fear? What is with that expression? Stop wasting time. I have a substantial business proposition for you. Come with me at once. A Fei urged. Upon hearing this, the white absolutes remained rooted in place. Observing their inaction, a Fei's anger flared. You scoundrels, do you no longer wish to work? A Fei, we are earnest white absolutes. Perhaps you should seek assistance elsewhere. Indeed, a Fei, this venture does not suit us. I find selling newspapers quite agreeable. Thank you for your kindness, a Fei, but alas, we are not worthy of such opportunities. That a Fei trembled with rage, yet a mocking smile crept across his face. Very well. You shall remember every word spoken here today. Look at you, all of you, a wretched mass of despair, destined to remain at the very bottom of society, subsisting on the meager earnings from selling those pitiful newspapers. His gaze was piercing, as if he intended to etch their likenesses into his memory. Sensing a Fei's fury, the white absolutes instinctively recoiled. You ungrateful wretches, do not regret your decisions. Even if one day you find yourselves on your knees begging for my mercy, I shall show none, nor forgive the transgressions you have committed. A Fei pointed an accusatory finger at the white absolutes, his voice hoarse with rage. With that, a Fei abruptly turned away, no longer sparing them a glance. Ever since a Fei discovered this lucrative method of profit through middleman dealings, he had no intention of monopolizing it. On the contrary, his foremost thought was of his comrades who toiled alongside him. These companions were relegated to the lowest rungs of the corporate ladder, relentlessly exploited, with their futures bleakly predictable. Thus, a Fei aspired to liberate his companions from the clutches of the unscrupulous black absolutes and invite them to join him in building a brighter future. Yet, to a Fei's utter dismay, those who had once sworn allegiance to him were now betraying him without a second thought, stabbing him in the back. This act of treachery left a Fei profoundly disappointed. As an indescribable pain gripped his heart, this what it feels like to be betrayed. A Fei murmured, clutching his chest. He had intended to lead his comrades to prosperity, but none were willing to follow him that day. Under the setting sun, a Fei's solitary departure was tinged with profound melancholy. They watched a Fei's figure fade from sight. The expressions of the white absolutes were a tapestry of complexity. Indeed, a Fei was a commendable leader, but regrettably, he had strayed from the right path and wandered into a mire of confusion. That we shall remain dutifully under the black absolute's command, peddling newspapers, and refrain from entertaining fanciful notions. Each has their own aspirations. May a Fei find great success at the border of the land of fire. In the Yinshao shop, a voice rang out. Naruto is truly captivating. Yinshao exclaimed, seated before his computer. brimming with excitement. If only Obito and Nagato were willing to part with their eyes, then I could experience it all firsthand, he sighed wistfully. Welcome. Just then, the doorbell chimed, signaling the arrival of a guest. Yin Xiao recognized it as someone coming in and quickly rose to greet them. Upon recognizing the visitor, he was taken aback. Fei, what brings you back so soon? Yin Xiao inquired, puzzled, as Fei had only just departed half a day prior. With a smile, Fei replied, your product is simply exceptional. It sold out rapidly. Please provide me with 300 more bottles. Yin Xiao paused, astonished that Fei had managed to sell out the blue pills in such a short time. Evidently, there was a significant market for them in the ninja world. Haha, Fei, please take a seat. I'll fetch your goods right away. Yin Xiao eagerly guided Fei to a seat, poured him a cup of tea, and then hurried to the counter to retrieve the blue pills. Fei lit a cigarette and sat in silence. Lost in thought, Yin Xiao returned with the goods. Fei, your order is ready, he said cheerfully. However, upon noticing Fei's troubled demeanor, he paused. Fei, what is the matter? Did something happen in your business? Yin Xiao sat across from Fei, anxiety creeping into his voice. Fei was a vital customer. Any trouble could spell disaster for Yin Xiao's shop. I was betrayed. Fei confessed, his voice hoarse. I could see this revelation. Yin Xiao's expression stiffened. Could it be that Fei's subordinates had absconded with the money, just as Fei had once fled with the Black Absolute's funds? The thought made Yin Xiao's lips twitch. It seemed that Fei was finally facing the consequences of his actions. What exactly transpired? Could you elaborate? Yin Xiao asked curiously. Fei sighed deeply, extinguishing his cigarette and explaining. The situation unfolded as follows. After hearing Fei's account, Yin Xiao found himself momentarily speechless. It turned out that Fei's attempt to sway the Black Absolute's employees had simply failed. However, unbeknownst to Yin Xiao, Fei had indeed secured their allegiance. But due to certain misunderstandings, it ultimately led to failure. Yin Xiao patted Fei's shoulder in consolation. I thought it was something significant that if they do not wish to follow you, then so be it. Fei, clutching his head, wept bitterly. But I am genuinely considering their welfare. Why do they refuse to trust me? This is reminiscent of the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Madara, who, even before departing from Konoha, found no clan members willing to accompany him. Yin Xiao remarked. Upon hearing this, Fei lifted his head and murmured, indeed, even someone of Lord Madara's stature could be betrayed. What hope do I have? Observing Fei's renewed determination, Yin Xiao smiled and encouraged. Work hard. Once your accomplishments rise, others will naturally gravitate towards you. I understand, boss. I will strive to become the most significant enterprise in the ninja world, Fei exclaimed excitedly. Yin Xiao nodded, stating, now that you are the chairman, you must be mindful of your image. How can you present yourself in such a disheveled manner? Fei instinctively glanced at his attire, awkwardly scratching his head. I understand, boss. I will make arrangements. What can compare to the garments I offer? Yin Xiao declared, producing a tailored black suit and adding, as the president, one must adhere to the adage clothes make the man. A fitting outfit is essential to reflect your status. Fei nodded in agreement, knowing well that the wealthy often donned resplendent attire, signaling their affluence. Here, president, try this on. Yin Xiao eagerly handed the suit to Fei and kindly assisted him in putting it on. President, this suit is truly perfect for you. It transforms your presence entirely, Yin Xiao praised. Really? Fei responded in delight. Absolutely. In this suit, it will be evident to all that you're the owner of a major corporation worth billions. Haha, boss. How much is this suit? I want to buy it. Fei laughed, buoyed by Yin Xiao's flattery. This suit is not 998, nor 888. It is merely 88. Yin Xiao exclaimed, with 88, you cannot lose. And with 88, you can acquire a high-end tailored suit. 88 taels? Fei queried, puzzled. Yin Xiao rolled his eyes and chuckled. This is an Italian bespoke piece, priced at 888,000 taels. What? So expensive? Fei gasped. For 888,000 taels, one could procure 30 bottles of blue pills. Why spend it on a suit? Where's the extravagance in that? This is crafted from the finest materials. I wager you won't find another suit of such quality in the ninja world. 888,000 is truly a bargain, Yin Xiao continued. Moreover, this is a symbol of status. When you don this attire for negotiations, others will undoubtedly trust you more upon learning the suit's value. A Fei, swayed by Yun Zhao's eloquence, felt a flicker of temptation. Yet he hesitated, but boss, even if I buy it, they won't know the price of this suit. That's easily resolved, Yun Zhao said, affixing a tag to the suit's pocket and writing the price on it. Problem solved, isn't it? A Fei's eyes lit up as he beheld the tag. Boss, you are truly brilliant. I shall take this suit. Of course, a pleasure doing business, President A. Fei. Yun Zhao enthusiastically shook a Fei's hand. A Fei, this is a complimentary gift from our store, Yun Zhao added, presenting a beautifully wrapped gift box to a Fei. A Fei gratefully accepted the box. Thank you, boss. I shall take my leave now. With that, a Fei exited the shop. Yun Zhao watched a Fei's departing figure, reflecting, no wonder he is our esteemed client. He is so generous. Meanwhile, in another part of the ninja world, Lord Heiju, it's terrible. Lord A. Fei has fled. A white Jew abruptly burst into the office. Damn it. Did he take any of my employees with him? Heiju inquired anxiously. He was already experiencing a headache, well aware of a Fei's temperament. If a Fei absconded, it would surely incite the other white Jew to follow suit. Just as Heiju prepared for a financial hemorrhage, white Jew replied. Lord A. Fei left alone. No white Jew accompanied him. Upon hearing this, Heiju was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. The heavens are merciful. Spread the word. From now on, we will completely blacklist A. Fei. Any company that dares to accept him is opposing us. Heiju sneered. A Fei, I will make you understand the consequences of betraying me. Upon hearing Heiju's declaration, the white Jew responsible for relaying the message froze. Lord Heiju, are you certain about this course of action? What? Do you find fault with my decision? Heiju narrowed his eyes, his tone icy as he questioned. Feeling the oppressive gaze of Heiju, white Jew broke into a cold sweat, trembling involuntarily. I dare not. Lord Heiju, it stammered. This particular white Jew was among those whose bodies were modified by Yun Zhao. Aware that everything it possessed was granted by a Fei, it remained fiercely loyal. However, upon learning of Heiju's decision, it was taken aback and could not help but question, not anticipating that its words would incite Heiju's ire. Humph, since there are no objections, hurry up and disseminate this news. Heiju barked. As you command, I will handle it immediately. White Jew dared not delay a moment longer, swiftly departing the office. It that moment. White Jew was deeply conflicted. It could not fathom that the superior it had followed so faithfully would abandon them in such a manner. What, then, would become of them, the subordinates? It grumbled internally about a Fei, lamenting why he did not inform them before leaving. Had he done so, they would have followed him without hesitation, stepping through the office door. Burdened with worries, White Jew barely had a moment to breathe before being surrounded by a dozen equally anxious White Jew. 016. Quickly tell us what the current situation is. What punishment has Lord Heiju decided for Lord A. Fei? One White Jew inquired impatiently. Another asserted, I believe Lord A. Fei is merely playing a prank on Lord Heiju. Rest assured, he will return shortly. Several others chimed in. Yes, Lord A. Fei wouldn't leave the company. He'd struggle even to eat. He'll be back soon, begging for Lord Heiju's forgiveness. Laughter erupted among them, as if they could already envision Lord A. Fei's imminent return to the company. These are the modified White Jew, fiercely loyal to a Fei. Just then, 016 sighed. Everyone, I fear this time Lord A. Fei may genuinely not return. Upon hearing this, the White Jew fell silent, one of them exclaiming, 016, please don't joke with us. This isn't funny at all. Indeed, hurry and tell us the outcome of Lord A. Fei's punishment. Initially, when 016 spoke, the White Jew thought it was jesting. However, upon seeing 016's grave expression, a sense of dread washed over them. They suddenly realized that 016 seemed to be serious, and Lord A. Fei might truly not return. 016, please recount in detail what transpired in the office. One White Jew urged. 016 sighed in resignation and began. Lord A. Fei's departure has genuinely enraged Lord Heiju, and he intends to blacklist Lord A. Fei throughout the ninja world. What? This cannot be. The white Jew gasped in shock, exclaiming that if Lord A. Fei is blacklisted, his life is over. As this realization struck, anxiety spread across the faces of the white Jew, each one filled with concern for Fei's future. They envisioned a tragic scene where Fei roamed the streets, destitute and alone, ultimately succumbing to hunger. For a moment, silence enveloped them, none daring to utter a word. After an indeterminate time, one white Jew finally broke the stillness, asking softly, since Lord A. Fei is now blacklisted, "What shall we do?" At that moment, 016 abruptly removed the work badge from the chest of the department head and hurled it to the ground with great force. Exclaiming in a fit of rage, "Damn it! Since Lord A. Fei has been dismissed, what purpose do I serve here? I quit." Observing 016's actions, the Baiju were invigorated, wholeheartedly endorsing 016's stance. Indeed, if Lord A. Fei has truly been ostracized by the company, what significance remains for us to linger in this wretched establishment? They murmured in agreement. Isn't it true that we only chose to join this company because of Lord A. Fei, now that he has departed? We should hasten our exit. A multitude of Baiju congregated, quietly deliberating and nodding in support of 016's decision. Witnessing the enthusiastic responses of his comrades, 016 nodded in satisfaction. Without Lord A. Fei's leadership, the company would possess no value or purpose. The despicable Hei Jew cannot possibly lead us to glory. I shall embark on a quest to find Lord A. Fei and establish a company that thrives under his guidance. As soon as the words left his lips, 016 resolutely turned to leave. "Damn it! I've had enough," another Baiju shouted, angrily tearing off the work badge from his chest and smashing it onto the ground. "So have I," several others echoed in unison, following suit and carelessly discarding their badges. Subsequently, they closely trailed behind 016, stepping out of the company's doors together. All that remained was a distant group of bewildered and perplexed Baiju employees. Good heavens, what on earth has transpired? Why have all the supervisors abandoned their posts? Perhaps it was due to their inability to endure the oppression of Hei Jew any longer. It must be noted that those fleeing were the supervisors from various departments within the company. Their departure would undoubtedly cause significant disruption to its normal operations. Meanwhile, seated in his office, Hei Jew remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil outside, cheerfully perusing the ledger in his hands to the company entrance. Uchiha Obito observed the throng of Baiju rushing out and curiously inquired, "Where are you all headed?" The Baiju passed by him without acknowledging his presence.